Live, and I'll start the call immediately, or within the next few seconds, within this minute. Get other people on the line and have them provide ourselves with some burning bandwidth. Let's see if we can be heard. All right. Okay. Is this working? There we are. And we're live, of course, just so you know. And I will bring on Salman Sheikh and add him to the call. And that will give us the two major pillars that are the foundation of our three-legged stool that serves, upon which we all sit, right? Something like that. I'm not quite sure how to finish that analogy. Okay, our dear brother Salman is with us. He will start with his usual greeting. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas. My greetings of love and peace be with you, JMO, and all of our brothers and sisters at Team D. A beautiful good evening to all of you.
God bless you. So pleasant to hear that. It's so reassuring. Jameson, of course, you'll
Well
have to
met,
develop.
good sir.
Yeah,
Well met.
Yes, yes. I'm sorry. What was that you said?
Oh, I said well met, good sir.
Excellent, excellent. Very, very classical. That's a very classical statement. I like that. Very traditionalist, and which I always admire. And of course, I look forward to your. Perhaps that will be the kind of. How would I say it? Kind of a stock phrase that you can come on with as Salman Sheikh has his traditional greeting. That will be something you can develop along those lines, where everybody will recognize you by your introduction. So I'll leave you two gentlemen while I tend to some of the linkage and try to bring on some other people onto the call, which of course Jameson is welcome to do that with all the usual suspects. Let's check to see if anyone else has answered what I have to say. And by the way, the morbid image for today's live stream is based upon, of course, that this is the Eve Day for what all too many people misperceive as Japanese Halloween. Of course, I'll explain the nuances behind that later this evening and why that's, a misperception. But nevertheless, it is a time of the dead. However, these dead are welcome. These are the welcome dead in Japan. These are loved ones. And it's so fitting that this comes with the Montauk biorhythm that Peter will be describing. And Armand Pak1 says, Wi-Fi is fried. Call, but I'm not sure how strong my service is going to be. Okay, so let's do that. Jameson, you're welcome to bring him on with us. And
All right. Yeah, I'm adding him right now.
good. As well as the other usual suspects. See if we can bring on Amanda Ute as well, of course.
Yes, I did also add her.
Excellent.
It doesn't seem she's on, but she said she will check in a bit. She has an emergency broken water pipe to deal with.
Try to fix for a customer, right? Okay, so she sent both of us that message. So she told me she's trying to fix that for a customer. Okay. Oh my God. So she sent that to where did she send that? Because I don't.
Oh, that was in the Skype chat.
Skype chat. Oh, our chat. Okay, so it's right here. There we are. And so let's give her a heart and a thumbs up and a check. And sorry she's going through that. And aside from that, who else do we normally bring on? Okay, Brendan Zogit, we don't need to bring on for an hour, which would be about 7 p.m., 2 hours. So what we're going to do is bring on Peter Moon at the top of next hour and Brendan Zogit at the top of the hour after that. So please make a note of that, and you can do that for me if I forget. Okay, Jameson?
All right. So you want me to bring on Brendan and Peter Moon on the top of the hour?
Let me rephrase that or say it again. The top of next hour, bring on Peter Moon, and then the top of the hour after that, bring on Brendan.
Okay. Cool,
yeah.
cool.
Yeah. So Brendan will be coming on at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, whereas Peter will be coming on at his usual time, 9 p.m. Peter will come on at his usual time, 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You just drag him on, and then the hour after that, then we bring on Brendan. I mean, yeah, I'm sure between the two of us, we'll remember.
Yeah.
And so, with that, of course, still a bit, how would I say it, kind of fried. So you've brought on, you've just initiated the call for Pack One and Amanda, and they just will respond at their leisure. Oh yeah, Daniel. Let's do that with Daniel as well, so that he can
Pack
come
One
on.
wasn't able to maintain connection, it seems. So
What he warned us of
can't.
that is, like he said,
Yeah.
his Wi-Fi is fried. Somebody put off a dirty nuke in his neighborhood or something, and
I hope they didn't try to do the same thing. I hope they didn't do the same thing with his house that they did with mine.
yeah, the
course
brand
you-
new empty fire hydrant, the hollow fire hydrant. Yeah.
Yeah. They spent all that time cutting into the ground and vibrating the entire freaking basement, only to like put in some little teeny thing that I wasn't there to see it.
Send those photographs into the private messages of both Salman and Peter, will you? I want them to see what you showed me. That was then they'll get an idea of what you're talking about, and then you can describe that again to our listeners, as well, because I think it's funny as hell. Honestly, it's like when they were monitoring myself for so long through the infamous telephone pole, the hollow telephone pole, the only telephone pole in the neighborhood that's not made of wood, but of some bizarre wood-colored metal. Ultimately, it used to be wood long time ago, but they gradually over time replaced it with this metal, facsimile. And like I said, my question always was, what the fuck are they monitoring when I entertain no guests? And all they're gonna hear me doing is talking to myself. And whenever I speak to anybody else, it's easy enough for them to ask this anyway. It's either events like this where it's fully public, and then of course, my telephone lines were monitored ever since I was fucking born, whether I was in the Tenderloin or whether we relocated over here. But they're starting to do that with you. And so it's gone beyond the gang stalking to surveillance. Actual, you're now under surveillance. And what are they going to hear?
They'll just hear my weird chants of rituals and shit. And
That's
they'll
what
be
I
like,
thought. Yeah.
What is he spell casting for? I mean, really, like I'm some damn magus like Anton LaVage or oh my gosh, how am I forgetting his name? Oh my gosh, Michael Aquino.
Yes, that's right. That's why Michael Aquino had the soundproof room, along with the fact so that people couldn't hear the children scream. You're not even at that level of.
I'm not at that level of. I mean, I'm not even at that level of sorcery yet. I'm still getting the groundwork as to how all this shit works from all the disinfo that's out there.
Yes.
Because I've never had tutelage from anyone who's high up. I've had to do everything on my own. So I'm just now discovering some of the keys and secrets that have been obfuscated by the mainstream. And so, I mean, really, what are they really going to find?
Thank you. It's maybe they'll find out that way how far you've progressed in your studies or something. I don't know if they have anyone left at the level of Aquino who could even interpret what you're doing. But
I don't know why they would even care, to be honest.
Yes. But at any rate, we do have some wonderful people in the chat room already. One of these gentlemen, I think I recognize, though I don't. I'm. He's got the same icon, I believe, as he has on his Facebook timeline. He's going by the name Deciphering My Experience. I don't remember his name on Facebook, though. And he says, I am so happy I'm able to catch this live. So wonderful. We're glad to have you. Of course, when it's like on for 12 hours, so it shouldn't be that difficult to hit the target. And Vicky Johnson says, had a lot of storms here near Chicago. Well, we're glad that you're with us despite all of that. And Marcus Grix says, "Hey guys," and I never give Marcus Grix enough attention. Our wonderful friend in Australia, and he's always able to hang with us at least in the beginning. So let me start taking care of the links while we leave these two gentlemen to burn the bandwidth. So if you two gentlemen
Okay,
will,
what I'll have to do is I'll have to email it to myself again because I have to email it from my iPod because whenever I plug in my iPod to get the pictures, the prompt doesn't come up to bring in pictures from my iPod anymore. And I don't know why the hell that happened, and I never disabled that. It's just some weird thing that just happened since they put in that stupid fucking line. Oh, there we go. That's how they want to make my life a living hell. So I have to. They're going to force me to exhaust my email messages and whatnot. I mean, how creative.
Yes, yes, just one of the extra. So, Solomon, perhaps you can share with us now. We all know what's was done to me recently, and I may not. In fact, I probably will not give people any of the details behind what exactly was going on until the next transmission. But basically, all of you know what happened to degree. By the time that we bring Brendan on, who helped with the resolution of that problem to degree, we might speak a little bit about it. I gave the majority of the details to Peter Moon already privately, but obviously it was part of an organized assault that, for those of you who don't know, took the channel down for a period of time. And I mean, like, took it down like what was supposed to be permanently. This was in terms.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, it was only fucking yesterday, so I would hope you would remember it, unless you found another batch of the really good shit.
What happened was you sent me the message, and by the time I opened the message, because I was just getting home like around 8 o'clock, the YouTube was still up, so that's why I sent you that in the messenger.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
the evidence I had that it was still up.
Right. But you can confirm, of course, with Pac-1 Morales and Salman Sheikh and a number of other people, including Peter Moon, who you might have seen the post put up by Peter Moon. It was definitely down. And I mean,
okay,
like,
so it was probably either Lena Shea or Derek Talley. Is there a way you could strip him of his administrative rights?
Brendan Zoga did that. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and
yeah,
and it's certainly on myself that I held him in so much contempt that I didn't even think about for a moment about what he could do as an administrator. I had totally forgotten he was one because he never did shit. That's when he would come in. He would put in the link for the book at the beginning, at the end of every episode. But it's not like he ever stayed and monitored any of the people in the chat. And if any of the people in the chat did act up or turned out to be trolls, he never did anything about it. So it was like he wasn't there at all. That was the perfect way that he made me forget that he had that. And so I totally forgot he had the administrative power, which of course was his intent. But it was the way that he coordinated with someone else, and they acted at a very specific time. He could have done this at any time, but he wound up acting in tandem with someone else at a very specific time, at the time that Peter Moon was going to talk about the Montauk biorhythm. Now, that shows you how occult-oriented they are, because what the fuck is the Montauk biorhythm? I mean, I don't really know, and I know that most other people don't really know.
I mean, I have some degree of insight as to it, but I have to reread the entire thing again because I've gotten so fried over the last year since I've read the Montauk Project.
I hear you. By the way, I provided a link in the summary of tonight's episode, so there is a link people can look at to provide some hint as to Montauk as a giant mindfuck. And that will enable people to get a better idea of what this is all about.
Well, yeah, I mean, some evidence of that is also disclosed by Penny Bradley because she was talking about her memories of being in the chair and whatnot, and we know that those are memories that might have been implanted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, that goes to show. And what really interested me about the Montauk project was their usage of radio waves and their attempt to control the negative and positive orgone energy. That's what I found quite amusing. And to how they were able to use that to create a very very potent behavior modification of the population unbeknownst to them.
Very good. Thank you. That was I like that. That was as far as I'm concerned, that's brilliant. Okay, let me start.
It seems the memory still does work.
Yes, yes, that's right. And so what I'm going to do is again take care of those links. And thank you everyone who's supporting us with an upvote. Make certain everybody put their upvote in. And so by all means, Salman Sheikh, do provide us a response to whatever's going on with you. Perhaps you too have been under some form of siege, and certainly we've described what's been going on with Jameson and myself. I would be surprised if something wasn't happening in your direction as well. Of course, when I tried to look at what's going on the Facebook of Salman Sheikh, we get this endless repetition of the push-ups. It looks like he's doing them for fucking infinity. I don't know how the fuck he kicks them out, and it's got to be
I gotta
some.
say, his arms are getting bigger though. Your arms are getting bigger, Sheikh. So it's showing.
Yes,
Thank you, brother. I gotta be ready to take on the gang stalkers. So
yeah,
I
you're
keep
starting to
myself
look
in
like
shape.
you're starting to look like a bouncer.
Yes, yes, that's true, isn't
we
it?
have so we have you and Daniel Arola as the muscle.
Yeah, that's
When that
right.
shit hits the fan.
That's right.
We're the muscles of Team Dietrich to deal with all of the gang stalkers and the cults of the kings of Edom. And
Yes.
it's so interesting that even with what happened with Brother Douglas, in all my years of using YouTube, I never seen anything like that happen, where all of your content just gets deleted like that, which shows how far he is attacked under the enemy. And I'm glad that things were able to get sorted out so everything can continue as normal. But in terms of like my end, it's just been hot here in the Philadelphia area, and I'm thankful for the prayers that I do. A lot of the Sufi chants and prayers that I do that kind of keep the dark forces away from me. So if they try to get close to me, they're going to end up bursting in flames 9 out of 10. And that same energy I sent to JMO, I sent to Daniel, to Brother Douglas in my daily devotions that I do in my prayers. And I know, Brother Douglas, and I assure you, there's nobody that's going to touch you, JMO, Daniel, anybody, because my Sufi prayers are with you all, and we're in this together. And we're going to win this thing. And also, me and Daniel, of course, are the bouncers for Team Dietrich.
There we are. And I want you to know how true that is. Believe me, Mr. Sheikh's prayers were pivotal in this. Of that, I have no doubt. And he has a great deal of potency in terms of his spirituality, and it counts for everything. So we are blessed to have him with us. So let me just tend to these. I'm going to take off my earbuds for a minute just for comfort and tend to setting these links up. I'll leave these two wonderful gentlemen, Jameson Reese and Salman Sheikh, both the left and right hand paths represented in their persons, and they shall take us down an entirely new path by themselves for the next 10 to 15 minutes, and I might go make some tea as well. So I'm here. When I go off to get some tea, I'll let everyone know, and then I'll be back and I'll let everyone know that as well. But honestly, as far as I'm concerned, the stage is yours for a little bit of time, and God bless you both for it. Thank you.
Good evening, Brother JMO. How you doing?
Hanging in there. I had to, reconnect to the caffeine, just, for which is okay. It's not that bad. Other than that, I recently got a friend request from a woman who's like a plus size model, and she's like, she was telling me she was attracted to me and whatnot. And so I was like, okay, that's cool, but she lives somewhere far away, and it's like, yeah, but you have to understand, I'm not interested in getting into a friendship or relationship with someone I meet on Facebook unless I know anything about you, because I'm someone who is targeted, and
Yes.
clearly I cannot trust anyone is who they say they are on Facebook, especially if the account only has photos and does not have any regular post of any regular intervals. So
Exactly, and
yeah,
that's what they do, JMO. They'll use like catfish accounts. And it's usually like 9 out of 10. It's a government agent behind it,
yeah,
and
and
the other aspects is like they will use it to try to like see if they could get any info out of you. So any account that like doesn't stand out to you, I get those kind of friend requests. I check them out, and then if I find any suspicion, I just block them because I know that 9 out of 10 it's usually a trap.
yeah, I usually tell them up front, I appreciate the gesture, but I can see through fuselage. So listen, there are people who are willing to be manipulative around me online, so I cannot trust you are who you say you are. So don't take it personal,
Yeah,
and that's
yeah,
that. I leave it at that. And if
exactly.
someone and it seems to me, no matter how attractive, I may come across to other people, it would be odd for someone to just say, I want a friendship and then I want a relationship and all this stuff right out of the blue. That's just, who does that?
Yeah, those are usually parts or agents of
That's
the cult that are used
exactly.
against you.
Exactly. I mean, it's just that's not common human behavior,
Yeah, that's
I
right.
mean,
That's absolutely
usually
right.
people will start to, usually people, well, I'm not even gonna go into the common pattern that people use, because this is going to entertain them to actually put in effort, which, honestly, if they can't figure out their own idiocy by now, it is what it is.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. So, how's the weather up in New York? I know here it's been like really hot. So, how's everything going there?
Oh, it's roasting. Roasting.
Yeah.
Uh, the humidity is like 50% humidity. It was a good 90 degrees out, but it felt like it was 90 out. They say that if the heat index was like 106, it didn't feel that bad, but it was bad enough for me to just like go to the store and come back and supply for the show.
Yeah, that's right. Now, have you noticed like any like new tactics that are being used against you, like in terms of the gang stalking, like this with the phone line, the issue that's been going on, like
Yeah.
anything going on in the ferry boat or anything new that you
Yes,
noticed?
yes, 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 yes. I have these very strange looking white guys who sit around me all the time,
Mm-hmm.
no matter where I am, and I know that they're out of place because they just feel out of place.
Of course.
Because that they I didn't start to see those people until this year. I didn't see them last year when I was still going to Manhattan. So this seems to be like a new detail, and of course, I suspect to some degree that the people who work for the Staten Island Ferry are part of it,
Oh, they,
because
they definitely are.
because there is the Homeland Security base that's right off of the ferry terminal in Manhattan, and of course they have a very large police detail there, and I more or less don't pay them any mind. Even when they try to make strange gestures and whatnot,
Yeah.
the gesture seems to have changed from the smoking sign to this almost, it looks like it looks like a salute. It looks like a military salute, but they do it like so fast and robotically that it just doesn't look natural. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, okay, do I know you? I don't know what that's about, and I'm just not going to entertain it. So I just go about my way. I don't react. Um, what I have my own way to keep people from getting too close to my personal space, because I have my own uh, artifices that I utilize that make people too uncomfortable as far as the energies they contain is concerned.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And it's interesting, like you're talking about these two guys that have probably been assigned to you just to basically watch you. But ultimately it's like what you said, brother JMO. It's your reaction and that energy of protection around your space. that doesn't let them get too close to you. I mean, they can watch all they want, but you do have that
Yeah.
force around you that keeps them away, which is like, I think that's like the best thing, that if you have that, then you're good.
And I've learned that there are ways to psych out like the less savory gang stalkers, like the thugs and the hoodlum types. What really irks them is if you stand absolutely still and don't acknowledge them. For some
Yep,
reason, it gets them. They start to walk that pace back and forth, and after a while, they just walk away. I've
exactly.
started to notice that.
Right, because that's the only way that you could basically deal with this element, because gang stalking, it never truly goes away. Even at, it doesn't matter what your background is, you'll always have some element around it. What you could do is, if you shut it out of your mind that they're not there and you just don't react to them, knowing, I mean, have that aspect of protection around you, then they are going to kind of react in their way and then just kind of eventually go away. It's like the people that you see in Manhattan, in Staten Island, on the ferry boat, the girls dancing, all of the aspect of that theater that goes on, which is interesting. That, with the knowledge that's being shared with Team D and everything in general, that they just do this to try to demoralize you, but ultimately they just add more fuel to the fire.
Well, it doesn't feel like they're doing much of anything. I do, from time to time, get people who there will be an empty street and a car or truck will drive past, and they'll just honk their horn for no reason. And it's like, okay. And
Yeah,
I'll be like the only one on the sidewalk, and it'd be like, okay.
that's
My
like
God.
a noise and scare tactic that they use, see if you flinch or just to get a reaction out of you, because it's all, ultimately it's all psychological anyway. So they get enjoyment out of their sadism to scare somebody and to see if they could get a reaction out of them. So that's one of their tactics that they use, in terms of the honking of the horn really loudly as soon as they like cross you in a very close manner.
Yeah, so what I've learned to do is to just, not, again, I won't even acknowledge it. I'll just keep going,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, that's right. And how are you doing, like, otherwise, in terms of your pursuits and everything in general?
I'm learning a lot more. There's a lot of things that are starting to change, even with my own practice. I'm starting to realize I'm starting to take a uh, different approach to how I vibrate words when I'm, doing rituals.
Yes.
I've learned how I can redesign rituals that I've learned or have written down online. I've learned to redesign them to suit me myself,
Hmm.
because I think that's what we're supposed to do rather than, adhering to someone else's formula.
Yeah,
You know,
that's exactly right, JMO, because even in the Sufi traditions, like, you have these different prayers that the sheikh will instruct you to do. Like, he will have you recite, let's say, a certain prayer 1,000 times a day to create that energy around you. But ultimately, what that path is teaching you is that it's your intent. It's your intent, the synchronicity, and the vibration behind your words. So if you make your own exclusive prayer in the path that you're on, and you will connect, and that prayer will be translated into what you're trying to achieve. So you have these different religious prayers, like the Lord's Prayer, then some like other types of prayers that are basically verbatim in their own way. But if you connect with that energy and make your own prayer, then that kind of makes it own powerful, because you're creating something on your own, and you're adding energy to that and intent behind that. And that's, I think that's the most important and powerful thing you could do. Even in, like, my path, on the Sufi path, they teach us the same thing, is to that there are these prayers that you can do, but it's more powerful when you create your own.
and I'm also noticing that, it's also more powerful when they're verbalized rather than just thought up.
Yeah.
Because there's something about the vibration in the air and the fact that you're adding that particular geometry to your aura.
Yeah,
So
that's absolutely right. Because even, like, in the Sufi path, or any like other path that I've came across, where they want you to recite a certain prayer 1,000 times a day, they're going to make sure that they say that you do it by chanting it and saying it, not just whispering it or thinking about it, because there's more power to it because of the human vibration and the sounds that we emit. And the sound is very powerful, JMO. Like the sound and the voice of the human being is known to heal many things and to create many realities. Like a lot of these gurus and masters, they would basically emphasize the sound by connecting with those beings and connecting with yourself. That the sound and the spelling behind the words, because that's why they're spells, because of the words that you utter. And then there is a power behind them, and that it's important that whatever prayer that you manifest and come up with, then that's what you do, is basically add that sound and feeling and vibration and all of that intent behind it, and you will feel its effects. And that's the most beautiful thing about any path if you follow that scenario.
Hey, now we also have Pat Kwon, who just joined us. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, brother? Nothing much. What's going on, Simon?
Assalamu alaikum, my brother. How are you?
Like salam. I'm all right now. There was a really bad thunderstorm today, and a lot of trees down. Couple of the what are those power? They look like batteries on the side of poles, transistors or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They got blown up. So there's like so many thousand houses out here without power right now, and luckily my power's still on, but for some reason the internet cut off and there was like zero internet, and I live like in the middle of the woods, so it's like if I didn't have the Wi-Fi I couldn't log in. I was continuously trying to log in, and it was showing the active call, but it said 0 participants, and it was really weird, but I'm on here now, got it to work.
I'm happy you're here, my brother. And there is a lot of strange weather going around. Even here in Philly, we were having a lot of winds and rain like a little while ago. I guess it's just that time of the year.
Yeah. Oh, dude, a whole top of a tree fell off into the road when I was headed home from the bank, and it was crazy. Like all these cars started swerving towards me, and so I'm swerving away from these cars, and then they're swerving back, and right as like. It was weird. Like, it almost like they had to swerve over for me to swerve towards the right, because right where they moved out of the way, that tree just fell right in the middle of the road. It was nuts.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Thank God you're okay, my brother.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. How's everyone doing?
All right. That's well. This surface world is literally we've done irreparable damage to it. And what we're getting is just the positive feedback loop, which is going to continue to get worse year by year. That's inescapable. And everyone who's a climate denier, they've literally slowed human progress down to a disgusting degree.
Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right. And it's getting worse, like even in terms of how everything's getting more hotter. Natural disasters, even in my home country of Pakistan, and what I've seen going on in India, there's all of these massive floods taking place. In Turkey, there was like this huge wildfire that damaged like more than half the country. So Mother Nature is mad at humanity, and I think humanity does have that time where it needs to get its act together. But it's like what JMO and I agree on, is that people just refuse to come into peace and help each other and help the world.
Yeah, no, people don't have empathy or sympathy. People, everything's so desensitized because it's easily and readily accessible at your fingertips, anything and everything, and through especially like these kids who have grown up looking at phones and everything, because understanding like watching things and things. It produces a very high amount of serotonin in the brain, and as kids are developing, being little, and all that serotonin is just rushing through their mind. While in the early development, it kind of desensitizes them to it, especially like kids who play a lot of video games and stuff too,
Yes.
So.
That's a good point. And what it does is it sort of makes It makes the games also less fun once you've done it for so long, and it makes it so that it becomes just like an automatic act. So it becomes like an unconscious ritual.
Hmm. Oh yeah, I do it all the time. I don't know. I just sit there, then I notice I pick up on it. Like I'll grab my phone out of my pocket, look at it, open up Facebook, close it. Not even. I just did it like a minute and a half, 2 minutes later, pull it out, look. I mean, and I know nothing's changed on anything. I don't really, not a big poster or communicator with people, unless it's through the business. But more than none, I always find myself on that damn app, man.
It's
Yeah.
it's interesting. Go ahead, brother JMO.
Well, they've constructed it that way so that it can have a sort of addictive quality.
Right.
So
And I was thinking that the aspect of what's been going on, like with the video games and movies, I just see the human heart being under attack, where they don't want friendships, relationships. The man is desensitized towards the woman, and vice versa. And it's just so much like stuff that's going on in terms of the video games, friendships, relationships, that they just want everyone to kind of, I guess, have that hate towards each other. I know that what Brother Pat Cohn is saying also has a lot of truth in it, because a lot of these drone people that were piloting drones, they put them through these virtual scenarios, like they were practicing in these video games how to kill people, and then when they put them in front of the drone, like the actual reality, for them it was like playing a video game. So a lot of these video games are desensitizing the modern generation in terms of the humanity, in terms of where things are going. So I agree with both brothers Pat Cohn and JMO.
well, I'd go as far as say is that there is a sort of extra dimensional parasitism that's going on that that we don't know about, that's going on in the collective unconscious level, and it's more or less driving. It's sort of familiar to what Carl Jung was researching when he was researching the myths of the Wendigo and how it would drive people to cannibalism. So there's a sort of parallel there, where there's something within the collective unconscious that possesses humankind to sort of, just drive everything into the ground rather than, fixing what they can.
So, by the way, I just came back, and I decided not to bother everybody. They were going along so well. I just went to get the tea while leaving everybody in conversation. So Pac-One sent us a little thing about Skype is loading. So apparently his Skype is on eternal load, because or something like that. I take it you've both seen his message in the text box, right? Is that what he's trying to convey to us? Because
Yes.
seems like he was able to convey that, but he's unable to get on the call per se, right? I guess. So.
Yeah, he was on the call for a good amount of time, and he might have dropped out because what happened was a horrible storm swept through his hood, and there's a lot of power outages going on.
Okay, so he was able to talk for a few minutes while I was.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. It's this Cthulhuoid weather that's just making things very. I would say Cthulhuoid and Cthulhuoid weather,
Yes,
because
yes.
it's fire and water.
Yes.
But when we look at it from a deeper standpoint, from an esoteric standpoint, we could go back. Cthulhu and Cthulhu are like a sort of corruption of the Wajet and Nekbet twins of the eyes of Atum from the Egyptian or Kemetic paradigm. So they're sort of corruption of that, or perhaps they're the representation of that from a dimension that's alien to our own.
Right. Thank
And
you.
it
Go on.
probably just manifests as a corruption to our universe because they're not compatible.
Right. Yes. Very important. Very important point. And do go on. Definitely, both of you, please. I mean, continue. I'm just distracted because I'm dealing with answering some people in the messages, like Brendan Zoget, who, like I said, we'll be bringing Peter on at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and then Brendan Zoget at 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And just let me check here on what our man Sammy Romero said. And so what he said is, sound is loud and clear, Doug. God bless him. And then aside from that, Aniger Moraes in Portuguese says, very cool. Gratitude, friend. Good night. Wonderful. Dear lady, and with that, let's check back into our chat room here, where in live stream, Mr. Grix has mentioned some books of Peter Moon's that I'll bring up with Peter when he arrives. And Needle Down Quilting says, hi from Wisconsin. So hello there. And with someone who has a name like Needle Down Quilting, I am going to presume, and they can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to use the generic they. I'm going to presume that's a lady. There are men who do quilting, and it might be a man, but whether a man would integrate that as their name on chat would be interesting. So they're welcome to respond to that. Other than that, both of you gentlemen continue where you were.
JMO, what do you think of the aspect of let's say Cthulhu being used from the Islamic perspective, where in Islam, like Brother Douglas pointed out in the Holy Quran, Cthulhu is associated with the shaitan?
Well, yes, I'm also aware of that from the shaitanic initiation of that was put forth by V.K. Jehanum, which I myself went through and decided to try to self-initiate through that. Cthulhu could also be a reference to all of the shaitanic forces at once. This has to be disambiguated from the Cthulhu of the Lovecraft mythos, because the Cthulhu or the Cthulhu or the Abandoner, which I guess is the title which they're using to refer to all the shayateen at once, is different because that's a part of our universe, whereas the Cthulhu from the Lovecraftian perspective would be something that's foreign to our universe. And I can't say for certain as to whether this is just a natural occurrence that these forces are just happen to be locking into place between dimensions that are not compatible with one another, or whether this could be accelerated by a sort of calculation of occultists. I would tend to think that, if there are occultists who are trying to accelerate such a thing, that might also be a part of the natural occurrence of this, because human beings are subject of nature. We're not superior to nature.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. And I was thinking about Brother Douglas's last monologue on he was describing a lot of these people in Japan. And then it reminds me of this game that I played a while ago, because of course the Japanese always share the truth in their games. It was called Onimusha. And Onimusha, you have this class of the Oni, which were these samurai warriors. And their internal war was against the Genma, which were like these demonic forces. And the Genma, what they would do is they would always try to usher in, they would have like their human puppets, and they would try to usher in like anti-gods and different like beings of monstrosity into like Japan, like at that time, what the game describes. And you would have these like samurai class that were associated with this Oni type spirit in terms of Shintoism, and they would go around destroying demons, and he would have this gauntlet where he would suck their souls into that.
I remember that game. That was a PlayStation 2, right?
That's right. And there's a lot of truth in that. And when I listened to Brother Douglas's monologue about all of these different people in Japan and how there were like these different aspects of occultism that occurs in their communities, even with the kami and the Shinto, that reminded me of the battle between light and dark that's portrayed in Onimusha, which I think they only made it till like the third or fourth game, and then they stopped. But that game basically describes exactly what we're discussing in terms of this force that's trying to usher in these anti-gods, and then you have this class of benevolent samurais that go around and defeat demons and suck their souls and all this interesting stuff. So, shout out to the Japanese.
Now, the question I have is, and I don't have an answer for this as to whether this is a greater natural occurrence of all these different realms that are meant to happen, because we have to remember that cosmologically speaking, our realm, if you think about it, the motif of Adam and Eve, or the motif of Adam and Lilith, I would say that these are greater. These also hide a greater cosmological truth, which is that our realm is a result of three different realms that intersected. The first realms that intersected, I guess, would be similar to the pairing of Adam and Lilith, and it would be a more primitive realm in which it manifests in our world as the demonic. And then I think the second pairing with the second pairing with this sort of realm that would be represented by Adam pairing with Eve would bring us the realm of light, which we sort of inhabit, our material world. And so we have a material world, and we have a sort of umbral, a shadow world, which is, behind the veils of reality. And so everything that exists as it is the result of a sort of merging. So the question is, whether this is natural or not, is this something that we ought to fight, or is it something that is going to take its course regardless of whether we fight it? And I do believe there is some merit in fighting it, because you can only evolve through we evolve through war. I mean, because that's the importance of war. That's why there have always been deities of war from the beginning of time. War is important to humankind. Without war, we don't have advancement. And
that's interesting, Brother Jamo, that you mentioned that, because in that Onimusha game, they show you that humanity was created by a demonic force, like these demonic beings, and they created humanity to basically be slave class or slave workers. And then when this Oni force came in, or this force of light, that's when that internal warfare started between them. So please continue.
Yeah, and it's interesting because on the left-hand path, we see the dark aspect as being more liberating, because the dark aspect is more of a matriarchal aspect, which frees one, and we see the light or the patriarchal aspect as binding and as more, of that enslaving force. So, one can view it either way. One man's God is another man's devil, so to speak. And so, like the Christian God Yahweh, I would say, seems to, from a left-hand perspective, is a god of slavery and enslavement of humankind. But then again, I, unlike others in the left-hand path, I have to disambiguate Yahweh from Allah, because what Allah, I suspect, and I don't have evidence of this, but I suspect Allah might have started out as a more matriarchal force, and I suspect that it's related to Asherah of the of the pantheons of the Babylonian I think the early Babylonian pantheons.
Yes, that's exactly right. That's exactly right, Jamo. And it's interesting, because most people don't know that Islam and the creator Allah is actually female, and it's the aspect of the divine feminine that created the universe and humanity as the creator, and Islam being a matriarchal religion. But everything's kind of been twisted upside down, as you see, in this form of patriarchy that we're in. So even in the words Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, and also La ilaha illallah, it describes the feminine nature of Allah, the creator. And
yes,
they tell
I note that you say I note that you say Lila there, and Lila is also an angel that we find a dark angel, or considered a nightmare angel, in the left-hand path.
Hmm.
and she's a being who is revered rather than demonized. And I suspect that there's also parallels between her and Lilith.
Yes, and the beauty of this, JMO, is that, like you pointed out, is that in the occult aspect of Islam, they tell you that everything is one. The essence of Allah, the Creator, the divine feminine, masculine, Iblis, Lucifer, angels and demons, heaven and hell. Allah is the only reality, and it tells you that perfect being is experiencing itself, but through the eyes of both the left hand and right hand individuals. That's why in Islam they tell you as long as you submit, then you are in accordance to the laws of Islam. So the occult Sufi tradition embraces all of this, and for us, it's like everything is one reality. There is no left, there's no right. Everything is one, connected to that divine creator, experiencing itself through all of these different paths. And it's so good that you're pointing all of these things out.
Now, when we go back to the root of the when we go back to the religion of the early when we go back to the religions of the earlier empires with Asherah and El, El was the male counterpart. El was the male counterpart of Asherah. And if you note, when you look at names of angels, they all end in El. El also is a connotation for Venus, which is also a connotation for the morning star. And we can also derive this, we can also look at a sort of later, the Sumerian religion, where they had sort of, where we have Inanna and Utu Samash. Utu Samash is the god of the sun, the god of the heavens, but he's also a judge of the dead and departed. And Inanna is also Erishkigal, or the goddess of the underworld, which is probably where they got Hecate from in later occultism. But when it comes down to it, Yahweh was actually a foreign god. He was a foreign deity who was incorporated into the Sumerian religion later on, and he was actually subordinate to El and Asherah. So to a degree, I suspect that he's more like an anti-godly figure than most people think. And I suspect Yahweh is more of a sort of trickling in of the sort of anti-gods from another place. Hence, I think that there's a sort of corruption in early medieval occultism where Yahweh is looked up as the highest force, because the honest truth is that it's not Yahweh, it's El. And I also think that if one were to try to make those corrections in the Enochian magic, you would have an Enochian formula that might be far more powerful than anything we have now.
Yeah, I mean there's no doubt about that, JMO. And even if I look at the when they tell us that Islam is like since time immemorial, like it has always existed, and I look at the statue of these Sumerian gods, and they have their hands folded across their chest the same way that Muslims pray, and it's so interesting that that same tradition thousands of years ago is still carrying on today in the form of Islam from that same part of the world. And that's what I enjoyed, like listening and reading the Epic of Gilgamesh, because in the Epic of Gilgamesh, it tells you that there's this council of gods, and then there's this one supreme god above them, which reminds me of the Hindu tradition of the different deities and gods, and then Brahma being the ultimate god, and how in Islam you have the 99 names of Allah, which are like the different attributes of God, and Allah being the supreme. So it's basically the same story that's being told in different ways about the oneness. So I agree with you, and you're describing this in a very beautiful way.
Now, it's also interesting, you note the folding the hands across the chest is also seen in the Egyptian pharaohs. Once they are buried, we see that is the motif of Osiris rising. So in a sense, the crossing the arms in front of one's chest is also a symbol of resurrection. And from a cosmological perspective, the council of gods, the singular being or singular deity who was the source of all, left creation. So it's the council of gods who watches over creation.
Yes.
Because in order to create creation, he had to distance himself from himself, thus leaving an empty space by which things are placed within. And this is similar to something that I posted on Facebook about, the relation between time, space, and consciousness. We look at time and space, and they're related, and distance is proportional to time. Consciousness as we know it, based on what Julian Jaynes espouses in The Origins of Consciousness in the breakdown of the bicameral mind, is also requires distance and a sort of separation, a manifoldness. So the idea that the New Agers have of becoming one with everything as being a sort of as being how you raise consciousness is actually a lie. Becoming one with everything is the loss of consciousness or the reduction of consciousness, because in order to create consciousness, and again, language preceded consciousness, because language and written characters create space, and this creates time and distance. When we have a thought about something, we're creating time and space and a distance between it.
Yes.
And these metaphors and metaphrans that we use, within the conscious mind, are also used as arcane symbols, and they're what allows us to give that space, and that distance allows us to give power over the situation. So what one is doing is one is mimicking the creator or the creative source, which distanced itself from itself in order to give birth to creation. That's what one does in magic. You're distancing yourself from yourself to sort of enter a space or that other reality where there is no time, outside of time, to sort of have power over the physical realm of the universe. And this is similar to what we see in prayer and religion as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with what you're saying. And it's interesting because the aspect of why the Yazidi story stands out to me so much is because it says in the Holy Quran that Allah has made man his deputy on this earth, or his vicegerent on this earth. And that would make sense that he has basically left humanity after creation and placed it in charge of Iblis, who loved Allah so much that after the fall, he cried for all of those years, which quenched the fires of hell. And then Allah forgave him and put him in charge of this earth, while he himself, as the supreme creator, is not concerned with mankind or its troubles, because in the occult Sufi tradition, he has given you the world, the resources, and everything in between, and also placed as one of his top trusted deputies to watch over humanity. So if humanity is basically responsible for its own soul and which direction they want to take this world, which also in the Sufi tradition, they tell you that I myself am heaven and hell. So you are the creator of this reality and of what you're trying to do with your life, with your prayers, with your frequency, with your actions, the way that you carry yourself. So ultimately, that responsibility falls on all of us on an individual level. And you're right with the way that you pointed all of it out, with the traditions, with the prayers, and everything in general in terms of the state of creation.
And what this does is this creates an Ouroboros, or a circuit, because even though the creator is separated from his creation in order to give birth to creation, he is also creation as well. So it comes full circle. And so we have that circle, or that perfect circle, or we have the Ouroboros, that snake eating its own tail, which is also a symbol for infinity. And if you sort of flip it, you get a kind of 8, which is infinity or perfection.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And in terms of like the Masonic esoterica, you have this aspect of the point within the circle, Brother JMO, and basically the point within the circle is the grand architect of the universe, or God, in whichever way you perceive it. And everything around that circle is a tapestry of different colors and patterns being painted on the canvas like a beautiful picture, both good and bad, because both good and bad come from him, the creator. And it's telling you to celebrate everything and to cherish it all, because it all leads back to that one point, which is that 0 point of where all creation started. both the creator and the creation.
Wonderful.
Yes.
That was beautiful. I'm just going to bring Peter on now, and both of you are doing so well. Do continue there, Jameson, with what you were going to say.
Well, yeah, I was going to say that one of the problems that we're having in Western society is that we don't celebrate enough. We don't have that gratitude or celebration for existing enough. And granted, I could be the negative Nancy and say, I hate all existence. I will destroy all. But, that's venting more or less.
Understood. I'm so glad you clarified that. Honestly, it's Peter's with us now, and dear Peter, it has been quite the ride to get to this point. By the way, I hear something in the background that might be your air conditioner.
Is the air conditioning? I hope you can endure it.
And we'll have to, because I imagine that without it, your life will be unendurable. Yes.
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 Understood. Well, we'll tolerate that. It's fine. And so, by all means, what I was telling everyone, I shared details with yourself in private. I let everyone know I probably won't share the details with the public until next transmission. We might bring up a few when Brendan comes on at the top of the next hour for a few minutes. But one of the things that people should be aware of by now is that my channel was emptied of all content, which, as our man Salman Sheikh has said, in all of his years of dealing with YouTube, he's never actually seen that happen. And there are specific details behind it which put that in context. But yes, the channel was indeed emptied of all content. And what it signifies is that the individual who did do this could have done this at any time, but they chose to do this just before Peter Moon was going to talk about the Montauk biorhythm. So this shows the significance of what Peter is talking about, and the fact that the enemy operates by a very occult timetable. And aside from the occult timetable where the Montauk is significant, it could also have been intended, and probably equally so, as an insult to my ancestors, because the Montauk biorhythm is the same day that is the beginning of Oban, which I will explain later when Peter takes his leave whenever he wishes later tonight. I'll go deeper into the festival of Oban, which is the welcoming of our dead ancestors back onto this earth. And so while I will be tending to the welcoming of my ancestors throughout a work week's period of time, meaning about 4 or 5 days, which is about how long Oban lasts, vulgarly known, and this is a bad translation, but it's vulgarly known as ghost season in the West. But it's also the West perceives it as Japanese Halloween, which is just not an understanding of what this is about at all. So I'll go a bit into explaining all of that. So it was intended equally as both an insult to my ancestors, and it's basically an acknowledgement of what educating yourselves about the Montauk biorhythm, what a threat that presents to the agents of chaos. So we'd best let Peter proceed with that. And by all means, Peter, the stage is yours. Please, throughout the next hour.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I've sent out at least 3 messages to my Time Travel Education Center mailing list, and I assume there are people listening who haven't listened before. So in any case, welcome to all of those of you who have come to listen to me talk about the biorhythm. Now, I will begin by saying how I was introduced to the concept of a biorhythm. It came through the mouth of Preston Nichols, my co-author of the Montauk Project, Experiments in Time. Now, if you look up biorhythm on Wikipedia, it will say pseudoscience. However, it defines biorhythm by its own standards.
Right.
And it says the pseudoscientific idea that our daily lives are significantly affected by rhythmic cycles with periods of exactly 23, 28, and 33 days, typically a 23-day physical cycle, a 28-day emotional cycle, and a 33-day intellectual cycle. And it basically finds no scientific evidence. Well, you can define anything you want in the way you want, and you'll be right if you define it in the way you want. Preston Nichols told me that this all had to do with the Mayan calendar and with 20-year rhythmic cycles. It was all foreign to me. And all what was important to me is that I was trying to decipher his work. And what he said was that the Philadelphia experiment occurred on August 12th, 1943, and that the Montauk project was 1983 on August 12th. It was 40 years later. There was also a big event in 1963, August 12th, at Brentwood, Long Island, at the ITT building, which was an antenna farm, which was the forerunner of the HARP project. I know somebody who knows about that, and he has indeed verified that. He knows more of the technical details. But in any case, I'm introduced to this idea of a biorhythm, and that August 12th is a very significant date. This is all I'm really told about it. I don't have any scientific discipline or evidence to back it up. It's sort of like when I was in the bar business, any bartender, barmaid, liquor store owner will know that when there's a full moon, it's going to be a big bar night and a wild bar night.
Right. And not only them, but also any policeman or paramedic or emergency room worker, any of these blue collar services that deal with fires and emergency response will confirm the full moon has profound influence on their jobs and what they have to respond to. And
exactly.
And biorhythms are quite real. Of course, biorhythms are manifest in the menstrual cycle, and men have their own menstrual cycles. So the idea of biorhythms being pseudoscientific is preposterous, but go on.
Well, yes, the problem with biorhythms is that it's challenging to harness them and evaluate them. That's the challenge. It's not that they don't exist. It's that you can't pigeonhole them, because a biorhythm means a life rhythm, and life is not linear. It is not pigeonholable. One of the characteristics of life is the more you pigeonhole, the more it will erupt. It will rebel. And this is the principle in astrology of Uranus, which is it'll just, you're not going to control it. Saturn is controlling. It's authoritarian. It's very scientific. It aligns with Satan in terms of the material universe. And it's contractual, but Uranus will flip it upside down. So you're not going to codify life to within,
Well, it depends on who sponsors the research, and the reason why they hate this research so much was because it was verified by the Third Reich. Interestingly enough, it was an American doctor, Dr. Lexford Hersey, who was from the University of Pennsylvania, who confirmed that all the three of biorhythms, I don't remember what the three were, but he verified that there were three different biorhythm cycles that exist, and his experiment was based on the effectivity and accident prevention experiments that involved staff members from the railway department, and he teamed up with Dr. Hans Swing on the Swiss National Institute of Technology, and the Third Reich sponsored the both of them, and they examined 700 accidents and 300 deaths in 1939 and concluded that 401 of the accidents and 197 of the deaths were associated with unfavorable biorhythms. Please continue.
Well, thank you for that. Yes. So as I began to get experienced with the Montauk project and the Montauk phenomena, it all of a sudden, August 12th becomes a big highlight date because of the lore and the legend of it. And then this would involve me going out to Montauk on August 12th, specifically that day, and having different experiences and this sort of thing. they are too much to delineate all of them. But I remember there's this one lady, the only one I've ever seen travel in time, so to speak, and who was a time traveler that I actually witnessed. She would go out to Montauk on August 12th. It was almost like a religious holiday with her. That's kind of the way I felt. I went out with there, I think at least twice, and she'd go out there on her own. So it was like there was really something about this. Now, as Douglas said, the menstrual cycle is the most obvious biorhythm, and when a group of women live together for a period of time, particularly in a tribal situation, but if you have enough women around, they'll begin to menstruate in rhythm together. And the menstrual process is not respected, not understood. And what the menstrual process is, women are empathic. And what they do is they are detoxing not only on a personal level, they're detoxing the morphogenetic field around them. And that's what menstruation is. It's purging not only what's in their body, it's purging the emotional toxicity in their tribe. And this is why women go through extreme pain, because they're processing the toxicity of all the assholes around them, or just the negative energy. We don't have to be pejorative about the people, but negative energy. So because this function is not done on a honorable basis, this is what creates so much frustration and toxicity in our culture. We talk about the Me Too movement. We talk about giving women their rights, but women are so disrespected. And their natural function is so disrespected that all of this stuff is like a Band-Aid on a bleeding wound. Women have been so defeminized. You begin to get a appreciation of this in a country like Romania, or perhaps Europe in general, to the degree Europeans have not been denatured by American culture, because McDonald's and Halloween are catching on over there. But so you will see a much different, but even then, they suffer patriarchal domination. But many, if not most, have not lost their womanhood in many respects. But so you have this. Oh, and I would also say Christianity, as it is constructed, is an imposition on the feminine, because you have here the blood of Christ. Christ's blood will cleanse your sins. Well, this is superimposing a woman's function on a masculine figure. Like he's bleeding, his blood will cleanse you. This is what the menstrual blood does. So if you read the New Testament, you'll see that it is an attempt to take the natural function of woman and put it into the function of a particular male figure. Because although Christ is divine, anointed, he is portrayed as a man. So this is all what you call social cultural engineering. And the Trinity is based upon the triple goddess of the crone, the mother, and the virgin. So it's all been co-opted. Barbara Walker has written the Encyclopedia of Women's Knowledge, I think it is. Barbara Walker, Encyclopedia, extensive demonstration of how women have been defeminized and the whole cultural process. But when we're talking about the biorhythm of the earth, now this is a big deal. We're not talking about a bunch of witches getting together and menstruating and trying to perform magic, although that is what Wicca is emulating. It's to tap into the mother goddess. And the earth is Gaia. It's a being. It has its own biorhythm. So I'm being introduced to this idea that every 20 years, boom, bum, bum, something's going to happen. And 1903, August 12th, I discovered was the high holy days of the OTO, the Ordo Templi Orientis. Because when I investigated Montauk, I began to have synchronicities that surrounded the beast, Aleister Crowley, 666, and various names associated with Crowley, such as Wilson and Cameron, which is in my book, Montauk Revisited. So, but August 12th was like, wow, a big day. So 1903, Aleister Crowley marries Rose Kelly, who I do not know, but believe was related genetically to Edward Kelly, the necromancer and seer who worked with John Dee to form the Enochian language.
Right.
And she was, because I used to have the name Kelly come up a lot in terms of synchronicity as well. Kelly, which is of course a very Irish name. And the name Green would come up as well. The Greens were related to the Wilsons. And here you have Kelly Green, which is the color of the Celtic people. So when 1903, Aleister Crowley gets married. He goes the following April into the Great Pyramid, into the King's Chamber, and he has sexual magic with his wife, Rose Kelly. And this is what promulgates his seminal work, the Book of the Law. And the Book of the Law is a very misunderstood work. It's a very occult work. It's been worshipped and whatnot. But, and as I've explained, courtesy of a defrocked member of the OTO, who was able to decipher it, he had a gift for deciphering. And he has been heavily criticized, perhaps with due cause. But who cares about his personal foibles? He had a gift, and he gave me his gift. And his gift basically explains that the Book of the Law, if properly decoded, as I have done justice to his scholarship in my book, the Montauk Book of the Living, demonstrates that Aleister Crowley was channeling energy or communication from an entity which identified itself as Aiwass, which was explaining the relationship of DNA to the Kabbalistic glyph, the Kabbalistic tree of life, and which basically says is that the Kabbalistic tree of life is a attempt to explain DNA with all of its different permutations. Now, this was fathomed through his experience before there was any discovery of DNA, which tells us that the ancient Kabbalists understood this on some level. You will find in some iterations where Kabbalists do acknowledge the relationship between the Kabbalistic tree of life and DNA. But of course, that was not out there when Aleister Crowley did this. So Aleister Crowley attracts a lot of negative energy. He promulgates a lot of negative energy, so on and so forth. But the point is that this date of August 12th, 1903 is recognized. It's a holy feast of the Ordo Templi Orientis. And These were also the high holy days of Egypt, when the sun was closest to the star Sirius, or the Sirius system. So the Egyptians recognized this as a time of heat and fertility and the flooding of the Nile, and because the Nile would help fertilize the life on the river, the plants and whatnot. August 12th was recognized as the birthday of Isis, and Napoleon chose that date to enter the Great Pyramid. He didn't just enter it, he wanted to go in on August 12th, after he had conquered Egypt. This date, that was 2003. In 2023, and I can't verify this is true, a friend of mine, who at the time called herself Christina Star Eagle Hayes, a psychic, for lack of a better word, a seer, gifted. She was so gifted when she was young that the astronaut Edgar Mitchell used to sought her out and worked with her, I think in his Noetic Institute. Former Scientologist Edgar Mitchell, former astronaut who went to the moon. I used to read his letters to L. Ron Hubbard.
And what
Edgar
exactly
Mitchell
happened to him? I don't want you to take off on a tangent, but there was something.
passed away.
Yeah.
He passed away.
Right.
He passed away. He had one of my very close friends who's gone to Romania with me at least twice, was very close with Edgar Mitchell. He had spoken via Skype to Atlanticron. And the feedback I got from the young people there is they didn't appreciate the fact that he didn't address all of the moon conspiracy, saying we didn't go to the moon. He didn't even address it. And they didn't appreciate that, or at least the people I talked to. But of course, he's a very esteemed astronaut. My friend always wanted to get the two of us together. I said, you're not going to get him together with me. He won't come if I'm going to be there. But that's okay. But anyway, Christina had said that he used to go just very ballistic whenever the subject of UFOs would come up. He'd just go off the handle. So it didn't make any sense why he went off the handle. He seemed to have some issue with the subject of UFOs. Maybe it had to do with Japanese flying objects. I don't know.
Right.
But
That would make the
anyway,
most sense. But go on.
yeah, but Christina, she now calls herself Maya Nartumid. And Maya is, she had said to me that there was a ritual done in 1923, had to do with the black sun. And I don't have it in front of me. It's in my book, Encounter in the Pleiades.
And of course, that was the year my mother was born, December 5th of 1923. And she was born, of course, during the Great Tokyo earthquake and fire, the most destructive earthquake and fire ever experienced by Japan, in the midst of the flames. So do go on.
I'm going to see if I can. I know it's going to take me too long to.
Oh, no worries. While you're doing that, you can look that up. And what I will tell people was it was brought to my attention that the three categories of the biorhythms that I forgot were mental, physical, and emotional activity. So basically, these cycles begin at birth and they steadily oscillate throughout our entire lives. And it's the level of ability in each of these three interacting with each other that can actually decide our fate. So the biorhythmia that was first developed in terms of codification by Wilhelm Fleiss of Deutschland, of course, of Germany in the second half of the 19th century. And interestingly enough, because the Third Reich funded it, it was completely suppressed as a science in the West, and it didn't reemerge until the investigation into witchcraft in the United States in the 1970s, and then became identified with witchcraft, which was why it was so decried and disparaged, no doubt due to many of these people being identified with Aleister Crowley. But the way you can put all of that into context is just think of Aleister Crowley as the world's first heavy metal rock star, and you can take a look at all of his energies as not necessarily being evil, but cathartic in nature, kind of like heavy metal music. So with that traditional biorhythm theory being reintroduced without all of that onus, then you've got these three rhythmic biological cycles influencing humanity: the mental, the physical, and the emotional. And with that, of course, you compare it to Mother Earth, and then with Mother Earth, you've got the biorhythms of Mother Earth impacting us at a level that we've just experienced with the erasure of all content from my channel before we were able to reestablish it. And with that, we turn it back to Peter Moon.
Okay, well, so I'm still trying to dig up.
Oh, no worries. While you're doing that, I can go on a bit more.
I'm just curious to dig up this 1923 thing, because it's it's not. But in any case, I'll just go on. But
yeah, okay.
So 1943 was the Philadelphia experiment, and there were extensive German connections with the Philadelphia experiment.
Yes.
These went back to the 1930s. The University of Chicago, the Germans had technology, and so there was a obviously Germanic connection. Now, 1963, they're playing around with radar antennas and whatnot, and they're and Preston himself did not know too much about the 1963 ITT Brentwood project, but which
is interesting because 1963 was the year my late sister was born. So
it's also the year that John F. Kennedy was assassinated.
Of course, yes.
And I think I was in Yosemite during that time period, 1963 August. I don't know if it was on the 12th, but I think it was. But in any case, we go to 1983, and is when the Montauk project climaxed. Now, because 1993 was supposed to be the 10-year biorhythm, the 10-year biorhythm 93 August 12th. So the 10-year was not as powerful as the 20-year, but it was much more significant than the annual biorhythm of August 10th to 14th. And I'm trying to think what happened in 1993. I don't recall anything in particular that I even went out to Montauk on that day. But no, that would have been 92. I'm sure I did go out on 93. And yes, that would have. But in any case, we move forward to 2000. Well, I'm going to go to 1999. And in 1999, there was a grand cross in the sky astrologically. Mm-hmm. And I was told that this is a big event. It's going to have a big effect on me. It's going to precipitate a career change for me, because Saturn was also moving into my 10th house, which meant career change. So I was thinking, man, maybe I'm not going to be writing or publishing anymore. Maybe I'm going to be a real estate developer or something. Who the hell knows? I mean, I was very open to a career change.
Right.
I don't know why, but I was. And I remember David Anderson even talking about it with me, because I mentioned it to him. In any case, we go to 1999, Grand Cross in the sky, and astrologers, dowsers, are across the world are referencing my work. Montauk Revisited, because in that book, I explained how in my correspondence with a man who called himself Amato Crowley and claimed to be the son of Aleister Crowley, he said in his correspondence with me, private correspondence, which was a whole trip in itself, was that his father did a ritual on August 12th, 1943. I asked him about 1943, and they said August 12th, he was doing a ritual at Menentol. Menentol is a stone dolmen, sacred stone in Cornwall. And there is it looks like a donut. And then if you look through the donut, you'll see a phallic stone in the distance. I sent this out, a picture of this to the emails I sent out, the picture of Menentol. And this was people would stick their kids through this hole for healing. It was supposed to be good if you had rickets. They'd stick the kid through the hole. Well, Amato Crowley said that Aleister Crowley stuck him through this in a ritual that was designed to send a current of rough water to Montauk, New York, which would it was just an energy, like a ley line going under the water. So he said that this was August 12th. So this made Menentol a special site. Now, the OTO took great umbrage with me acknowledging Amato Crowley because they hated him. They wanted to do everything they could to discredit him, and he hated them. And they did not like the fact that I acknowledged him, said who he was. I didn't endorse him. I did not endorse him. In the end, the things he told me proved to be very significant. And even although he's been identified on the web and who he is and whatnot, his books were astoundingly fascinating. And you see aspects of Aleister Crowley that you never would have thought. And it smells of truth because he has such a take on him. That's a whole nother story we won't go into. And I thought maybe together, someday I might put together my letters from him, to and from him. But he got very weird. And I would say that he was a very weird man. He was a very weird man. But his occult knowledge was remarkable. Of course, what do you expect? It's like he has an art elect running through him. He was an occultist. So in any case, he had provided this interesting information about Menentol. And on that particular day, August 11th, it was 1999, there was going to be this eclipse. And it was going to shadow the Earth in a way. It was a big deal. And the shadow began at Menentol. So people thought, wow, what is this stuff that Peter Moon's telling us about Menentol? Now, Menentol's already known as a sacred spot, not by all that many people, but by dowsers and whatnot. But this really shined a light on my work, just people saying, what the hell's going on here? People were watching the eclipse for itself, but it was very significant. Now, it was significant to me because it changed my life. Now, I was not overly excited about this eclipse, but I was privy to it. And my astrologer friend Debbie was very keen on it. And she claimed that she was responsible for bringing David Anderson to that meeting that night where I met him. She said she was in a chat room with him, and she told him about the meeting. It was a Montauk Project chat room. And he says, oh, there's a meeting? She says, yeah. So he showed up. But she said that he wouldn't acknowledge her. And she thought because maybe she didn't look pretty enough. You know, this was her evaluation. He didn't want to say, "Oh no, I wasn't in the chat room with you." But she says, "I know damn well he was." She also had a lot of dreams with him. They had a real dream connection. Debbie was a sweetheart of a person who worked at Grumman, and she had weird experiences with the military industrial complex, as did her father. I wouldn't mind seeking Debbie out again and finding her after all these years. She was a great friend. And she would, I don't even know if she knows I married her. Her job was astromates. She used to, work with people astrologically and get them together with their mates or whatnot. That was what her thing was. In addition to, I think she was an accountant by profession. But Debbie said that she brought David to that meeting. And anyway, he introduced himself, and now that I look back on it, that was the career change, was meeting David Anderson, because it took me from the MONTAUK project to not only a higher level of understanding and a more modern understanding of time travel, but it also started paving the way for me to go to Romania. Although that took many years to get me to Romania. It took 9 years. Now, that's August 11th. Now, in 2003, there was a lot of anticipation, not only amongst myself, Preston Nichols, and whatever gang of people we had with us, but in my general audience. What's going to happen on August 2003? And Al Bielek had been on Coast to Coast prior to that, a few weeks before, and he predicted a blackout, a major blackout between August 10th and August 14th. Preston always said Al was very psychic. And there was indeed a blackout. He announced it on Coast to Coast. And the blackout, and I'll never forget the blackout, because I was in Home Depot with my friend Clyde, and Clyde was helping me with a shed in the backyard that I was reconstructing. And we had this huge board, huge plywood. We were cutting on the saw at Home Depot, and the saw stopped. We thought we had caused this saw to stop because we'd done something wrong. And then it worked again, and then it shut off permanently. All the lights went off in Home Depot, and we had to give up and drive back to my house. All the street lights were off. It was amazing. There's this nasty, like, 5-way convergence of streets by the Home Depot. It's nasty with the lights. Without the lights, I couldn't believe how cooperative and polite people were. So everybody could maneuver through this 5-way,
nightmare
confluence of streets. So we got home, and that kind of like, the power, as it turned out, it was the biggest blackout in the history of the United States. And the center point was Preston's new property in Cairo, New York. This blackout extended into Ohio, into Pennsylvania, into Connecticut, into Massachusetts, down to about Montauk, and the epicenter was Preston Nichols' new property in Cairo, New York, which is about 45-minute drive south of Albany. So that was interesting in itself, and that Al Bielek's prediction was right. But only years later would I learn that at that same time period, there was a breaching of the chamber beneath the Romanian Sphinx. This occurred in August of 2003. On exactly what date it occurred, I couldn't tell you. But it was in August of 2003. So I don't know how, whatever was happening at that biorhythm was significant. Whether that was the breaching of the chamber, entering the chamber, it would have been phenomena like crazy going on there in Romania. But I would not learn of this till 4 years later. And then it would go, aha, the significance of August 12th. Now, I would eventually go to Romania. And when I would go to Romania, it would be the last week of July, because this is when they would have the camp, the last week of July. Well, I remember in 2011, it was a trip I took with Marta Thomas from Chicago. Marta had done tours, does tours around the world. And Marta had, sponsored me to go there. She wanted me to show her around. It was a short trip, and I brought her to Atlanticron with me. But I remember sitting with her in the airport in Bucharest the last day, and I remember, oh, this is August 12th. It's August 12th. Wow. So that was 2011. Okay. There was a problem on the Danube the following year. The flooding had increased, so the island was going to be covered in water. So they had to backdate Atlanticron into the first week of August. Now, because of the flood of the Danube, they have ever since changed the date of Atlanticron to the first week of August. Now, I would go the first week of August and then do my adventures the week after Atlanticron. So this is why I end up in Romania during that period. It's not because I said, I'm going to go investigate the biorhythm. It's because I go to Atlanticron and then I go on a sojourn, a sacred journey / adventure. So this is why I end up in Transylvania in and around August, the biorhythm. So it's not something that I plan. And this is very interesting. So in 2012, I was brought back to Romania by Jeanette Crowley, a trans medium or trans channel. There's a very popular following, very nice lady. And she agreed to come. I mean, she's busy traveling around the world, a sweetheart of a lady. And she had wanted, because she said she was in Romania on her own adventure. She goes, Tibet, goes Nepal, goes all over the place. And she says, she's in Romania, and she says, there's something underneath this ground. There's something underneath this ground. And this lady says, well, you've got to read Peter Moon's books. He's written about this or published about it. So that's how she discovered me. And she says, I would like you to be a guide on our trip. I told her where to go. I told her where not to go. And this was my first return to Sarmasegetusa in 2012. Now, when we had, and this was quite an adventure with her. We had met in Bucharest. Well, of course, she went to Atlanticron with me, so I got to know her. She was just lovely, her and her husband at the time. She's now divorced, but we all had a great time together. And they participated, which was really nice. I mean, this is a lady who has enough to do on her schedule, and she spent a week with me in Atlanticron. And I loved her for it. And she would sneak me breakfast every morning from the bed and breakfast, so I would have something to eat. Not that I couldn't have anything to eat, but I would get different food. So I always make that a requisite of anybody who's staying at the bread and breakfast. I want you to bring me, plums and this and that and the other thing. So it's a tradition that I set up for myself. It creates intimacy between me and whoever's staying there. So whatever. But so anyway, Jeanette had us. She took us to Palace Castle, and as part of the tour, we. Well, I will just say this. It's just some of the adventure of traveling. The first night, we had a welcome dinner at this restaurant. And I got to say, This was one of the crappiest dinners I've ever had in Romania or anywhere else. And it was a very nice inside, and you're sitting next to people that you don't know. And I was sitting next, for some Romanians you don't know, because there were Romanians on the trip and there were Americans on the trip. And international, not just Americans. International people from Sweden, from Australia, from all over the place. So it's like this, it's spinach and polenta. Now, polenta is made from corn, and it's okay. But I mean, it's like, it's not a main course for dinner with spinach. And maybe there was some cream, sour cream, and there was soup and stuff, but it just like, even the Romanians agreed that it was a crappy dinner. It couldn't believe the crappiness of it. It just was like, what the hell is this? And so anyway, we had the dinner, and then the next morning, we're taken to Palace Castle. And Palace Castle is the summer home of the Romanian king. It's now donated to the state. And we got to go inside. Oh, God, this was beautiful. I'd never been inside. I'd been there before. And then I was able to find my beggar and give him money because I had, not followed the principle. I found myself a beggar, and he blessed me and gave me a good omen. Now, right after we finished the tour of Palace Castle, we drove in SUVs. They drove us up to the Sphinx from Palace Castle. It's about 45 minutes, an hour, maybe. You got to be careful because it's mountainous and stuff. And I didn't know you could ride. Well, actually, I had driven up to the Sphinx before. So, yeah, it drove us right up to the Sphinx. There was didn't have to take a cable car, anything. And then there's no organization. They just said, okay, somebody's there saying, walk this way, follow the poles. And it's a 3-hour hike to Mount Omu, which Omu is the mountain of man. Mount Omu is the mountain of mankind, humankind. And this is the high point. And we're going to Mount Omu, and it's raining. Nobody says anything, just follow the yellow brick road, but it's follow these poles. And it's raining, so I have this poncho. I've got nice hiking boots, and I've got a camera that I'm protecting at all times. I'm walking by myself. Other people are grouped together, and you eventually talk to other people, but you're mostly intent on keeping dry. And eventually the rain dies off, and you get to the top, and there's this cabin, which is the size of maybe a 3-bedroom house, a small 3-bedroom house, only it's not laid out like a 3-bedroom house. And there's other people up there, and you get a meal. It's something like soup, bread, something like chili. It's not chili, but it's something like that. It's very filling. The bread, it's very adequate. It's simple. And they bring all the water up there. So we're going to sleep in that cabin. It's a huge cabin, and there is a room about the size of a large living room, a very large living room, maybe 2 living rooms. And there's all these bunk beds. And the group, I remember she did a trans-channeling session. There's about 40 people. And we go in there and do that. And then because I'm a guest, quote unquote VIP, they put me in a room with 6 other people. We have our own bunks. And you have huge wool blankets. And they're but if you lose one of those blankets at night, which I did, it falls to the floor, you have to go down and get it because you'll freeze.
Jeez.
And you put it back on. So I had dreams that night. This was, I believe it was August 12th. I had dreams, and I won't go into the dreams, but the most significant part was I dreamed of this girl from grade school who was very cute, Chrissy, and we liked each other. We were very good friends throughout our 5th through 8th grade. We just very friendly. We could have been an item, but we were just friends. And I remember dreaming of her. And the next day when we would get to Transylvania, I would meet another Christina. And I just like fell in love with her. Not, I mean, romantically in love with her, but she's my friend to this day. Just so adorable. She was the proprietress, the daughter of the proprietress of the property, and she made everything work. She had made all the arrangements. And that was just a beautiful friendship that I still have to this day. It was like I was connecting to the people in Transylvania through the dream state. So that was my August dream. And this connecting to Christina in Transylvania was very important because I always, still to this day, make my travel arrangements through Christina. She had a bed and she got married and has a beautiful little kid, but she'll still make the travel arrangements because her mother doesn't speak English. The father learned how to speak English, but she'll make the travel arrangements for me. She'll be up in another city with her bed and her bistro, and she's just a complete lovely human being. And my wife met her and agreed that, oh, Christina's just wonderful. So, it's like, wow, this was really a connection that I still have to this day. She loves to listen to my daughter's music. And so it's like it's an eternal connection that I have with this person. And when I told her, she says, "Oh, I know who you are." And I didn't know who she knew. She says, "Yeah, people come here all the time because they read your books and stuff. And yeah, we know who you are." So that was an August big deal. That was 2012. And of course, I was initiated or brought to certain areas and taught certain things about the Solomonari and given great gifts. And Vonda Osman, who was on the tour, says, "Peter, you've got to come back here and do workshops. You've got to come back here." And I said, "Well, if you think so." So she arranged the trip next year. That was 2013, the 10-year biorhythm. And it was on that day that I not only, August 11th, 2013, I met Paula. I met the lady who would be my wife at the sacred site in Sarmasejatuza. There was also August 11th, 2009, when I went to Sarmasejatuza for the first time with Nicole, and we entered Sarmasejatuza on August 11th. And I found that the monastery I was staying at had laid the foundation stone exactly 10 years before, on August 11th, 1999, the day I met David Anderson. So there was all this like synchronicity in time. And it was very, very incredible, to say the least. And there's more backstory around it, which I will not go into. But it was on August 11th, 2013 that I met Paula, and she would be my wife. Now that's a big deal for me. Now, the night before that, there were all these people gathered at the Cotizo, Christina's parents' hotel, which my Bulgarian friends, my Romanian friends, and they were all gathered there because I was there. Because if I wasn't there, none of this would have been happening. And it was like a graduation day for me, because I don't have big events. I don't attract a lot of people. It's not what I do. But this was like, wow, from people from all over the world were gathering because of me. And it was not just that, it was where we were gathering. And then the next morning I would run into my friend Nicole, who would be at the same place. I didn't know she was going to be there. And it was like at Sarmasejatuza, Christina came. It was the first time I ever saw her there. All these people were there, including this little girl who had seen a white bat 4 days earlier in a cave. So I was writing my book, The White Bat, at that time. So I said, wow, there's white bats. The next year, I would go back and my mother-in-law would show me a species of white bats in Transylvania that are not even known to zoology. So I was in rhythm with the bat. The White Bat is, of course, a book that I've done. And that was 2013. So in 2014, I went back and I visited Paula in May of 2014. Wanted to go to the cave where the white bat had seen, but it's just too muddy and too rigorous to go. It's like an 8-hour hike into the mountains. And I said, no, we're not going to do this. It's not open. It would also require special permission, which my mother-in-law could have obtained. It was not to be. I said, no. I went back in August with my friends. And Paula, I met up with Paula and stayed at the Cotizo. And this archaeologist who I had met in May took us out to Choclavina Cave on August 14th during the biorhythm. We did not ask to go. He says, I want to show you this. It was like I was dragged to the cave. It's a form of initiation. And in August, and so then the following year, or that later that year, Paula came to United States in December. She got her visa. We got married in January. And then David Anderson came back into my life in shortly thereafter, and he did a podcast where he explained not only so much to me about time travel, which I parlayed into the video series, timetraveleducationcenter.com, video series on explaining the math and physics of time travel. He explained, I said, what can you tell me about Romania? And he says, Choclavina Cave. Choclavina Cave is the most important place. There was a huge time reactor discharge there. I said, well, David, I was there last summer. Wow, oh, really? Wow. Now that I found out that it was important, I went back the following year in 2016. I did not go in 2015 because Paula did not have a driver's license, and I was not going to leave her here relatively helpless while I went to Romania because it wasn't deemed prudent to have her leave the country when she was applying for a green card.
Right.
So
important.
I went back in 2016 with two of my friends. One was Romanian, one was American, and there was another Romanian who was our driver. He's my friend too, and he drove us. And my psychiatrist friend followed us with his family, and we returned to the cave. This is where I wanted to spend time near the cave, and my mother-in-law says it's going to get you're going to be tested severely by nature. So I said, no, we're not going to stay in a tent. And anyway, I was tested severely. I got soaked, but survived, and had that was, I think, on August 11th, because I think on the 12th, the other three of my friends wanted to take a crazy-ass trip, which was stupid, into the mountains. They almost got hurt.
Why do white people do that? You see this in all the horror films start with all the white people say, let's all jump in the jalopy and go out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere so we can take that wrong turn where the chainsaw maniac is waiting for us in the cabin, right? When we knock on the door.
What he did is, see, I knew the territory. And they're in relatively good shape. One of them's a physical trainer. The driver's a physical, so it's like he'll go anywhere. He's got that Romanian drive, and so does my friend. But he's like, I'm too Capricorn. I'm too organized. Like he'll say, hey, let's go to the city. I met the mayor of the city. He wants to visit. I said, no, we're not going to see the mayor of the city because I've got reservations tonight at Christina's, and I'm not going to betray the reservations. You know, I'm like the traveling secretary. So no, I'm not going to go off and see this mayor. You know, but he'll just go off and, I mean, that's, you know, I'm too organized to do that. And I stick to a schedule. And I knew, because I'd been up in this neck of the woods before, and they were going to try and walk to Sarmisegetusa from a place called Fete Alba. Fete Alba is where the last battle of the Dacians was with the Moors. Wow. The Moorish army of the Romans. Fete Alba means white faces. So all the women came out and were fighting. They had they didn't have beards, so they called them white faces. And this place is called Fete Alba. And I've been up there twice before. And they were going to walk from there to Sarmisegetusa by going up the ridge. And I said, you don't want to do this. I I knew better. And they're kind of considering me a fuddy-dud or whatever. But it's not, has nothing to do with that. I know better. And I said, and I'm so waterlogged from the day before that I said, I'm not going. You guys go. And I had, in the hallway, I met this doctor. I met him. I knew him from Atlanticron. He was the singer at Atlanticron. Now he's a doctor. And I said, what are you doing here? Oh, I'm on vacation with my girlfriend. So I said, okay. He says, we're going to the dinosaur museum tomorrow. You want to go? I said, yeah, I'll go with you guys. So I spent the day, and my psychiatrist friend and his family went with us in a separate car, and we all went together. It was like, so we went to the dinosaur museum, which is a very modest place I love, because it's got stuff from, what's his name? Who was that French author that wrote about Captain Nemo?
Verne?
Yeah.
Jules Verne.
Yeah, Jules Verne. He learned about dinosaurs there, and he wrote about this area.
Yes, that's right. Jules Verne did some marvelous short stories about Romania, and just so people know.
Yeah, he married a woman from Transylvania, and the castle in the Carpathians was this fortress in Deva, where Paula lived when I met her, and I've been to the fortress. It's a neat place to go to, but so I had this. It was an August 12th excursion. Then we saw buffalo. They have American buffalo there in Transylvania. They are native to the area, but these were imported. So they do have, just like the ones we saw at Golden Gate Park. The last buffalo in America were in Golden Gate Park in San Francisco and in Catalina Island. And they restored the buffalo between those two places. They also have buffalo in Transylvania.
Interesting.
So we saw the buffalo, and we had a nice day, and then they got home about 9 o'clock and told me of their misadventure. They traveled along the mountains, risked their lives, eventually made it back down, and realized they'd traveled about 100 yards. Jeez. They hadn't made any progress at all. So I'm very good geographically. I'm very good about knowing where the hell I am. I'm not invulnerable, but I knew not to take that trip. So anyway, we had discovered that there was a second cave with a metal door on the end of it, and that's called the Dry Cave, which I still have not been in. But when I would share this information with my friends at Atlanticron, they go explore it. They get in through their connections, go 3 miles, 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers into the cave, and say, oh, we saw these giant bones. They can show me the pictures of the bones, giant human bones, like from giants.
Right.
He says, this is a great mystery, this cave. So that was my second trip to the cave. The third, and it was during this August period again. I go back with 6 Americans, and they all, and then they all have a lot of problems with each other, not with me. And it's very disappointing because parts of the trip were just fantastic, but we were challenged with a lot of negative energy emanating from one woman who started to come along with us. We had to extract her. She was poison. And then the poison got into the group as well. But
oh my God, that's that in itself is almost fascinating. I believe you've told me about this woman before. I'm just rather surprised to learn that it kind of infected. But the people do that. Toxic people, that's what they do. They infect the people around them.
It could be, and it could have just been whatever it was. Because see, when you go on these adventures, you're tested. Yeah. And my friend Alan said, who was a recipient, he was the major recipient of the attacks. And I didn't know what it was. I do know what it was all about now, but I just said, I said, Alan saved my life. I got no problem with Alan, which him and his girlfriend loved me for that. It's like it only increased my bond with him because he did save my life. It certainly improved the hell of it, quality of it. So I love Alan. It's like he can't do anything wrong. But he was attacked so virulently, and part of the reason is that he wasn't available. He was no available to be the party boy anymore because he had a girlfriend this time, and it made him unavailable.
Right.
And it didn't make him unavailable to me. In fact, I liked it because I didn't have to tell him to go to bed on time.
Right.
So he could get up and do his healings in the morning because he'd be healing people all the time. And I just think, it's time to go to bed, Alan. I didn't have to do that. He'd stay up anyway. So she'd make sure he got to bed on time.
Oh, that's what he needed the girlfriend for, because otherwise he would pull an Edgar Casey and just basically wear himself out to death, which is, pretty much what I say about, who was that guy we were on the show with? It was one of his most popular episodes when the three of us were talking. Oh, Bartzies. Maybe like Bartzies. Yeah, just wearing himself to death. By the way, I do want people to understand everything that Peter Moon is describing that happened with this group is very indicative of biorhythms. And because some people asked for some details about those cycles, just a quick little foray here. I do want people to know that our daily lives, they're significantly affected by these rhythmic cycles. And apparently the periods are of exactly 23, 28, and 33 days, typically a 23-day physical cycle, a 28-day emotional cycle, and a 33-day intellectual cycle. So again, this was what was basically discovered, or rather, you would say isolated by the German Dr. Wilhelm Fleiss in the 19th century, and a very important thing for people to know. And they're invisible waves of energy within the human body that are constantly in flux. That was his description for them, Dr. Fleiss's, and they're unique to each person. So these energy levels are thought to begin the moment that we are born. Jameson Reese notices that it all adds to the number 83. So when it comes to the Earth's biorhythms, the cosmic harmony or disharmony, such as the case may be, then we come back to the significance of this day. And I'll add more as to why this day is so significant soon enough. I did try to reach out to Brendan Zogit. I don't believe he's
going to ask about him. We're going to segue to him, or are we? Is he ready?
Apparently not. He's not responding right now. So hopefully
when he does respond, let me know, and I will segue to him.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
I will segue to him. That was because we're going to say we could segue to him, but I can continue now.
Yeah, but I did want to tell you something that I intended to bring up. He may not. Who knows if he's able to come on or not. It all depends on his work schedule and what's going on with him. He's been through a lot. I was glad he was able to spare the time to help me the way he did. But one of the important things I was going to bring up with him was the fact that, well, I guess I'll go into it later. Right now, I don't want you to lose your train of thought. Go back to what you were saying, and and go on to where we were with the cave and the gathering. All the people in Romania. It's very important.
Well, yes, and of course, what happened was the great part of this trip is we're in a van, and we got about 9 people in there. I got 2 Romanians, which I just adored, both of these Romanians. Because they're our ready reference point for everything. Make our reservations through them, do everything through them. And they were good. They're just really good people. So anyway, we're on the way to Choclavina Cave. This is my first priority, is to go back to the cave. First day we're there, we're staying at the Cotizo and going back to the cave. So get to the fork in the road, and say, which way do we go? And I say, well, the cave's down that way. Why don't we go up here? And we go up, and road gets pretty steep. Better turn around. We turn around, and we see these kids hiking up. Bunch of kids. Where the hell are these kids? They're not on the road. They're on some other walkway. It looks like they're coming out of the jungle. It's not a jungle, but it's just mountain area. Plenty of foliage. And Romanians go down and talk to them and say, first they said they're not Romanians. Well, it turns out they are Romanians. They're scouts. And then we talk to the scouts, and they speak English, many of them. And they say, we're going up to see, German. He said, we're going up there. He knows everything. Go up and ask him. You got any questions? He knows everything.
By the way, for our listeners, could you disambiguate Romanian scouts? I think they would be like young patriots or something, pioneers. They used to call them pioneers in those kinds of societies or something, but disambiguate them from Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts in America.
They're called scouts. In fact, so we went up there. We turned the car back around. It's a van, which was tricky. We went back up there, and I think you have to walk up, about a block, because you can't really drive up the last rung unless you've got a really rugged vehicle. And there's this camp. I'll get to the disambiguation with the scouts in a second. It's got some picnic tables, some buildings, a patio with tables, and we meet the owner of the camp, and he is just so gracious, which is not uncommon in Romania, and sits down. He wants to meet us, and he says, he points to this sign. I point to this sign. It says "Open Choclavina" in English. I said, "Why is that sign in English?" He goes, "I don't know." He speaks English, but not super well. He says, "I don't know. I just thought it would. I don't know." He says, "You're the first to come." I say, "I open it to everybody, but you're the first to come." So this is great. So then he starts talking about the Philadelphia experiment for some reason. So then they tell him who I am, which is like, wow, why is he mentioning the Philadelphia experiment? So everybody just loves this guy. And okay, so I do go back the next year, and I met, and I spend time with the scouts, and they're not wearing any uniforms like the scouts wear. Maybe one of the scout leaders has something on that is remnant of a uniform, and the female scout leader, there's different scout leaders there. She had just been in Virginia at a scout jamboree in the United States, she told me. I don't even remember if she even spoke English that well. Her son, I think her son translated. But she was really sweet. And she says, "Oh, the scouting in America is nothing like here. First off, in Romania, they don't divide the boys and the girls. They're all sleeping in the same room. Well, it's a huge room, that's why. And that's out of necessity, it's not like people are, copulating or anything like that. It's not like in America, if you got boys and girls together, there might be a lot of that stuff going on.
I was about to say, you couldn't keep them off each other.
But their boundaries are very, sensible. And they all get along with each other. And it just they don't treat you like an adult. They treat you like a person. At least they treated me like that. But so anyway, I went to take it back with my friends. They all fell in love with this place. They all wanted to come back. He showed us the beds. He says, you can come back here and stay. And then I get back, and I'm distraught over all of my friends. And I said, what's going to happen next year? When I get back, a friend of mine in Romania writes to me, and he says, "Hey, I'm at Germans. He told me there was an American here 2 weeks ago." I said, "It must have been you." And he says he didn't remember your name, but yeah, that was you. I said, "Oh, okay, great." He showed me a picture of himself in a cave. He was, cave exploring. And I said, "Wow, that's so neat. I didn't realize he would make arrangements for me to be there next year." My friend, because he knew this guy, and this guy set up all my arrangements. This is through, I had met him at Atlanticon. He's a film producer who studied at NYU, and he was just super. He was super. He met me in Bucharest before the trip. He arranged for me to go there. He met me in Bucharest after the trip, and we just had a great time together, just visiting. So he's like, I want to do everything I can to promote his film in America, which the film industry in America has become very retarded because of COVID, but that's a whole nother story. So in any
Everything has
case,
been retarded by COVID. Go on.
well, the film industry more so than a lot of other areas, but in any case, so when I got back, it took me until January to realize that nobody was going back except me. So I would go back, and then through great tumult, I would and great psychic attacks that took place during the August biorhythm. I ended up walking into that cave and being invited into the cave a mile deep on August 14th during the biorhythm. So that was the big experience of a lifetime, just to go into that cave, to go deep, and to go right near where the time discharge occurs. I know I was near there by the descriptions of that geologists have done on that area, and where David said this has to be a discharge of space-time motive force. But he also has told me that he's re-emphasized, he's doubled down on the significance of this place, and told me that the most interesting information on it has not been released. There's historically thousands of people that disappeared from that area 2,000 years ago. The same time period, David says there was a discharge, which can be identified from the sediment in the area. So I had dreams when I got out of the cave of the lightning bolts that are similar to, or the ray of light that is shown in the movie with the Ark of the Covenant. There is a connection to the power of God, for lack of a better word, with this area. So there's certain areas that when I go back, I will explore certain areas. I will talk to more people from the area, and it's an ongoing investigation. Now, what's particularly important is about, and I wrote this newsletter last year. Last year was I think it was my summer edition of, there is an astrological formation in August 12th, 2023. That's the next big biorhythm. Biorhythm of August 12th, 2023 heralds a new era. Now, I don't fashion myself as an astrologer, but I decided, you know what? I'm going to do a chart. I went online and did a chart for August 12th, 2023 from Choclavina Cave in Transylvania. And on that date, Neptune is 27 degrees Pisces, opposing Mars and Mercury at 16 and 20 degrees Virgo. Pluto is 28 degrees Capricorn. It's forming a trine, which is with Uranus. So we have this is called a kite, because when you lay it out in a circular zodiac chart, you have a cross on a kite, you know, the two pieces of wood that cross each other, and you put the kite together, you have a kite formation. Now, a kite, it's a rare pattern, and it's associated with fate or destiny. The trine aspect in astrology, meaning they're 120 degrees apart, is a positive. It's harmony and cooperation. Whereas a square is strife or a struggle to work things out between two archetypal forces or planets. In this case, the trine is between Pluto, Uranus, and Mars. So when you have Pluto working together with Uranus and Mars, you have Pluto, which is the power of the underworld. transmutation, transformation. Uranus is technology. It's surprises. It's earthquakes. It's things coming out of left field. And Mars is the god of war, but it's also action, aggressive activity. So here you have a positive energy saying there's going to be an upheaval, a transformation, and it's going to be aggressive. Now, because Mercury is so close to Mars and moves fast in this trine, it's going to fly by within a few days of what's going on. So you're going to have communication applying to this whole situation. Now, the trine is just one aspect of the kite. It's a positive aspect of the kite. The top part of the kite, the small little triangle up there, is 3 planets 60 degrees apart. This is a sextile. This is a positive aspect of cooperation, but it's not as strong as a trine. So you have, now to go back, this Neptune planet, which represents dreams, spirituality, and illusions. It's also the hidden unconscious. It's opposing Mars, which is action and aggression and initiative. Neptune opposing Mars in this kite suggests that one will be struggling with a Don Quixote complex, fighting windmills that one thinks are really knights in armor. So one could get out on a limb and, you know, think they're fighting Michael Aquino's ghost or you know, L. Ron Hubbard's enemies or L. Ron Hubbard himself, and you're just out there in the wind. But when the fact that we're dealing with a kite suggests that Neptune, instead of deluding us, will be augmented by the sextile aspects. In other words, it's an opposition that's giving us an opportunity to create a positive situation. A kite always accentuates the positive. It's like, okay, you're going to have some struggles, but you can make a positive. So it's like if you see that you're going after a knight like Don Quixote, but then when you see it's a windmill, you might find that it really was a knight that shapeshifted into a windmill, but that you can subdue it. And it might lead you to a subterranean passage in the inner earth or a vortex to another world. So, you know, in other words, your Don Quixote complex might lead you to a discovery that was Uranian. Surprise, surprise. You think you're doing this, and all of a sudden you find a cave in the ground that you didn't know there. And you have somebody there who can explain it to you. So it's an opportunity to grow and to transform that will be assisted by cooperation on a very grand scale that will lead to spiritual harmony and transcendence of the most sublime nature. It maybe Radu Cinamar will come out of the woodwork with something. Maybe David Anderson will come out of the woodwork as well. I'm certainly creating a potential for that to happen. And then there might be new characters because of Uranus that might show up. So this is a very exciting time. Now, I iterate some more in this newsletter. Well, kite patterns involve destiny and fate. It also has everything to do with free will. Free will is the component in the kite that creates a flow of creative energies to occur that will resolve the opposition of the two forces at play. In this case, Mars and Neptune. Again, Mars and Neptune is the Don Quixote, fighting an illusion. You know, one can be consumed by one's own shadow unless one can see that it's a shadow and can play off of it. The Montauk project itself is so illusionary because Preston was a lot like Don Quixote because people could not see what he was talking about. And then when I came along, it gave it a lot more credence because I put it in writing and it gave a construct to it. So it became a forum. But Preston was always, if you listen to him talk, there was a lot of Don Quixote in him. And yet, everything that I've done with his work and with the gifts he gave to me have created a construct and a coherency that he would always tend to undermine, if only by the fact that he was a triple Gemini. His moon, I think his rising sign and his sun were Gemini, and his Uranus was in Gemini. So he was completely under the influence of Uranus, which was like completely unpredictable, chaotic, electromagnetic, and genius. So it is a matter, the opportunity here is to reach out and grab the opportunity, not to be a passenger or a witness. And you have to do something to make the kite work. So there is a great opportunity here. Now, I'm already seeding the opportunity by trying to put a ham radio station there. And that has been met with great frustration because the person who said he would do it gave me an estimate of $2,500. And then when I raised the estimate and said, is this okay? He says, no, we want $8,000 or $12,000. So I'm going to have to go back to him and say, look, based upon everything you've told me, I've since found out that this project can be done for $2,500 and even less. Do you want to do it? Based upon your great advice. And if he says yes, he'll do it. I don't know that the valley warrants an antenna the size of what he was suggesting. It undermines the nature of the area. We can have a modest one. We can teach students with it. And I'm trying to interest David in the area. He's very interested in the project that I'm doing. But I'm trying to bring him there. And I have no reason to believe that he's been there physically. I do believe if he's been there at all, it's through looking through or through the time reactor. But I don't even know why he would go there because you're just going to go into a cave. It's not like you're going into a Disneyland ride or something, which often have cave-like appearances in them. You're in a virtual cave in many of these Disneyland rides. So in any case, I'm seeding the area because it would seem that all of my work is directing me to go there and to and if I don't have the ham radio there, it doesn't matter because I have adventures to do there. I have people I want to meet, people I want to see again. It's not like there's a lot of people up there either. And I have, my wife told me today that she will probably be with me on that day because we're seldom in Romania together. So I want her to be with me. I'd love to travel around the whole country with her. Right. And loves to point things out to her and say, this is that, like I'm a tour guide. Only that's being smart aleck with her because, of course, pretending like she's not Romanian. Because I do know a lot about certain areas of Romania. So I could, like, if I was with you, I could be saying, well, this is such and such, and that's such and such, and that's such and such. One tour guide heard me talking, and she says, wow, you really know a lot, don't you? That was after my third or fourth trip. I said, yeah, because she was talking about some place, and I knew more about it than she did.
Well, you'd be amazed at what a person who reads up on a nation or a culture, you'd be amazed at how much more they know than a native in terms of certain things. Most of us, we can't see the forest through the trees, so we know very little about our culture.
This is not from reading on my part. It's from going and
Understood.
It's not from reading. No. And there are so many adventures to be had there. So this is the excitement of the biorhythm. Now, one other thing is, I met this person who I consider to be a wonderful person, if only because he has so much to add to my work, if not my life, who was inspired by my early book. I mentioned him in Montauk Revisited, not by name, and he's been researching his ass off about Montauk ever since he was a kid. And some of his footage was used in these two documentaries that I participated in, one of which I was cut out entirely, and the other one they cut off my mentions of David Anderson. But
Wow.
They used some of his footage, but they ignored most of it. And he knows certain, and I'm probably going to go out to Montauk with him on the biorhythm on Saturday, the last day of the biorhythm, because he wants to show me things. He's going out there anyway. And I'm too busy to go out, but I'm going to say, no, I'm going to go out anyway, because it'll give me a break from everything I've been doing. And I'm going to go out there and see some things I haven't seen before. And I don't know if I went out there by myself, if I'd see him without him and his wife. And so he is a great resource. And he's learned quite a bit. He's really taken the stuff I've said to heart, and he's taken it 9 yards. He doesn't do it for any commercial reason. He's made a bit of money off of it from them using his footage.
Right.
And I think that's great. And I would like to use him in an upcoming documentary that might or might not be done. But it's interesting, when I first brought him up, it was like I had to immediately start defending him as if he was my agent. It was like there was this immediate disinterest in him.
Interesting.
We don't need another person in here. We don't need another person in there. It's not about him. It's about what he has to bring to the table,
Right.
which is only going to strengthen the case. The case, in many ways, doesn't need to be strengthened anymore, because even when you strengthen it, the best parts of the Montauk project are still enigmatic. We can show that there was secret this, secret that. The only smoking time travel we have is the work of David Anderson, and that's enigmatic. And so I would think, life for me has had some saving graces. I remember I got married about 5 or 6 weeks before I turned 30. And right during my Saturn return, and I remember telling my wife, I said, I always knew I had to get married before I was 30, because if I didn't, I'd be washed up. Now, I don't mean to suggest that anybody who's 30 and is not married is washed up. This was just my own thing, because I've been married at age 20 and nothing came down the pike. So
now you can go into this privately, but Jameson Reese, of course, is saying, damn, I'm going to be too old to marry, laughing my ass off. And of course, I'm 54 and have never been married. Peter Moon, of course, was living in a very different time and place where people were simply not considered normal unless they got married.
Also consider, I was in Scientology at that time.
Yeah.
And you had to get married if you were going to have relations.
Right.
That was the rules. So I was underneath that construct, and it was just my own personal thing. That's not something I would wish to lay.
Understood. But the person, like I said, you don't need to go into this if it's private, but I'm assuming the person, there's an extra marriage here that I was unaware of. The person you got married to in Scientology was not the wife that you had the daughter.
Twice in Scientology.
Okay.
I got married to a woman named Bernice in 1973. That was a very short event because she basically got thrown out of the Sea Org, which is a whole other story. She was She was born during the biorhythm of August 13th, on August 13th.
Yeah.
I didn't, of course, know there was a biorhythm there, but and that was a great tragedy for me, the way things worked out in that. However,
Can imagine.
So nothing came down the pike for me. As soon as that thing failed, I said, it's going to be 5 or 10 years before I get married. 5 or 10 years. I just kind of flashed. Sometimes fate flashes through you.
Yeah.
And sure enough, that was 1974 when that crapped out. And I didn't get married till December of 1982. So that was like, practically 9 years. So like my clock was right. I just knew it. And of course, and the way I got married, it was like a flying carpet had come for both of us. And that flying carpet took us out of Scientology. We depended on each other. As many problems as my wife presented to me in her later years of our marriage, I got many great gifts from her, and she got many great gifts from me. And we were very much in love with each other. So it's like, things change. I have an astrology chart that does not bode well for marriage.
Interesting.
It says I will marry very well. Okay. I will marry very well, but because my Venus is under the influence of Neptune, I am very prone to deception in love.
One of these days I'll have to have you do the chart on my marriage potential, whatever that may be. Just curious. But, all of that aside, our man, Brendan Zogit, says he'll be out in a few minutes. So
this will be a good segue to Brendan.
Yeah.
This will be a good segue. And but just to finish it on what was I saying? Oh, I was saying about life has a way with me of giving me grace. In other words, that the whole marriage pulled me out of it just put me in a much better position than I would have been otherwise. And I was able to extract myself from Scientology very gracefully, relatively speaking. It wasn't like I was being heralded like Caesar in the Colosseum or someplace. It was like, but I was relatively gracefully ushered out. And and so if I were to evaluate my future career with this by reason of some of the experiences I've had, I would anticipate something very incredible. It could even be that a movie or TV deal comes through, although that to me is very anticlimactic. That doesn't excite me, because that, to me, that stuff will popularize things, but it will also trivialize it. It will trivialize the experience of, it might blow it up, what do you call it, exaggerate it, but
well, films do that. I mean, that's the point. But go ahead.
Yeah, it does. What's really good about a film, and I've met so many people that are older now, and they say, "Oh, your work really inspired me to go do what I'm doing," and that's really good. Inspiration. Movies are really good if they inspire you to go study the history of what the movie's about and look at the true history. Right. If you look at the C-SPAN and these people talking about history, or professors, basically what you have is a professor, particularly a history professor, who's gone in and read all this stuff about somebody, and then they talk about it. They're talking about what they read. That's all it is. Now, I'm not trying to trivialize it, but because they took the time and effort to go study Abraham Lincoln, or Abraham Lincoln's secretary, or John Paul Jones, or some other historical character, and they find all this stuff that hasn't found its way into the mainstream, and they lecture on it. And that's That's what history is. So to inspire people is good.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
Oh yeah.
And that's the flow of creation.
Right.
So and the problem we're having right now with the documentary and stuff is that we were handed such a piece of shit contract that we can't respond to it. This guy's like, why aren't you responding? Because we're supposed to come back with a contract of our own. Well, how can we come back with a contract if you leave a piece of shit at our door? You know, we don't understand it. In other words, I said this right away. How can you write a contract like this? You know, it's basically because it shows no respect, not only for us, but for the material.
You'd be amazed these days. Yeah. The kind of...
What are you thinking? Are you going to make a quick buck and own this? You don't even understand what the hell the subject is. So how can we even talk to you? So we're going to try to remedy this, realizing we could do it our own for probably 1/6 the price and do a much better job if we didn't have any outside heads to talk to.
Right.
And to do a better job, like say, if we're talking about a budget of, $3.5 million to do 6 shows or something.
Mm-hmm.
We could do 6 shows for $500,000.
Right.
And just boom, 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 and it'd be far better because we wouldn't have to answer to anybody.
So ultimately, that's probably going to be the option you'll have to take, and hopefully, I'll be in.
And the money might come,
Yeah.
but as I say, I'm talking about. To me, the great success of my life is not to score a media presence of any sort. That's never been a goal of mine. The goal would be to have a meaningful experience, as I'm alluding to. You know, I don't know that I've ever wanted to walk through a portal per se in a physical reference frame so I could say, here's the portal. Anybody can say they went through a portal. And there is a certain value if it's coherent. The main thing I have to offer my audience is coherency to the best of my ability, because people will offer all sorts of truths, but they don't offer coherency. And coherency is important.
Right.
Otherwise, it's just jabber. And so people will indulge in jabber. But in any case, I think we'll get somewhere here. And alluding to, back to Brendan Zoget, who I believe will be joining us any minute, is that all this has to do with the interference pattern that was unleashed as after I had made 3 broadcasts to my email list.
Yes.
From the Time Travel Education Center, sending out videos and notifications that I would be talking with Douglas Dietrich on his YouTube channel at 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time on August 11th. And after the second announcement, I believe it was after the second announcement, I received a notification from you that your YouTube channel was down. There was nothing on it.
Right.
I verified that. It was empty.
Yeah.
And what I told Douglas, and I will tell all of you, that when you have a YouTube channel and you have a video, you cannot take the video off. You can disable it. You can put it as listed, unlisted, or private. And if it's private, nobody can access it. But you can't erase it.
Right.
And the reason you can't erase it, I assume, is because if you put something on there that's untoward, that's anti-Semitic, that's anti-LGBT, or anti-anything that the current moral climate does not like, they can go back and nail you for it,
right.
Even though you've disabled it, and say you were a white supremacist or you wouldn't have done that video, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
The only ones I've tried to remove...
Peter, I got to correct you on that.
Right.
Peter, I have to correct you on that because you can actually erase videos that you have made. even if it's copyrighted material, that you yourself put under your own copyright, because I have taken a lot of videos of my own down.
Off of YouTube?
Yeah, you can't delete them.
Are they not there? I could not delete them. Now, I haven't tried in a couple of years.
Right.
Oh, okay. Mine aren't there.
Right.
Things might be different with the new video manager in YouTube, because they've updated it over the last several years. So now you can permanently delete videos from YouTube.
Right, but understand this. Both of you are right. What's been going on is, of course, the YouTube changes over years. But what never changes is the fact that, as Peter said, if you publish anything that's incriminating, you can delete it for all intents and purposes for yourself and for the general public. But YouTube maintains it as incriminating evidence if they need it. And so what YouTube has as its privilege is, because you're using their venue, they maintain everything you've ever produced as their own privilege in the case that they ever need to incriminate you in something. And that means that, yeah.
Does that mean that you could also call them to ask them to put things up that you might have deleted?
Well, that's essentially what happened with this episode. That was
maybe you should go into what happened, because and then later you can talk about why this what I had to say might be important to interfere with it. But so anyway, this got repaired, because people, as soon as I brought it up, the situation got repaired.
Right. That was an interesting belch. I presume that was not
either.
Peter.
I'm so sorry. I thought I was muted. I'm so sorry.
Oh my fucking God.
That's a belch.
I'm sorry, Peter. I'm so sorry.
Brendan has arrived.
Yes, Brendan has arrived. That was quite the notice of his arrival.
That's embarrassing.
So what I do want Brendan to talk about is a way to introduce this, and not to mutate his topic in any way, but to just kind of give people a general introduction. It's been recommended that I supplement myself with a very powerful antioxidant, because I self-administer a lot of Tylenol for my pain, and of course I've had multiple lung collapses, and I do have a scarred lung tissue from exposure to cyclosorine nerve gas, to which those lung collapses are collateral, those spontaneous pneumothoraces, the multiple events thereof. And also, as well, I tend to, because of my gastric rhinitis, my inability to tolerate solid food, because I'm partially hematophagic, not nearly as much so as my mother was, but certainly have an element of that, then I build up very thick mucus in response. So I have this phlegmatic production. All of this could be helped by NAC, NAC, which is an acronym for N-acetylcysteine, which as soon as I began to pursue this, I was informed by Brendan Zogit that they're outlawing it. And so this is something that it turns out that
they're attempting to regulate that.
Yes, and by regulate
out of existence, not even just
Thank you. Yes, to put this into perspective, it's so powerful a natural antioxidant that they use it in hospitals. And so this is something that is prescription level strength. And it turns out that it can prevent COVID-19. In other words, this is something very similar to the role that was played by HCQ, our hydroxychloroquine. And so as a result, they are knocking it out for that reason. So
arguably, it's better because it works synergistically with the body opposed to a drug that is coming in from the outside as like a poison.
Yes. So in other words, this is something that
it's more of a nutrient.
Right. Yeah. So your body takes this and then produces something good with it that helps you. And so, Peter, I mean, both of you need to kind of go into this a bit, and then I'll go into something after this is done and after our man Brendan takes his leave of us, because he has very little time with us. And the reason he's belching is because he's talking to us during lunch. He's actually eating. And one of the things that he recommended to me was something to replace the NAC. Thank God there is an alternative. And we don't want to necessarily broadcast that too much, or they'll start to shut down on that as well. Right. But
pretty much.
Yeah, but the thing that I do want to point out when Brendan is gone is that nigh the Yuletide of yesteryear, just last Christmas, I'll explain the fact that the biggest producer in the world of HCQ, or hydroxychloroquine, was my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, and their largest pharmaceutical factory producing the precursors for hydroxychloroquine was destroyed in a sabotage that blew it up. So that was something.
Yes, I actually recall that.
Yes, so I'll go into the details of that again once you take off for the evening. But so I wanted to bring that out, and I wanted to expose also, don't forget that vegetarians are immune to COVID-19 for all intents and purposes. Brendan will go a little bit into that and point out the fact that Hitler was a vegetarian and that he tried to explain all this to his mother. And you can tell us a bit about all this. And yes, you were very decisive. Brendan was able to, literally remove from administrative status Derek Talley, who was responsible for what happened with the channel and literally deleted all of its contents. But he did this in tandem with someone else who we will not name until next week. I want to make certain that this is the individual who was responsible for working in tandem with Derek Talley. But the significant thing is Derek Talley could have done this at any time before now. And the only reason he acted now was suddenly Peter Moon was bringing up the Montauk biorhythm. So his superiors, he always was an asset. His superiors are obviously operating in tandem with an occult agenda. So with that in mind, and of course, as I told Peter, Brendan, it's also an insult towards my ancestors, because this is also the Eve Day, not only of the Montauk biorhythm, but the Montauk biorhythm happens in direct accordance with what a lot of Americans understand as Japanese Halloween, or misunderstand as ghost season, which is the Japanese ancestors come to visit the living. And so this is an insult to my ancestors.
Do you know the Japanese term for it? Could you possibly remind me of it?
Oban.
Oban.
Yeah, so I'll go into detail about that after.
That's one of the most
important.
I would say for me that was the most. What would be the word the most what would be the word for it? I was more. For some reason, it's slipping my mind, but I was more having some writer's block here.
No worries. Block. No worries. We all have that
connection. I had more of a connection to that when I came to know of it.
Yes.
Especially the procession they have in Kyoto, where they light the different kanji characters up on the hillside, and the whole city's involved. And to me, that brought me back to perhaps a Japanese lifetime, where I was very connected to seeing that kind of ritual.
Yes. Yes, and I'll explain more about it tonight, and hopefully you'll be able to review it later at your leisure. But now that we have the gift of your presence for a number of minutes, please share with us everything that's been going on with yourself. And Peter may not be able to respond to you until after you leave, but you can always listen to his response later in the recording. I do want you to tell us some of the problems that you're having, and he may have some advice for that, because I know at this point in your life, it's you have this real feeling of being overwhelmed by not only your injuries that you're working with, but also the fact that you may never get any money back for this. I mean, is that the case?
We'll see. I mean, the way it's looking is I got to pay the chiropractor and the lawyer and all these people, and then I'm getting an MRI too, so that's going to cost money. So we'll see how much. According to the lawyer, it's there's enough money in it for me to get something, but you know how these people are. Yeah. By the end of it, I'll end up with $500 or something. Who knows?
Yeah.
What is this? Is over which incident?
Some lady pulled in front of me and totaled my car, and the accident was deemed as her fault, but I'm just going through the car accident attorney and all this different stuff, and I did sustain an injury, a back injury from it, and when the airbag hit me and stuff. So I'm
do you have an attorney?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Do you like the attorney? Is he any good?
Yes, he's the best one at that office, and that was told to me by multiple people, so it wasn't just he didn't say it, so I know it's probably true.
There will be a fixed amount that he can get, and he gets a percentage of that, and it's almost like a formula. It'll be more than $500,
right?
But the key thing, and the last time I spoke to, things change, but they don't like soft tissue damage. They like broken bones.
Yes.
So if you don't have broken bones, you don't get as much. So
right.
That's what the current problem has been. Although they're trying to, they used to
Right.
pay for soft tissue damage. They still
Well,
do.
what the chiropractor was saying was because it's a lower back issue that we like basically we have proof of it that it's connected to nerves and stuff that will actually supposedly get me more money because
Yes.
the lower back has a lot of nerves in it.
Yes.
So they were going after that part of the back because like my whole spine was misaligned, but they were saying the lower back is probably the best one to use as a like, you know, because it is affecting my work and stuff. Like after I'm on my feet for 8 hours, I could feel like the sciatica. And,
Well, yeah, but here we're talking about the legal bullshit.
yes, understood.
So basically, it sounds
I also told the lawyer about like psychological damage because it is like I really like it's not the same. Like driving for me is really not as it was.
well, that I'm sure. I mean, that's all justifiable.
Right.
But as I
Because
said,
like this kind of accident, it was like she came out of nowhere and it was just one of those that was like unavoidable and it was not fun. And now I'm like, I don't want to say I'm like sketched out to drive, but it's pretty hard to drive in like heavy traffic now because I'm just like worried that someone's just gonna do the same thing. And I had to like use my entire savings because originally I used my school money to buy my last car or to like pay into it. And then I had to use what I had left savings to get another car because my insurance, they paid out like the loan and that was it. Like I didn't get any money over that. So now I have to deal with all this. And then the finance company took the $1,000 from the service contract and I'm like having to argue with them to get it back. And they're saying, oh, like it's going to take weeks for us to calculate it when I have like on paper that I overpaid them, you know, so it's just frustrating. Unfortunate situation.
That's just stuff you have to deal with.
Yes.
But, I would imagine you will get a decent settlement, particularly if it was her fault.
Yeah.
Perhaps not great, but
enough to at least. I just need like what the money I put down on this car, and then I would be like at least square.
Well, hopefully more than that. Jesus Christ, for your troubles.
What's most important,
Yes.
well, of course, the whole idea of a lawsuit, there's certain things with personal injury, but it's like this person is legally liable to you because of the damage she did if she's at fault.
Yes.
So
They were 100%
the
at fault.
insurance company
That's
is there to shield her
Right.
from getting sued, and if she could be sued successfully, that's when they will defend her. They will
Yes.
defend her. So that's the whole logic of it. And of course, these people don't like to go to court.
Well, the idea is to get the money from her insurance company because it doesn't matter if you sue the person at fault. They can, the judge can deem that they owe millions of dollars. You'll never get a penny of it because you're considered responsible to hire the private detectives and the creditors to pursue them the rest of your life. And
Wow.
so you
It'll never get that far, but hope it sounds like you've got the right attorney. And
Right.
what's most important is that you properly heal physiologically and psychologically from
And
this.
that was like I guess the one benefit is that I'm getting like chiropractic work that I needed. Because like if I didn't get the chiropractor, like I wouldn't have been able to work possibly. Because it was misaligned for a good amount of time, like at least a month or two, to the point where it was like unfunctional.
Which vertebrae were misaligned?
It's like the T6 center back and then the lower like sciatic, the sacral and the lower vertebrae.
From which we get the term sciatica and sciatic nerve and shit. Yeah. So, but by the way, you asked me to read that article that was at the bottom of the link for the glutathione. Was that the one about how the social isolation causes us to stress out and have these kinds of the need for the antioxidants to help?
Oh no, but that's definitely part of it. I was talking about like the actual benefits of it.
Okay.
I figured it would trigger your beauty, your diva side, and like
Understood.
about, like,
Oh, yeah, that's definitely appreciated, and it's exactly what was said about the Lipo C as well. But to get back
right.
to where we were, I do want to emphasize the importance of what was brought to my attention with all of this is just the sheer. It's Peter Moon had a post on his own timeline about how Dr. Fauci is trying to promote a pill that will be used to preempt COVID-19, and this is essentially the role that is filled by the natural organic NAC that they're going to outlaw. And
Well,
yes.
basically the FDA declared it as a drug, and so they can use it, but no one else can. Basically, is what they're saying.
What
And
was
so they-
before it was a drug, Brendan? Before it was.
It was called NAC,
Yes,
and acetylcysteine.
thank you.
It's like
that sounds like a drug to me. I mean, just because it's a chemical.
It's an amino acid.
It's an
something
amino
that the
acid, but
body
it's a
makes.
natural.
It's a protein.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
it's a specific-
it's a very let's put it this way, it's a variant of the amino acid that's widely used specifically as an antidote for Tylenol overdoses, like when people try to kill themselves with Tylenol. And but it's not really a drug. It's basically a how could I call it? It's very simply a nutritional supplement that's very natural. It's an antioxidant.
It's an antioxidant.
This, Douglas, it says here, it says N-acetylcysteine, NAC, 600 milligrams, 100 coated caplets, $8.24 from pipingrock.com. Is this the same thing?
It's still, you can still buy it, but Amazon removed most of their things. You have to go through other suppliers, and they're in the process of declaring it a drug, so it's going to be harder to get here in the United States.
But you can still get it from Canada, though.
You could, easily, actually.
So just so you understand this for our listeners, it's an acetylated variant of the amino acid L-cysteine.
Yes.
So that's that then your body takes it and uses that to produce the good shit, which is the tell them what it is, Brendan, the
it's called glutathione.
Glutathione. Thank you.
Glutathione is basically the
this
master
stuff
antioxidant.
neutralizes COVID, the COVID phenomenon.
Yeah, tell them about that.
Oh yeah, I mean they found it like beyond effective. Like it basically repairs if there's any lung damage. It can actually like pull the free radicals from the lungs, and that's like what the body would use if the body's healthy. Which is why I always stress like if people are healthy, the immune system can work. It has functions or mechanisms. So the glutathione in your liver is what's called a master antioxidant. And so if any kind of damage is done to the body, this glutathione can be sent from the liver. So if you have any liver damage, that's the first thing that gets hit is your antioxidant recycling ability. And so that will cause the most damage actually from diseases. And, if you're going to get any kind of stuff like that later. So that's where it comes in with COVID is if your lungs are damaged and your body is unable to create its own glutathione, then you give someone that, and that increases the chance of survivability and all this. And that's like clinically studied. It's not just me saying it like some crazy vitamin guy.
No, they use it in hospitals for that fucking reason. This is how powerful it is.
And I would say, this is my opinion, I'm not a doctor, but it's more effective than HQ or even the most recent one that Fake Chi was saying. Talking about
Fake Chi, Fauci. Yeah, he goes to Fake Chi. I love that.
Well, okay, this is why, because I don't even trust these people. And I was listening to a doctor from before. He's like some dude from Texas A&M. He's like a big doctor, big wig. He was saying that none of those people on TV have ever treated a single COVID patient. And you can look this up. I mean, like, that's a fact. Like, so he was saying his protocol is different than what they're saying because he's treated like thousands of patients with COVID. So there's like a discrepancy there.
It's all about Brendan. It's all about narrative. It has nothing to do with science.
Exactly.
Narrative.
And then let me tell you this real quick, Peter. His name, like if you look at Fauci, I looked this up and you could find this online. If you look at Fauci, the name Fauci, it means basically in Latin or Italian, it's like a pun, and it means misleading mouth. It literally means that. Like, you can look this up and find it online. And it wasn't even on a conspiratorial site. It was on an etymology site. The name Fauci means misleading mouth, and it's like it basically means like big mouth in Italian. It's like a pun. It's like some kind of pun. So it's like, it makes me wonder, like, are these people even real? Are their names real? Like, who are these people?
Yes,
so
and it's
questions arise.
They can get away with saying anything.
Yeah, and his name literally means that. It's like a pun on words in Italian, or it's a word pun, that's very
profound. That's profound, and I think
super suspicious.
Yeah, that's profound, and I think it's quite relevant. And
anyone who speaks Italian or like Latin, even French, I think "chi" means mouth. I mean, or "foul" or something. One of those mean mouth, like, for sure.
Right, Jameson, tell us about how briefly how your friendship broke up because of Fauci.
Oh, yeah. I was criticizing him, saying, he just left regular people to die by just trying to, tell healthcare workers to wear a mask and saying fuck everyone else. And the guy who I befriended, he just became furious.
And broke up with you, essentially.
And, and I'm glad it happened. I'm glad it happened, because I realized ever since I left that friendship behind, I've been much more free to pursue things I enjoy, rather than sitting there and listening to him ramble on about how his good old days were.
Right.
Yes.
As if I give a fuck how many women he screwed, and, I mean, seriously.
Like pre-COVID land, or just in general? Like,
in general.
This had to be before you knew me very well. I mean, you must have been following me at the time, but
I was following you, and that was one of the reasons why I was able to criticize Fauci.
Right.
And that's when the last summer, and that's when everything broke down. And after the death of the dog, who was really the real glue between me even bothering with this guy, because I had such a bond with the dog that died. That after the dog died, everything, I just said, fuck this guy. Why am I friends with him?
Right. So
that's almost noble. I feel it.
Right, and deeply appreciate it. So
well, that dog is still with me, because I did ingest some of its ashes. So
interesting. Okay.
Oh wow.
Fauci's and Google Translate in both Italian and Romanian, it means jaws.
Yes, exactly. But the site I found, it was saying that it's archaic, but it was used as a pun, as like big mouth, big jaw.
No, that's the vernacular you gave us. Yeah.
Yes. So it's like, if you're Italian, you say that to someone, it means like you're a liar. So it's very suspicious, I'd say.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's the guy's
it's
very
like calling
name.
someone jaws, like in English it would be like you're flapping your jaw or something.
Well, it would be like in English, what they would say is he's got the mouth, and that would be said in the most negative sense. Yeah, it's the man with
super
the mouth.
negative connotation. Yeah.
So
I thought that was super sus.
I think that exposes quite a bit. It tells us, but go on with what else. So tell us a bit about the vegetarianism has been proven as well to make people effectively immune to COVID, and of course,
yeah, exactly. Statistically, and all of that. Like, I sent you the article, Douglas, that out of even the hospitalized patients, the worst of the worst, the ones that survived with no complications were 100% vegetarian, every single one, or vegan. And so for me, that just proves that, like, if people just ate cleaner and had like more consciousness of like what they were eating and stuff, like, you wouldn't even have to worry about any virus, like, let alone one. So vegetarians do have better ability to defend against COVID. That's a fact, scientifically and otherwise. And I'm like living proof of that as well.
Right, because you've never had any vaccination, and tell Peter how you're against the mRNA vaccinations because they effectively change your DNA. I think that's your stance, right?
I mean, I have multiple reasons for it. It's just mostly you don't need it. Like, you don't need it. There's plenty of natural remedies, and if you just take care of your body, or if people in general, and this is of course assuming a lot, but if people just took care of themselves, then the repercussions from something like that would not be deadly at all. And I think that's where, and they're saying, oh, you got to take it for public health. Well, the real public health is telling people to eat healthy and take care of themselves. That's the real, why aren't they saying like, oh, before you join this company, you have to lose 100 pounds, you know, like, so if they can force vaccine, how come they can't force that, you know?
Oh, they do in security,
Get rid
but
of junk food and get rid of junk food. And
yeah, no junk food, no McDonald's. Like, they need to hit at those people, hit at the people making Coca-Cola instead of forcing vaccination. I mean, they need to hit at those people like, oh, you can't make, you know, people eat McDonald's and then say the vaccine's going to save you. I mean, that's not okay. Like,
well, it's not okay, but you can do that. But that doesn't make it right. The one thing that I can say is certainly as someone who is a downfire or of enough of the vampiroid genetics in myself, I can say that I do approve of the majority of humanity going vegetarian because, you know, it's like grain-fed meats. It just makes better food for me. But by all means, continue with what you were saying. But obviously, my biological father, Adolf Hitler, certainly knew something. He was way ahead, way ahead of the game on that.
Right, and that's why I was complaining to you, Douglas. I was like, if he only won, because then we would all be vegetarian, or at least the majority of people would be more accepting of it, and he would, you know, it was more focused on like fitness, you know, and I'm not including all the negative aspects. I'm just saying, like, as a joke, you know, like we would be in much better shape to fight any kind of sickness.
You know, don't even need to qualify it. The only thing you need to qualify would be to say that if he had prevailed on the surface world is the way to say that, and then explain the fact that we would live in a much cleaner, much more hygienic, much more healthy world, etc. You don't need to defend it and say, you know, all the negative or whatnot, because fuck that. I mean, I'm so sick of dealing with that bullshit.
At this point, the situation is worse than Nazi. I mean, I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
It's worse than Nazi.
It's
situation,
worse than
the
negative.
world that we're in.
It's worse than the negative that they
and
I'm
in front of my work and I don't care. I'll say it. Like, the situation we're in right now is more oppressive than any Nazi regime would ever be.
Thank you.
So
thank you.
This is where we're at.
I mean, the results are far worse than anything negative they project on Nazism and its manifestation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. That's the way.
But
to
yes,
say it.
I have to go back in. But I appreciate you letting me on. And
oh God, anything else you want to tell us before you go back in? There must be some other things you need to bring to our attention.
Yeah, quickly. While I'm walking back, I was gonna say to connect with your topic of the night, the biorhythm.
Yes.
During this time, the 11th through the 14th, which is the same time you guys gave for the biorhythm, the Perseid meteor shower is happening, and it peaks during this time.
Tell us.
And so the Perseid meteor shower has some of the most beautiful, brightest, best fireballs of the year. Yeah. And the other night I was watching them, and there were rainbows, like rainbow-colored fireballs, like streaks, green streaks, like beautiful colors.
Yes.
And I just wanted to bring out a little bit of the mythology, like. You have Perseus was an ancient Greek hero, of course, and he was the child of Zeus, and Danae, which is actually the Vedic connection to that, the goddess Danae, which is where you get the word the Danube River is named after her, and this is how it connects to the Vedic. Is there's a goddess called Danu, the water goddess, and she was a goddess in the Vedic Trinity, or in the Vedic world, before even some of the more recent goddesses like Lakshmi and Saraswati. So she was an ancient goddess of the Vedic times. So that's the same being that is the mother of Perseus. And the connection to Perseus also he was cast off in a basket. Just like Moses, the Moses story, he was also the same exact story as Karna, which is a character in Mahabharata, a very important character in the Mahabharata, as well as Osiris. So there's a connection between all of those things as far as mythology. And and Perseus, of course, was the one who fought the Gorgon, like Medusa, and all of that. So, are you guys still hearing me?
Oh, yes. Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, and he was also the father of Heracles. And so if you go into the night sky and you see the whole story unfolds in front of you. You have Perseus, the star constellation, next to Ophiuchus, the serpent bearer. You have Satis, the sea serpent. Then you have Draco on the opposite side. and those relate to Vedic deities as well, Rahu Ketu, the lunar nodes, and as well as that, you have let's see, let's see.
Are you looking something up on the phone? Just curious.
Oh no, I have my notes here.
Okay.
But basically, you have Cassiopeia and her father as well. So if you look into the stars, you can see all these, the entire story unfold. If anyone's curious, but I have to go back. I'm probably a bit late, so.
Well, we love you dearly, and
Much love.
your new job is what? You're working at that oxygen bar or something?
Oh no. It's a natural grocery store.
Okay.
So it's more organic stuff.
Oh,
I get a
thank
discount
God.
on supplements if you're interested.
Oh, good.
But I'll talk
Of
to you
course.
about that later.
Yes, do
Yeah.
tell us.
Okay.
Bye
All right.
for now.
Much love, everybody. Thank you again.
Yes. Well,
Good
we
night.
love you
Bye,
dearly.
Brendan.
Thank you. And that was wonderful. And also, I want to bring Salman on for a moment now because we were talking about, of course, the convergence of everything and the biorhythms. I want Salman to tell us a bit about the month of Muharram and that we are still in the beginning of the new Islamic year. And this is the second holiest month for the Muslim community. Of course, Muhammad, peace be upon him, is considered to be the last prophet sent to mankind. And so this is called Muharram, which transliterates as the sacred month of Allah. And the Islamic lunar calendar, also called the Hijri calendar, essentially. It starts after the sighting of the moon, and the year, like the Gregorian calendar, has 12 months, but either 354 or 355 days, depending on lunation, which brings us about 11 less days than those of the solar calendar. And so this year, the Islamic New Year began yesterday, and it brought upon us Hijri 1443. And so you will let our man Salman tell us a little bit about the significance of this year and its special significance to Shia Muslims. I'm sure he knows a little bit about that at least. And yeah, I'll hand the stage over to our man, Mr. Salman Sheikh, for a bit. Who will?
Yes, Brother Douglas. I was laughing earlier when they translated Fauci's name, when Peter translated Fauci's name, and it came up as Jaws. And that reminded me of Aquino's perspective, how he wanted to write from the perspective of the shark.
Right. Well, that was actually the joke that was made by a very astute gentleman on Facebook because he had rewritten what was it? The Tolkien from the viewpoint of the Sauron, the evil entity. Yeah, that's what he had done. He had rewritten everything from the viewpoint of the dark elves and the darkness, and that's why this one guy on Facebook said, "Oh, I can't wait until he rewrites Jaws from the perspective of the shark," which actually would have been a much more neutral perspective, more organic. But anyhow, by all means, go on.
Yeah, so in terms of this year, 1443, it comes up to 12 and simplified to 3. And in terms of the aspect of trusting the process, and what a lot of the Sufi sheikhs and imams tell us, that this year you basically reflect on your actions of the previous year, what you could have done better, did better, thought better, or did for others in terms of the almsgiving and charity, and the aspect of being a better believer in the Tawheed, the oneness of Allah. And what can you do to help mankind, help your family, like those kind of things. So it's basically a time of reflection, how at the time of this Hijri, when it started, almost like a little over 1400 years ago, that when the Prophet, peace be upon him, and his companions were being persecuted, what did they do? They didn't lose their faith. They kept their faith and they kept going. They believed in their mission, and they were able to be successful in it. Yes, there were obstacles, but what path doesn't have that? But that's what this reflection is teaching us when the new year starts, is think about your actions before, think about what's going to come ahead, and just reflect on that and continue to strengthen your faith and prayer. Just like how our brother Douglas Dietrich in the month of Muharram, his channel got attacked. And it's the same way that the Prophet, peace be upon him, and his companions were attacked. Douglas is having the same exact issue in the same exact month when this tradition actually started. So it's important that these cycles do repeat themselves, and why we must reflect on what the teachings of these messengers reflect upon us. And in terms of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, being the last prophet, there's a verse in the Holy Quran in Surah Baqarah, which is the second surah, and the last two verses that says that we make no distinctions between any messengers. And this is the perspective of God, meaning that even though he was the seal of the prophets and the final prophets, that there would be teachers that would come after him that would reiterate the same message in many ways, and also to give credence to the son of Mary, Christ, Moses, Musa, Solomon, Suleiman, peace be upon them all, is to give credence to all of their messages in terms of that oneness, that there is truth in all paths. And in order to find that truth, you must have that open heart and open mind, to have that aspect of the Tawheed, like the Sufi master Ibn Arabi, who taught the aspect that about the perfect being experiencing itself through its creations, that I was a hidden treasure that wanted to be known. And that's why you always have the aspect of the human heart, and why that's where you find God, and why the human heart is always under attack. If you see the Sufi symbol, you will always see the human heart with the wings on it and the Islamic crescent and moon in it. And basically the human heart is what connects us to each other in terms of our empathy, our feelings for one another, and why it's under attack right now with the desensitization that we have in movies, video games, and other aspects of violence, where we're taught to not respect each other, and there's this aspect of not feeling empathy if you see anybody in pain, and why this is actually being perpetuated by the agents of chaos in this age of chaos that we're in the aspect of the 2020s. And that's why this is important, that 1443, you reflect upon what happened this last year and these last 2 years, when the world completely got turned upside down and life as we know it, as quote unquote normal, is not there anymore. And it seems like it's not going away anytime soon. Even in my home country of Pakistan, it's more stricter than here now, where they're actually finding people who are not getting vaccinated, and you can't go to school, operate businesses, you can't do anything. So this is not just an American issue where the people here are believing that their rights are under attack. It's a global order that's taking place right now in the post-2020 world. And there will be adjustments every time there is a change or anything new that comes onto the human realm. They're always resistant to change. And that's another aspect of this year, Brother Douglas, that it tells you that both good and bad, the aspect of benevolence and evil, and the aspect of challenges and rewards and growth all come from that one creator. So embrace it. Embrace whatever comes, because we wouldn't be who we are today if it wasn't for our difficult times and the lessons that we learned, and all the people that we were meant to see, places that we were meant to go, things that we were meant to do, like what Brother Peter teaches us about fate and synchronicity and those things, that things will happen for you. So that's another aspect of this this year, that it's teaching us that always have faith. The aspect of maktub, the word maktub in Arabic meaning fate, that just trust that your presence will always be at the right place at the right time. Now, this morning, I was at a coffee shop near my home, which is owned by a Filipino woman. She recently opened it, and I always go there and I support her, because I always like to see these people that are working hard to make ends meet, and always good to support local businesses. And there was an Irish woman there, and she looked at me and she said, from my intuitive Irish senses, the witchy sense, she said, you're here on this world for a reason. And I thanked her for that. I had a nice conversation with her. And it just goes to show you that there are people who will recognize your soul. They will recognize who you are, and they will support you on this endeavor, which reminds me of the story when I was reading The White Bat by our brother Peter Moon, that Romanian woman who recognized him and gave him a hug. She recognized his benevolence in his soul and his spirit. And just like with you, Brother Douglas, that there will always be those that recognize you, that honor you, appreciate you, help you. And that's another aspect of this year that's reminding us, is that don't worry which enemies in front of you or behind you. Even if they got you cornered and they're digging holes on all corners, they're eventually going to fall into their own holes. Like whatever the enemy tries to do against you, you're still here. Douglas Dietrich is still here doing his thing, and he's being supported by the people that he loves and those that love him in return. Now, the aspect of the Ashura, which is coming up, which
Yes.
is celebrated not just in Shiism or the Ismailis, but also the Sunni aspects, where they mourn when the grandsons of the Prophet Muhammad were basically slain in battle. And that's why the Shias always mourn when they're beating themselves, because a lot of the elementals of the Shia leadership at that time were responsible for their deaths. So they say, now we're going to punish ourselves until the day of judgment, that every time Ashura comes up. Now, you've probably seen videos and pictures of the guys that are beating themselves with the blades until they're bloody. And that's basically their penance, that it was our leadership at that time that was responsible for, for Hassan and Hussein, that we were responsible for their murders. And that's why they're basically punishing themselves until the day of judgment. Now, if you ask a Sufi or a Sunni, they say that that's haram. You're not supposed to do that, because when you ask for forgiveness from the Most High, he forgives you, because in the Islamic sense, how a mother loves her child so much that she will always find a way to excuse him. So in the Islamic point of view, God loves you 70 times more than the love of a mother. So the Sunni and Sufi perspective, which I follow, it tells you just do the right thing, ask Allah for forgiveness, and try to do right by humanity, no matter which race or religion you're dealing with. Just try to be a decent human being at the end of the day, and follow what your faith is teaching you in your conduct. But the Shias take it on a different level, where they beat themselves, and they're more aggressive in that sense. And most people don't know that the majority of the U.S. casualties that took place in Iraq and Afghanistan were from Shia militants, because of
Yes.
how aggressive they can be.
Yeah.
So that's just even with the Iranian sense, with the Iranian front that's in this proxy war against the West, those are majority Shia elements, and even the Assassin's Brotherhood,
Yes.
they are aspects of the Shia element as well.
Yes.
So the Shias were always known as this aggressive mindset, and they were always known to be aggressive since day one. And some of them are in very powerful positions. I know in Pakistan, the Ismaili community, who are descendants of the assassins and Hassan Saba, the old man of the mountain, they're in very powerful positions, not just in Pakistan, but in Canada, in America, and a lot of the Shias that are in charge in Pakistan. So there is a hidden power structure which makes them, basically, I've seen them in very prominent positions, one, and number two, they're very aggressive in terms of the agenda that they want to put out there. So it's very interesting to see their perspective, because this sheikh that I speak to in Australia, that always, whenever I mention Douglas Dietrich, he always says that, yeah, he's telling the truth about all of this, and he vindicates Douglas's character as well. So this guy also comes from the Shia tradition, and I always enjoy learning from his perspective, because in the Quran, it tells you that it doesn't tell you to be a Sufi, a Sunni, or a Shia. It just tells you to believe in the oneness of God and the message of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and all of the prophets, including the second coming of Christ, peace be upon him, and all of those things, which makes you the believer. It's the human element after the death of these leaders that kind of twisted things in their own way in terms of the interpretation about Imam Ali and the rightly guided caliph. And that's what Ashura is, that for those that are listening, those that you see on TV or on the news that are beating themselves with blades until they're a bloody mess are from the Shia element. And now you know why they do what they do.
Right. And that's so important. I want people to understand that Ashura will be next Wednesday. So 1 week from tonight, we'll be
Yes.
talking a little bit about it again. But just in, basically so people understand, if they want to look up what our man Salman Sheikh was speaking about historically, it was in the year 680 AD. And that was on the 10th day of Muharram that Imam Hussein, the Prophet's grandson, along with 70 of his companions, including several family members, was martyred in the Battle of Karbala. And some records show that 72 associates of Imam Hussein were killed in that battle, and therefore the Shia Muslims mourn the martyrdom of Imam Hussein for the first 10 days of Muharram. And so as for the other aspects of the month of Muharram, it is also known as Muharram al-Haram, and maybe Salman can tell us a bit about the redundancy there, why that repetition is in that term. But the thing that I want to emphasize is that if the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, were to speak on his own behalf, he would probably tell us, in fact, I would be certain, I would lay my soul on the altar, that he would say that far less important than he and his associates, whom our man Salman can tell us why they were referred to as the Sahabas, even though they were forced to leave the city of Mecca, the birthplace of the Prophet and of Islam itself. I think he would emphasize the fact that far more important than he and the Sahabas being persecuted was the fact that they were stopped from spreading the message of Islam. And that is what happened with the emptying of all content from my channel. By the way, I want people to understand that when the channel was emptied of content, this was permanent. Everything was completely deleted. It was only from the records of what YouTube maintains for the sake of evidence against you, if they ever needed it, that we were able to get them to reinstate the content of the channel. And as our man Salman can attest, the channel itself was not taken down. It simply was emptied of all content. So it wasn't that YouTube, basically said, we're going to shut it down. What happened was more complicated than that. And this was in a team effort by Derek Talley and another person who I will not name until next week. But it was not the usual suspects. And,
I have a question with regards to this person you won't name.
Yeah.
That was all prior to my postings, of my recent postings of the people in Japan.
Yes, the Jewish people in Japan. Interestingly enough, I'm sure that might, I thought of that, and we'll go into that, and as soon as Salman is finished, or very shortly thereafter. But take your time, Salman, and tell us a bit about the repetition of that term, Muharram al-Haram, and the Sahabas, why that term, what it means, and give us a little bit about the background of that, and also you can elucidate, take further what I've said. That far more important was this is what was done to me, very similar. Not that I'm in any way likening myself to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, in any egotistical sense, but this was the similar kind of intent, was to stop the spreading of the message. It was to stop the message from being spread. Now that and so take it from there, Salman. You can put all this into perspective for us.
Yeah, that's what was interesting to me, Brother Douglas, is that in all my years of using YouTube since like 2007, since YouTube was like fairly new at that time, from then up until now, I never seen anything like that, where all of a sudden you get attacked like that, and all of your years of content and education and streams, everything just gets wiped overnight, which reminded me that it was interesting that it took place in the month of Muharram, which in the aspect of the Prophet, peace be upon him, the same aspect where he was not being allowed to spread his message. And then that's when they had went to Ethiopia, where the Orthodox Christians had given them refuge. And that's why we always have that spiritual connection as well with myself and Brother Douglas, as an Orthodox Christian and as a Muslim, that we always have that love and brotherhood with each other, and which also relayed the treaty of the covenant with the monks of St. Catherine Monastery, which tells Muslims that you have to defend Christians as your brothers and sisters and defend their faith and defend what their message is. So that's what I'm doing here with Brother Douglas. And the aspect of the Muharram being repeated, it's like in Arabic, it's just the way the language is set up. So it's a repetition of words, and you will always have that repetition. Like when they say my name, they would always say my father's name, which would make my last name come up 2 times.
Interesting.
So
yes.
It's the way just the tradition is set up sometimes, where let's say you have Umar ibn Khattab, one of the companions of the Prophet, and his father's name gets brought up, and each time they would refer to him where they would refer to his full name and then say his name again, and that would basically bring this language up again, because this is a tradition in that part of the world which has existed since Gilgamesh. Like when they translated those tablets, they would realize that every time Gilgamesh would speak to somebody, he would repeat the same things over and over again. And that's just the same tradition that has passed on to that land, where you basically reiterate that I am Salman Sheikh, son of, so on and so on. And that gets brought up so and so wherever you go and introduce yourself in that part of the world.
That's very similar to the Japanese. It's very emphatic and it's very respectful. In other words, it is respect taken to an extreme, where you show your place in the world. So your place is within context. You are always within context of your father and or the people before you. That's very important. And the other term before we bring back Peter again, the Sahabas, the significance of that term, please.
Yes, the Sahabas are basically the companions of the Prophet, peace be upon him, who assisted him in battle and spreading his message. And then there was a time when there was 313 Sahabas with the Prophet, including the troops that they had, and they were able to defeat the Meccan army of 10,000 soldiers. And it's basically a story of miracle. And on top of that, the Sahabas, the Sufi sheikhs, are known to have witnessed seeing the Prophet, peace be upon him, and the Sahabas in their waking state, like even after their lifetimes, meaning that there are, it's like equivalent to saints in Christianity, where they're always there to help the being spread the message of love, light, happiness, and what the aspect of the tasks that they were giving you in terms of the trials and tribulations that will lay ahead of you. Now, there's a story of this Sufi sheikh from West Africa, and he was in such a state of, ecstasy in his love for the God and the Prophet, that he saw the Sahabas and the Prophet come to him in the mosque when he was praying and tell him, are you ready to accept the trials and tribulations of the Prophet, peace be upon him, that he's bestowing upon you? And that at that time, that country was under French colonialism. And he said, yes, I'm ready. And then right after that, he walked outside and the French had arrested him. And he had went through so many years of imprisonment and just being put down for his message. And eventually, he gained the respect of the French when the French themselves rewarded him the Legion of Honor. And he said, I don't want that, because I did it for the love of God and his Prophet and his companions and Sahabas, peace be upon them. So they're basically described not just as companions during that era, they're also described as these spiritual transcendental beings that can appear to you at any time, just like how angels appear to you to guide you. And it's just a way that it's like a very esoteric and mystical system that these companions and these basically these brothers of the Prophet are also teaching us another message, that we are all in this together. No one can get into this world or to their destination without the aspect of give and take. We're all walking each other home, just like how Christ had his disciples, Moses had his tribe, the Prophet has his Sahabas and companions. We too are emphasized on the aspect of brotherhood and unity, that wherever destination you're trying to achieve in your life, you won't be able to get there by yourself. There's going to be some kind of a method that will open up, which will take you to the right people who will take you under their wing, and then they'll take you where you're meant to be. You can't get to where you want just by yourself. There's an aspect of fate and this collective unity that's been set up. That's why the Sufi says that the perfect being is trying to understand itself as a hidden treasure through these different people. So it's basically one being just helping its own self out and dealing with these different avatars and just basically guiding it to the destination that it's meant to, for everyone who has their own individual journey in this life. So the importance of the Sahabas is that wherever destination you're trying to achieve, you have to basically have faith in those around you, and that the right people will come to you to help support your message, just like how it couldn't be a perfect example of what Brother Douglas went through recently with his channel being attacked in Muharram, and how
Yes.
he has his Sahabas with Team Dietrich that are helping him, his companions against the enemy and the agents of chaos. So it's very interesting. On top of the biorhythm happening, which is the aspect of Independence Day for Pakistan coming up on August 14th, and it just goes to show you that the right things do happen at the right time. And I'm amazed by the synchronicity of Team Dietrich and the Sahabas and Brother Douglas's message of how important it is for us to keep the faith and know that no matter what the enemy uses against us, against yourself, Brother Douglas, against Peter, JMO, myself, or anybody on Team Dietrich, ultimately our message will succeed, because look at what they went through in terms of their persecution. And now we're still talking about them today in the post-2020 world, meaning that they achieved their mission and we're still honoring their memory. And that's the best thing that you can achieve in one's lifetime. So I'm grateful for you and to be your companion on this journey as well in our fight against the darkness and those that want to destroy humanity.
Yes, that's beautiful. God bless you. And again, I cannot overemphasize this fact that Salman Sheikh has observed the fact that when the attack happened, which was yesterday, understand that the Muslim New Year that essentially began on the 9th at night, because it's a lunar calendar. So it begins with the lunation. So it began at night on the 9th, and then the day itself was actually yesterday. So it was yesterday on the actual New Year's Day on the Islamic calendar when we entered this 1443rd year after that that exodus, that pursuit from Mecca of Muhammad, the Prophet, and his supporters, that they attacked myself. And that adds to the level of insult. It adds to the insult, which we will take as a compliment, but it adds to the insult against that of my ancestors on the eve day of the beginning of the ancestors returning home to that, against the Prophet Muhammad himself, peace be upon him, as an attack on this day that he was persecuted in order to stop this message. And that means this message is as important to this age as his message was to all ages. And does that make sense, Salman?
Yes, that's absolutely perfect. And see, that's when those that are trying to understand who Douglas Dietrich is, what calamities he dealt with in his lifetime, what persecution he dealt with in his lifetime, and especially the dark characters you have dealt with in your lifetime. Most people have to understand that perspective. And even with myself, whoever I talk to and spread this message of Douglas Dietrich and critical omissions, your character is always vindicated, Brother Douglas, in terms of all the years of knowledge and information that you have shared, whether it's with the Sufi Sheikh or the different people that I speak to. Douglas Dietrich is telling humanity the truth. He's educating us, and there's a reason why he's our Vulcan interventionist, and why it's on us collectively as the team, not just whoever's on the team, but all humanity in general, that you take this information seriously at a pivotal time where we're at a crossroads on the survival of our species to decide what kind of future are you choosing for your children, your grandchildren, and those that will come after you. And this is basically because everything happens in an occult nature by the enemy that we're dealing with. So what's happening is that they're using this lunar calendar, which also at the same time the Father's Day in Taiwan was being emphasized as well. So they're insulting Douglas on that front as well in terms of his heritage and his background, that attacking him on a day of the Islamic New Year, which you have been informed of its history, on top of the Father's Day aspect, and why they're insulting him on that regard as well. But they can do what they want, as like I always say, they always fall into their own hole. We're still here doing what we do. And the Sufi Sheikh is very excited that we're going to do part 2 for the H.P. Lovecraft as well, because the first one was very amazing. And again, even myself in the Islamic world, I did not know half of this information that I learned from Brother Douglas Dietrich, even myself being from the Sufi tradition. So it goes to show you why he's such a threat to the enemy and why is he attacked so much and why we need to support him financially, morally, in whatever capacity you can. But it's the intent that matters, that you stand behind this message, or tomorrow is not promised to any of us.
Yes. Thank you so much. And with that, Peter will rejoin us. And that was beautiful. I'm so glad we could share that while Peter was with us. And Peter, were you able to finish the remainder of what I was saying about the Japanese Ministry of Magic before tonight's program? Or if not, don't worry about it. I'm sure you'll finish it before.
I haven't finished it. I have not finished it. I didn't listen anymore after we spoke today.
Oh, no worries. I'm sure you'll finish it before the next time we're on, which will be, we'll have a while now. We've got, this is the easier part of the week coming up is when I actually have some time is after the Wednesday program. And I'm sure, we won't be back on till Sunday. And that will be the day after what will be one of many Chinese Valentine's Days. This is, granted, one of the more important Chinese Valentine's Days that's coming up on Saturday. And that's one reason that I couldn't do the interview with our dear friend Penny Bradley, who went out of her way to leave a message for Peter Moon that what he said in the beginning, the information he gave was very important. And I'm certain when I look in the chat, we're going to find a lot of reaffirmation about that. Many people brought up books that you have spoken of. One gentleman was talking about, I think it was Marcus Griggs, was talking about Transylvanian Sunrise in particular. But certainly one of the things that Peter had alluded to was he published a photograph fairly recently, and it was of some of these Japanese Jews. And of course, we were bringing up different aspects of Japanese Judaism. And to tell you the truth, this is something that is not only known by the American occultists and something that the American occultists did their best, the anti-God occultists, to try and destroy. They tried to target and destroy the Japanese people as a whole, as some of the true descendants of the lost tribes of Israel. Certainly one of the lost tribes of Israel indisputably relocated into Japan, because that's what changed the entire Japanese culture. It went from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age within a single century. And there is no explanation for that other than the transposition of the Jewish culture at that time, which also introduced elements of the Hebrew culture and divinity and language to the Japanese. But when it came to this kind of facts being exposed by myself, and we only alluded to it ever so vaguely in the book, but we'll probably go deeper into it within either an expanded edition or within one of the books to follow. In fact, inescapably one of the books to follow. I'm sure we'll go into it. But it's the fact that this Judaism of Japan is far more real and far more relevant than the Judaism of Israel, which is simply originally started with a bunch of atheistic socialists. And you can look this up. The state of Israel was an atheistic socialist commune state. It was not at all religious. It was anti-religious as you could get. And these were all rejectés, the évêques from Eastern Europe. And so these people were, as was exposed by a Jewish person himself who wrote the book, The 13th Tribe. And this is a man whose scholarship has never been in question. And I'm trying to remember the author's name. But,
Arthur Kessler.
Thank you. Arthur Kostler. Yes, I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Thank you so much. Arthur Kostler, of course, was himself of Jewish descent. And he exposed the fact that the people of Israel aren't Jewish at all. They're, if anything, they're Turkic in ethnicity. And these are all people from Eastern Europe who were descended from the Khazar. And this was, of course, considered a grave misdeed by many Jewish people, because they propagandized very heavily, certainly did at the time, on Israel being, the true Jews, and that they were returning to reclaim the homeland. Well, if anyone had a far better claim to that, it would be the Japanese. And this is why, of course, the Israelis co-opted with the Americans to create the virus that took out not only the industrial control systems in the Iranian nuclear power plants, but took out the industrial control systems which controlled all the safety mechanisms at Fukushima Daiichi. And this was, of course, the same Stuxnet. And Stuxnet was designed by the Israelis and the Americans in cooperation. And so when they took out all they did at Iran, the Stuxnet was also infested into the Japanese facilities and their nuclear complex, which, of course, Fukushima Daiichi, the word Daiichi in Japanese, Fukushima is the location, Daiichi means big one. Dai means big, greater, and Ichi is just the number one. It was called Big One because it was a cluster of multiple nuclear power plants. They had industrial control systems manufactured in Germany, the best in the world, and those were what were in effect at Iran. And it's Siemens ICS, or Industrial Control Systems, and they controlled all the safety mechanisms. And you have to shut down the safety mechanisms, or, of course, the reactor won't go into meltdown. So that's what they did, was deactivate all the safety mechanisms via taking out the industrial control systems through Stuxnet in Iran. And they did this by just infecting the personal computers first, which were easy enough to attack. And they got that into the people's hard drives, which were external. And then they took the work home, then they brought their work back to work. And when they put their little removable hard drives into the work computers, that's how the Stuxnet got into the industrial reactors and melted everything down in Iran. And so this is what they did in Japan. And that's why when the tsunami struck, the industrial safety systems couldn't go into effect to prevent the reactors from overloading and going into meltdown. So the Israelis and the Americans conducted a nuclear terrorist attack on Japan. And they did this because the Japanese were setting up a deal with Iran to get oil on the cheap, and in return provide Iran with technology that would, of course, have made Iran light years ahead of where it is now, which is in the Stone Ages compared to Israel's nuclear power projection, its threat projection potential, its capabilities. So this brings us back to the true reason. You've got all of these pretenders, these false Jews in Israel, who want to destroy the real Jews in Japan. And that would include, in particular, the Yamato dynasty, descended from the sons of Solomon and David. So this is why the seals of Japan are a shield of David. It's not a star, it's a shield. That six-pointed star that people interpret as the Star of David is a shield. And that's why my mother possessed a medal that was the Shield of David. I've presented that in some portraits of her. All of this traces back to the true lineage of the Yamato dynasty, and this is why it was awarded to her, was it sourced from the Yamato dynasty. She's not necessarily a member of that dynasty herself in the familial bloodline sense, but then again, in a very real sense, certainly until there was more, interbreeding between Japanese and other peoples after 1945, until that period of time, every Japanese person was in one way or another related to Emperor Hirohito, or rather the Yamato dynasty. And that's why they acted as one large family. But even today, the Japanese have arranged it so it's impossible for foreigners to stay. Anybody who does any casual research on Japan will find out that nobody who's foreign can ever move to Japan. The exceptions are so statistically, how would I say it, minute, that for all intents and purposes, you may as well use the absolute and just say that no one does so. Of course, there's people who do. There's people who move to Japan, live there the rest of their lives, but the exceptions are extreme. They're just statistically infinitesimal. And for everyone else who's ever lived in Japan, you can live there for literally decades. And you're going to have to move. You're going to have to leave. And with the Koreatowns, where like Chinatowns, where foreigners have lived there for generations, they still have to go through renewals of their immigration status, like every year, or and these are people who have lived there for generations. But the Japanese have made it so that they will not be interbreeding with other people, and that is a good thing. At the same time, this is going to have to change as the population at this point in history is growing very old, so they do need more foreign workers, and they've got to make it more accommodating, but they're also going to replace them all eventually with automation. That's why they're leaping so far ahead in terms of robotics, which they've always been ahead in, which brings us to the biofacsimilacra. But in the case of what we were going into and what Peter published with this speaking about the Japanese Jews, this may have been a factor in the attack on my channel. Certainly, there was a complaint filed that I was, quote unquote, promoting anti-Semitic propaganda. It as Judeophobia would be the correct term for it. So then what happened was that the details are essentially that the person who filed this complaint, who I'll name somebody else besides Derek Talley on Saturday. I just want to make sure who it is. But this person who filed the complaint was not Lena Shea. I could tell Jameson Reese said Lena Shea. No, it wasn't her. And honestly, I don't. She wouldn't do that. She wouldn't do that because, of course, what I have on her. It's aside that I don't believe she would do that. She's done enough damage, and she's kind of fulfilled her purpose as an asset, and has kind of just moved on. It's like that was her programming, and then she did that, and then she honestly wants to move on. I don't foresee her. I don't see her as a threat. But in terms of the individual who was involved, when they filed the complaint, then they were obviously in cooperation with Derek Talley, because what happened was YouTube offered to shut the channel down. And instead of shutting it down, Derek Talley moved in and said, I'll just delete all the content. And so he went in and he deleted everything within a very short period of time. Now, I know that he does things like this. We know he does things like this as well, not because of just the facts that I know it was him in this case, but in the past, I knew he was planning something when it was the day I really openly, publicly severed with him, was the day I went to his Facebook timeline and I saw that he had just deleted it, and I had to go to his timeline constantly because I was working with him all the time. And when I went to his timeline and I saw that he had deleted all of my promotional banners. Now understand this, I've been tagging him for years and he's always let the promotional banners stand on his timeline. It was one reason why I always tolerated so much bullshit from him and so much of what he didn't do, his total inactivity and towards anything productive. So in terms of that, yeah, as our man Jameson Reese, he says that takes a shitload of time to delete. Well, this is a man with nothing but time on his hands. So when I saw that he had deleted all these promotional banners that had been tagged to him over the past 2 years, that means he had to scroll down his timeline and just keep pressing the delete button, and that had to take hours. And it took him several hours to do what he did with the channel as well, but he did it. He deleted all the content. Now, if he is indeed on dialysis, which there's question as to whether that's even happening, this is something he would do while on dialysis, because as he said, they were going to establish the dialysis machine in his home, so he could just sit there while on dialysis and just do this. He'd have nothing else to do. So it all makes perfect sense. But beyond that, I know it was him for several other reasons I'm not going into right now. But so he volunteered with to say, don't worry about shutting down his channel. I'm just going to delete all the content. So he went in there and did that. And so we were able to get the content reinstated by YouTube itself, because like I said, they have their own separate records. Now this is because, of course, my 3D graphics modeler worked for Google for years and has inside connections to Google, which owns the YouTube, and that was the only reason we were able to get the content back up. So and of course Brendan Zogit then took the time to make certain Derek Talley was taken out of administration so he couldn't do this kind of damage anymore. And it goes to show you, just this is all my fault, because when I severed with Derek Talley, I had so much contempt for him that I had never even thought of him as in that administrative capacity anymore, because he never did anything in the administrative capacity. Basically, he would just show up and put up a link to our book, and then and do that at the beginning, and do that at the end to kind of open and close. But he never did anything against any of the trolls in the chat room ever. Not once did he ever take it upon himself to ever, take on the trolls or shut them out. So it was like that was his intent, was for me to forget that he even had that role, and he did an admirable job of doing that. So I totally forgot about him even having that capacity, and he took advantage of that to do what he did. Again, that's on me for not even thinking of him in what a threat he could be. But you see, this is how these people are. These are people who, like Brendan was pointing out, well, I didn't think he could do anything either, because he said he was incapable of just producing in the most fundamental level. It was like he was always, out of his mind and unable to do anything. And I says, yeah, but you'd be amazed suddenly these people, because of their hatred and their programming as an asset, they're able to do incredible things once they put their mind to it. But it's always destructive. Anything negative they could suddenly do and apply themselves with all the energy in the world. So that's what happened there. By the way, our dear Maria says, are areas in Fukushima still leaking radioactive? If so, isn't it a good thing that the Olympic venues were closed to the public due to the pandemic? Pardon my ignorance if I don't know better. Well, honey, obviously the Olympics were held far away from Fukushima Daiichi, and areas are going to be radioactive for quite some time, but the amount of radiation, comparatively speaking, is not that much, and I'll tell you why just very briefly. What happens is the wind direction in the area of Fukushima Daiichi, believe it or not, carries the majority of it into empty Siberia, or rather Siberia that is so undeveloped it's wild and barren or forested. But wherever it's going, it's going into unpopulated areas of Siberia, and the rest of it, what's flowing out to sea, is going out into the Pacific. And so it doesn't stay in Japan. So the Japan itself is not irradiated by, it's like with Chernobyl, the majority of all the radiation from Chernobyl didn't stay in place. It was all blown all over to Europe. Then miraculously, what they thought would contaminate everything in Europe, it just didn't. The radiation is not that negative. When it went, Chernobyl now is a reforested nature preserve. And she said, I thought the baseball stadium was in Fukushima. Thank you. It may well have been. If they put that there, it's only because because the radiation's not. It's not impacting it. They wouldn't have done that otherwise. I mean,
excuse me, Douglas. I'm going to have to sign off. It's getting late here.
Oh, understood. I'm so sorry. By the way, by all means,
carry on, and I want to hear what you have to say later.
Sure. And by all means, if there's anything else you want to share with us before you take off for the night, please do so.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired now. I gotta get to sleep.
Well, we love you dearly, and you have a blessed night, and thank you so much for everything you shared with us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye for now.
Good night, Peter.
Yes. And, of course, it's midnight now. Is it midnight or 1 in the mornings?
It's
Midnight.
exactly midnight.
Okay, for you East Coasters, yes. I don't know how much longer our man Solomon can stay with us, because of course he's got his own Olympic training to perform in the morning. So Solomon, anything you want to share with us? I mean, if you're free to stay as long as you want, but I know you'll probably leave within half an hour at the longest.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave in a few minutes. So I just wanted to encourage everybody to please go on Amazon and get Brother Douglas's book, The Roswell Deception, Report the Gang Stalkers, and do whatever you can to support our brother in his fight against the agents of chaos, and to spread his message, and to basically listen, because those monologues are very important. So take the time to listen and understand what he's teaching you in terms of each message that's out there. And it's very important that in the month of Muharram, when there's persecution happening, that we support those that are under the aspects of gang stalking, spiritual warfare, and anything in general. But again, I always emphasize that they always lose, that if you keep the faith and what Muharram and the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, teach us is that you just gotta keep the faith and keep going, because ultimately things do work out for their highest good. And that's the perfect situation with Brother Douglas, that no matter what the enemy tries to use against them, we're still here. We're still enjoying our brotherhood, our aspect of Team Dietrich, spreading the message against the enemy. And that's the most beautiful thing that we can enjoy about this endeavor. And I look forward
their
to
asses.
Yes.
Yes. All praises due to Allah. Our brother Daniel is here. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Where the white women at?
Hey, where the white women at?
Yeah, I had to do it, man. I love women of all flavors.
Yes.
Well,
Out there.
old Lily is tired right now.
So with that, I depart you all with the greeting of Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon all of you, brothers Douglas, Daniel, JMO, all of Team Dietrich. I look forward to catching up on the monologue tomorrow. And my love and salam to the white women in Houston as well.
Yes.
Shake it up.
Love to you, good sir.
Alright.
Much love, everyone.
Yes, blessed be.
Alright.
Thank you so much. That was Salman Sheikh, and now we have Daniel Orola with us. Thank the gods of my ancestors, because he's able to handle the stage with our dear brother Jameson, and I can take a short break to refresh myself and grab some refreshments and actually eat a little bit, get enough calories in myself. By the way, our man Jameson, of course, when he brought up Lena Shea, the other person he brought up was Noreen Helpan, but of course she has no access. Noreen Helpan was not an administrator at any time in the in the channel, and when Lena Shea said,
I only brought Helphand up as reporting the channel for anti-Semitism.
Oh yeah. Oh no, she would never do that.
Because that was one of her statements in the chat before I blocked her.
Oh, understood. But she never, at least when I knew her, she was very different about that. And unless things have changed radically with her, I didn't get the impression that it's hard to tell.
I fear that it's potential that it might have, but I mean that said, I appreciate all she did for you, because she did save your life, and I have respect for her for that.
Thank you.
Anything, I mean, anyone who saved your life, I'm going to hold in admiration, irrespective of whether I disagree with them or not. Because I mean, look, me and Peter Moon don't see eye to eye on politics, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
So I'm a little more mature than I was when we had that shouting match in she last time.
Yeah, and in all fairness, it was like I said, that was something that she's been kind of indoctrinated through the environment of Revolution Radio, where that's considered a positive to start shouting at people, and this is of course what the Revolution Radio caters to, this kind of bully mentality of that is so prevalent in the reactionary right, where the way that
it's like a kind of Jerry Springer of freaking of alternate news.
Yes, yeah. It's and they just start shouting, and that this is considered like, well, part of it is entertainment value. It's the entertainment value of people shouting, and so and she found that worked in that environment, and so she started using it here. And if she's ever on with us again, of course, it will be. I'll emphasize the fact that, of course, I hope she doesn't do that. But in terms of the where she was coming out with the, I'm surprised because, and yet I mean I believe you. I believe what you said, and I think I saw it. I saw it myself. But I still don't take it the way that it comes from other people. It's not necessarily coming from her in the same way that it does from other people, unless she's like totally restructured her thought process, or it's been restructured for her somehow. But she was always very different about that. She was very, for instance, condemning of many historically Jewish people who were communist and Bolshevik and were obviously mass murderous, including some relatives of hers. She had
I recall that from listening to some of the old episodes on the archive.
Thank you.
So I mean, I know listening to her when you were speaking with her, on the archives, she was a very sensible person So, when things change, like when we had that last disagreement, and I think it was something to do with like racial relations or something.
It was basically
Uh,
her trip that's been imposed on her by Revolution Radio is one of white grievance. So then what
yeah.
happened was when we were talking about, oh, this is the issue with white privilege, then she was obligated by this indoctrination to break in and advocate on behalf of the poor defenseless whites who have it so hard and are all starving and yeah,
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the same. Well, that's sort of the same trip that guy who was for a little while on the channel and stopped listening to broadcasts, who was a follower of Penny Bradley, was on about how the Russians are so poor and they suffer and all this other shit. And it's like, yeah, no one's saying that white people don't suffer. We're saying that American society is structured to uphold the values and see white people as a supreme being,
right. I think
specifically the white male,
yeah,
because
yeah.
they even throw their women under the bus.
Oh,
man.
oh, yeah.
Horribly.
And I was so glad that Peter Moon was emphasizing that when he was talking about the biorhythms, and he brought up the fact that the women have been so degraded and the
Yeah.
misogynist nature of it. Of course, I would have presented it differently than the way he did. It was, how would I say it? It was just, it's just
Well,
like,
I could kind of grasp where he's coming from. I can see kind of through that sort of more conservative minded, viewpoint and get what he's saying.
yes, thank
And,
you.
and extract the goals from his information, and his information is generally always sound.
Yes.
So it's for that reason that I've learned to, bypass that, and
The
I
filter,
suppose
right?
that's something. Yeah, that's something I wasn't able to do earlier when we did have Noreen Helpan. So I mean, if she was ever to come back, and you ever were to have her back on the broadcast, I don't think I would have any quarrels with her,
Well, in all
knowing
fairness,
what I know.
right.
In all fairness.
In all fairness, it's hard to be. How would I say it? It's hard to have. It's different with Peter because Peter's not shouting. In her case, she was shouting, so it's much harder to retain any sense of, shall we say, perspective when you're trying to get a word in edgewise. I mean, that's the whole purpose of the shouting, is to prevent you from being able to talk, and so that's what makes it so frustrating. I mean, but that's the tactic.
You know what? I call that pulling a Jordan Peterson.
Yeah. And by the way, Jordan Peterson, it's his trip is, of course, to prevent anyone from speaking at all. In other words, he has the stage, you don't, and he'll just be, he doesn't talk to you, he talks at you. So he's just talking at you, forever, and that's just the way he wants it. He doesn't want
it's his condescension and his contempt for his audience, which they're so stupid that they don't realize that's what it is.
Thank you.
Because his thing is, I have a psychology degree. I'm a psychologist, and I'm the one who knows more about you than you do. So I'm the one who's going to talk at you.
Yeah, well, what he does is he caters to their white grievance, and then beyond that, it's the fact that they think because he sometimes cries and expresses this compassion towards these young white males and absolutely no one else on earth, then they take that as the only compassion they've ever received in what they perceive to be a hostile world, and they've convinced Noreen Helpan of that, and so she stands up to defend them, and so she gets up there and
gaslighting them.
Yeah, what's that?
She's gaslighting them.
Yeah, I guess that's one word for it. I would say she's enabling them.
Yeah, the gaslighting followers to enable them. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. And so with that gentleman, and of course Daniel, of course, was he's known Noreen forever, or certainly knew of her, all the while that I think she's all right because she hadn't blocked me so far. Good, yeah, yeah, and she's still.
Yeah.
I don't think she's blocked me yet either since I last unblocked her. And understand everyone that things with Noreen, it's like, see, Noreen and I were intimate at one point, so things are not, they're not black and white. It never is with that kind of situation, and so it's not that way with Lena or with Judith. And oh my God, oh by the way, Maria Grigoric, she says, present, laugh out loud. So I'm not quite sure what that's referring to, but I guess she means she's present with us. Yes, and I think. And so aside from that, what was I going to say about the before I took off for a refreshment? I guess that's fine for now. I mean, if I remember later, I'll bring it up. But anyhow. Thank
we
God.
need a female co-host. We need a female co-host
Yeah,
with like a
where's
Slavic
Amanda?
accent or something.
Could we see if we can add Amanda at this time?
Yes, try Amanda or Penny if she wants to come on.
Yeah, I'll try both.
Yeah, and then
Well-
but I'll start monologuing soon enough. But we don't need anybody to be here for a long period of time, so just let them know that for a bit. All right, so okay. Is that
Well, I was thinking about a female co-host with like a Slavic accent or even a British accent, something that's really attractive to the ears, and they know it's a chick.
In other words, what our man Daniel is saying is we need to provide fan service to cater to the idiot males who get turned on by the sexy accents of that.
Why don't we have a woman with a Russian accent? I'm sorry.
That's what he was saying.
Yeah.
A Slavic or a British accent.
Or a German accent.
The Americans are so fucked up. They're indoctrinated to hate anything German. But I'm sure that if it were a female accent, they'd be fine with it. I mean, they're all like, fuck them all. I mean,
I like German chick accents though.
Yeah, I do too. Yes, but anyhow, fuck the American male. It's just everybody knows I hate the American male. By the way, I think the individual that Jameson was referring to was P.J. Cornell. I believe that was his name.
Yes.
And so P.J. Cornell, that's what Maria was saying. She was saying that aside from the fact that she can do Italian, French, or Slavic, she is after all somewhat Slovenian or has Slovenian blood in her genes. So she can do that because the Slovenians, in case you didn't know it, they're Slavs, which is of course the case with the wife of Trump, Ivanka. I mean, not Ivanka, Ivania.
Melania.
She's Slovenian.
Melania.
Yes, yeah. And but what I was going to say about that, with P.J. Cornell. So apparently his parents were missionaries in Russia, and he got to know the Russians very well. And the reason he was quote unquote defending the Russians was because I'm so hard on the Russians. But understand, we've always qualified this. We don't hate the Russian people. We hate.
It's the asshole governance and the fucking culture that
the male dominated culture.
Anti-women.
Yes,
which is anti-woman.
Yeah, the fucking
subjugate and just mass rape everyone. It's that bullshit.
Yeah, and we're not projecting, by the way, that the Russians themselves come off with that. This is official statements where Vladimir Putin will say, we have a masculine foreign policy, and we are very proud and insistent on our masculine foreign policy. I mean, this is their official state line, people. So this is like where they're coming from, and it's all wrong, and it's the last thing the world needs, especially from them. So for that reason, yes, what we're dumping on is just like we dump all over the white American male is the Russian male. They're fucked up, people. You're talking about people who,
Yeah, I mean, if you have people who are trash vlogging being abusive to women, and I saw a story where one trash vlogger wound up killing his woman on a live camera, and by leaving her out in the freezing cold on the balcony and letting her freeze to death.
Yeah.
See, so this is an example of the culture they have there.
Yeah, and it's just got to change. It's got to change, and we're not talking about anything positive in Russian culture, but we're talking about
Yeah.
oh yeah, and then Maria Gregorich emphasizes, but Putin is she's being facetious, by the way. She's saying, but Putin is kind to dogs. Everyone gifts him one. Oh my God, there probably is this abandoned dog factory, which is where he puts all these things, because where's he going to keep all these goddamn dogs that everyone's gifting him? I can imagine where that goes.
China.
Yeah, there we are.
Well, they
China.
probably die. They probably die every 3 days. So
Yeah.
he has to have like an assembly
New one.
line where they keep rolling them out.
And,
They keep like these breeding kennels just for Putin.
yes, there they are. Okay, with that, I'm gonna refresh myself. Our dear Daniel and Jameson will keep the stage, and thank God for the twain of them. And I couldn't do it without them or anyone else on Team Dietrich. Honestly, they are all the indispensable, and of course, glad Peter was able to come here and talk about the Montauk biorhythm, which I think it was kind of, how would I say it? He was, of course, relating a lot of his personal experiences. That's okay.
Yeah, I wanted to learn. I wanted to hear a little more about the time travel aspect of it.
Yeah, that was odd.
So I'm going to, like, next time he's on, I'll ask him to kind of go into the more time travel and technical details of it, because that I think would really be interesting to the listener.
And
I mean, it's not that Romania's like a boring place or anything, but the sort of spiritual touring of Romania is kind of pales in comparison. We're talking about like a project where people are traveling through time and creating freaking time loopholes and shit. I mean,
he did say that he saw one woman who had time traveled, right? I mean, he did say that, and he didn't go into it after that. It was like, yeah, I saw one woman who had time traveled and saw her, and then he didn't follow with that.
Now, I'm wondering if people who time travel don't enter a sort of composite state with some kind of axionic entity from outside of space-time, where they sort of become sort of like able to evanesce.
Oh, well, that's what happened to the sailors on the Montauk project. That was that I spoke of, which of course.
Yeah. So I'm sure there are times where they seem perfectly human, and then there are times where all of a sudden they're possessed by that entity, and they seem literally like immortal and whatnot.
Well, I understand that they're not possessed by the entity; they are the entity. The entity simply taking their place. In the case of the Montauk faders.
So it's a lot different than endorcism.
Right. Which is.
I see.
Yeah. So with that, I leave both of you gentlemen to. Handle the stage, and thank the gods for both of you. I'll be back soon enough, but I'm sure that, like Solomon, both of you can handle it for a while. Thank you so much for joining us, Daniel. And how was your day? Before I go, tell us a bit about your day. What exactly was going on today, in the past few days?
Well, not that it'll make you excited or anything, because it had a lot to do with the music and mostly my new ukulele.
Oh, great! His silver string coconut. His silver string coconut. That's guaranteed to cause me to fall into post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms all over again.
It's useful for warding off the anti-gods.
Just learning some new songs, trying to be like Don Ho 2030.
Did you put any of those new songs on the YouTube videos of yours or anything? Just curious.
No, not yet.
Okay. Oh my God.
I'm still practicing them.
Yeah, I noticed Lena Shea hasn't put anything out in a while. Almost makes me worry about her. Yeah, but in terms of yourself, of course, I get worried that you're gonna put content out, and so I guess it's kind of a relief to find out you haven't done that yet. Because I subscribe to his channel, I get the notifications. Then he shows up, and it's kind of like a terrorist moment. Anyhow, so I'm sorry. Go on, Daniel.
I'm working on it though.
Yes.
Give it time.
Yes. Oh, and so anyhow, again, I'll leave you two gentlemen here. I'm going to just go mute and be back soon enough. And our lady Maria Gregorich says natural sedative concerning Peter Moon's talk. And she was saying that Putin's dogs are all descendants of Laika. She says Laika, of course, is the dog that they sent into space, and then I guess all those dogs and monkeys the Russians sent into space, were overexposed to radiation and died quickly, I would assume. And people can prove me wrong if that's not the case. I'm certain it was the case from what I remember. But
Yeah. They did die. I think there was a cat that was sent into space that did survive, though.
Okay,
So,
interesting.
power to the felines.
There we are. They're very resilient. Okay, so thank you both of you gentlemen for being here. I'll go mute and I'll be back soon enough.
All right.
So, did you hear the latest news about Steven Seagal and his crypto scam?
No, does this have to do with his political party with Putin?
No. This guy's such an idiot. So he started to advertise on behalf of a something called Bitcoin, except instead of being spelled like Bitcoin, it's Bitcoin with two I's after the O. So it's like a bootleg Bitcoin, and this was being used by a guy named John DeMar, who was basically using this to to tell people, if you invest money in me, what I'll do is I'll give you you'll get more money back. And he was using that to pay like other people who were investing in him. So he was pretty much creating a Ponzi scheme. And this was an $11 million crypto scam.
Damn.
Now, Seagal was paid $250,000 to promote it.
Man, that's pretty funny.
And
he's becoming more and more like that. He's becoming more and more like Jeez, I forgot some video game villain. I think it was the GoldenEye game where there was this video game villain in the beginning of the game where he looks just like now with his beard and all that shit.
Oh man, I gotta check that out. I'm gonna see if I could Google a picture of that. But he was actually sued $300,000 because of that. So he actually lost. So he lost a good $50,000.
Oh man.
And he
I think all his scamming days is catching up to him too.
Well, yeah. I mean, the guy he still claims he's dangerous. He still claims he's a fighter, and he likes to claim how he trains with Vladimir Putin.
Shit. He lives in Russia now because he's running away from the mob and the FBI in America.
Really?
Oh yeah. I mean, he I forgot which Italian guy on YouTube it was. I think it was that same cat that Peter was talking about, the ex-mob guy, talking about how he knew somebody that was present when he saw Steven Seagal crying like a bitch in front of some FBI agents. Pleading with him over something. I forgot the details. But that was one of those cases. And of course, there was also some ongoing allegations at the time when he was in Louisiana filming that Lawman show, where one of the girls that he had in for sex trafficking I believe that issue was settled out of the court, probably a lot of money. But anyway, this girl was accusing him of, I guess, keeping him in the house, and then he had witnessed a whole bunch of female sex trafficking victims, mostly Russian, and a lot of it had to do with the Russian mobs. That was also part of his game too. I mean, allegedly, according to this girl. I forgot her name though.
It wouldn't surprise me if he was abusing some of those women because he did have a case in the past of rape, which I don't.
Yeah, I would not put that past him because I have listened to a lot of interviews of his ex-wife Kelly LeBrock, just so I can get a feel for what her words were saying about her ex-husband. And yeah, he's pretty disturbed, all right.
Yeah, the Washington Post supposedly has something about a 18-year-old who he raped. And you know, it wouldn't surprise me. She was on the film Deadly Ground, and
Yeah,
she accused him. She accused him of rape.
yes, yes.
This,
I've heard that story too. Yeah,
yeah,
it's pretty bad.
I mean, this he's a disgusting human being. I don't see how anyone would ever hold him in any high esteem. I don't think anyone does, honestly.
Actually, it was the wife of Ellen DeGeneres. She auditioned for a Steven Seagal movie and met Steven Seagal in person. And I think one of the first things he went ahead and did was just go ahead and unzip his leather pants to pull out his dick, and she just got out of there, phoned her agent, and what the hell was that? Yeah.
Oh my. Well, yeah. Well, that explains it. You know, he probably couldn't hold down a date or a relationship with whatever they saw. It probably looked like something from a monster flick, but just many times shrunken.
Yeah. But
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
he's been in all kinds of fucked up shit for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, but is there anything that's been interesting going on in the mixed martial arts world?
I sparingly keep up with it because of all the drama that becomes more attractive when you get into the sport more often. So I avoid watching it on pay-per-view nights, even when I'm at well, actually no, when I'm at a friend's house, I'll go ahead and watch it. But if I don't have to, I won't. I'll just wait to catch the highlights on YouTube or on Twitter. You know, just so I can pass all that anticipation and excitement, or especially with the crowd that I'm with. You know, I don't have to sit through all that shit. You know, so
Yeah.
I like to get to the point and just watch those fights.
Yeah, it's always
Yeah.
it's always better to see the key moments when they do the when they flash back to them and show you like points in the battle where they were like either dominating or being dominated, rather than watching the whole thing, because sometimes it's just like very redundant.
Yeah, it's still. I mean, I find it interesting in a way where because I used to be a fighter. You know, before the term MMA came around, it used to be called NHB or No Holds Barred. At that time, we weren't even using gloves or pads, and so that's pretty much how we went. We were pretty hard at those days too, but but I still respect today's fighters because of the techniques that they reminded me of that we were using then, or that are still working today. And of course, I always keep an eye out for people coming up with some new ones.
Oh
You know,
yeah,
and
yeah.
when I get a chance, I might remember to practice some of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's I respect anyone who's in that sport. I could not do that. Oh wow. Supposedly Anderson Silva is set to box Tito
Tito
Ortiz.
Ortiz. Yeah, yeah. I look forward to seeing that happen. That should be funny.
That should be really interesting. I mean, I gotta give it to
Yeah,
them though. I mean, these guys are not babies. They've been around for some time, and they're still
yeah.
they're still doing their thing. So much respect, much
He
respect.
he gets funny now and then on Twitter because of his political inclination as a Republican.
Ooh, Tito
It's like
Ortiz.
what it's like one day, yeah, it's like one day he's anti-mask, and the next day he's promoting wearing masks with his kids, and the next day he's back on without the mask again. It's like, damn, dude, who are you trying to please?
Yeah, well, that's the result of getting that's the result of getting hit in the head too much.
Yeah, no kidding. No, but yeah, I do remember Tito Ortiz when he first came out on the scene. When he fought, yeah, his first fight was against Guy Mezger, who's from Dallas, Texas. I met the Guy Mezger personally many years ago, and he's a really talented athlete. But anyway, he lost to Guy Mezger the first time, but I knew in Tito's face that he wanted that rematch. I knew that Tito was going to get him back, and when Tito and Guy Mezger had a rematch. Um, Guy Mezger, he put, Guy Mezger tapped out of Tito Ortiz, in the same submission hold that Guy Mezger had Tito Ortiz in the first fight. And so, Tito won that match. And then afterwards, Tito ran to the corner and he put on this T-shirt. It says, it's a black T-shirt, and in big white letters says, Mezger is my bitch. Because his name is Guy Mezger. And oh man, it pissed off a lot of people that night. So yeah, Tito Ortiz got a lot of attention, since that fight because of his controversial entrances and the way he timed that in when he put that T-shirt on. A lot of people were noticing him. He had a fight with Ken Shamrock. Of course, he beat Shamrock also. Laughed at him and
I
trolled him.
remember that one.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
Although Frank Shamrock, Ken's brother, it's not that he took revenge for Ken, because those two are kind of like at a rivalry against each other in some way. But Frank Shamrock, he fairly and squarely beat Tito Ortiz, which was very hard to argue against. But yeah, Tito Ortiz's career is really funny. When he was like at the high prime of his career, that's when he met and hooked up with Jenna Jameson. Next thing you know, he thinks he's all hot shit, with his porn star. But that didn't last long.
Ah, I see that. I didn't know. That's very interesting. What I do know is he had like so many surgeries. It's not funny from the sport. I mean, I don't know if it was training or the fights where he got injured, but I mean that's putting a hell of a lot into a sport. I mean, so these guys are athletes. They train hard. So I have the
Yeah. A lot of these fighters, they do end up in a hospital bed after their fights. Even if they're not surely injured, they still have to do just in case, just to take care of their bodies.
Yeah, because I mean, with the way they drop weight, with the way you do that, they actually, in all honesty, abuse their bodies sometimes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it happens. Now it was even worse back before they were testing for anabolic steroids. That was another story.
I used to like it before they had like the weight classes, which was just like anyone could just go in the ring and just oh my gosh, that was very interesting. There were no gloves or anything. It was just raw fighting.
I remember it was originally showcased as what style was the best, as a style to fight with, and I think that meaning carried on until after the third UFC. after that, other fighters are catching on, getting more talented. They're learning grappling on the side, and becoming more versatile. See, so originally it used to be about the style, and then now it's become more about the athlete because everybody's doing the same things now.
I see.
And that's how it became MMA. Now, moving further back, there's one person that owns all the credit to introduce the Gracie family, into the American spotlight, and that happens to be Chuck Norris. He was the one that met them personally and got to experience Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu firsthand with them personally. And of course, him and his partners and brothers thinking, "Hey, man, these Americans need this shit," And for a while, it was actually his own martial arts organization, the United Fighting Arts Federation, that was getting all first dibs of the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu style before it started to spread all over America.
Nice. So
that's part of the UFC history.
I mean, that jiu-jitsu, that Brazilian jiu-jitsu was no joke. But I remember seeing there was a Japanese fighter, I think he took out like all the Gracie brothers. I remember watching that.
Yeah, that's Kazushi Sakuraba. He was a star on the Pride fighting in Japan, and not only that, he would actually before the fights in the evening, sometime in the afternoon, he would be like in a professional wrestling match with a mask on.
Yeah, that's
Sakuraba.
Yeah, he was freaking awesome. He was like, Japan's where jiu-jitsu started. So he's like, F that.
Yeah.
Those were some good matches.
Technically, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, it was passed down to one of the Gracies, I believe, the gentleman named Carlos Gracie, who actually learned formal judo from Maeda Koma, who was a businessman in Brazil, but they went ahead and just named it Jiu-Jitsu because Jiu-Jitsu and judo were pretty much fundamentally the same thing. It's just that Jiu-Jitsu had more technical approach to it, where judo was more the educational part. So the Carlos Gracie and just called it Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, and then it became a fighting style that made the family famous.
I see. They capitalized. They capitalized off of it.
Oh yeah. Yep. And then they fulfilled that dream in America.
Yeah, those were some interesting days, to say the least. I've been really impressed with some of these fighters that were coming at some of these Slavic fighters and the way and a lot of their ground game. Even after Khabib, because I remember seeing one guy who like just dominated his opponent.
Oh, you're going to see more of them coming. Oh yeah, I see more of them coming out. Not just from Dagestan, more from Chechnya. All those cats, they're pretty damn good.
Yeah, those guys. Yeah, they don't play around, man.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I saw a video recently of some kid who was like the national wrestling champion of I believe either this year or last year, and he met Khabib for the first time at the ATA Center in California. I forgot which town it was, but it was the gym that he regularly trains at. And I saw this kid wrestling with Khabib, and Khabib was just basically just putting his hand on his head, straight arming him, and just pancaking him all over the place, just hardly trying. Although this young high school kid, he had the picture-perfect technique, to enter, to take him down, and all this, but Khabib, knew exactly when and where to stop him. and he was like old grandpa on steroids or something, you know, because Habib was like so softly talking to him while he's wrestling with him, you know, just I guess he's either advising him or just psyching him out or something. But well, Habib is known to talk to his opponents when they fight too, so that's just his thing. But it was a very interesting wrestling match. The kid just got it. Man, there's no way I can beat anything he's got. So, but yeah, he gave a lot of respect. So.
Yeah, I mean Khabib. Well, that's what happens when you train with bears. I mean, bear cubs growing as a kid. I mean, shit. I mean, at that point, at that level, human beings are just like literally nothing.
Well, I mean, he's from Dagestan, where they don't play with the wrestling there. They're pretty hardcore about that. Pretty much like every kid, just like kids in Thailand when they learn how to do Muay Thai at a real young age. It's kind of like that. Yeah. Or they get down.
Oh, okay. Penny Bradley says that she was on the phone when with the landlord when we called earlier. I'm gonna see if we can add her. Can we add you on call? Let me see if I. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can add her. Give me 1 second, because the more the merrier. So let's see. Okay, let's see if we could add her. All right, so we're calling her, and in the meantime, how's the weather been like out there?
I think I made it.
Yes, you were in. Nice to.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Hi, Penny. Hey, how you doing?
So how have things been going on in your area?
It's been hot here, and it's been. Oh, it would probably help if I turned the sound. There it is. Okay. So now I have turned off the sound on YouTube because yes, I was listening. So it has been really hot. Very little in the way of natural cloud cover or winds. And we have had lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of smoke. There are no local fires, but the fire up north and the fire south have their smoke streams have mingled.
Wow, that sounds horrible.
This is August in California.
Well, what is that? That can't be good for the lungs at all.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's the type of situation where you need one of those 3M air filters or one of those heavy industrial masks that might even be better than that.
They plug up too fast. You're better off just being. I don't go out much. We have a swamp cooler that sort of filters the air. The pads have to be replaced rather often that way, though. So, yeah. It is what it is. I live just north of Yosemite. We've mentioned this on prior shows about how I live in hillbilly territory.
Yeah. So, how have things been going with the dark arts?
You're asking me about my practice? Oh my goodness. On public air. I did a lovely ritual on the Lion's Gate and I'm hoping that it comes into fruition. But like most folks who take this seriously, I don't talk about what I actually tried to pull off until it does manifest.
That's a good thing. I more or less the most I can discuss is what I know about entities or what I know about systems, but I would never talk about anything I'm personally working on either.
Yeah.
Secrecy is
the entities that I work with are not real happy about me talking about them, so I don't. They generally have volunteered to work with me. I haven't summoned any, and the ones that show up, pretty much they request privacy. So that leaves very little for me to actually discuss about it.
Okay.
Except y'all do know I practice. So I'm no longer Abrahamic in any significant way. I do have actual Sephardi Jew in my background, and I don't practice that either.
How intriguing.
I was raised Christian. I don't practice that. What I do practice is under the heading of alchemy.
Okay. Yeah. So I just want everyone to know I returned and I had made myself a sandwich, and I should be better able to handle this, even though it's a bigger sandwich than before, because I have my temporary crown installed, so things should be a little easier. I'm going to go mute and listen to the two of you talk. Three of you, right? Is Daniel still with us? Or what?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Who is Daniel?
Oh, if you haven't been introduced.
Hey.
This is Daniel Arola, and he's a man who spends plenty of time locked up in Facebook jail. That's where he got all the tattoos. And and this is Penny Bradley, and Penny Bradley, of course, Daniel has heard her on interviewing myself, among other things. And so Daniel is this wonderful individual who terrorizes me by playing this fucking little silver string coconut that reminds me of various traumas. And
what?
It's just awful. They call it a ukulele, but it's really an instrument of terror. And
okay, so it's a ukulele. Does it have actual silver strings, or is that an exaggeration?
I'll leave that to Daniel. I'll go mute, and the three of you are handling it well for now. Yeah.
The strings part's an exaggeration.
Okay, so it has the normal plastic strings of the ukuleles I'm familiar with?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, how can you have the authentic sound without the plastic strings?
Of course.
So, okay. I do not play instruments myself. I do have taste in music based on taking music appreciation back in the day, a long, long time ago.
So what kind of music?
I like classical, I like progressive rock, and I love heavy metal.
Heavy metal's always a plus.
So, yeah, I've always been a rock and roll baby.
Yeah, I've been a metalhead from the 80s myself here.
Oh, Metallica,
Mm-hmm.
And I started off with Steppenwolf because I'm probably older than you are. but I had a couple of husbands that were into country music, and so when my kids got to that age where that they should have been moving out and they were popping back home on me after they'd been away to college, they came back and caught me bebopping to Steppenwolf and singing along at the top of my lungs, completely off key. And the reaction was, "Mom!" and streaked out of out of the house. And I'm like, if I'd known it was that easy, I would have done that a long time ago. You know, what the kid was making more money than I was.
Yeah. That's something.
So, you know, yeah, Steppenwolf, Moody Blues, The Who, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, a little group known as the Kinks that I was introduced to in 1972. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I jammed to the Kinks too.
I was involved with music at the beginning of heavy metal, so I've just sort of followed through. Some of it I like, some of it I don't. My favorite metal band at the moment is Disturbed. Their song "The Light" gives the most hope I have ever heard in a song to people who are severely damaged. So it's like perfection.
I'll have to check that out. I'm familiar with Disturbed.
Yeah, they're a great band.
Yeah, they popped up around the time when I was growing up listening to rock. Because my father was into many of the older bands that you brought up, like The Who and whatnot, and Led Zeppelin. So I was raised on like a variety of different musics, and I listened to like so many different things that's not funny.
That's
mostly
cool.
Mostly electronic stuff, but I grew up on like rap, rock, just whatever's not cheesy pop music.
Yeah, I wasn't particularly fond of cheesy pop music myself. So when I came to all of it from my father. Loved classical music, and it was all on 72s. So yeah, 78s. Okay, I remembered the number wrong. It was the round, thick discs that had 2 songs on each side. So they went very, very quickly, and they scratched rather easily, and you learned real quick to put the needle down properly.
The Victrola?
No, we had a regular record player. It even had 2 speakers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was born in the 50s. We had stereo. We called it high fidelity. Technology has changed tremendously since I was born.
Yeah, I agree. I grew up on the record player and 8-track too.
Yeah. Oh, 8-tracks would always get stuck. And cassettes would always twist, where you had to unroll them, unkink the tape, and then roll it back up and hope it didn't kink again. And CDs, well, I actually have, those milk crates? I have 2 milk crates full of CDs. And I had a computer built a year and a half ago, and it's a custom build so that I could do video. And damn it, the guy didn't leave out the CD player. And when I bitched about it, he said, we don't do those anymore. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, everything's MP3s and WAV files now, which is still good. I mean, I used to have CDs, but now everything I have is electronic. I've got like a library of over 5,000 songs over.
Well, I have found that if you download a CD and you don't save it as an MP3, that when you go to play that music again, or God forbid that you have it on an external hard drive and you attach it to another machine, you lose the copyright permission to play your own music. So you really need that CD player so that the new machine realizes that you have permission to listen to it.
Of course, there are ways around that. There are several programs that allow you to splice things from YouTube, which is what I do. You know, I get everything from YouTube. Most of my library is from YouTube. Some of it is from purchases from like Rhapsody and other things like that. But you know, music.
Well, I thought it was rather ironic that the technology set up to prevent pirating stopped you from using things you actually purchased, but the things that were actually pirated were untouched by it.
Yeah,
This was a total shock to me, and I'm like, dude, I left my Win 7 hard, desk thing sitting here just so I could play the music off of it. It's all completely hooked up into my new computer because I had to be able to play the music. And that sucks.
Yeah.
You could always get. Do you have one of those external CD player hard drives?
I bought one, but I don't have enough. I don't have enough of the plugins left open.
Oh, you don't have enough USB ports?
Right. I have a big TV that's hooked into the computer, and I have a server that's hooked into the computer, and I have the old computer that's hooked into the computer, and I have an external hard drive.
Yeah.
All in this tiny little corner that's about 6 foot wide. And I've got a rack above me, so it goes up quite a ways. I've got probably $10,000 worth of hardware sitting right here. Just so I can be a video queen. But yeah, I'm learning the Microsoft Server 2019. And when I figure out what the hell I'm doing where I don't break my machine, I will be hosting an archive of the video related to my community.
So is that kind of like the cloud, like where you can upload all your, all your software or your files and whatnot?
You understand that the cloud is not out in space. The cloud is in a physical server somewhere.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay. That's what I've got, is a physical server. And the people who follow me donate the money for it. So.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because you are a content provider, so you will need a lot more hardware and a lot more software than, an average person like myself.
Yeah, I'm a. Oh my God! The people in my community have taken up calling me mom. That's who I am. So, yeah. But yeah, there are probably 50 of us who are content providers in my particular community, and we are all facing the same kind of persecution that Doug Dietrich is on every social media platform.
This, I think,
Where Doug is targeted by the Communist Chinese and certain members of the American community. Most people consider that I'm batshit to begin with, and then we have every spy agency on the planet trying to shut us down. So the only way we can maintain an archive of our combined information is to have it on our own machine.
I see. A physical backup.
Yeah, it's a physical backup for everything that we've got. We have, okay, I don't know if you know who she is, but Carrie Cassidy from
Yes,
Project,
I am familiar
Project
with
Camelot.
Yeah, we know.
Okay, her issue that she got shut down was she went too far into conservative politics. Okay? But she had the biggest archive of my community's videos of anyone else out there. And she woke up one day and it was gone. YouTube had deleted it over her politics. Now, if you've paid attention to my channel, you will have seen that I don't upload the stuff that's primarily political. I keep it on something related to the disclosure movement. And sometimes the connection's a little bit tenuous, but that's the basic format of what I'm going for. And if all they're doing is religion or politics, I don't even bother to upload it because I know it's going to get zapped. I've managed to go a year and a half without getting any strikes because I identified what was being censored.
I see. Well, there's nothing more. I would say that there's nothing more pernicious as far as ear bites than religion and politics when it comes to dividing people. So I mean,
By
the way, I was pointing out.
Toss in race and gender, and you've got the whole territory.
Oh yes,
Oh,
and religion, of course. Don't forget religion.
Yes, religion, politics, race, and gender, and you've got everything that everybody fights about.
Yes. By the way,
I live in Texas. I go through that every day.
Oh my God, yes, and not only that, but our man Daniel Larola, he actually loves to provoke it. He actually, we call him Trigger Man. That was because the guy just triggers people with his memes.
Well, when you watch channels with 500,000 followers on them disappear overnight, and 2 years ago, I guess it was 2 years ago in April, I woke up to find myself permabanned on several places, and because of the topic that I cover and its relation to the German technologies, I found that social media considered me a skinhead, which was a complete and total shock to me. And I mean, I had a Jewish grandma. I'm living in a mixed race relationship. My father was Native American. I'm not exactly prime territory to be a skinhead. And yet that's what they assumed I was. And when I came back, because a wonderful man created a new profile, they accepted it, and he gave me the login for it. So I was back, and I took a good hard look at what they were censoring about, and I have considered that profile to be a business account, not a personal one. And so this business account goes out of its way to not irritate the platform. Okay, 2.25 years later, I have not been in Facebook jail. My YouTube is still good. And as far as I can tell, I'm out of trouble with everybody. But I know it's just a matter of time until some asshole decides to start reporting me, and I'll be gone again. And so I have a server to archive what I want kept.
Hell yeah.
So, from my point of view, I was a programmer back in the 70s. Whenever we set up software, and yes, that's what I was doing, was writing software, we had a paper copy with punch cards, mind you, and we had a printout of how it played out and a sample database for it, and we kept all of that together with a memory tape file of the program that could be run whenever we wanted, so that no matter what happened to the machine, we had what we had to redo it. Now, that's the training I had. So what am I doing now that every social media on the planet has gone batshit? I'm reverting to my training and producing my own backup on my own machine. I hope that makes sense to people.
Yes, it does.
This is the only way we are going to beat this.
Yes, very much so. But by the way, I want to thank you so much for coming on tonight. Both, you're all doing so well. I'm just going to, take your time. I'm going to finish this sandwich. It'll take me like about 10 more minutes at least. But
enjoy your sandwich.
Yes.
Can I have
Maybe
it?
15 more minutes. Yeah, go on.
Douglas, could I ask whether it's a what do you call it, butter and pickle sandwich?
Oh God, no! Where did you ever get that idea? Oh God, that's right. I remember talking about that. Those disgusting. Oh God, from my dad's Depression era days. Yes, white people. They used to do that with white bread, no less. White bread and butter and pickles. It was disgusting. It was just some kind of poverty.
We had
dish.
White bread, Miracle Whip, and sliced tomatoes out of the garden.
Okay, that's cute. There we are. That's nice. Thank you.
This is classic poor white people food.
Yes. Oh my God. I was telling our man Jameson about that. I was saying, look at where you live. Oh, by the way, I was showing them some of the photographs.
On the side. Mm-hmm. Jello on the side.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Thank you. You had to just add that to it too. And of course, there's that special white people dish where they like have the oh God! By the way, you're going to see an emoji because I pressed the wrong button and I can't get rid of the goddamn emojis unless I click one. So I'm just going to click an emoji here, okay? And so there we are. It doesn't mean anything. I'm just clicking that to get the goddamn emojis out of the way because I wanted to send a photograph. So let me see if I can send you the same Dixie photographs that I sent before because they're just so fucking funny. And my son took these when we were up there in an area very similar to yours where the Dixie fire was burning, and I was pointing out to everyone.
The Dixie fire is the source of the smoke I've been dealing with.
Okay, yes, and I was pointing that out. Look at where this poor lady fucking lives. I mean, she lives in and I showed them all the white trash that were there in the street. But that's, I mean, only the men, because the woman had taken the children with them and left. I had vacated.
Well, we have sense. Yeah. What can I say?
Yes, of course. And
survival.
Thank
you. You have to take care of the kids.
Thank you, and care for the children. And you don't, as for the men, they were convinced that the fire was all like smoke generated by the government, so to get them to leave, so the government could move in and then take all their property. Based on.
Well, that is kind of what happened in Paradise.
Well, it's like what can I say? It's like, so in terms of that, it's anyhow. But the point was, let me see if I can find those photographs again.
I doubt those guys would have anything the government wants.
Thank you.
Looking at the way their property looked.
Yeah.
I'm just
Actually,
like,
it's
no.
not the property; it's the minerals underground.
And what kind of minerals are underground, honey? You mean gold, like
It's-
California gold?
Yeah,
Or...
the whole Sierra still has much more gold than was taken out.
Okay. And
Interesting.
aside from all of that,
I mean, I live on top of the vein.
Okay. Oh, I found the photographs again. So here we are. Let me upload these.
Until it's a holiday. And they're out there shooting off their shotguns.
Yeah. Oh God. Yes. Like idiots. Oh fuck. I did the goddamn emojis again. Now I gotta put up another emoji and shit. So okay, I keep trying to hit the photo button. I keep hitting the emoji button, and then the emojis come up. All everything you put can be read a million different ways. Emojis are dangerous in their own right. So I have to let everybody know I'm just doing this to get them out of the way.
Emojis are like hieroglyphs.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's an emotional language that you have to be careful of the context.
Yes. And so here we are, honey. So actually, the photograph on the bottom would be best taken as the first photograph that suits the mood, really. And when it comes to the other two photographs, they each have their own story behind them. But basically, the one that's in the middle would be the secondary photograph, and that would be the one that was just like the absolute weirdness of running across these idiots who were in the street. And we stopped the car. If I had any thought or just any impression or any intuition,
if they're playing Bocephus, you do not get out of the car.
Right. That's my point, is that if I had any impression or intuition that they were planning an ambush, I would have had my son accelerate. But as it was, they were obviously just no threat. And so when we walked outside, and the photograph at the top, that would be considered like the last photograph where you see the punchline, of course. And that is, I remember his last name. I'd have to look up from my notes, and I did take a few later on just for the sake of remembering it, because I forget everything with all the drugs and drink that I do. But the guy's name is actually Mr. Whipple, and that the guy with a gut, the Dunlop's disease, where the only thing holding his gut in is his suspenders, and they call it Dunlop's disease because his belly Dunlopped over his belt. That poor bastard, Mr. Whipple.
The fact that you know that scares me.
Yes. Oh my God. It's, well, what do you expect? You see enough of these people. If you go out beyond San Francisco, this is what you see. It's beer belly and butt crack for mile after mile.
Oh my gosh.
It's all these white guys.
It's an American dream.
Yes.
Lou just said, hey. and he's half Iroquois.
Yes, there we are. Oh my God. Well, I do remember that, sir, that you have your half better side within you. To redeem you. Oh my God. And so you see their Trump sign, no more bullshit, and it's because of that mentality. The world around them is burning, and it's just so all of that being said, I'll go back to eating my sandwich, and yes, I could still eat after that, because I did a lot of work in my life where I had to work with traumatic injuries and seeing ugly things. So this is kind of like looking at that, and then I could still eat. It's kind of like that.
Well, we had a fire here a few years back. It was called the Rim of the World Fire. And it actually started in a cannabis field.
No,
that was owned by the Zetas from Mexico.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And everything around it burned except the cannabis field.
Nice.
Thousands of square miles of virgin forest, and several forest fighters died.
Oh God.
But
awful.
that cannabis plantation was prime.
Yes. Oh, by the way, could you tell us a little bit about I'll just listen, or or I can even listen to it later on playback, because I'm just going to take the earbuds off for comfort while I chew. Otherwise, I feel I feel the earbuds moving around in my ear canal while I'm chewing, and I don't like that.
Yeah.
But I'd like to ask you to give us a little background on there was some poor white guy, and he looks very typical, but he died recently, Captain something, and Daryl was So this was someone Daryl knew, or somebody in the
He was one of our hosts on the network.
Okay.
He ran a radio show that involved a lot of music, but yeah, most of the hosts on our network are politically conservative.
Yes,
And,
that's what I was pointing out to all the lads, was I was showing them these photographs and saying, this is like out where Penny Bradley is stranded. And I said, just look at where she lives. And this is what the poor lady has to deal with on a daily basis. This is what she looks at. And I said, good God, it's a wonder that, that she's just sane enough to even maintain a coherent sentence, being among these savages. And honestly, honey, I just
don't tell Daryl that.
Oh God, the man, he does know he's black, right? He does look in the mirror and he does see that. I mean, does he...
Yeah, he lives in DC. He knows he's black. His mother worked for the CIA, and by the way, she has a hot crush on you.
Oh,
And you didn't know that?
No, I didn't. Oh, yes, he may have mentioned
my
it.
last interview with her, she requested you on, and you had just put on Facebook that you were going to be doing a show. Otherwise, I would have called you on. But the next time I have her on, be prepared to hear from Mama Neely.
Okay. All right. Yes.
And he went to a Roman Catholic private school in the DC area, and his substitute father was an admiral who worked for the CIA. So he's had a very different upbringing.
Okay. So what you're telling me is it's kind of like it's like
it's kind of like he's mixed, even though he isn't. Although he is mixed because he had a German grandfather.
I was about to say he's definitely mixed, but it's
Yeah,
kind of,
he's mixed.
it's kind of like the joke, right? It's like the old joke was, why Ray Charles is always smiling? Because he doesn't know he's black. It's he's blind, right? It's kind of like, is that kind of like with Daryl? There's something going on there where he somehow hasn't suffered like your average black guy. There must have been some of that. Maybe, but of course, if he grew up in DC, that might be different because everybody else is black in general who's not in government. But it's definitely
He grew up in DC and North Carolina, and I actually like the man quite a bit.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying otherwise. There's no reason not to like Daryl, and the fact that his mother likes me is very humbling. And of course,
Douglas, could I just?
Sure.
All right. Basically, being black and being conservative is like being allergic to peanuts and loving peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
I don't judge people for what they choose to put together.
Understood. And like I said, look at where Penny lives.
World,
she doesn't have a choice, right? I mean, oh my God.
In my world, judging people just gets me in trouble. It comes back in the ass every time.
Understood. But what he does remind me of reminds me of Noreen Helpand. And Noreen Helpand is this young girl who, when I started off at Revolution Radio, I actually met her. It was on Facebook. I met her on Facebook, and it was just I was basically friending, and I was on a, what do you call it? Like when you go on a friend binge when you're trying to build up a base on when you first start the page. If you have a public page like I did, you have to have a minimum of like 100 people or something at the time before your public page would even be allowed to display.
You're talking about a page rather than your personal profile.
Right, and it was something like that.
Yes, a page has to have 25 people within the first month or they shut it off.
Right, it was like that. So I went on a friend binge, and so she was one of the ladies that I friended. And it was actually her friend first, Carolyn Sampson, and then her, and then and so what happened was.
You remember all those details?
How could I forget? Well, and it wound up where okay. she became a fan, and she had taken the. She spent her own money and got on a plane or a bus and went from Los Angeles up to Central California to see me. And that's when the Jewish American princess, Cynthia Siegel, said, "Oh, with all the trouble she went through, you better fuck her." And anyhow,
really? So she's setting you up for to be a gigolo.
Anyhow, it wound up where people began to think she was my wife, and so that was and so she was on with Revolution Radio and just kind of attending, and then she got her own show through that, and it just kind of stayed with them when I parted ways, which was fine. But she became very indoctrinated in their ideology, and so
Revolution Radio is the home of a great many very radical people.
Yeah. Well,
that's a polite way of putting it.
Yeah.
What I have found when they start talking politics is that they stop being reasonable, rational people you can discuss with, and they get more and more and more polarized and have absolutely no idea what they're really opposed to, because they built so many straw men they cannot see reality anymore.
Thank you. No, I think that's wonderful. That's an excellent way of putting it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And then you have me, who doesn't believe that politics matters any more than a fat rat's ass, because we live in an oligarchy, and the oligarchs are actually running everything. If it doesn't matter, I'm not going to waste energy on it.
No, I appreciate that. I'm not saying that I'm not denying the oligarchic elements, but of course I look at it a bit more, shall we say, I think that's rather simplistic, but it's one way of looking at it. Of course, the danger, as I've always emphasized, is to become terminally cynical. But I know you're not terminally cynical, so what I'm going to do is...
no. Yeah. What I do actually believe, I keep very close to the vest because I'm already labeled as dangerous.
Yeah, understood. No, believe me, I understand. I mean, I, on the other hand, have to be completely open about everything because there's no other way to qualify. Otherwise, people will project whatever they want onto myself. So to prevent that, I do have to be open about everything.
Because of where I live and the network I'm on, people have projected all sorts of things onto me.
Understood. Well, look at where you live. Oh my God, you don't live there, honey. You're stranded there. You're stranded there amidst the Children of the Corn. Do you know how many sequels there were to the Children of the Corn? No. About 9. There were about 9, and all of them were filmed where you live.
That first one was bad enough. I never watched any more of them.
Yes, it was all based on a single stupid short story too, right? And and I swear to God, all of them, the sequels, they were all filmed up in her part of California, which is like this crescent that goes all the way from the northern coast of California is the outlet to the sea. Then you go along the border with the state that's above us, which I think is Oregon, and where Amanda's stranded. I try to forget. Then you go down again along the border with Nevada, and all of that is white people with red politics, and of course now they're all burnt orange, like the color of Trump, and so they're all like up there inhaling all the smoke and getting high, or maybe it's they're high on their own fumes.
Most of the folks that I actually interact with real world here, you never hear about their politics. You hear about the latest crop of flowers.
Yes.
I think that's the least likely way to get me into trouble.
Understood.
And you hear about the fires because that's really a concern to them. But whenever there's an actual fire across the street, and I've had that happen twice, they stand back and say, "Oh, the Rim of the World fire was a lot more than that," while you're watching a fire tornado form and getting ready to hop across to you where you are.
Oh, those things are horrible. Yes, tell people about those. I'm going to go back to my sandwich. I'll take the earbuds off, but tell them about the flaminados, the fire tornadoes. Yes, these are real. They're real, and they're like
real,
Ginny.
and
Go on.
I've encountered them twice, and both times Lou had to basically slap me to get me out of the hypnosis, because the thing is like it's alive and has a consciousness, and it calls me. And I'm standing there staring at this with my mouth gaped open, and Lou's like, "Fuck, I gotta get her to move." So
that's the call of Cthulhu. The call of Cthulhu.
Yeah.
There you go, folks. It's real.
Yeah. It is very real. And I was about 5 whenever my parents burned the trailer house that we lived in. We bought a house, we put it in the backyard, we set it on fire. Everybody was standing around with water hoses. And I was drawn to the fire. And I was 5. And
that might be your element.
Mama would grab me and put me in the house because she was so afraid I was going to go into the fire. But yeah, it is my element. It's always been my element. And when you do my birth chart, it's all air and fire. And what is a fire tornado but air and fire forming into a tornado? So yeah, that's me. So
you also have some earth in there because the tornado has to touch the ground. So there is earth involved as well.
Well, this one looked like it was going to hop over the road. So.
Oh yeah, those things are really amazing to look at, though. They're transfixing.
They are. I just stand there and cannot think to even move myself out of danger. So I'm thankful that Lou cares about me enough to make sure that he dragged me out of the way. So, hey, I have a good man. I admit it. I appreciate him. And if that shocks anybody, deal with it.
Well, I can to some degree relate to being fixated with fire, but for me it's lightning. I just I get into a hypnotic trance and I forget. This stuff can electrocute me. I have headphones on and I'm just like, oh, la-di-da-di-da-di-da-di-da. Let me walk super slowly instead of trying to run and get out of the rain because I just like to look at the lightning.
I can understand that. It's another one of those things that it's like it's alive.
Oh, in a real sense it is. That's the reason why they call them live wires.
That's true. Daniel?
Yeah.
Do you have a natural element that calls you?
Well, I do get drawn to fire too. Fire is also my element in the Western astrology as a Leo. Although in the Chinese astrology, I'm from the year of the rat, but the element's water.
Mm.
Yeah, so I'm a martial artist too, so I work on blending the elements.
That's always helpful. I was trained in something similar to Tai Chi, but it was a very, very long time ago. Every so often I will start doing a Tai Chi class just to remember what I was taught before. But when I'm bored out of my skull, I will go outside and make the balls of energy and throw them across the street. And it scares the neighbors because it leaves holes in the dirt bank across the street.
See, that's probably what started the fires. You doing the Kamehameha from like Dragon Ball Z and whatnot.
No, the first fire was started by a young teenager on a dirt bike without a spark arrestor, which is illegal here. And the second one was started by a group of kids that were not being supervised playing with matches behind an apartment.
Yeah.
Wow, they got nothing better to do than burn the world down. Great. See, this is the
This
greatest.
is the mother lode. This is what they do.
This is the
They
greatest of the
smoke
human
pot,
race.
they fuck, they start fires.
Yeah.
Not like Lou said, not necessarily in that order.
Well, there we go. That is the recipe for why the human race is dying. Well, we'll go extinct in 10 years, approximately, by my estimates.
Well,
20
I'm not
20
worried
years
about.
latest.
I'm not worried about all of that. I figure, there's so many things that have tried to extinct us for so long, and we're still here anyway.
Well, I have a sort of vested interest to some degree, but only if humankind doesn't get its act together. I have we'll just say that I have my oaths, which I have to uphold, and I'll say no more about that.
Okay. There are so many people with so many conflicting ideas of what would be best, and so much dogma where that they have stopped actually listening to reason. And in most ways, I have lost faith in them. However, they do have this ability to survive anything.
That seems to be that's both a good thing and that's both a problem as well, depending on which side of me you're speaking to.
That's what I'm almost counting on, is this ability to survive anything. Now, when I was very young, they thought that the only thing that would survive a nuclear blast would be cockroaches. And I'm beginning to think it would be people, too.
Well,
so we would end up in a world with cockroaches and people.
Well, to a weird degree, Douglas has gone into this with the experiments where they were trying to create these underground spheres, and they were just filling them with, like, they were just detonating nukes in them underground. This is part of what they were doing with Operation Plowshare. And what they would do is after they radiated the hell out of the places, they would try to put life forms in there to see what survived. And eventually they had managed to create a sort of a life form that feeds off of radiation. It does seem to be humanoid in stature, whatever it is.
Okay.
It's one of those things that
I knew about that there was a life form that would live in nuclear power plants, but it was more bacteriological.
Yeah, well, this one I think was a result of their experimentations. I don't know how they managed to pull it off. I just know that it seems like they did pull something off. Because there's a lot of weird humanoid things that seem to pop up from time to time that don't look like they're faked, and they're impossible to fake. And I suspect some of these things are some of the escapees from that sort of experiment.
That's possible. Some of the things that I've seen, I would think that experimentation was behind a lot of them, and others would be hybridization.
Well, we do know that the Russians tried to create a hybrid of apes and humans, so that's not far-fetched. They were
No, it's
able
not.
to.
The Chinese have done pigs and humans, and the Americans have grown human ears on the backs of mice. So none of this is far-fetched.
Not at all. I would like to personally, now see, why am I here as a mere pleb? You know, I would like to be in a position where I could be experimenting on this stuff. I would like to create, I would like to fashion my own super resilient, well, I wouldn't call it a replacement of human, but it would be like an upgraded human. I think my mind would be, come on, give me a fucking job. My mind is needed for this stuff. I mean, come on, I would create some amazing things.
Well, I don't doubt you would create some new things, fascinating in their own way.
I mean, I would, in the very least, would like to get some of the DNA from Hydra and tardigrades so that I can be able to keep myself, sustain my life indefinitely. Because those
tardigrades are some amazing critters. They sent them out into space and they survived.
Yeah, they're damn near invulnerable.
Yeah, there's some amazing critters there.
Now, if something like that was to be spliced into the human genome, and when we're able to, you know, not only take that, but there's another creature, there's another microscopic
I have a question.
Hydra.
Can you imagine what would happen if you took that man with the Dunlap disorder that Douglas shared his photo with us, and you mixed that with a tardigrade?
You would just have something
super redneck.
super redneck. Oh wow.
Yeah, that
Be careful what you ask for.
Well, see, the point is to do that to myself so that I can
survive it.
Yes, and with as little negative side effects as possible, and of course that would require that the original prototypes who are tested on are somehow controlled and, you know, don't get out of control, so that, you know, all the kinks are ironed out. Well, how are you going to
keep them under control if they are basically unkillable? Because
what you would do is you would plant a tiny explosive at the base of the brain in the hippocampus, such that if they get out of line, boom. I mean, they'll still die.
Would you really want that for yourself?
No. I'd be the exception. but you see,
okay.
The point is to have it to them so that they don't, you know, try to outlive me. Because
that is always a problem, isn't it? Whenever you're trying to create something that's immortal and invincible.
Yes, and the key is to be the last human standing, because that's how you become God.
You only become God if you have someone to worship you.
Not quite. Think about it. If you're the last human being, all of the knowledge from the collective human unconscious would have to be gathered within you. That means you would literally know everything that there is to know.
Not necessarily. Depends on who's the last human. If they have the capability of accepting that.
Well, if it's me,
I like the Highlander.
Exactly, like the Highlander. Yeah, I mean.
You're going to be a Highlander, huh?
I think that'd be a good idea. Then I could bring 1,000 years of peace to the world. I'm just kidding, folks.
Well, if you're the last human, it's going to be however long of peace, because you'd have no one to fight with.
Yes, what I would do is I would be able to advance the creation of artificial intelligence and monitor how it starts to develop its own consciousness, and I would start to find a way to sort of merge with it so that I can become something that transcends even being the last human. Because the whole point of humanity is that humanity is a condition. It's something to overcome. It's not necessarily a blessing to be human.
What is the crime of being human? It's a rather adaptable life form. It has survived everything tossed at it so far.
Being human
what's
sucks.
So bad about it?
What's so bad about it is the fact that I have biological needs.
Yeah.
I have to suffer the needs of an organism, whereas would I have to care about for example, I wouldn't think about sex at all if I were transcendent from human. I wouldn't even care about it. I wouldn't even care to be in a relationship. Sure? Absolutely. There would be no need for it because I would be beyond that natural inclination. And that's the entire point.
I would state that sexual need has nothing to do with the needs of the body and everything to do with the needs of the mind.
I don't think so. I think it's purely natural. I think if we didn't need it to reproduce, I don't think we would care to even do it. I think the only reason why it's made pleasurable is because if it wasn't pleasurable, we wouldn't do it.
Well, it is difficult to get along with another individual on a long-term basis, especially when that other individual thinks they're your boss or your owner.
Okay.
And in some events that are few and far between, when there are some sexual relationships that have lasted for years that are still active, it's because they have a far more stronger connection than just the physical. And those are very few relationships that do need to be guarded.
Well,
that's beyond my human comprehension. I cannot compute that at this moment.
Well,
oh my God. So you're all doing so well. I have finished the sandwich. And of course, let's check our number of listeners. I've got a person messaging me from Japan, this wonderful lady who I friended somehow. I'm sure she either clicked a like on one of my images or a reaction, or she was doing so with one of Peter Moon's posts. So I thought she was someone in Japan who was reading Peter Moon's books. So I friended her. And then she was asking me why that was, and somehow I guess I was confused over her reading Peter Moon's books. So she was just asking me if I was Japanese and if I was speaking any. And anyhow, I was pointing out that there's not much opportunity for that even here in San Francisco, sadly. But you definitely. So that's cute. So that was going on while I was.
Douglas got a hookup.
No. That's oh my God. No. Yeah, life is hard enough. What was I going to say?
Well said.
Yeah.
Well said.
In terms of, I was just saying that was cute. It was going on along the side. But let's take a look into the live stream. I do want to do these wonderful people justice. So a shout out to all these wonderful ladies. If she's still there, Sarah Thomas. Mwah, God bless you, honey. I don't know how she stays up throughout the night. It's incredible. But she seems to be up with us through the majority of the transmission. And so that's delightful. And of course, I did say...
What, you think that you and I are the only ones who are nocturnal?
You would think it just by the, how different the rest of the world normally is in terms of its biorhythm. Yes. And, but I know what you're saying. Yeah, there's plenty of people who stay up all night, and they tend to be in places like where you live. Yes, where all these people are, yeah, like in upstate New York, for instance. It's a lot like that. It's people like where you live. Yeah.
And people in New York City, I personally have a cat's biorhythm, so it's like sleeping twice a day for like 3 hours.
I used to be like that. Now it's like I sleep all day. I'm up all night.
Yeah, yeah.
I drive Lou absolutely crazy.
Oh God.
At some point, he will just say, "Good night, I'm going to bed," and he goes. And then whenever I finally get tired, I go join him, and he may get up within an hour.
Oh
You know,
my God.
it is what it is.
That's incredible. By the way, Sarah Thomas says she's still here. She loves the quiet of the night. God bless her. Mwah. Love you too, honey.
Yes.
When you love the night, you love Douglas Dietrich. Yes, I'm the true nyctophiliac, the lover of the night. And in terms,
I do as well, honestly. And there's nothing more beautiful than walking around Manhattan at night. As long as you know as long as you make sure you don't get shot, because that doesn't
yes.
That's the only thing that stops me from doing that these days, because I used to do that before Trump got into office.
Yeah, and then it just became and of course we had COVID, which makes all the anti-Asian phenomenon so dire, and but without
why the hell can't people just realize we're all human beings and get over that shit?
Yes.
It's because we hate being human. Well, part of the human condition is hating being human. So what makes you human is the fact that you hate being human. And it's the fact that you hate. What? What's up, man?
Speaking of the crime of being human, okay. I watched this funny video earlier, looking for a video of survivors from the Greenville fire, the Dixie Fire, and they found one man whose house was the only one that didn't get burnt in this area, and turns out that his reason for why he stayed was that he had no one to go to. His family and friends didn't want him around, so he was basically like the town reject. So he ended up the only one whose house was surviving in that town. Basically saying, "Fuck all y'all."
Jesus, that's actually, I don't know what lesson to take from that. It's kind of like,
his name is Jim.
It wasn't his time.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the other lesson is to be the perfect asshole so nobody wants you, and and somehow you're the last man standing. Yeah, I mean. Holy shit! I mean,
he had that look as like the single uncle that that doesn't get married, and his name is Jim with the mullet.
Yeah, there we are, Big Jim. Yes.
Well, maybe he's a fellow misanthrope.
It sounds to me like he's deranged, and of course he survived just because he's deranged. I mean, that's what happens most of the time, right? It's survival of the insane and the go on.
Well, the anti-gods spare their own.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like something to celebrate, to tell you the truth, but such is life. And honest to God, I just think that what else came on my mind? Certainly are two things. Our man Jameson Reese earlier this evening. By the way, I want to thank everybody in the chat room, and if anybody else is still there, I love all of you too. And that would include, of course, I think Nancy Volker has gone to sleep. Hopefully she hears the replay tomorrow. Mwah, kiss to her. And the Activist 777. I don't know their gender, but hugs. And as to Iris Christensen, mwah, it sounds like a girl or a lady. And so shout out unto she. And of course, to again, deciphering my experience as at Douglas Dietrich, how close would one have to be to Montauk Point in August of 1983 to be impacted by the energy of the event? I was as close as central Nassau County at the time, maybe even closer. And he says, 1993, I did prom weekend in Montauk. Of course, the person to be asking that would be Peter Moon, more so than I, and I doubt he would really have the answer.
Well, he had those questions while Peter was still talking, and I know that man. Deciphering my experience, his name is Eric Hecker, and yes, I was at his house last year with Lou.
Wow!
And saw his boxes of evidence that he actually did grow up on Long Island, where he says he did, and that he actually did serve at the the Raytheon South Pole station for a year, and I saw his pay stubs and photos.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Wonderful.
he's a real person who's telling the truth as he knows it.
That's wonderful. And so thank you for joining us, Hecker, right? His surname's
Hecker.
Hecker, Mr. Hecker. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Hecker. Honored by your presence. Shout out to Peggy Wood. Mwah. Love you dearly. And by the way, when we were talking earlier about the faders, the evanescers that resulted from the Montauk project, of course, personally, I'm convinced that Dr. David Lewis Anderson is one of them. But just all that being said, we move on from there in the public sense, so that I can speak about.
I'm kind of with you on that.
Oh yeah, I mean, just
based on some of the things you've told me personally. And we'll just leave it at that.
Well, not only that, just the stuff Peter said himself. Yeah. And
I might still have a small.
what's that?
I might still have a small video of you talking about the Evanescers, and you mentioning David Lewis Anderson in there too.
Oh, if you could publish that, that would be great.
Yeah. It should still be on the new Taboo Bros 2 channel.
If you got the link to that, could you put that in here in the text box? That would be good. And if you can find it. If not, you can put it in my private message box tomorrow or something.
I'll find it later because I'm out here in the garage.
Understood. Understood. And so it's nothing emergent or immediate in need. Right now, my biggest concern is, should I put on the long sleeve shirt? I guess as it gets a bit later in the night, it gets colder, and wondering if I'll need any more bottles of water. So I might grab some bottles of water, and then I'll start monologuing at the top of the hour. So we've got a few minutes to the top of the hour.
I'm still running the cooler here, dude.
I'm sorry, what?
You're getting ready to put on a long sleeve shirt, and I'm still running the cooler. It's hot here.
Oh, yes. Well, of course, you're surrounded by flames. It's, oh my God, of course it's hot out there. Anyhow, yes, she is. As far as I'm concerned, Penny, you live in hell, okay? Holy shit.
Actually, listening to this, I think it's all the hot air.
Yeah, there we are. That was someone who I know is the gentleman who tries to get her to go to sleep. And yes, it's Lou. Is that the correct name? Lou, right?
Yes.
Lou, thank you, sir.
Oh,
so thank you for your input. And do join us for a few minutes. You can join us till the top of the hour. I'll run and get some water, and by all means, you're welcome to add to some of this hot air that's blowing around, and I'll be back. So let me go mute for now.
Well, Lou is a character, so he keeps up with me, and every so often he will let me know that I'm about to go off half-cocked, and he will come up beside me and he says, "I know you really want to do such and such, but I really think you should rethink that." And then he just walks away. He doesn't fight with me, doesn't argue, doesn't give me all the bullshit. He just says, "I think you ought to rethink that." And probably 9 times out of 10, I will rethink it and do something else.
That sounds like a good relationship. I would not know what that's like, because that's something that's totally alien to me. Relationships.
When I first heard the name Lou, the first thing I heard in mind was the first 3 notes to "You'll Never Find" by Lou Rawls. Pow, pow, pow. Looking, whoa! I wonder what that has to do with the song here. Oh, maybe that must be them.
Yeah. His real name's Luther, but I'm the only one that calls him that.
Hey. Cool.
So, but yeah. We've been together for 20 years. We haven't killed each other. He has taken a couple of really long walks to work out his anger at me. And he's come back usually with a twisted ankle because he's out of shape. And we generally get along pretty well. We've only had one fight this year.
Well, blessed is he who learns to curb his temper under the guidance of a woman he trusts. Because that's a hell of an accomplishment for a man.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I'm honored that he's with me.
Dig that.
So, when you get a good one, you keep them if you know what you're doing.
Oh, yeah.
The question is, why? Well, I got nothing to input there. It's. Let's speak about black magic.
You mean go to a topic you know something about it.
yeah, because relationships is like, you might as well be speaking in Russian, and I'm like, ooh.
Relationships. I had 2 legal husbands who both tried to kill me. I had a boyfriend in between them who turned out was married to somebody, and she had left him for another woman. And they never got a divorce. And then whenever that I was divorcing my last legal husband because he was poisoning me.
Oh God, that was so awful. Yes, you really know how to pick the winners. Go on. I'm sorry.
Exactly, I know how to pick winners, right?
Well, you got Lou. He's okay. I mean, Lou is the friendliest sounding man I've ever heard for someone who looks like an axe murderer. Anyhow, go on.
He doesn't look like an axe murderer. He looks like Santa Claus on an angry streak.
There we are.
He's come on. He's got long white hair and a long white beard, and he's got eyes that are usually green and twinkle when he sees me. So
yes, there we are.
You know, if his eyes turn brown, you better run.
Yes.
But
I'm sorry, go on with it. I threw you way off from your train of thought.
He's standing over me listening to what I'm going to say next.
Understood.
Anyway,
So it has to be measured.
I was divorcing my ex because he was poisoning me. I was going to live in my car rather than get into another relationship. And Lou and I worked at the same place. I was the janitor and he was the security guard, and he had watched me getting sicker and sicker.
Oh my God.
And I was going to live in my car and send my youngest, who was still in high school, to live with my mother in Tennessee. And he put his foot down and he said, if you live in your car, you're going to be dead in a month or less. Yes. And I'll not have it. And I go, what? He says, you and your kid are going to move in with me. You can have the top story of the house, and I'll take care of you, and you don't have to put out, you don't have to pay money, nothing.
That's wonderful.
I'm like,
wow.
Okay.
Right.
And I moved in, and 20 years later, I'm still with him.
Oh my God. What he put himself in for. That is like...
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And I was honest with him. I told him that the man that was poisoning me was mafia. You know, I was honest with him. And he said, I said, you are going to move in with me. And I go, okay. And the first load of my stuff into his house, I get a phone call from my priest. What the hell do you think you're doing?
Yeah, Lou does look scarier. Yes, I could see why the priest said that. Yes.
Yeah, and in those
security guard.
Yeah. Oh.
In those days, Lou had a military-style haircut and this cheesy little mustache, and all of his hair was still about the same color as Douglas's. So
that's cute. Well, you know, my natural hair at this point is bleach white. It's been that way for a long time. My medical cosmetologist dyes it. But anyhow, so do go on, honey. Yeah. And,
I'm going to be sitting here with my mouth dropped open because all of my hair, streaks and all, is still completely natural. Right. The last time that I dyed my hair, it fell out.
Oh, sorry
So,
to hear that. I mean, that's
so
why my medical
I
cosmetologist uses organics. So she works with these organic dyes. So they,
uh,
yeah, they run out easily, but that's fine. And my son has kind of learned that from her to dye my hair when she's not working on me. Um, honey, it's been wonderful. It's 11 o'clock p.m. over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start monologuing. Let's take a look at just the live stream just to see how much time I have left. Just, calculating here. But I want you to know that I'm so glad you came, honestly. So we have about 6 hours left, and I should be able to fill that easily. We don't need to be in too much of a hurry. So you can kind of, for our listeners, round off the story. I mean, you had this horrible man, and he was like the second of two horrible men. And this saint, of course, back then he was using his axe for shaving himself as opposed to other
They
people.
don't know me, do they?
Yeah. Yeah.
I had a guy accuse me in the grocery store the other day of looking like Santa Claus. I looked right straight at him and I said, I am not Santa Claus. I'm his evil twin brother, bah humbug.
Yeah.
And I thought his wife was going to fall on the floor laughing.
Yeah. Oh, that is funny. That's so cute. That's and children, of course, probably adore you. I'm sure.
children and animals adore him. Even wild animals will come to him and sit on his shoulder or whatever.
Delightful. Yes.
So he's
It's people I have problems with.
Yes.
in a lot of ways he would agree with the get rid of them all.
Understood. Yes. And by the way,
He's not quite as into it as Jameson, but
yes. Well, Jameson, as he said, he's cathartic, he's venting, and
it's a work in progress. I'm sure at some point I'll meet some young woman who will just no, actually, I'm sure I'll become like God of the universe before that.
There we are. There. That's the other side reasserting itself. Thank you.
It's always possible that your beloved to be will be some other gender.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
If you've gone this long without finding a woman,
I'm fairly certain
it is probably something else.
I
sure
don't
straight.
think so.
It's like
Okay.
I'm fairly straight. It's I wouldn't take offense to being called gay, but the thing is, I just don't find guys attractive. They're repulsive.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I have loved women as sisters or mother substitutes, but I've never been sexually attracted to one. So yes, I understand that. I have no problem with other people being whatever.
See, I could be called a lesbian technically.
There we are. Yes.
A lot of men do use that term, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but they're still guys. So it doesn't count for them. They're just trying to be cute.
Yes. There we are.
Because they're like the macho super.
Well,
feels like a woman in a man's body.
for those of us who are female cis het, we have heard. By the time you get to 65, you have heard every game out there.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
So I'm sitting here with these wonderful, attractive younger men and going, gee, how did I get so lucky just to have friends like this?
Oh, because you deserve it, honey. That's right. And and we're lucky to have you. We really are. And of course, Lou and yourself are, well, I think you're lucky to have each other, or maybe you're both just kind of trapped in that same place.
I think
is
we're
such a
lucky
small
to have
place.
each other.
Yes.
I'm thankful for him anyway.
Yes.
I hope he returns that.
Yes, he does. He does. We can sense that. Obviously, he has infinite patience. So, with with that,
You hear him cracking up over that one.
yes, my love to both you and Lou, and I'll take over from here. And both of you, I look forward, of course, to being on the show with you on September 11th. I'm sure we'll both talk before then, and probably have you on.
I hope so.
Yeah, yes, that's right. And oh God, yes, I have to send you that book. Now, my fantasy is I'm going to try and get that out Friday the 13th, which will be perfect. So, so I'll.
That would be appropriate,
Yes,
yeah.
so I'll try and do it then, and I'll mail that to you. You gave me your address, and aside from that, you have a blessed night. Hugs to Lou, mwah, kisses to you, and then I'll get
Hi,
these.
Penny.
Yes, yes,
Good night, guys.
yeah.
Have a great show, the rest of it.
Thank you so much. Blessed be. And now, these two young gentlemen, I'll get them both out of the way. Say good night, dear Daniel, and you know, have a blessed night. It must be what, 2 a.m. where you're at?
It's 1 a.m. here now.
Okay, 1 a.m. Okay, 2 a.m. on the East Coast. So you're 2 hours ahead of me, and Central Time. And you have a blessed night and a great morning. And I mean, our man does his pull-ups in the morning, Salmon Shake, and you film yourself oftentimes doing your training. And is there a formal name? It's not Tai Chi. And you're not doing katas. What do you call it? What you do in the morning?
Oh, I practice a mix of. I practice a blend of that. I do some qigong for a few minutes, but mostly I practice Filipino martial arts.
Okay.
Kali, that's what we call it.
Yes, but I mean the motions, the kind of maneuvers. It would be like, what would be the Kali name for those kinds of like practice motions? Like you're
talking about like the single forms.
Yeah.
Basically like in the Filipino martial arts term we call it carenza.
Thank you.
So it's basically like you move like a dancer, but you're in combat mode,
Yes.
which applies to a lot of other martial arts from all other styles. They just have different words for it.
Yeah. Okay. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. And aside from that, say goodnight to our listeners.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been real, and talk to you guys later. Bye.
Okay. Love you dearly. You have a blessed
Night,
night.
Daniel.
Yes. So that was Daniel Arola. And with that, of course, we'll have Jameson say good night, but he'll be with us throughout the night, most hopefully. And I can count on him.
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
I'm on my third energy drink. I'm probably going to be taking my fourth next. I knew I shouldn't have come back to caffeine, but I just couldn't help it, man.
It's hard. It is hard.
It's difficult. I just love the stimulation.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't even imagine living without caffeine. But like I said, say goodnight to the listeners, but then do stand by. I may need you to break later on, and if so, I'm so glad that you're here, and so glad you're here, period. But do tell the listeners goodnight in the formal sense, so that
Salutations, listeners out there.
yes. There we are. And with that, I guess I'll go into fuck. I don't feel like it. Going into the monologue. But it's one of those things where holy shit. Yeah. No, now that I've kind of taken over, because I had to, because otherwise, you know what? I'd let these guys go on all night, really. At any rate, do me a favor, Jameson, come back on stage for a few minutes. Just not that I'm gonna go piss or anything, but honestly,
Hello, listeners.
just make this easy for me, so that I can psych myself up a bit more and then get into monologue. First I'm gonna read the I guess the I almost said unsolicited. I'm going to read the solicitation. After I read the solicitation, there's a wonderful quote from Stephen Myers, which I will read. And Stephen Myers was the black Asian American gentleman who contributed $50 United States dollars, which proved pivotal in my being able to go to the dentist and get this temporary reinserted in some place other than my ass so that I could start chewing again. And aside from that, let me see now. Also want to tell people again, just kind of review all of the different convergences that took place on this Montauk biorhythm. It really is something to it. This August 12th, because of course of all the convergences that I'll mention again. But I think people who were listening earlier certainly got a hold of what I was talking about. And then I will talk about, I'll start off with Taiwan, because I was talking about the factory that had been blown up there that was producing the stuff that Trump was actually recommending for the COVID. Now, whether that was efficacious towards COVID or not, in the sense that Trump thought, obviously it was considered valuable enough to target. And since Taiwan was producing the majority of it, that tells us quite a bit. And
It was probably China or Russia.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Or even the Americans, if they felt that they wanted to have a sole monopoly on the production of the HCQ. So I'll go a bit into that and just kind of start off on Taiwan with that, and then go from Taiwan to the spirit season, or maybe I'll start with the spirit season and then go into the Taiwan bit. So do me a favor here while I breathe and center myself and, try to meditate into the mood. Should only take a few minutes, but Jameson, maybe if you could relate some story about what you feel is going on in terms of current events, and maybe I'll ease into it by even engaging in a conversation with you in terms of some of what we were speaking about earlier, and get me into the mood to do, into the zone. I'll get myself into the zone. What's happening in current events that you feel we should be paying attention to?
Well, there are this is a story that's a few days old, but there are fake COVID-19 vaccination cards that are worrying college officials.
Oh, they arrested some fucker here in California that was producing fake COVID-19 vaccination cards. Believe that shit? He worked in a bar. It was like a bar that was issuing them. It was the owner of the bar, as a matter of fact. He was getting more bar customers by issuing fake vax cards. Is that sick?
What a fucking douchebag.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's disgusting. Go on.
Yeah, well, as the Delta variant of the coronavirus sweeps across the United States, a growing number of colleges and universities are requiring proof of COVID-19 vaccination for students to attend in-person classes. But the new mandate has opened the door for those opposed to getting the vaccine to cheat the system, according to interviews with students, education, and law enforcement officials. Both faculty and students at dozens of schools interviewed by the Associated Press say they are concerned about how easy it is to get fake vaccine cards. Across the internet,
it's like scalping football tickets or some shit. Yeah.
Across the internet, a cottage industry has sprung up to accommodate people who say they won't get vaccinated for either personal or religious reasons. Because, when did religion ever stand in the way for, having you get vaccinated? Unless you're, of course, the master race, shall I say the former master race of the Americans, since that's now the Russians. They've co-opted that.
The Americans worship the Russians as the master race. They used to worship the Jews, and I think the Jews are all salty that the Russians have replaced them.
They've actually joined they've joined the Russians anyway, because they're still supporting Trump and decent numbers,
Uh,
and many of those fucktards. So I mean, what can you do? Across the internet. I mean, I would say ship them all to send everyone to Siberia, but
yes, I mean, truly, I mean, honestly, I mean, they can all go live there.
yeah, they could go huff that freaking Fukushima gas.
That's settling down over Siberia, yes. Oh my God. So go on with what you're reading. Of course, it's outrageous.
An Instagram account with the username Vaccination Cards sells laminated COVID-19 vaccination cards for $25 each. A user on the encrypted messaging app Telegram offers COVID-19 vaccination card certificates for as much as $200 a piece. Why not just get the fucking vaccine for free? Instead of paying $200. Who the fuck is gonna go? I mean, how stupid can you be?
It's bizarre to me. This doesn't make any sense. It's like, I guess this is their idea of a political statement. I'm a free man. I'm gonna spend this money. It goes to show me they have money to burn. I mean, literally, that's money to burn.
Well, yeah. Well, that's why they're all for the government, the hands-off government approach of letting businesses do whatever they want, because they're obviously reaping the benefits. They're obviously the mega wealthy, or they think they are.
Yeah, something like that. It's what's going to happen when businesses start requiring. Well, it's like what they do. I guess if businesses start requiring the vaccine passport, then they just say, "Oh, we'll just forge them." I mean, that's. Fuck. That's the answer is in crime. Yeah. So go on.
Yeah, I mean, $200 out of your paycheck. Really? I mean, why? Well, I'm not. I don't get it. A Reddit user commented on a thread about falsifying COVID-19 vaccination cards, saying in part, "I need one too for college. I refuse to be a guinea pig." On Twitter, one user with more than 70,000 followers tweeted, "My daughter bought 2 fake IDs online for $50 while in college, shipped from China. Anyone have a link for vaccine cards?" According to a tally by the Chronicle of Higher Education, at least 675 colleges and universities now require proof of COVID-19 inoculations. The process to confirm vaccination at many schools can be as simple as uploading a picture of the vaccine card to the student's portal. In Nashville, Vanderbilt University places a hold on a student's course registration until their vaccine record has been verified, unless they have an approved medical accommodation or religious exemption. Why do they still do the religious exemption shit in college? I mean, it's not a public school. It's a fucking college.
What's interesting is that I'm surprised more people don't take advantage of that. Half the ones that do are lying. But it's one of those things where, look at the results of that. It's kind of like, I don't know if the state can afford to tolerate that for too much longer. Health exemptions, yes, if people have some compromised immunosystem where you absolutely cannot take the shot. The religious exemptions, look at what happened with the fundamentalist Jewish communities in New York, are just breeding grounds for measles and all the stuff in normal times. I mean, I'm surprised the pandemic just doesn't kill them off.
Yeah, well, that's why, no matter how many horny Jewish chicks I see, I'm like, nope. Gotta pay attention.
Yeah, it's hard for me to control my loins if it's just we'll see how far you get with your self-control as time moves on.
Then again, you did say I'm one of those virginal characters, so it's like easy for me because I just don't have to respond to any gesture. It's not that I don't have to respond, it's that I can't decipher the gestures anyway. So because I can't speak the language of flirting, because it's absolutely foreign to me, even if I read about it intellectually, am taught it by someone speaking word of mouth, because it doesn't come natural to me, it's like it's relatively easy for me to stay as I am.
Mm. Yes. Oh, at any rate, so to go on about some of the current events, but you know, while you're doing that, I'm just checking around the internet for some other things that are of interest, and you know, one of the things that is striking me is, of course, the fact that we've got how would I say it? Just the Russians, of course. We were bringing up the entire Russian thing earlier, where we had PJ Cornell, you know, feeling that the Russians needed defense, and which is, it shows that he doesn't understand where we're coming from on this, and
No, he doesn't. Well, that was one of the reasons why I just unfriended him and said, you know, fuck this, because you know, it's at some point, what is the point? There is no, if there's no common ground for, if there's no common basis for a friendship, why keep it?
No, I understand what you're saying, and at least credit to him that he was trying to communicate, and certainly,
Yeah. I mean that's a fair point, but my tendency is to automatically assume that whoever's trying to communicate with me, if they're not friends of yourself, I automatically just assume either this person is just someone who's a troll, or this person is someone who wants to mount an attack because I'm affiliated with yourself. So I'm ordinarily going to take that stance right away.
In his case, it was even more, how would I say it, kind of awkward. He was essentially trying to convince you that that the right wing is right. That's essentially what he was trying to do.
Yeah, that's literally a lost cause. I don't know why they try. I don't get it.
Yes, I know.
It's like, yeah, why would you try to convince a black person? That's like trying to say, okay, I want a black supporter of slavery.
How
does that work?
Oh gosh, don't you know? I'm tempted to bring up Daryl Neely with that. I'm not quite sure that's where Daryl Neely comes from, but let's put it this way, and people would be.
We could also bring up Abdul Kalim Hawk and Derek Talley.
Oh yeah, well
they're in the same vein.
Yeah, at that point, you know, I don't want to put Daryl Neely anywhere near those two in terms of that's oh god, he's never done me wrong. Yeah, those two on the other hand, it's like we're talking about genuine just fools, if nothing else. It's just they're just so stupid, those people, and just the things that they did were so self-destructive. But honestly, I think Peter Moon said it best when he was. He said to me that his way of describing Derek Talley, privately, he said this to me in a conversation, was that Derek Talley was he's in a race with one leg in a wheelchair. In other words, he's got the wheelchair and he's only got one leg to propel it, so he keeps going in circles. You know, so that was yeah, that was the best way to describe it, honestly.
That's a very amusing visual.
Yeah, and you can see it. I mean, you can see Derek Talley doing that. Yeah, honestly. So
yeah, that's his underwater workout routine.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah, that's a good way to describe. Well, his underwater workout routine was just like that, right? I mean, what the fuck was that? It was like you know, he would describe that, and he said he did. It was just the worst of it was the passive terrorism for 2 years of looking at him with that stupid Marine Corps photo in which he was just staring out blankly with the same, you know, stupid dead blank look in his eyes. It was just Richard K. Cole Jr. in blackface. And you know, that's exactly what he always was, and you know, you just knew it.
Maybe that's why his wife hated him, because he was in a relationship with Richard K. Cole.
Yeah, it was something like that was going on, and there had to be a reason why, and he would just present it without her side of the story, of course. But when she said, "I wish you died of cancer," somebody really has to be pushed to say something like that, you know. And of course, I understand where she's coming from. Anyhow, so Sarah Thomas was saying she loved Lou laughing. Yes, yes, he had a very pleasant laugh. He's obviously a very easygoing man. Of course, he'd have to be. That's and in terms of you know, I mean, Penny's wonderful. She's wonderful, but you know, I living with anyone's got to be hard.
Well, yeah, except for cats.
Well, there you go.
Well, they do have their challenges. The litter box, but that's relatively mild compared to the idiosyncrasies of human beings.
Yes, yes, and so in terms of everything that we've been talking about, let's see if we can just get into a space where I can you know, begin to take over, and when it comes to something like how would I say this? When we looked at what was going on in the month of June, July, August, it wasn't that long ago. It was mid-June, the Ides of June, when Vladimir Putin really took to he justified prisoning Navalny by demonizing the Black Lives Matter movement, and I don't know if anybody really caught that. And that's because
I didn't even know that was the case.
Yeah, that's because most people don't speak Russian, of course. And so if anyone had really spoke Russian, they would understand, because, of course, people don't realize this, because I think that their conscious mind rejects it or something. But when they see someone like Vladimir Putin speak, they seem to forget that he's always speaking through an interpreter, that he has somewhat of a minor command of English, but not really that much. He actually speaks more German because he was a spy in Germany. So he actually speaks German with some degree of fluency. He even speaks a little Japanese because he did learn some judo and was, you know, part of that. Oh, by the way, I almost said Stephen King. Why did I almost say Stephen King? But Peter Moon, which, you know, if we can get him to have the success of Stephen King, we'll be set. All he has to do is start writing trash, you know, stupid, scary shit, and everybody will read it. Well, actually, Stephen King doesn't even do anything scary. He does gross out. So if we get Peter Moon to start doing gross out, we'll be fucking set. But here, what did Peter Moon write myself the other day? And it was, you know, I guess, you know, I emphasize this too much. I say I have a guilty pleasure in listening to how would I say it? And just listening to people like Cuomo getting it up the ass and shit. So he began to tell me this. He said, Steven Seagal has been sent to Siberia by Putin to teach kids Taekwondo. He says, I don't know if you know, but Steven Seagal defected to Russia to escape rape warrants in at least 3 American states, 3 states of the United States. And yet Vladimir Putin reportedly cannot stand him. So this I got from Peter Moon just the other day. And
holy shit.
So now Vladimir Putin must really hate kids, because if this guy's a rapist who's won it in 3 states in the Union, why would Vladimir Putin say, oh, well, the Americans want him all across the continent of North America for raping, and then he lets him teach kids? I mean, what is wrong with this picture? Is there something there that I'm missing?
Yeah, well, it's obvious what. Well, it's like I said. I'm fairly certain what Trump got in trouble for with Russia, which is why he was beholden to Vladimir Putin, involved a Russian child. So I'm fairly certain Putin is of that ilk as well.
Okay.
I mean, for goodness sake, Alexander Dugin is his brain. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
what do you expect? That's one of those high-ranking members under Michael Aquino.
Yes, that's your point's well taken. By the way, let me give this to you. This was sent to me by Peter Moon. He says, He took what he told me from this. He said it's from the last 20 or 15 minutes of Gianni Russo, who Putin likes because of his role in The Godfather as Carlo. And here's Gianni Russo on Escobar, Trump, Putin, Marilyn Monroe, Italian TK Kirkland, any a full interview. So this guy, he looks scary as fuck. I mean, in the sense that he looks like he's old and degenerate or something. His face looks deformed. I don't know if that's just age or, but anyhow, so that apparently contains this testimony. It makes a lot of sense. I buy it. I buy it because not just because I dislike Steven Seagal, but his behavior is indicative of everything this man is saying. I see no reason to disbelieve it. So it makes perfect sense to me. So I should have brought that up while Daniel was with us, but of course I was busy eating my sandwich. So the next time he's on, we'll bring that up again. Do remind me about that on Sunday, okay?
Well, I was able to bring up with Daniel that he got involved in a sort of Ponzi scheme with cryptocurrency.
Daniel?
No, fucking Steven Seagal.
Oh, okay. Oh God, well, Steven Seagal's an idiot. Oh God, where did he even get enough money to get involved with cryptocurrency?
Well, he was basically paid like he was paid like $250,000 to endorse this sort of scam that was cooked up by a guy named John DeMar. And this was a $11 million crypto scam, which was a Ponzi scheme where he would say he would have people invest in him, and when they asked, "Where's my money?" he would give them the money of investments money of investors that he had swindled, confidence from later on. And so of course that prick who was involved in that was under investigation because of ties with Russia, and the fact that he had claimed that he had fled to Montenegro, but was really chilling in Ocean County, California, the entire time.
Yeah.
So Seagal gets sued for $300,000 because of this, because he was paid. So he takes a pretty much $50,000 loss, and so he backs away from. And so of all things, this coin scam was called Bitcoin, except it's Bitcoin because it has like two I's after the O.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's like a bootleg. It's obviously like a bootleg ass attempt at Bitcoin currency. I mean, and they just John DeMar fellow scammed $11 million in funds. So there you go. I mean, he's involved in some shady shit. Seagal does have two. He has at least two rape allegations that I know of. One
that we know of. Yes.
Yeah, one involved an 18-year-old on the set of a movie that he did, and I think there was another of someone who was underage. But I can't find that one online.
They probably managed to scrub that. He probably had Putin's,
He was someone,
hackers.
but
Putin's
it was
hackers.
someone who was 15.
Yeah.
And I did find out that the prick used to live on Staten Island as well.
Oh, why am I not surprised? That's like that would seem like home turf for him. I mean, it would seem like the perfect environment. By the way, so what I sent you in the link in the private messages now was this black African-American reporter named Rachel Scott, and she is the lady who confronted Vladimir Putin, and of course she's very light-skinned black, and that's why she's on television, right? Because she's light-skinned. But the point is, to Vladimir Putin, she's a negress. And so basically what happened was in the Ides of June, around June 15th or 16th, this young lady confronted Vladimir Putin and asked him why he's so frightened. What is he so scared of? And basically, of course, he never gets questions like this because, of course, he has people who shield him all the time. And so when she asked him why all of his opponents wind up dead or in prison, Of course, he responded violently. You could just see him bristle. If you see the footage of him, you see, he's never been confronted like this. He's not used to this, and so
I gotta see this.
so
I have it on mute.
yeah,
It's on
yeah,
mute.
yeah. But so because she's black, he just automatically went into the Black Lives Matter movement, and he said, "Oh, because we don't want our country to suffer from what America is suffering from with the Black Lives Matter movement." So this is like his reasoning. It automatically went to race. So here you have this son of a bitch who's rationalizing the imprisonment of Alexei Navalny and the Kremlin's overreactive, to put it mildly. It's a hyper-reactionary crackdown on all forms of dissent. And basically, here you had this guy appearing solo before the press, which, credit to him, he had some balls in doing that, but he obviously didn't expect. He's probably so used to being treated with kids' gloves everywhere he goes, and with these worshipful white reporters, asking him shit that's just stuff that flatters his ego. Then, when a black woman confronts him, he's just outraged, and it's the source that bothers him more than anything else, the fact that this confrontation is coming from a black woman, so then he equated Black Lives Matter with the looting and violence that broke out at the protests in the United States throughout the summer, as if it weren't the white militia doing that. And then he equated them with the attacks on the Capitol on January 6th. And yeah, just
Oh my gosh, he's a fucking moron.
thank
Oh,
you.
see, he got caught without Dugan in his right ear, and he showed how much of a fucking idiot he is.
No, I doubt Dugan could have done much better. I mean, the problem with many of these people in other parts of the world is they're extraordinarily naive to the complexities of the United States because of all of its layers of
And this is actually something I encountered when I was in high school, because the majority of the assholes who used to make fun of me were Russian, because I was in that program with all those white kids, and most of them were Russian and foreign.
That's so bizarre. That is like, were they all immigrants with the fall of the Soviet Union or something? Were they all like refugees?
Not all of them. Some of them were Italian. Some of them were born in Staten Island's finest, your regular white trash born out here. But which you expected bigotry from them, because Italians are like, oh, they're the niggers of the white race, and so they have to take it out on people
others,
who
yes.
are
Yes.
considered the niggers,
Right,
which
right, I
is
get
the
it.
black race.
Yeah.
Because just to show that they're white too,
Yeah.
because
I get,
that's
and
that's
the horror.
their trip.
The horror is when they try to, change that dynamic. Or it was like when Customayo adopted Mike Tyson, and when I saw all of these just really vulgar Italians that had produced Mike Tyson. That's what made Mike Tyson totally socially retarded, was being raised by these Italian bigots. They had no concept of raising him as a human being. They turned him into a bipedal pit bull. This is what they raised him as an animal, and he acted like an animal because they didn't know how to raise him as a human being. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense to you. I hope it's coherent.
Yeah, it does. And I remember two of the more arrogant Russian guys who I used to play Magic the Gathering with. I remember how like once they realized that they couldn't get, once they started to have to trade low blow insults on race, once I got back at them and started to hit them with race, with them being Russian, they would get all like, they would almost get to the point of physical aggression, and I'm like, how's it feel, motherfucker? I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah. This whole time I didn't hit any one of you. Of course, if I did, I would have probably fucking got suspended, and honestly, I would have probably whooped their asses, but I just didn't. I didn't care about it. They weren't. That didn't matter to me, honestly.
No. Yeah. Well,
but it just goes to show this sort of arrogance that people who at least whites from other countries seem to have when they come into America and they start to analyze black culture is that they're looking at it from the same fucking lens, that Republican white bullshit lens, which sort of doesn't understand anything.
Yeah, and this is where you see the real, how would I say it, the convoluted knot that's tied in their anti-logic is when Putin not only equated the Black Lives Matter with this white supremacist attempt to overthrow our legal government. He's quoted as saying, and you can take a look at the transcript for when he answered this young black woman. He said, as for who is killing whom or are throwing whom in jail, people came to the U.S. Congress with political demands. Over 400 people had criminal charges placed on them. They face prison sentences of up to 28, maybe even 25 years. They're being called domestic terrorists. So he's trying to present these white supremacists in this sympathetic light that somehow they're being persecuted, like politically persecuted, while comparing the damage they did to, he's trying to deflect that on Black Lives Matter, which is essentially what the whites, the Republicans, are doing. They're saying it was Antifa, which to them is like an extension of Black Lives Matter. They feel that Antifa and Black Lives Matter are essentially the same thing. So, it's all part of...
They are so... It is so warped, it's not even funny. And so it basically, by him doing that, what he's doing is he's showing us where the source of Trump's entire narrative came from.
Yes, thank you.
This basically goes, what he's doing is he's confirming that he is the one who has been puppeteering this entire narrative that the Republicans have been running with the entire time.
Yes, that they truly are acting on
this
orders.
Basically, yeah. So anyone who sees this now has confirmation that they are acting under Putin.
Yes, that they're basically a Russian insurgency. For all intents and purposes, the Republican Party is a Russian insurgency at this point. Of course, Navalny's top aide had said that Putin was dumb to put Navalny behind bars because it basically makes him a symbol. But, Putin is, now that he's survived one assassination attempt, Putin's literally afraid to kill him because, of course, it'll, at this point he's trapped. So it's a joke. It's something we can enjoy. We can enjoy watching Putin squirm with having grabbed this radioactive hot potato and he can't drop it. And but at any rate, when he was answering, if you actually listen to how the interpreter translates Vladimir Putin, I'm sure the interpreter is translating him correctly, but because it's so people understand, I can't hear Putin's Russian because the interpreter speaks over him. But I'm assuming he's translating him correctly, and what the translator is exposing is that Putin he's afraid to even name Navalny by name. He calls him this person. When he's answering this young black woman about Navalny, all he can say about Navalny is this person, this person you're talking about, instead of calling him by name. So, it goes to show how how frightened he is to even bring up the man's name. So again, the young lady...
Navalny probably has something over on Putin that Putin does not want exposed.
That makes sense. Sure. That's... there was another guy who was killed at one point who was a journalist who said that Vladimir Putin was a child molester. And I think that individual was ultimately killed. I'd have to go back through my notes over that. But yes, everyone do remember this young lady's name is Rachel Scott, and she works with ABC. And it's one of these things where, we need to be proud of her and congratulate her for what she did, if only more people did it.
And this is the thing that I think whites can't stand about the black race, is that we're pretty straightforward.
Yes.
We don't pull punches. If we sense bullshit, we're just gonna call it. Whereas white folks will kind of hold reservations about saying anything. That's one of the things that I think that the conservatives hate about the black race.
Yes. yes, and most of the time it's because the black race has nothing left to lose, really.
Exactly.
And as for the what's going on with the naivete, on the contrapuntal, not that this is negative, because and everything has its exception, but in general, I do see blacks, they will travel back to West Africa sometimes in kind of like a search for their roots, and so of course the West African nations have developed a kind of a, for lack of a better word, I wouldn't exactly call it a tourist industry, but it's kind of, they have a capability of entertaining foreigners, and at least, I guess you'd call it, yeah, an ability. They have tour guides. So there's kind of a tourist industry in certain areas of West Africa, which used to be what they called slave factories. And the slave factories were, of course...
God, that is so fucking naive. Why would someone black
go there? Just trying to find the
go
roots.
there?
Yeah.
But that's not your roots. Your roots are rooted in slavery here in America.
For most of them, yeah, it was several generations, yeah.
I mean, we were fucking cast out.
Yeah.
So there's no reason to give a fuck what happens to Africa. I mean, they can nuke that continent off the map and I wouldn't care.
But like I pointed out before, and I know you say that, you know, you're not, let's put it this way, you know that what you're saying is more venting or cathartic because, like I pointed out, it's vast areas of the interior of Africa and southern African tribes. They had nothing to do with the slavery. It was the coastal western tribes and the coastal eastern tribes.
Well, yes. Let me disambiguate that statement. Then they can nuke the north.
Yeah, the north is where it was heavy. Yeah,
and I wouldn't care. You know, the south, since they whatever had nothing to do with it, I'm not going to take it out on. You know, I do sometimes get indiscriminate with my rage and just take it out on everything.
Yeah, I mean, Africa is so huge, obviously, that it's like you're talking about the rest of the continents of the world could fit into Africa, and then Africa and the rest of... Yeah.
I mean, at that point, I might as well just say fucking nuke the world and get humans over with. But, you know, what I'm basically getting at is there's no... Where the Black American is unique in that the Black American is a race that does not have a home.
Yes, and this is the point. You know, one thing
that is our legacy is surviving without being in a home.
Right, and one thing I noticed was that you know, I've seen this. Now, I've never seen it personally, but I've seen it on documentaries where blacks have like gone back to West Africa, just kind of seeing, well, this is where their roots ultimately come from, and usually it's pretty much the slave factories, and they don't know where to go after that because the tribes that wound up in the slave factories were effectively wiped out. So, but in terms of the in terms of some people, they have at least some descent from tribes they could identify, but that's rare. Otherwise, you see them go to the slave factories. Now, one thing I never noticed any time while I was in Africa, in the eastern half, and it would be more like, as I said, the Horn of Africa in particularly, and the regions in environs thereof. The one thing that I almost never saw was blacks from America ever visiting. I never saw any of that. All the academics that were from universities that were studying the anthropology or the whites who were there with Doctors Without Borders, well, for whatever reason, whites were there. It's you didn't see any. I never saw any blacks that were from America, and I think that there's probably an instinct among blacks that they would have no place to go there. That basically, you know, the interesting thing though.
Those are places. Those are the remnants of the folks who enslaved us originally, right?
Yeah, well, not the East Africans, but the East Africans enslaved Black Africans. You know, and they're all black too. The Black Africans in the East are Islamized, and they were responsible for their economies, or their cultures were oft times, not always. It depends on where you're at. Mostly you're talking about the ones very near the coast that were responsible for at least collaborating with the slave trade to a degree with the Arab world. And you know, if you
Well,
really
there
want
you
to,
go.
yeah, if you really want to go to a fucked up place like Dubai, I mean, Dubai is, like, for lack of a better word, of course, it's stunning and it's beautiful architecturally. But understand you're in an economy where literally they have souped up sports cars for police cars, and they do have female police to be politically correct, just so they can show the world that they're not that they're not misogynist. So they do have women in hijabs who serve as police. It's kind of like a cultural, how would you call it, a sap to the foreigners, saying, look, we got female police, and all the police cars there, and I'm not shitting you, they're like Formula racers and shit. They're like, they just got them painted up in police colors, and they're like, you know, Peugeots and shit. I mean, it's like, but, you know, you go past that, and there is slavery in Dubai. But understand this, there's slavery in Singapore. So, but the Singapore, it's not black. It's like other Asians who are, you know, Filipino or Indonesian, and I've had whites report to me that when they were in Singapore, there are some who love it. Just this kind of environment where they can wallow in enslaving other people. And there's others.
That's so fucking disgusting.
It is. And then there are others who told me flat out that I was married to a man who worked in Singapore, and he was a white guy. It was a white woman who told me this. She said, I was married to a white American who had job contracts in Singapore, and because of the slavery, in other words, this was how she described it. You know, the people who, like, owned the property they were renting came to visit them and said, oh, you're home, you're so lucky, you know, you rented this home and you get 2 slaves. And she was just shocked. And she told them they'll live right here in the closet. And she, you know, when the white woman said she wouldn't stand for that, and they just told her, look, you can't treat these as people. They're like, you know, Indonesians or Filipinos or Malayans. And they said to her that if you treat them as people, they're going to start thinking they're people. And you don't want that to happen. And we're doing them such a favor by just, you know, feeding them scraps and keeping them in the closets, and this is much better than they would ever have at home in their country. And so you should think of what a favor you're doing them. Anyhow, so she divorced her husband. And so she was telling me how she divorced her husband because he loved this. He loved having slaves to lord it over in the home and feed them scraps, literally from his table. And that's when she realized that she never should have married him. And so I've had reports like that. She's just one outstanding example. But I hear that constantly. So we need to understand that in places like Singapore or in Dubai, slavery exists and it's real. And as a tourist, people take advantage of it. And there's different ethnicities involved. But in East Africa, it's a bit more complex than West Africa. With West Africa, the entire national economies of certain states there were involved in slavery. With East Africa, it's more like coastal cities. But the point is that one thing I never really saw anytime I was in Africa was blacks in Africa who were from America who were visiting. And but aside from that, the chill that went up my spine, and again, not to shit on Derek Talley just because it's convenient to do so, but the chill that went up my spine was, bear in mind that the one thing I did see in Africa, and of course Jameson Reese has done his own research on this, he knows it's true, is that black Africans have a superstitious belief that albinos are medicinal, and that by killing them and cannibalizing them, you can cure all sorts of ills. And that's why when my son hired an albino escort for me on Halloween of yesteryear. And I showed her picture to the lads, Jameson Reese, and of course, the response from Brendan Zogit, I'll have to admit, is almost as disturbing as Derek Talley's, because whenever I showed him a picture of one of my escorts, his immediate question would be, is she a vegetarian? And I'm like thinking,
Well,
oh my,
you know that's just his cookie response for everything. So
Yes.
I at some point that's just him.
yeah, I
But
know.
in Derek's case, it's just like,
How did she taste? Yeah, how did she taste? That's where
fuck?
you never thought of it consciously until you brought that up. When you brought up the cannibalism involving the albinos, then I thought, oh my God, is that what he was coming from? Is that where he was coming from? And is that just like is that some like weird black African recessive gene where suddenly it's like, or is that it's like you said, he's just fucking crazy. It's like
he's just fucking crazy.
thank you.
Maybe he's the kind of guy who would cut up and eat women.
Yeah,
I
you
wouldn't
wonder.
put it past.
I mean, if his wife hates him to that degree, where she's saying, and both her and her mother and all her friends are saying, "We wish you had died of cancer," and he's saying, "Oh, these are all just mean girls." Okay,
I mean, dude's got to be creepers somehow.
Thank you. That's a lot of mean girls to team up. Yeah, that's you know, it takes a lot of that would take a lot of indoctrination to convince, you know, her mother and her friends and everybody that because you know that could go either way. There's plenty of families, you know, who would just shit on their own and say, oh, you know, it's not your husband, it's you. You're the you know how people are, right? It could easily go in that direction. But for all of them to take her side and be just that adamant towards him, yeah. So what the fuck did he do? My impression, of course, is the biggest problem is he does nothing. You know, that would be the biggest problem. Just all the while they were, you know, like he described himself. Oh yeah, when I married her, yeah, her mother hated me because yeah, I took her into this ghetto where she had to sleep by the window with a loaded firearm so she could fire at people who kept trying to steal their car. And he says, yeah, her mother hated me, kept chewing me out. And I'm like thinking, well, good. I mean, yeah. Well, it's not like the guy was unemployed. You know, his father's an officer in the military. It wasn't like his father was a serviceman. It's not like he was not moneyed. He came from a moneyed background. He's comparatively privileged. And he was a trucker in hazardous materials, which is the highest paying. So it's not like the guy's, what the fuck was he doing there? You know, what was that in this ghetto? It's not like he had to live there. So there you have it. It's just
Maybe he was there because he had a taste for young inner city albino women.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And maybe he oh man, yeah, well that's why he has so much fat.
Something was going on with that, yeah, and that maybe that's what ultimately killed his kidneys. I mean, after all, our man Aquino died ultimately from the complications of his intestinal cancer. And Brendan Zogit made the joke. Of course, he's a vegetarian, so he would make this joke. He was basically saying, "Yeah, well, I guess eating all those roasted babies it just isn't good for the intestinal tract."
But the thing is, that does sound like something Michael Aquino would do.
That's what people have said he did, and I don't doubt them. I mean, Michael.
Okay, well, there you go. I mean that. So that this is a cannibal thing. This is a cannibal culture. I mean, this is the cannibal anti-culture.
Yeah. And so there we have it. And don't forget, cannibalism in America is not uncommon. And look it up, people. Don't just reflexively say that can't be so. That's it's no better here than in Africa. I mean, I've seen butchered albinos in Africa because people thought they'd make good medicine, and you know, you don't see it outright here where people are running around with machetes and just, you know, whack some poor albino's off arm who's innocently walking down the street. Rather, here they get on Craigslist and they date women and they, you know, take them home and cook them up and eat them. And if you look up the number of guys who cannibalize their girlfriends, it's a lot higher a statistic than you'd ever want to think. Men are sick in America, and you know, at least in Africa they think it's medicine. Here in America it's just plain.
I think men are sick everywhere. It's just global. Folks,
I mean, granted, I don't like men in general, but I'd like to think
we need to outlaw the Y chromosome.
It's, you know, evolution will take care of that. But anyhow, again, the one good example of Rachel Scott, as a Black American woman was, bear in mind the question that, and she did it twice. She doubled down, and she asked questions of Putin that would have had any journalist sentenced to a gulag in his own country. So the fact that she pointed out that all of his political opponents are either dead, in prison, or poisoned, and that it sent the message that he doesn't want a fair political fight. I mean, this is exactly what he deserved. And
well, that's what he's scared of. He's scared of being called out for his own bullshit.
Yes. Yes.
And it takes a black woman to do that.
Yes. Yes.
So now we know why black women are one of the most threatened groups of women on the planet.
Yes. Yes. That's right. And honestly, it's there we have that. And so
because men don't like being called on their own shit because they're like insecure chicken shit pieces of shit.
Yes, that's right. The best way to describe. By the way, she's a native of Southern California. Now that I remember, she was she's a product of the University of Southern California, and again, have every reason to be proud of her there. So
well, she gets my shout out.
Yes, thank you, very good, and. With that, let me try and point out that then you had the Olympics, and that brings us to kind of segue into this whole Russian trip onto my solicitation, which everybody knows it's always painful for me to do these solicitations. But you had this, when it came to the Russian journalists, the Washington Post was pointing out that they were all very much just briefed the Russian Olympians. They all had these Kremlin-approved responses over any questions about Black Lives Matter or anything the Russians considered provocative, like, Russia's sports doping scandal, or the annexation, the invasion of Ukraine and the annexation of the Crimean Peninsula. But this was at the Tokyo Olympics, so I certainly understood the Japanese. And basically, you could tell that these Russians had been instructed not to voice any of their opinions, whatever opinions they may even have had. Basically, for those of you who don't know, the Russians were all competing under a neutral flag. And this was punishment for all of their past doping violations. Of course, with the Soviet Union, the politics and the sports were always intertwined because everybody was basically sporting specifically for the state. And I remember back in 1984 when I had already gotten out of high school because I took the what do they call it? GED. I got out of there early, but around that time, the Soviet Union and their allies had boycotted the 1984 Olympics in Los Angeles, and this was in response to the U.S. and its allies snubbing the 1980 games in Moscow because of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. And, of course, in all fairness, looking back on Afghanistan, the Soviets in Afghanistan it was like heaven under the Soviets compared to what it was like under the Taliban. And honest to God, they should have won in that sense. But of course, the Soviet Union needed to go, and that just had to happen. It had to go because of it was just.
Well, there you go, folks. You have a insight as to what America does after it enters other countries.
Yeah.
Things get infinitely worse.
Yes, that's right. It's so bad. So basically, all of these poor Russians, when they were questioned about anything, they literally had nothing to say. It was very sad. But what was really sad, in a sense, of course, was that it was Saturday of, like I said, we had the ending of the Olympics. We wrapped it up with the Sunday transmission when I brought up how the Olympics had just ended. And when I was able to review some of the final footage that I wasn't able to see before, and what had happened after the last time I gave an overview of it, basically the Russians were expressing outrage over, they said the Japanese Olympics committee was biased. Basically, the winner of the gymnastics individual all-around final was Israel's Linoy Ashram, and so they claimed a victory over the three-time world championess Dina Averina, and that ended 2 decades of Russian dominance. So the head of Russia's Olympic Committee, they lodged a complaint with the International Gymnastics Federation, and but it's just so sad. It's so sad because there was a mistake that was made by Israel Ashram in her closing ribbon routine. And yet, it was the first time a Russian failed to win the event since the 1996 Atlanta Olympics. It was one of the biggest surprises in the sports' history was what happened in Tokyo. And so Averina herself said she didn't think it was fair. And so the Russians feel she won, and I'm not quite sure where to land on that.
They might have in that case, they might honestly have a legitimate claim for that.
Yeah.
There might have been something sort of.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, it might have been.
I mean,
the judges, by the way.
Because I mean, if you can have a sport like karate where the guy who gets knocked out gets the gold medal, I mean, I would tend to think anything goes at that point.
Yeah, there was something bizarre going on there, and bear in mind, of course, everybody understands this. The judges at the Olympics were not ethnically Japanese. These are just all part of these Olympics judges that it's taken place in Japan, so they're all part of this Olympics committee. I'm not quite sure what the politics was, other than people are angry probably that Russia has earned so many unearned medals because of all the doping. There's just everything that went on in the Soviet Union for decades was just patently, of course, should never have been allowed. So it's almost like they're kind of compensating or overcompensating for that now. But it's like, the Russians today are paying the price for the crimes of their forefathers and foremothers. It's like that. And but like I said, basically they were under a neutral banner because of their country's doping suspension. So they were banned from Tokyo 2020. And it was all because of they were guilty of state-sponsored doping. And so their athletes were not allowed to use the Russian flag and anthem. But over 300 Russian competitors were allowed to compete under their Russian Olympic Committee moniker. They won 20 golds. They lie fourth on the medals table. But the gymnastics thing was always one of their obsessions. So that was kind of like that was sad. But aside from that,
Well, that might also be because isn't one of Putin's daughters a gymnast?
Might be, yeah, so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. He's got
that could be their obsession with it.
It could be. It could be. It's just their way of indirectly striking at Putin, and honestly, he's such a God. He's such a fucking they've got to get rid of him. Honestly, I'm not even saying assassinate the fucker. Really, he's just like just put him out to pasture, and
he's honestly at the point where he'll get rid of himself.
Yeah, it really is like that. Honestly, I would retire him to someplace like Australia, really. He'd get along well there. It's full of whites. The whites that all love him.
I honestly think they should send him to the Acorn Projects. That would be his exile.
Yes. Oh my God. There was one. Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
That would be quite the fitting exile for him.
Oh God. Yeah. It's like there was this one white family that was living in the Acorn Projects, and the blacks would just attack them incessantly. It's just so sad. The human condition is just sad. Don't want to dwell on all the sadness of it. I've overused that term at this point. Okay, let me get my voice together and begin the solicitation. At which point, usually when I do this, Jameson takes a bathroom break. I can't blame him. I wish I could join him when I'm like, not in the bathroom, mind you, but I mean taking a break from doing the solicitation. I hate doing this shit, but
Yeah, well, yeah, I only invite ladies for the bathroom thing.
understood. Yes. And okay, so let me drink some of this water here from this, and then get started on that. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast, who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, and Aftermath Tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book by that very title, The Unfinished Man, or review scenes from his cinematic documentaries still in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson is spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520//323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. By the way, we have a wonderful quote from Stephen Myers. Stephen Myers sent me $100 the other day, which I was able to use to get to the dental and back to have my temporary crown reinserted. And Stephen Myers said, "Thank you for your light out of darkness. Never can thank you enough. Stay healthy." God bless him. Stephen Myers helped me to do just that. Now Jameson's taken his bio break. And of course, this reminds myself of the quote by my biological father, Adolf Hitler. And there we have the man who gave us that incomparable quote. One of the people responding on Facebook said it's infamous, and I don't see why infamy would be the term to use, but he certainly didn't mean it as any kind of negative. But I guess he just feels it's infamous simply due to the source, which of course again is rather absurd, but just how people feel. And Adolf Hitler's quote that I'm citing is, of course, "Wenn du im Licht bist, folgt dir alles, aber wenn du in die Dunkelheit entrinnst, folgt dir nicht einmal dein eigener Schatten." When you are in the light, everything follows you, but when you penetrate the darkness, even your own shadow doesn't follow you. So that was, of course, Der Führer, Adolf Hitler, and that is something to be remembered. And I'm certain that maybe what was on Stephen Myers' mind, who's a lot more knowledgeable in such historical matters than people might imagine. And which brings us, of course, back to where we are today. Today, as I've said in my promotional banner for tonight's transmission, I am bound by complex convergence, and the convergence for everything today was, of course, the 12th of August biorhythm, and, of course, that is Cum with the Soreki, the basically the ancestor season, or the season of our ancestral ghosts, and this is celebrated via the Oban Matsuri, the Lantern Festival, and so this is all convergent with ushering in the Nihon no Haruin Shu, the Japanese Halloween week, which of course is a horrible misunderstanding of the entire affair, but I'll get into that. And this is, of course, aftermath, the Raz al-Sanet al-Hijriya, the Hijri New Year, and takes us into the second day, or it was the second day yesterday. It's now after midnight here on the Pacific coast. We are now into the third day, thereby, of Awal Muharram, Muharram being the first month in the 1443rd year on the Islamic lunar calendar. This Hijri 1443, following the 76th Hiroshima and Nagasaki nuclear terror bombing Memorial Days weekend. All this while we anticipate the approaching Qijie, the Evening of Sevens Day, which is, of course, one of no less than half a dozen Chinese Valentine's Days, which you'll hear about more on Sunday, our next transmission, because that will be the day after the most important of these Chinese Valentine's Days. So wish me luck with my affair on that day, and hopefully everything works out as well as it can. But let me go in depth now into, or at least a little depth, into Soriki, the ancestral spirit season. So the Japanese term, Sore, that means ancestor, again. The re, the so would mean ancestor, the re would mean like spirit. So Sore, ancestor spirit. So the Soreki, that's the ancestral spirit season. So the original purpose of, the Japanese cultural festivals, let's go a little bit into that, and then into some of the philosophical contents that they bring to mind or bring to the fore, especially in times like this. This is the deepest aspect of Japanese popular culture, is exposed at this time of year with this particular holiday in particular. That's redundant, but this specific holiday in particular. Now, the original purpose of any Japanese cultural festival is to thank God. The Japanese have believed that God dwells in everything, as said as conveyed in the saying, 8 million gods. Now, Matsuri is the Japanese cultural festival. That's the proper term thereof. And it's held to show thanks to God for nature, for life, and for growth in a community. It's also an opportunity for Japanese people with severe and hardworking images to explode their energy, to let go and be themselves, which is oftentimes not what you may see. And so the etymology of the word Matsuri itself is also enshrined. Matsuri refers to the comfort, prayer, display of gratitude to the ritual of nature. And it originates from the indigenous god, the shamanism of Shindo, literally Japan's indigenous way of the gods. Shindo meaning the kami way, the way of the little gods, or the godlets, if you will. And so with that, what else comes to my mind? Or it can refer to Buddhism. That's what comes to mind. Buddhism as well as Shinto. The concept of what all of this brings to the fore when we're talking about Japanese holidays. Obviously, holidays are disambiguated from every other day, right? So what this brings to the fore is the concept of hare and ke, or hare no ke. That would be hare and ke. And I'm not quite sure if there is a transliteration. By that I mean, I'm not quite sure if there's a... Well, I'll try my best to transliterate, or to translate the concepts. Hari and Kei, or the reason why you should even know about them, is because they're pretty much essential to the understanding, well, in understanding the feelings for the Matsuri, or the Japanese festival. Hare is non-daily, and Kei is everyday. So the festival is hare, and it is meant to reset the Kei, or the non-daily is meant to reset the everyday by conducting it gorgeously, or by conducting the hare gorgeously, the non-daily, we can reset the daily in a far more meaningful way. And the dichotomy of hare and kei is a traditional worldview of Japanese people accompanied by time theory. It was so discovered by Kunio Yanagida, or in the correct Japanese presentation with the family name first, Yanagida Kunio. Now, in folklore and cultural anthropology, hare and kei mean, well, hare implies noticeably cheerful and formal situations or such places, representing rituals, festivals, and annual events that are non-ordinary. Whereas kei, which would be, of course, a Japanese character, but would spell in the English as ke, that represents the ordinary, that is everyday life. In addition, when the life of kei does not go well, it is called kiegare, or a withering of the chi, a withering of the life force. Food, shelter, and clothing, not to mention behavior and the types of language used at the time of hare, are definitely, distinguished from those of kei, or the everyday. So Jameson Reese says the merging of two opposites. I like that. Yes. So originally, hare was, well, think of hare, the same character, the same iconograph. For those of you who just can't think otherwise, or can't think beyond the concept box that you're in, think of it as a letter of the Japanese alphabet. Of course, the Japanese, Chinese, they don't use letters, and there's no goddamn alphabet. But, just think of it that way. When I speak of the character or the iconograph, that's what I would mean would be something that would be the closest parallel that you have to English or some kind of Western language. But think of hare and how that's been vulgarized by the English-speaking world into what you may have heard of as harikiri. And that would mean belly cutting, like belly slicing. It's a vulgar term. The Japanese would never use that. They use the formal term for self-immolation called seppuku. And this involves, of course, literally slicing open your belly in a cross. I mean, you do one slit that's horizontal, another one that's vertical. and you open your belly 4 ways, and that releases the spirit, the soul. They got this, of course, from cesarean sections when they're able to pull babies from a mother's womb. So this would be like doing that with your own soul. You're just opening your soul to the world and letting it free. That's the ritual suicide of the Japanese, particularly the warrior caste. And so the reason that it was vulgarized in the English, oh, it sounds painful, says Jameson. Yes, it's unbelievably painful, and intentionally so. This is to show why only true men can be warriors, and therefore this proves that they're willing to go through any pain to basically redeem themselves in terms of a failure or in terms of a loss. But the name harikeri, that's referring to that release of that internal soul that, Jameson says he'll pass on that, yes. So hare, the release of the soul through harikiri, splitting open the belly and letting that essence out. Okay, hare is like breath. It's like ki, which is aikido, like qigong, the breath of life. Okay, hare is that breath of life. So if your hare is centered, then you speak from your stomach. That is how Japanese know you're sincere. If you're not speaking from the stomach, if you're not speaking from hare, then you're insincere, and this could lead to combat, like literal physical combat. So this is the importance of hare. And so the dichotomy of hare and kei is a traditional worldview of Japanese people accompanied by time theory. And so that bit of time binding was established, one could almost say discovered, by Kunio Yanagida. And so in the formal Japanese, with the surname first, Yanagida Kunio. So in folklore and cultural anthropology, hare and kei would mean, well, as Yanagida Kunio would define it or explain it for general public ability to express it to foreigners, hare would imply noticeably cheerful and formal situations or such places. A positive space. Get it? Not even being facetious here. And it would represent rituals, festivals, and annual events that are non-ordinary. Whereas kei, the kei, that represents ordinary, that is, everyday life. In addition, as I've said, when the life of kei does not go as well, it is called kegare, the withering of the chi, the withering of the life force, the very breath of life, dying still within your throat. Now, food, shelter, clothing, behavior, and the types of language used at the time of hare were definitely distinguished, always have been, from those of kei, or the everyday. So, in summary of what I'm trying to express, as more like an introduction, really, a kind of prefatory expression of, or articulation of what I'm trying to convey, originally, hare was a concept that referred to specific changes or milestones. The origin of the word hare is, well, hare, which implies fair weather. And it is used in such expressions as hare no butai, or a situation so important that it happens almost only once in a lifetime. Hare no butai. And of course there is haregi, which would imply clothes worn at rituals that take place at milestones or specific changes, what you would wear to your child's graduation or what you'd wear to your own funeral. On the other hand, everyday wear is called kegi. But, well, that's something that my mother would have used. It was no longer used as a word after the Meiji period. So it was during the time she was born under the Emperor Taisho, the Mad Emperor of Japan. Not that he ever did anything evil, but he definitely suffered from Alzheimer's dementia within a very short period of time after taking the throne. And it's, like I said, up to the point of the man before him, his father, everyday wear was called keigi, no longer used as a word after the Meiji period, the period of the Japanese Renaissance. And in addition, nowadays in Japan, the language has vulgarized enough where simply good weather is called hare. Like, hey, what kind of day is it? How's the weather? Yeah, it's hare. Yeah, like, okay, that's something you never would have said in the past because it meant something special, as opposed to just, hey, nice weather. It's well, going back to the Edo period. For those of you who don't know, Edo was the precursor to Tokyo. And it was what the city was before it was the capital of Japan, the most populous city, basically what would be considered a sprawl site. And when it was made the capital, of course, then, as my mother said, at that point, it became the greatest city in the world, which it became before she was born amidst its flames, as it burned down all around her, or rather the mother who was delivering her out of her womb. As the earthquake shook, the sky burned, and, and my mother was delivered into this world. And there is a record that indicates, well before my mother was born, back in the samurai days of Edo, that hare was used only for the days that marked a change. That's how special that word is. When the weather recovered and the clear sky peeked out after many days of rain. And bear in mind, this is an environment that's quite real in Japan. It's not necessarily the sunniest place in the world to live, albeit it's infinitely better than England, where every day is a shit day in England when it comes to weather. Now, on hare days, food and drinks such as mochi, the sweet rice cakes, or sekihan, the glutinous, gelatinous rice cooked with azuki beans, like a delicacy, like what you would put in a bun and eat as a pastry. That and white rice, fish with the head and the tail, of course. And Japanese rice wine, sake, all be consumed on hare days. And these items are simply not consumed in everyday life. Furthermore, dishes for such occasions are for hare days only, and they're simply not used on a daily basis. So there's not only hare and kei, there's also keigare, which of course, as I said, means essentially bad days. So the interpretation of the conceptual connection between hare and kei began when Kunio Yanagita posed that the distinction between hare and kei was progressing towards ambiguity. Exempli gratiae, special food and drinks that were served only at hare rituals, are consumed in ordinary settings, which Yanagita Kunio, to put his family name first, as the Japanese would, when, he used all this as a rationale for pointing out that folklore was transforming because of modernization. There's a bit of postmodern cultural anthropology for you. Yanagita compared how hare and kei were distinguished by people several generations before him, to how hare and kei were distinguished by people of Yanagita's generation. And Yanagita thereby attempted to predict the future trend. Now, at the beginning, the interpretation of Hare and Kei didn't seem to draw much attention, if any. However, it became widely known within the academic circle after Wakamori Taro took notice thereof. However, in folklore, it did not tend towards Yanagita's aim, which was the diachronic analysis of understanding the future based on the comparison between the past and the present. For a long time, it leaned towards the synchronic analysis of folkloric structure that viewed the dichotomy of Hare and Kei as an axiom. And there was an exclusive interest in the definition of Hare, referring to non-ordinary events, which were rituals and festivals. So in the 1970s, largely due to the influence of structuralism, new discussions on Hare and Kei were triggered, initiated by Mikiharu Ito's decision. It reached its peak at the symposium held by Emiko Namihira. There we are. Namihira Emiko. Also, that symposium, aside from that individual just named, was, it was held by, as well, Tokutaro Sakurai and Kenichi Tanigawa, Noboru Miyada, and Hirofumi Tsuboi. It was confirmed at the time, that it might be necessary to add the concept of kigare, or unhappy days, impurity notwithstanding. And kigare, as I said, your bad days, that's the withering of the energy of Kei, which drives everyday life. And that Kare recovers through festivals, which are the hare. In other words, between the hare and the tortoise, you want a healthy tortoise. It's much harder to keep your mammalian pet rabbit such hot shit that it basically turns out to be a better bet than your tortoise. Instead, you're kind of hoping both will win. Well, both of them will win because they both have their own speed. And there is also the folk model of Namihira, Emiko Namihira, who asserts the importance of the concept of impurity and the rituals for its purification, cleansing, and atonement. Well, atonement. I almost said atonement.
Douglas?
Oh yeah, I fell asleep. I'm sorry. Oh shit. That's what I keep you around for. There we are. I suddenly fell asleep. Was I snoring?
No. You just dropped. You just went silent for a little bit, and
Yes.
I was like, okay.
Yes. Well, I guess one of the things that when I think about the different individuals involved with the debates concerning this subject, as I said, it was around the 1970s. There was this symposium that was held, and there were several philosophers that were involved. But it was all initiated by Mikiharu Ito's discussion on the subject of Hare and Kei. And so that symposium itself had the speakers that were guesting I reviewed the contents of thereof because it was brought to my attention by my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, and I got to see the speaking presentations of, I'll use their surnames first, is the Japanese way. As I said, it was all opened by Ito Mikiharu, and followed up by Namihira Imiko, by Sakurai Tokotaro, and Tanigawa Kenichi, as well as Miyata Noboro and Tsuboi Hirofumi. Now, it was confirmed in their discussion that it might be necessary to add the concept of kigare, or impurity, essentially, to the hare and kei relationship, and that there were variations in the interpretation of hare, kei, and kigare, or hare and kei as a concept of immediate balance, which, as Jameson said, is kind of like combining the two together as yin-yang, being inseparable. One cannot exist without the other. So all of this was among the debaters, and understanding, of course, as I said, that when I was discussing this, as a matter of fact, how should I put this in terms of the concept of the hare, kei, and kigare? As I said, you've had this interpretation of the conceptual connection of the twain as interdependent, and all of that began with Yanagida Kunio. I'm going to be mentioning Japanese names here, and you don't need to follow along with that in particular. I'm just trying to credit the concepts because it was important to my mother, so I always retained who said what to a degree. But in English, of course, they would use the christened name, as they would call it, the first name as opposed to the family name. So it would be Kunio Yanagida, who posed the distinction between hare and kei, that they were progressing towards ambiguity. An example of that, that would be found in special food and drinks that were served only at hare rituals. And they begin to be consumed in ordinary settings. So if people used to have celebratory foods and suddenly everybody's eating them anytime they want, then Yanagida Kunio, who was a man, began to use that as a rationale for pointing out that folklore was transforming because of modernization. By the way, I want people to know how much I appreciate Jameson for waking me up. I honestly fell asleep there. And, I hate when I do that. But because of people just suddenly enjoying whatever they wanted, and he felt thereby that all of our civil foundations in terms of the mythos from which we developed our customs were being modernized, Yanagida compared how hare and kei were distinguished by people several generations before himself, and how hare and kei were distinguished by people of Yanagida's generation. And then he tried to predict the future trend. So at the beginning, while he was attempting to do this, societally, the interpretation of hare and kei didn't seem to draw much attention. However, it became widely known within the academic circles after Wakamori Tara, Wakamori being the family name, took notice thereof. So he felt that in folklore, it did not tend towards Yanagida's aim, which was the diachronic analysis of understanding the future based on the comparison between the past and the present. So for a long time, it leaned toward, in the Japanese philosophical discourse, the synchronic analysis, or the simultaneous temporal, meaning the simultaneity of time, the contemporary analysis of folkloric structure that viewed the dichotomy of hare and kei as an axiom, meaning a truth, taken to be a truth. It's just taken as such. And there was an exclusive interest in the definition of hare referring to non-ordinary events, which were rituals and festivals. So there we are. And so, like I said, then it was around that time in the 1970s that my mother was really following all of this because it was so important to the Japanese concept of reality, that it was confirmed that it was necessary to add that third element, kegare, which, like I said, transliterally would mean basically impurity, to the discussion. And so there's various models for hare, ke, and kegare, such as the cycle model of sakurai, or cherry blossoms. And that's the name, of course, of one of the philosophers as well, was named Sakurai, who suggested that kegare, which also means, aside from impurity, it would mean like a withering. As you remember, I brought up the withering of the ke, the withering of the everyday, the withering of the energy of the everyday, the energy of ke itself, which drives everyday life. So kegare recovers through festivals, which are hare. In other words, the impurity, the withering, is purified via the festivals, which are hare, which are extraordinary, out of the ordinary, extra to the ordinary. That's what the word extraordinary means, extra to the ordinary, extraneous to it, differentiated therefrom, and therefore hare, special. And there's also the folk model of the philosopher Namihira, who asserts the importance of the concept of impurity and the rituals for its purification, cleansing, and atonement, in contrast to a bias towards the traditional concept of sacred and pure. However, gaps found in the discussions of hare, ke, and kegare, or simply the balance of hare and ke in the yin-yang sense, among the scholars, they're still unresolved, and to this day no unified definition has ever been put forth. But where it all begins to really matter would be in, well, this is what brings us to the season of ghosts. It would matter at funerals, because among the various debates that exist, there is a debate, by way of example, on whether a funeral should be considered hare, a special event, or kegare, like a impure event, an event that is special but in a negative sense. By the way, Jameson says it would be suitable via paradoxical existence. By this, of course, he's referring not to the funerals, but to the principles. And but back to the funerals, according to conventional wisdom, funerals are unfortunate happenings, right? And most people would want to separate them from celebrations such as weddings. Therefore, someone who takes that position, well, Namihira Emiko, who you may or may not remember I referred to earlier, clearly prescribes funerals as kegare. After all, they're unhappy events, and you really never want them to happen. On the other hand, many folklorists, including Sakurai, they define funerals as hare, based on the point that they are non-ordinary. And bearing in mind the folk examples that haregi were worn, donned, as in clothing, in mourning, and sekihan, they were possibly served at funerals, which is a special dish, which is normally celebratory, but at funerals would be served as a comfort food. However, neither theory is sufficient, and neither has been able to fully explain why a funeral is either kegare or hare. In the end, it all really depends on perspective and experience. I mean, a funeral can be a very positive thing. You may meet the woman you love at a funeral, or the man you love who comforts you. In Japan, there's been a distinction between funerals and festivals, of course, as with anywhere else. However, the original meaning of the Chinese character expressing a festival would be sai, and that represents a funeral. Therefore, there is a theory that says that the manners and customs of Chinese civilization were superposed onto the ancient Japanese values of the pure and impure, hence losing a clear distinction. In Japanese Shintoism, the true state religion of Japan before the war, of course, Emperor Hirohito himself wanted the Japanese to basically divorce their perceptions from that, at least for a period of history, which is why he fought the war, so that he could renounce his divinity as a scientist who was basing his hope for Japan's futures in rationality rather than religion. He was a man who wanted to win the war so he could do that, so he could free the Japanese from the necessity of the eternal father figure, at least for a period of time. And he succeeded. And for those of you, of course, who think that this is all because of an American victory, you're an idiot, because if the Americans had won the war, Hirohito would have been killed. Instead, of course, he won the war, and he brought the Japanese into an age of reason, where today, most people would think the Japanese were completely irreligious. However, because they are still Japanese, Shintoism still exists. It's only no longer taught in schools. Hopefully someday that will change. But in Shintoism, salt is considered to have the power to drive away and cleanse the impure. And this is what it's believed to be able to do in voodoo as well. So there's a similarity between the indigenous Japanese religion of Shinto and the African sourced Vajahuduns, or voodoo. And therefore, there is a custom in Japan of offering salt at the altar, as well as using salt in Shinto rituals. In addition, there's an indigenous belief, a native belief, supposed to have its origin in Shintoism, in the Japanese Empire, that views death as a type of impurity. Therefore, there is a custom of using salt to purify the body after the ritual. And this is also widely practiced in Buddhist-style funerals. However, there are Buddhist sects or Buddhist schismatic faiths that maintain that Buddhism does not consider death as impure, simply a part of life, perhaps even its highest expression, because you're ascending to another incarnation. Therefore, they do not use salt for purification after the funeral. So these are examples of, again, it all comes down to a matter of perception and what you choose to experience your death as. Now, this is where we come to the relation that Jameson was bringing up about this kind of, what did you call it, Jameson? The kind of better off in, here we are, I'll look at what he wrote.
It's a
paradox.
It's like a,
yeah. Yes, thank you. And so let's take that to, before I go back into the actual Oban, which is what Brendan Zogit wanted me to talk about, but I felt that nobody could grasp that without my philosophizing or expressing the philosophy behind these celebrations that leads to a concept like a ghostly season. And of course, while I was talking about that, I fell asleep, which I can't seem to stop tripping off of. I hate it when I do that. But anyhow, when it comes to the paradox, it brings to my mind the relation to the dualism of the sacred and the profane. Now, Hare and Ke can also be argued on the based on the work of the sociologist Emil Durkheim, who of course is obviously not Japanese, but Emil Durkheim's dualism of the sacred and the profane gives us the European analog to Hare and Ke. That is the connection of the Hare, the sacred, and the Ke, the profane. In particular, there is a correlation between the twain, not just Hare and Ke, but Hare and Ke together with the sacred and profane, the yin and the yang of the European sense of paradoxical duality. There's a correlation between these twain schools of thought with respect to how the sacred period and the profane period are distinguished, and how Hare and Ke be distinguished. However, as with Hare and Ke, the concept of the sacred and the profane are defined differently depending on the person making the argument. Again, it all comes down to the perspective of the experience. Therefore, it is necessary to pay attention when debating the relationship between reciprocating concepts. The Japanese look forward to the opportunity of this hare, and it is the source of vitality so that they can go back to living the daily life of ke. It is the sacred that enables us to tolerate the profanity of everyday existence. So this is why we have the Oban, the spirits of lost loved ones returning in August via this summery festival of the dead. So, of course, analogies will automatically be made with the Día de la Muerte, the Day of the Dead in Mexico, when all your dead relatives come back as if they hadn't bothered you enough while they were alive. But summer in Japan can be summarized as being hot, sunny, humid days filled with the piercing cries of cicadas, the cicadas, the grasshoppers, the crickets, and gigantic columns of long white clouds in a bright blue sky with plenty of fireworks and other fun activities to take part in all day and all night long. And during mid-August, however, many people go off to visit the graves of their ancestors. And this is the yearly Japanese Buddhist event of Oban, also known as the Bon Festival, a family reunion time where people travel back to their hometowns and spend time with loved ones, not just of the present, but also of the past. Now, the very term Bon, if we look that up in religion, that is, of course, the Tibetan Buddhism of the Mongols. And you will hear them chanting, Bon, Bon, Bon. And that is, of course, something that, well, let me look that up. And that'll give us kind of a better kind of grasp than I can immediately dredge out of the attic of my mind. It'll give me kind of a, well, here we are. Bon. Now, when you spell that out, by the way, this is beautiful. I looked up Bon, and the first thing I see is a swastika. So, very important. I'm going to take that search, and I'm going to put that right here into the text box, even though Jameson is the only dude who's with me right now. He can see it in the text, and if he wants to, he can transfer some of that content later on to his personal archives. And so that Bing search brings me to, that's why I had to give him the link, because if you searched for it on a different search engine, another thing might come up. But Bon is spelled with a umlaut over the O. So it would be like Bon, all right? And it's considered to be the native pre-Buddhist religious tradition of Tibet. It was overcome by Buddhism and actually suppressed by Buddhism. So that's important to understand. This is pre-Buddhistic. And the relationship between Bon and Tibetan Buddhism has been a subject of debate ever since. The followers of Bon, they are known as Bonpos, and they believe that the religion originated in a land called Taksig, which was identified by scholars variously as Tajikistan, which is the Farsi-speaking former Soviet Central Asiatic Republic, or other parts of the Persian Empire, or perhaps also the area around Mount Kailash, or Kailash, in the west of the Tibetan Plateau. The Bonpos, they identify the Shonrab Miwo as Bon's founder, although there's no available sources to establish that figure's historicity. But from Tazig, wherever that may be, Bon was brought first to Jiangjung, a kingdom to the west of the Tibetan Plateau, and then to Tibet itself. And the Western scholars have since posited several origins for Bon and have used the term Bon in many ways. No doubt many of them fairly ignorant and abusive in that sense of ignorance. But the Bon Canon, the writings of Bon, comprise over 200 volumes. They're classified in 4 categories: the Sutras, or the Emdo, the perfection of wisdom teachings, or the Bum, the Tantras, the Rigyu, and the knowledge, or the Midzot. And besides these, the Bon Kenon includes material on rituals, arts and crafts, logic, medicine, poetry, and narrative. The knowledge section concerning cosmogony and cosmology, which are disambiguated, though in some respects unique to Bon, they share more than a passing resemblance to the Nyingma, or the Mingma doctrines of Buddhism itself. So, of course, all this should add a little bit of context, if not confusion, but this is what brings us to Obon in Japan. So here we have the Bon Festival, which is a family reunion time where, the people travel back to their hometowns and spend time with their loved ones, as I said, not all of them alive, and many of them dead at this special time of the year. So what Obon in Japan is all about, as Brendan Zoget wanted me to clarify, is remembering our ancestors in August, if nothing else. Now, equally important as celebrating the New Year's holidays in Japan is this summer celebration of Obon. And Japanese people, as I said, they're known at this period in history for being, at the very least, rather non-religious. Not irreligious, mind you. There's a disambiguation there. It's not antithetical to religion, but simply people would consider them lapsed in whatever practice they may deem them to be. In other words, these are basically non-religious peoples. And their festivals have, ergo, therefore, become more related to entertainment rather than tradition. I mean, especially Christmas. One of the most popular holidays in Japan is Christmas. And it's got nothing to do with Christ. It's everybody dresses up as Santa Claus and just, they're in it for the gifts, man. Now, all that being said, Obon is one of the few events in the year that focuses on the importance of families sharing time together and returning to their roots, together with all the spirits of those who were dear to us. So Obon is a summer holiday season in August when many families across the Japanese Empire get together to honor their ancestors and loved ones who have passed away. So if you ever want to learn about Japan, learn about this season where many visit and tidy their family graves and pray for the spirits of their ancestors. This is the time of the year when the entire empire of Japan suddenly turns tranquil, the trains get empty, and the cemeteries start blooming with flowers. It's Obon, the Japanese summer festival of welcoming back ancestors' spirits and returning to one's family roots after all. And the Obon festival, which, without the honorific, the O is an honorific, meaning as in the honorable Bon. It would be more basically simply a Bon festival. It's one of the largest celebrations held in Japan and takes place during the 7th month of the year, as dependent upon the region and which kind of calendar is being followed. Because the 7th month would obviously be July, but we're speaking lunar months, so the 7th lunar month winds up as August on the Gregorian calendar. And so whether you're following the solar or the lunar calendar, because there's no Japanese lunisolar calendar like the Chinese calendar is, the celebrations are therefore either held in July, in which case it's known as Shichigatsuban, or August, which would be the more common Hachigatsuban. And it's always typically from the 13th through the 15th. So this particular celebration being one of the most important family events throughout the year in Japan, and usually lasting for 4 to 5 days, and taking place around the time between August 13th through August 15th into August 16th throughout Japan. Many people getting paid leave from work during this time for the dates that are on weekdays, albeit the exact dates vary by location and from company to company. But don't look for it, because Obon won't appear in red on any Japanese yearly calendar because it's not an official national holiday. In practice, however, it is a summer holiday for everyone, and most companies will take a few days off. So during this annual festival, or more properly in the Japanese, Matsuri, the Japanese language, by the way, being Nihongo, families gather to celebrate their ancestors with paper lanterns, special offerings, and traditional dances. In practical fact, Obon Week is one of Japan's 3 major holiday seasons. Many people taking off work for a full work week, and some places closing for that period of time. The Obon festival is obviously culturally and traditionally important, all while being a popular time for both domestic and international travel. Indeed, this period typically is very busy with travel, and many lodgings and transportation would normally be fully booked. Of course, in 2021, as was the case but yesteryear, the government is urging people to not travel far during the Obon season due to the coronavirus and to practice the appropriate social distancing and safety measures if they do. Otherwise, during this short 4-day holiday, it is said that the spirits of ancestors and loved ones come back into this world. And though quite different in essence and practice, it is all too often compared to Halloween abroad. Yet, Obon is the Japanese tradition of paying respect to ancestors and loved ones who have passed away. But all of you might still ask, certainly Brendan Zogit wanted me to answer, what concretely is Obon? Well, Obon may seem like a sad event, but by thinking of and visiting with your family, you can also appreciate the bittersweetness of the passing of these loved ones as well, by seeing all of your relations that are still alive. Of course, this could make you wish the ones that were dead were still here, while wishing the ones that are still alive were actually dead. That's the situation with all kinds of families at any given time. So Obon can be both sad and happy, and is a great time to immerse yourself in Japanese culture too, across the empire. As for the origins of the Obon Festival, the Obon Festival has been celebrated for over 500 years as an annual event that commemorates ancestors. The exact origins of the Japanese Obon festivals are debated, but this 3-day festival, which is how much it would be at its core, is known to have Buddhist roots. And according to the story of Mogalyayanya, or the Japanese pronunciation for his name is simply Mokuren. And I half suspect that it's simply easier to say Mokuren than the guy's full name. Maha, which is a title, by the way. Maha being a title. But his actual name, from the fucking Thai or Asian Indian dialect that it originally was Malgalyayana. And Malgalyayana was a disciple of the Buddha who used his special powers to see the spirit of his mother who had passed away. And to his dismay, he learned that she was in the realm of hungry ghosts, which is another way of saying she's in hell. The hungry ghosts, of course, are forever famished and ravage the countryside, and being unable to fill their spectral bellies, gorging on whatever they can, yet never finding satisfaction. That would be essentially, what do you call it? Mascot. Think of the mascot from Ghostbusters. That was the hungry ghost, right? That's where they got that from. Now, this is why the Buddha tells the disciples to make food offerings. These are called ozen to Buddhist monks, which relieves the spirits of their suffering. Now, this brings us to the modern Obon festivals, because the Buddhist disciple in question, the Mokuren, he was able to save his mother. And so this act would become his tradition with people leaving food offerings like fruits and vegetables for their ancestors in front of their home's butsudan, or their Buddhist altar. And flower arrangements have also become a popular offering. Chochin, which is this traditional Asian round paper lantern, they're lit in people's houses, hung in front of the home, or brought to an ancestor's gravesite to help guide these family spirits back to earth. And today, this holiday has become the family event that it is, where family members reunite to celebrate those who have passed away. And it's usually the good ones who die young, so most of the time, it's people you actually miss, rather than the ones who are still alive that that you see obligatorily. Now, returning to one's hometown is common during this time, as I've said, also known as Oban Week, and the others take the opportunity to travel during one of the longest holidays of the year, because as you know, the Japanese are workaholic and don't usually take time off at all. So these celebrations also, well, they aren't restricted to Japan itself. There's many international Japanese communities who partake in these Oban festivals, these celebrations as well. And that brings us to the Oban festival traditions. The different traditions are carried out over the course of Oban Week. And depending on each region's traditions, they'll be different. To make sure that ancestors have a safe, well, to ensure that your ancestors have a safe trip to this world and go peacefully back to the other world, because you don't want them roaming around, there are many things that need to be taken care of during Oban. For this Oban, of course, why not think of your own lost ones and fond memories while spending your time with the ones you love? You know, the ones that are still alive, that you actually love, before they're gone. And of course, that brings us to, well, this day today. It's now after midnight, and it is now August 12th. This is the first day of what the foreigners call go season in Japan. And on August 12th, this day today, MONTAUK, Biorhythm Day, we prepare to welcome our ancestors. So, before Oban even properly begins, as I said, the core of it is 72 hours long, 3 days. And before that period of time, which would be tomorrow, people may prepare what are called spectral horses. And these are made of cucumbers and eggplants with toothpicks as legs. Now, in these postmodern times, this is practiced mostly in countryside areas. But some regions will also prepare horses made of cucumbers and cows made of eggplants with wooden sticks for legs. The cucumber resembles a horse, and the eggplant resembles a cow. The symbolism behind this practice is based on the wish that the horse will help the deceased spirits come back to earth quickly and return home as soon as possible on a horse, while the cow will take them back to heaven, leaving slowly, riding the cow as soon as the festival is over. To have your lost loved ones around forever would be nice, but letting them leave as slowly as they can is a good second choice. Because, of course, if they were wandering our world, well, they'd be a form of spectral zombie if that were to go on forever. In terms of day one, which will be tomorrow, not tomorrow like today, which is only today because it's after midnight, August 12th, but I'm referring to August 13th, which is tomorrow at this point because it's after midnight here. Well, that will be Mukebi, which is, well, transliterates as welcoming fire. Now, for God's sake, don't anybody practice this at home unless you're confident that you have your fire under control, as you would a good barbecue. I don't want anyone saying, oh, Douglas Dietrich was talking about honoring our ancestors, and I decided to set this fire, and now I'm with my ancestors because I burned alive, and now I'm dead. Yeah, no, let's not have that happen. But at the beginning of Oban, on the first day of the festival on the 13th, most Japanese families usually start Oban with a visit to the cemetery, bringing along the chochi, which is the traditional Japanese paper lanterns, by which to light the environment whilst they clean up their relatives' graves and pray for their peaceful existence, wherever they are, heaven or hell. Because, of course, even in hell, you can find redemption and ultimately, find your way into heaven, because you may earn your way there through overcoming the challenges of hell itself. That's the reality of our cosmos, even room for redemption. Matter of fact, that's why you go there. At any rate, when it comes to the practice of praying for your relatives' peace, no matter where they may be, this practice is called ohaka mairi. Some people clean their ancestors' gravestones and markers before presenting offerings, though leaving these kinds of gifts at altars and temples is more popular in the postmodern age because it's more convenient. Decorating the deceased's altar with small memorial tablets, fruits, flowers, and Japanese sweets is also part of the early preparation stage, a practice used to offer late loved ones objects they enjoyed in their lifetime. But Oban truly begins with the so-called mukaibi practice, the welcoming fires, during which we burn some bundled up hemp reed called ogara in Japanese. Now understand, this is hemp, not the kind you smoke, but I presume you could get high if you breathe enough of the fumes. It's whereby people make a small bonfire in front of their houses to guide spirits upon their return back home through this ritual called mukeiban, by which families call out to their ancestors, welcoming them back home. It is said that our ancestors will come back to this world following the smoke from this fire. Of course, it being hemp, maybe they're just there to get high. And this smoke serves as a guide to our houses so that our ancestors won't get lost on the way. Sometimes communal fires are bonfires outside people's homes, or mukebi are used. Now on day 2 of the Oban, which would be August 14th through to and including the 15th, in other words, from Hoyo to Kuyo. This is what would be known as the 2 separate days, the 14th and the 15th of August. Hoyo and Kuyo, of course, they just put the 2 words together for those 2 days, that 48-hour period of grave visits, Hoyo Kuyo. And when people refer to that, they're referring to the family going again to the grave visits. Obviously, this being the kind of holiday that it is, you spend a lot of time at the cemetery. And on the second day, the traditional Oban folk dances called Bon Odori. The Bon Odori are performed, though the exact style varies from region to region across the Japanese Empire. The lyrics and messages of the songs also differ and are unique to the area's culture and history. And during the second and third days of Oban celebrations, families following the tradition will invite a Buddhist priest to their homes, or visit a temple or shrine, to recite a sutra and perform a memorial service. And they are called Hoyo or Kuyo in the Nihongo, or the Japanese language. And after the recital, the families and relatives will enjoy luncheon together and reminisce about lost loved ones, recalling old stories of their beloved deceased. And this meal, called Sojin Ryoi, is purely vegetarian, which is something that Brendan would appreciate, and usually includes stewed beans, spinach with soy sauce and sesame, or pickled cucumbers. Now, the Japanese are one of the beefiest cultures in the world today, meaning they love their meat. But this is exemplary of the tone and the spirit of this holiday. At the time of honoring their ancestors, they purify and detox by a vegetarian meal. And many families, of course, gather to visit their family graves on these 2 days, this 48-hour period. And as part of remembering our ancestors, we will clean or repair the graves, offer fresh flowers and a bowl of water, or maybe even some sake or some rice wine or their favorite drink otherwise, or snack, and burn incense at the graveside. The Japanese taiko drums are almost always played while dancers perform on a yagura stage. The summer kimonos called yukata are typically worn. This step of the celebration is normally held at parks, temples, shrines, and other public areas where bystanders can join in the dancing too. And on day 3, August 16th, is when this would be happening. And of course, when we're taking a look at the Google Calendar here, that would be Monday of next week. So I've taken us through the weekend, and it would be the 14th and the 15th, as I said. We'd have throughout Saturday and Sunday of this coming weekend, the gravesite visitations, the luncheon, the dancing, and on Monday to bring this to a closure, however sad that is, because of course we enjoyed the time we spend with the relatives we love, the ones who usually are taken from us. That would be the 3rd day of the core festivities. That would be Okiribi. And Okiribi is transliterated as the sending off fire. So on the last day of Oban, we have to part with our ancestors again. And Oban concludes with another bonfire lighting up the sky, meant to see the ancestors' spirits off to the netherworld. And at this time, we will once again burn hemp seed reeds in order to send plumes of smoke to guide our loved ones back to the other world safely. And in many areas of the Empire of Japan, people will also organize bonodori dances. And these traditional dances were originally performed for the deceased, though in recent years they've become a symbol of summer festivals in and of themselves. Some of the most famous Oban festivals take place in Hiroshima and Asakusa in the Toro Nagashi Festival. And one of the most famous bonfire festivals as part of this tradition is the Gozan Okiribi, or the Daimonji in Kyoto, which I've explained before is a very special city with its own sense of superiority to the rest of Japan. It's so famous that it attracts thousands of visitors every year. Because in Kyoto, Gozan no Okiribi is a huge fire made into different characters. In other words, it actually spells out messages you can read from the sky so that the angels in heaven can review it. It's known as one of the most popular summer sites in Kyoto. And were you able to go there, you could see giant Japanese kanji. These are the Japanese iconographs or characters written in flames against the summer night sky. Now, excuse me while I drink something. My throat's just totally parched. And what I really need is alcohol, but I'll get there. Now, towards the end of the festival in other regions, there's a traditional event called Toro Nagashi, where paper lanterns and offerings are sent floating down rivers to our ancestors. And some people use the chochin lanterns to bring their ancestors' spirits back to the gravesite through a ritual called Okuriban. And more recently, floating lanterns called Toro Nagashi have also grown in popularity. And these lanterns house a candle and float on water. The Toro Nagashi are released on lakes, the ocean, and rivers to help the ancestral spirits return to their world. And the event is equally beautiful and spiritual for participants and bystanders alike. I participated in it myself all the while I grew up. And you can't miss the Bon Odore, the Bon Festival dance during Oban, albeit most Bon Odore performances and festivals are canceled in 2020, and they are canceled this year as well due to the coronavirus. This dance has a memorial service and a welcoming meaning to the spirits that have come back to this world. And nowadays, the original religious meaning of these dances has faded away from popular knowledge, making them simply popular, lively summer events for the living alone, it seems. And that brings us to the most famous of the Obon festivals again, with much of Japan's business partially or fully shut down for these celebrations. The Japanese Empire is especially busy during Obon week as people travel back to their hometowns and reunite with extended family to celebrate their ancestral spirits together, where the living gather to honor the dead. Some of the most popular Obon festivals are the Daimonji Gozan Okuribi Fire Festival in Kyoto, as I've said, the Gujo Odori Festival in Gifu, and the Awa Odori Festival in Tokishima and Shikoku. The other notable festivals that come to my mind are the Nagasaki Shoro Nagashi Festival in Nagasaki, as well as the Hokkaiban Odori Festival in Mikasa and Hokkaido. Now, each festival features parades, dancing, and delicious food, attracting crowds from near and far for some of the largest celebrations in the year. If in the future you're in the Empire of Japan and have the opportunity to attend an Obon celebration, you certainly will never regret it. And that's basically going to be because of the Obon festival foods, because of course festivals wouldn't be festivals without food. And aside from the foods left as special offerings for family spirits, please don't eat those. There are other traditional dishes that are enjoyed by the living family members and, of course, the festival goers during Obon festivals. Street foods like okonomiyaki, the savory pancakes, the takoyaki, the octopus balls, which I'm sure probably makes a number of you vomit just at the sound of that. They're not octopus testicles, they're balls made of octopus, which will still make a bunch of you vomit, but I love them. And yakitori, the chicken skewers, are all popular, and you'll probably stick with those. There's treats like uji kintoki, or the sweetened shaved ice, and the dango, the sweet dumplings, are other festival favorites. And Jameson Reese agrees with me that octopus are quite tasty. Yes. Okay, so hopefully that gives everybody a little bit of understanding of Obon and why this is so important. And of course, it falls this year where, well, rather, because the Chinese are using the lunar calendar still, the Chinese, Valentine's Day falls amid the Festival of the Dead. That adds a sense of love for the dead, a kind of, I wouldn't call it necromancy because that's physical lust for dead bodies, but there's a kind of love for the spirits of the dead that, I guess if you were Taoist, there are people who have fallen in love with ghosts. That is, as a matter of fact, there's Japanese people who have fallen in love with ghosts historically. So that's a different phenomenon entirely. By the way, I'm so heartened that we still have a number of people listening that averages. We get the height of it earlier in the night, of course, especially on a Wednesday, because, of course, tomorrow's a work day. So glad so many of you are with us throughout the night, and very comforting, and especially on a night like this. And I'm still tripping off of falling asleep there for a second. And it looks like the chats, disconnects and connects throughout the night. We have an excellent connection now. So let's see some activity in the chat room. And I'm looking now at the time we have left. So we've been on for 8.5 hours. That means 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We have 3.5 hours remaining, which I think I can handle. Or maybe I can't. My throat's dry as a bone, and I may have to resort to that alcohol after all. But aside from that, let's see if I can get into the zone at some point. I don't believe I've really achieved that tonight. May not achieve it tonight, the real zone that I get into at times, but, hey, won't stop me from trying. So geopolitics can help with that because that's my passion. Nigh the Yuletide of yesteryear, which was around the 20th of December of the year 2020, was when we had a major incident in Taiwan, my true homeland and heartland. Now, one of the things that Donald Trump became a proponent of was hydroxychloroquine, which goes by the chemical acronym of HCQ. And what he was convinced of was that hydroxychloroquine would act as a preemptive for the COVID-19. It's an immunosuppressive drug, and it's antiparasitical. It can treat and even prevent malaria. You can take it before going to Africa if you're a white man, and you won't fall as another body in the heart of darkest Africa, which was always known as the white man's grave. It can also treat lupus and arthritis. And there's no known risks to pregnancy, which makes it pretty impressive. The drug class that it's a part of is quinoline, which has to be related to quinine, which the white explorers used for years. And, and as Jameson Reese, do white people even want to go there to Africa? It's bizarre, but you couldn't keep them away. Everybody wanted a piece of Africa, and they still do. Make no mistake about it. The Chinese are going there now in droves from the mainland of communist China. And of course, Taiwan has had its allies there as well. But the FDA cautions against its use for COVID-19 outside of the hospital. But just remember everything that I've said about it. And hydroxychloroquine sulfate is obviously, well, it's impressive. And by the way, Jameson Reese says, yeah, I can imagine they're going there for minerals, but for what else? It's hard for him to imagine any other reason. Well, of course, good God, you'd have to be there. It's beautiful. There's plenty of beautiful places in Africa. You can get over the spectacular violence that occurs in so many places. You're set. By the way, I'm trying to look up the various proofs of efficacy. And so the studies suggest a lot of effectiveness. And so... And there's he says the human element is a larger deterrent. Laugh out loud. Yes, that's true. Towards going anywhere, in my opinion. But because of the hydroxychloroquine is a quinoline medicine that's used to treat or prevent malaria, it's a anti-malarial drug. Now, it was developed in 1934. It's an analog of chloroquine, which was developed later in 1946. Therefrom, I'm just rather fascinated with the history of it. I'm looking up online. But the fact that it's an arthritis medicine that can be used to prevent malaria means that you could be taking it for your pain, going along through Africa, and thereby prevent yourself unknowingly from dying of malaria, because you'll be preventing, or rather deterring, how would I say it, when you're desisting something, when you're basically discouraging them. You'd be discouraging the parasites from even entering your body just by taking a pain med. That's pretty neat. And so all that being said, let me try and get back on track here into some kind of a zone. But basically, the biggest producer of this good shit was my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. And it was there on the 20th of December yesteryear that an unexplained explosion and fire destroyed the world's second largest pharmaceutical factory producing the precursors for hydroxychloroquine. And that's what caused all the supplies to tighten up for what otherwise would have been a cheap, effective, therapeutic treatment for early stage COVID-19 infection. That is important. And just as the medical establishment in the United States was beginning to relax its absurd, even lethal suppression of this cheap, generic Taiwanese drug, following President Trump's endorsement of it early in the pandemic, HCQ's availability began to suffer from this incident alone, because it was the world's second largest pharmaceutical facility producing the precursors for HCQ that were destroyed by that explosion and fire, which Jameson Rees says is proof that the U.S. wants us all dead. That's indeed if they were responsible for this. As we said, it could have been the Russians or the mainland Chinese, or maybe a conspiracy between the Sino-Slavics and Axis, or at its worst, a conspiracy between all three of these superpowers. But it was the Taiwan news that reported an explosion at the pharmaceutical factory in Taoyuan City, which left 2 injured and caused that fire early in the afternoon of the 20th of December. And people as far as the Tamsui district in New Taipei City, the city I was born in, the capital of Taiwan, that reported hearing that massive blast shortly after noon. And immediately after that blast, thick black smoke could be seen pouring out of the SCI PharmTech factory, the Pharmaceutical Technologies factory. And of course, the FCI acronym was something that I'll have to look up because I don't remember it off the top of my head exactly what that stood for. But the SCI PharmTech Incorporated is got a nice stock price. We're talking about $91.80. So believe me, they were founded in 1987, and they seem like a good investment to a lot of people. And as for their acronym, they were outsourcing after that factory fire. They were outsourcing production of intermediates to other Taiwanese firms to help recover. But I'm still looking for what their acronym stands for. But back to where we were with the original explosion, that was an attempt to take them out completely and take out their ability to help the world. That, of course, was something that, as James had said, there's no doubt this was conspiracy. And the firefighters who responded to the fire, they found 2 people injured. And this is important because the factory is heavily automated. And there's no need for people to be there other than the maintenance personnel or even custodial. But basically they found on site a 30-year-old foreign migrant worker who had suffered 3rd-degree burns to 90% of his body. He was described as being in critical condition on site, and of course he died. The other was a 40-year-old man who suffered a burn to one hand. Now, both of those men were sent immediately to Changgung Memorial Hospital for treatment. One of them was Taiwanese national, probably, well, almost certainly ethnically Chinese. You could bet that. But he was probably the guy who was dispatching or manipulating the foreign migrant worker to sabotage the facility. In other words, that guy got close to the explosives, was planning them, and they blew up early, exactly as his manipulator had intended. His manipulator probably didn't think they'd go off that early. That's how he wound up with a burn on his hand and was still on site like an idiot and got caught. and no doubt interrogated by the police and intelligence services. And as for the foreigner who died, he was considered expendable, and he probably was hoping he would survive, took the money, or the money was guaranteed to go to his family should he die. And this is why he risked his life and paid for it with his life. The Taoyuan City Fire Department dispatched 76 personnel with 28 fire appliances and 2 ambulances to the scene of the fire at the time that it occurred. And the cause of the explosion was under investigation immediately. The Liberty Times reported that that factory produced hydroxychloroquine APIs, which is an acronym for active pharmaceutical ingredients. And it was, of course, as I said, the world's second largest HCQ raw material supplier. And so subsequent reports that I reviewed indicated that the injured worker was a Filipino guest worker who had suffered 90% of his body being covered in third degree burns. And of course he died. The explosion, of course, as I said, broke out around noon, and it set off subsequent explosions in all of the volatile substances nearby. When I look up the old reports from the Taipei Times, the company spokesman stated it would take at least 6 months to rebuild that plant, as most production lines were damaged by that fire. And so they took out everything with the incendiary explosive causing consequent, what would we call them, a chain reaction, causing chain reaction explosives taking out the factory itself. So that tightened the supplies for HCQ all over the world, as it was the SCI Farmtech that had already expanded production and sales of HCQ APIs to meet the growing demand at that point. Everybody wanted this product, so somebody had to go and destroy the source for it before it could become common and prevent the new wave. In fact, one of the reasons we had the new wave of COVID-19 was because of this factory being blown up. Now, of course, the company SCI Farmtech had, till that point, reported a cumulative revenue of, well, believe it or not, 2.61 billion. 2.61 billion new Taiwanese dollars in the first 11 months of 2020. That was up 18.19% from the 2.21 billion new Taiwanese dollars in that same period yesteryear, thanks to the steady shipments of APIs for hydroxychloroquine. Remember, this is a single company in Taiwan. I want you to, well, I hope you appreciate just how fucking spectacular their success has been. And this was because everybody wanted what they were producing. So, of course, somebody had to go blow it up. And because that would have stopped all of the waves of this virus from overwhelming the world the way it has. It's just, how would I put it? It's evil, monstrous, and yet totally expected. The cause of the fire, as I said, was under investigation at the time, but given the explosive character of the ingredients involved, there was no innocent explanation. A 6-month delay in resuming production is what delayed the HCQ supplies to all the early stage COVID-19 patients who could have otherwise treated their affliction with it. Combined with zinc and the antibiotics like azithromycin, for instance, they would have been effectively cured. And so this is what led to the plague, really, which we were on the verge of suppressing. Now, of course, if you've ever been to Taoyuan and visited the industrial facilities there, it's very close to Taipei Taoyuan International Airport, which is the major international airport serving Taipei and Taiwan, of which Taipei is the capital of, and also Hsinchu Science Park, which is a high technologies mecca, housing over 400 companies, According to the reports in the United Daily News and ET Today at that time, while the factory was located close to Taipei Taoyuan International Airport, operations at the airport itself were never even remotely affected. But the entire area is this highly sophisticated and prosperous megalopolitan belt. It has a bullet train station connecting it to central Taipei in about half an hour's time. It's not at all some third world backwater. Quite the contrary, of course. And that's because it's my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan, one of the most advanced areas of the world. A quality of life that almost no one else can emulate. Now, in terms of the hydroxychloroquine, it's definitely a safe and successful anti-inflammatory agent that's been used extensively in treating, all kinds of diseases. But it's definitely has been evaluated in terms of its antiviral effect against SARS-CoV-2, which is, of course, COVID-19. And the cytotoxicity of HCQ and even the original chloroquine in the African green monkeys was measured and basically determined to be safe for human people. And of course, it definitely was considered to be the answer. So with that, what we have is nothing less than anti-godly. And in terms of trying to find a positive out of this, if we were to look at what the company did thereafter, if I try to follow up on exactly what happened, the best that I can say is that the company rebounded, but I'm still going to see if I can find out more. Let's take a look around the internet here and see what I can find. And let's see, here we are. SCI Farm Tech. And let me follow up on exactly where they went with their experience. And of course, the horror was that they suspended production after that $28 million fire, and outsourced the production of their product. But trying to follow up on the suspension itself, it's basically that was they figured there was probably 600 million Taiwanese dollars in lost orders in the first quarter of 2021 because of this incredibly explosive fire. They had a Filipino guest worker acting as a saboteur who suffered extensive burns that, of course, took his life. Something that no doubt his manipulators had intended from the first. I don't see why these guys never catch on. When the devil appears you and he's wearing, before you, and he's wearing horns, and you don't see the horns on his head, he's asking you, here, buddy, blow something up and I'll give you some money. How greedy or desperate must you be? Now, in terms of the recovery, then the SCI Farm Tech Incorporated, as I said, they outsourced the production of intermediates to other Taiwanese firms that helped it recover some of its lost sales. But this was definitely its biggest crisis since its establishment in 1987 that it ever faced. And of course, as I said, they faced losses of 800 million new Taiwanese dollars. So that was equivalent to about 28.6 million United States dollars, as opposed to the new Taiwanese dollars at 800 million. That would translate to 28.6 million US dollars, all due to fire damage and some 600 million dollars in new Taiwanese dollars, all lost due to the cancellation of the first quarter orders. So basically, at that time, their securities investment consulting company, Yuan Tua, with the analysts Jane Jiang and Raymond Lee, all Taiwanese, of course, they concluded that if SCI could successfully transfer all orders of their intermediates, that would likely recover 20% of the sales of their products, including, of course, other products that they were brewing up. And so altogether, they were able to still pull through. You know, all of it, of course, just very disgusting that it happened at all. And obviously, with the most sinister of intent, was Taiwan attack like this. This was an attack. And just like the Fukushima Daiichi and the Stuxnet introduction was an attack. Now, everybody now, well, certainly the Japanese Empire, is stepping up on Taiwan. And for the first time, yestermensis, last month, the Japanese Empire referred to the importance of stability around my native Taiwan in its annual defense report, ratcheting up its concerns over my island. That's been a flashpoint in tensions between the communist Chinese and American empires. And this mention fits with a pattern of increasingly bold statements from Tokyo in support of Taipei, even hinting at military support during potential hostilities. The Japanese Empire's support has also come in the shape of pineapples, because mainland communist China's surprise ban on Taiwanese pineapple imports was seen everywhere for what it was, a bid to undermine President Tsai Ing-wen's standing with farmers. But instead, sympathetic Japanese shoppers stepped in and, well, my other country, if you will, the Empire of Japan, has now replaced the communist Chinese on the mainland as the top export destination for Taiwan's tropical fruit. But the Japanese Empire and its allies can go further than just fruit. You might ask, of course, what's changed recently that's made Tokyo so much more blunt about its support for my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. The answer to that question comes in three parts related to geography, technology, and Hong Kong. And all of this is, in a sense, crossing the Rubicon, this deepening of Japan and Taiwan's relationship. These days, Tokyo has been uncharacteristically explicit in its comments regarding my native Taiwan. When the Japanese Prime Minister, Yoshihide Suga, visited Washington in April, the United States and Japan made a clear-cut mention of the importance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait and encouraged the peaceful resolution of cross-strait issues. In late May, the EU-Japan Summit, the Japanese and the European Union elicited a similar joint statement. And furthermore, the Group of 7 foreign ministers in May issued a communiqué that included a statement supporting Taiwan's meaningful participation in World Health Organization forums and the World Health Assembly itself. Now, the international community should be able to benefit from the experience of all partners, including Taiwan's successful contribution to the tackling of the COVID-19 pandemic. This was the statement of these individuals involved with the the EU-Japan summit. And that statement is significant, as it shows the G7 leaders see my native Taiwan's handling of the pandemic as something that the world should learn from, despite Beijing's opposition. It also indicates that the G7 is growing more willing to view Red China and Taiwan as distinct entities, which need to be included in international institutions, while not deviating in principle from the one China policy as Beijing demands. Or rather, that's the convoluted rationale of everyone involved. But these Japanese statements should not be seen in isolation. Exempli gratiae, the Japanese defense minister, Nobuo Kishi, who is related, of course, to the Kishi who was once prime minister of Japan and the dictator of Manchuria, for all intents and purposes. And there is, of course, the deputy prime minister, Taro Aso, who's also reinforced the view that was expressed by the defense minister, Kishi Nobuo, who have both asserted that the security of Taiwan is directly linked with that of Japan. Whoa! And both of them saying that, well, at least the Deputy Prime Minister, Taro Aso, saying that Japan would have to defend Taiwan if the United States, well, with the United States, if island China, which is what Taiwan is, became invaded by mainland China. Now, Aso's statement was the first time a cabinet member stated a clear scenario that would constitute a threat to the survival of the nation. Now, what has changed with regards to my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan that has made Tokyo so much more blunt in its support for my native Taiwan? And of course, as I said, the answer to that question is threefold. First, Taiwan's geographic position demands Japan prioritize peace and stability in the cross-Taiwan Strait relations. Xi Jinping's Communist Chinese Empire has become increasingly assertive throughout the Indo-Pacific region and towards my Taiwan, raising concerns about what friction or conflict this would mean for the Empire of Japan. On the geographic front, Taiwan straddles critical sea lanes of communication connecting the South China and East China Seas. Now, friction in the straits could disrupt or alter, mutate the transportation of goods and energy through these critical sea lanes that could negatively affect, well, certainly impact the Japanese economy, its security, and the lives of ordinary citizens. The friction in the straits of Taiwan, or a potential forced reunification of Taiwan by Beijing, would immediately raise concerns about Chinese intentions for Japan's peripheral territories, such as Yonaguni, where, of course, we have the Yonaguni monuments, Ishigaki, and the Senkaku Islands. Now, these islands, the Senkakus, north of Japan, are the first, well, they're part of the first island chain, a series of islands that stretch from the Philippines through Taiwan, the Japanese archipelago itself, to the Sakhalin Islands, and are commonly seen as the most important line of control in the East China Sea. That scenario is not at all far-fetched. In the 1980s, the then commander of the PLA Navy, Admiral Liu Huaqing, I didn't bother pronouncing it accurately in front of my father. He understood the need for proper pronunciation of Liu Huaqing, who explicitly mentioned, on behalf of the People's Liberation Army Navy, the PLN, the plan, for which he is an admiral thereof, he explicitly mentioned command of the seas out past the first island chain, known as part of his active defense strategy. With the first island chain that links Okinawa Prefecture, Taiwan, and the Philippines under Chinese control, the active defense strategy stretched the importance of seeking to establish control over waters within the second island chain that links the Ogasawara Islands, or the Ogasawara Island chain, Guam, and Indonesia, with the objective of ending American military dominance in the Indo-Pacific. Now, a forced reunification of Taiwan with the communist mainland and the extension of Red Chinese maritime power in the region would also raise concerns about the durability of American security commitments to Japan and the entire region. Meanwhile, with the security concerns involving Taiwan being serious, so too is its position in the technological supply chain. Now, the home to Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, my native island of Formosa, is a vital link in the production and export of top-tier semiconductor chips, which I went into at length with Penny Bradley on her own show. These chips are found in civilian and military-grade technologies, such as Apple's iPhone chips, NVIDIA's AI chips, and semiconductors used in the cutting-edge F-35 stealth fighter jets. They're also found in automobiles produced by Japanese car manufacturers. This all means that a disruption in chip production would negatively impact some of the Japanese empire's largest corporations. The semiconductor risk associated with my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan is further complicated by mainland China's efforts to catch up and finally dominate the technological space that includes AI and, quantum computing, 5G, 6G, and more. All require first-tier chip-making capabilities, but not necessarily a transparent and accountable legal system. This push for technology dominance by authoritarian mainland China is a risk. The Japanese empire needs to ensure that its industries and defense capabilities continue to have access to top-tier semiconductors that are produced by trusted partners. Third, Japan is increasingly concerned about the fate that awaits Taiwan after the implementation of the NSL, the Chinese National Security Law, in Hong Kong, and seeing the tightening of authoritarian power at home. Both actions by Beijing raise sober questions as to China's very intentions in region and the ability of Japan and like-minded countries to preserve their free and open Indo-Pacific vision based upon a rules-based order. In recent years, Hong Kong's freedom of the press ratified, its freedom of the press rating. Well, that significantly dropped. Civil gatherings and protests aimed at keeping the city government accountable have nearly disappeared, and scholars at Hong Kong universities and now self-censor or have changed their course content for fear of being charged with a violation of the NSL. Now, why this all matters for Japan-Taiwan relations is that what happened in Hong Kong is the likely scenario for a mainland-driven reunification with Taiwan. A mainland, well, a Taiwan that is not free and open, a Taiwan that is not wedded to a rules-based order is a serious security concern for the Empire of Japan, and should be for other countries as well. Now, Japan's own unequivocal position on Taiwan at the international and domestic level has not gone unnoticed in Beijing. In fact, on July 11th, the military commentary channel Liu Jun Diao Lui released a video in which the narrator calls for nuclear attacks against the Japanese Empire if it attempts to defend Taiwan from a communist Chinese attack under the banner of the so-called Japan exception theory. What is clear is that Taiwan remains a critical point of disjuncture between the Empire of Japan and like-minded countries, as well as China. Tokyo sees my island or rather the 100 islands which comprise Taiwan, as critical to its national and technological security. Beijing, by contrast, places the island, my island, front and center in its active defense strategy and maintains it is vital for its efforts to achieve the dream of a unified and rejuvenated Chinese empire. Now, the Japanese empire has yet to cross that Rubicon of abandoning that one China policy by formally recognizing Taiwan as an independent nation state. It has, however, continued to deepen its relations with Taiwanese citizens, businesses, and other organizations. Okay, our man Jameson is saying he might need to drop off. He's got an appointment at 2 p.m. He can leave Skype running. Sleep, he means. Yeah, leave Skype running. You can go to sleep. But let me take a bio break myself first before you go. Can you take the stage for a few minutes now?
Yes, that I can.
Okay, wonderful. Let me do that, and when I come back, I'll take over and stay for as long as I can. And thank you for that. And thank you for waking me up earlier. And I'll leave you with the stage. I'll go mute for a few minutes. I'll be back. Thank you.
All right, so I'll find something very interesting to talk about. Oh, wow. Geez. Well, yeah. Well, here's okay, let me go into something. I had many. Okay. Here we go. That's actually an old article of Steven Seagal, because I was talking to Daniel about that. I mean, I'm sure nobody wants to hear about the guy who runs like a freaking, I don't know what the hell he runs like. It'd be an insult to women to say he runs like a girl, but the guy just, that's just a very weird character. All right, well, we do have news on Cuomo finally resigning, which is a much needed thing. This is in New York after months of holding on to power amid sexual harassment allegations and defying calls to resign. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo abruptly did just that Tuesday. With Cuomo on his way out, Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul, is ascendant. We take you through the major players, what's happened this week, and what's next for Cuomo, Hochul, and the state of New York. Cuomo was under investigation for several things, but the prevailing issue leading to his resignation concerns sexual harassment, allegations that range from inappropriate comments to groping. Yes, this is the guy who demonstrated that he touches people's faces, which why the hell would anyone be comfortable demonstrating that? What the heck was he taught growing up? An investigative report released last week said that he sexually harassed 11 women, many whom had worked for him or the state. Other issues in play in a state assembly impeachment probe is how his administration handled data on COVID-19 related deaths in nursing homes, his $5 million pandemic leadership book deal, and whether friends and relatives were given special access to COVID-19 tests early in the pandemic. Cuomo has denied the most serious allegations against him and acknowledged Tuesday that his instinct is to fight, but he said the impeachment process would take months and consume resources that should go towards managing COVID, guarding against the Delta variant, reopening upstate, fighting gun violence, and saving New York City. So, who's the governor of New York now? It's still Cuomo. His resignation won't take effect for 2 weeks. But Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul is on deck to replace Cuomo. Now, Buffalo area native, age 62, Democrat ex-Congresswoman Kathy Hochul, once had a good rating from the National Rifle Association and threatened to jail unauthorized immigrants who tried to legally apply for driver's license. Now supports gun control and letting unauthorized immigrants drive. So obviously this person is just a political opportunist. Well, that's just about everyone who's a politician. I say politicians should be the first people to burn in the hellfires once this world falls to shit. Of course, that's because they're good for nothing but saving their own asses. Unknown quantity to most of the state, but popular among party leaders. And the first female governor of New York, well, in 2 weeks, that would be a good thing. At least you can break history, although I'm sure everyone who's governor for New York has been a piece of shit and always is a piece of shit because, well, that's just what we expect from politics in New York. As Hochul told it Wednesday, it's very clear that the governor and I have not been close, physically or otherwise. Why did she have to specify that? Now it makes me think that she has been close with him physically. I mean, seriously, who goes out on a rail to say that? I mean, saying it's very clear that the governor and I have not been close would have been enough. Hochul spends much of her time crisscrossing New York as part of her duties as lieutenant governor. Cuomo chose her as his running mate while pursuing his second term in 2014, but she was never part of his inner circle and isn't mentioned in the report. Cuomo said he wanted to ensure a seamless transition to the new administration. He declared Hochul could be caught up to speed in a timely fashion. Now, Hochul will appoint her replacement. She wouldn't reveal her pick for the job, but noted that the need for diversity and inclusion, she would name someone I believe the state will be familiar with. Until her pick is in place, Senator Majority Leader Andrea Stewart Cousins would be next in line of succession if Hochul had to leave office. Honestly, they should just pick me for governor because, you know, I could use the money and, you know what, why the fuck not? I mean, if they can have a whack job like our recent governor, why the hell not me? How powerful is a lieutenant governor? Not very. Think of the role as more in second in line rather than second in command. Uh, is Hochul going to keep Cuomo's staff and advisors, or will she clean house? This is a key question, as the investigative report alleged that Cuomo's office that created a toxic workplace culture. Without naming names, Hochul said that no one the report identified as doing anything unethical will be sticking around. Some major Cuomo world figures, like top aide Melissa De Rosa, had already tendered resignation. Hochul said Wednesday she'd meet with the cabinet members in the next day before making any decisions on front. As far as the nursing home investigation, the U.S. Department of Justice has been investigating how the state handled data related to nursing home deaths during the pandemic.
Yes, I'm here, but go on. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah,
go on.
I'll round it up. The state's official tally left out many people who had died at hospitals, and aides said Cuomo's administration worried the true numbers would be used against us by Donald Trump's administration, who's also responsible for a shitload of deaths.
Yeah.
So, I mean, geesh, I mean, if you want to get away with killing people, become a politician.
Mm-hmm.
You could become a politician, or you could become a cop, or you could just join the military. Well, and you can, in that way, you could frag most of your American citizens, because most of the people they kill are probably American anyway. They probably kill each other more than they kill the enemy.
Yes.
Now I think about it.
Yes. And by the way, I'm chewing on this candy bar trying. My problem is that I'm out of cocaine. So this.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you gotta ride a constant sugar jag to keep yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I don't have the booger sugar, so I'm stuck with the processed sugar, which is cheap, but not nearly as good.
No, nothing. Well, processed sugar is actually horrible because it usually has like a nasty crash.
Yes.
But it depends. It also depends on the metabolism.
Yeah, my metabolism is a little different from your baseline human, but still, go on a little bit further. Let me finish this up. It won't be too long.
All right. What about civil penalties? The women who accuse Cuomo could still file lawsuits, and at least one, Lindsey Boylan, said she will. Can Cuomo still be impeached? It's unclear whether the state assembly can or will continue on the probe to draw up articles of impeachment once he's out of office. What's the point of impeaching him once he's out of office? To make sure he doesn't become governor again? I'm sure he's just not going to want to become governor again.
I would hope.
Man, well, honestly, with him, maybe they should follow up with the impeachment anyway. I mean, just like they should have done with Trump. Did Trump ever really get impeached?
Yeah, twice.
So yeah, that means and he's still running for 2024.
Yeah, but don't forget Clinton was also impeached and he never left office. It's so
impeachment means nothing then.
It's true. It's true. Like
it's just like
Nixon retired before he was impeached because he just thought that in those days that was considered such a disgrace. He just said, "Well, I'm going to resign before they impeach me," and that was fine. I mean, he did the right thing, but
well, that was Nixon's. I'll show them.
That's right, poor guy, poor bastard. I mean, these days, of course.
Better off if he didn't, but
what was that?
I mean, I don't know, but
I mean, poor bastard. I mean, it's like these days, of course, what he did was nothing compared to these guys. I mean, and Clinton, yeah. And then Clinton, of course, all he did was get caught making out. I mean, that's really what they were getting him for. I shouldn't talk while I'm chewing. I mean, that's just awful. So go on with what you're saying. I'm almost done.
Well, I feel sorry for whoever walked in on him.
Yeah.
That was a bit horrible.
That wasn't how it went down. It was that She, the girl, Monica Lewinsky, that he was having sex with, obviously you're too young to remember any of this. She wound up telling her friend, Linda Tripp, I think it was, all about it. And Linda Tripp got it all on tape and exposed it to the public.
Oh my gosh.
That was how that happened.
That, well, that's what friends are for.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it was too juicy to keep. I mean, but her friend was recording everything, and it was just there you have that. It was really funny in its own way. It was more of a comedy than anything else. The just Republicans were just looking for anything to get them on, and at that point they looked like idiots for even being concerned about it. Nobody cared. And
I mean,
yeah.
I don't know why it matters anyway. I mean, who cares about someone's sexual life?
Yes, I mean, really, and
As long as he's not, well, I'm sure. Well, honestly, we've had worse. We've had presidents who were rapists.
yeah.
I mean, look at all the founding fathers who raped slaves and little girls and shit. I mean,
yeah.
so
Yeah.
we've had pedophile presidents. We've had presidents who slept with boys. I mean, shit. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, so I mean, is a guy having a straight relationship with having a straight cheating relationship with a grown woman anything to really about? I mean, I don't understand.
Really, the only thing to complain about was his bad taste. I mean, a middle-class Jewish slut with all the women he could have chosen.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Yeah, well. He looks like a kind of guy who would just screw anything that has legs. There are guys like that.
Yeah, that was his fucking problem. That was his no class, no class. But he was funny. He was likable. He was basically just what he was. I mean, it was his wife that was running the show. So I mean,
yeah,
she at least,
so he really wasn't president technically at all.
Yeah. I mean, rather he was only president technically and not effectively, and so it was really his wife that was president for 2 terms.
He was president on paper.
Yeah, president with his penis. Yeah, president of the that was It was he was just what he was. He was a clown, and honestly,
I'm sure even his wife admitted as much. That's all he was good for.
Well, yeah, if it weren't for her, he never would have been president. She was the one who just kept pushing him, and so she was running the show. So it's not like she really lost as president because she'd already been president twice. So it was no,
well, yeah, if anything, she would have been overqualified for the 3rd and 4th term.
Yes, that's right.
As opposed to Trump. I mean, it wouldn't. So I don't really get why people. It's just the Russian propaganda shit. I mean, because the Russians run white America.
Yeah, it's true.
Unfortunately, the only other people stupid enough to fall for the Russian bullshit are Black Americans who want to be accepted by white Americans who
and brown Americans. Yeah, Black and brown Americans who want to be white so bad they can taste it. That's all about.
Yeah, so for a white piece of ass, they'll go so far as to hang them, put a noose around their own neck and jump off the tree.
Yeah.
I mean, oh my God. It's just, I mean, what a fucking world we live in.
Yes, it's pathetic. By the way, may I ask? I mean, you can say it's private. What's your appointment at 2 p.m.?
I have to see the psychiatrist because I got to discuss the fact that I had a bad reaction to the what do you call it? The what is this stuff? The
narcolepsy. Like me falling asleep without cocaine in my veins. Yeah.
Well, no, I narcolepsy does run in the family, but the naltrexone.
What is that again? What drug is that again? The naltrexone?
Yeah, it's supposed to stop alcohol cravings, which it didn't do at all. But what it did do was I got a rare reaction that's reported in 1% of the cases, which they say if you have this reaction, stop taking it, which was a elevated heart rate, heart palpitations, and blood pressure that went all the way up to I think it was like one oh fucking oh shit. It was just really it was really high. It was like one. I should have had a heart attack. Would you just put it like that?
I don't know about that. I mean, I'm sure it was alarming to you, but like I told you, there's
No,
elderly
no, no.
people.
It was like one. I don't know if it was like 180 or something. One.
Yeah, I
It
hear
was.
you, and as bad
It
as
was
that
like one.
is,
It was like 185 over
Mhm.
137, and the heart rate and the pulse was like going up to 100.
Mhm. um, I tell you, as bad as that was. That ain't shit. I mean, I've seen seniors, like I said, where their blood pressure was in the 200s, and it hung out there all the time. It was just up there. The doctors could do nothing about it.
Well, that's lesson of the story. Do not age like a conventional human,
Yes,
folks. If
yeah,
you are, you're fucked.
yeah. It's you don't. Yeah, it can't be pleasant to live like that. You don't really
No.
feel it because you get so used to it, but it's like you could die at any second like that. The
Well,
biggest
that's
problem would
what
be
makes.
stroke, of
Well,
course. It's not so
well,
even.
honestly,
Yeah.
that's what makes matters worse, though, that you don't feel like anything's wrong
Hmm.
because you never know when you're going to get a stroke. You could be taking a shit
Yeah, yeah.
and
That's
get a
seriously. I
stroke. And
mean,
most people who
you
get
feel.
strokes do get it from doing that,
Yeah,
from trying to squeeze the poop out of their ass.
yeah. It's true. It's true. It happens at times like that. It is, of course, one of those things where the how would I say this? You feel it in the sense that you're tense all the time and stuff like that, and so it's really horrible. So yeah, I mean, of course, this is why I'm not asking you to dismiss it. I'm just saying that comparatively speaking, you have to pay attention to it. You don't want
No,
it to, yeah.
for me it felt really bad, like because I know when it gets a certain rate, I start to panic, like
Hmm.
really panic, and it just becomes a positive feedback loop.
Yes.
Point
Yes.
where I want to go to the hospital and
Hmm.
have them do something about it because I don't even want to lie down because if I lie down and I have that happening, I'm just going to start going into seizures, which does happen. They're not grand mal seizures, but they're like the petite mal seizures where you just like spasm and blank out every few seconds or so. It's really unpleasant.
I can imagine, yeah, or rather, I can't imagine, and I don't want to imagine. But yeah, that's frightening. Definitely glad that you're taking care of it, addressing it, and there we have that. I'm looking at the graphic I put in tonight, and I'm realizing I should have flipped the graphic so that it was on the other side, so I wouldn't have my face at my lips. But then I would have had to have moved the text a bit up. I'm just looking at this from a graphic artist perspective. Mm. Now we've been
Yeah,
on for 9.5 hours. I'm sorry. Go on.
I don't see what's wrong with it really.
Oh,
Uh,
okay.
is
So
it's the graphic with the on the YouTube, right?
yeah, yeah. And it's just I've got the little the little inset is on my lips. The inset of my face is on my lips, which looks like I'm kissing myself or something. Anyhow, which of course, oh God, Laura Lee Solomon, she was so fucking salty and bitter about life in general, and the fact that she wasn't born a pretty girl, and she would see pictures of my son and myself, and she would say, "It looks like he's fucking himself," is what she'd say about me. And then Judith Ager would say, "Yeah, if I'd have seen that, because Laura Lee had blocked her, so she couldn't see Laura Lee saying that. But if she could have seen that when I described that to Judith, she said I would have put an upvote on that. I mean, man, they're all just." Man, it's just talk about being surrounded by mean girls. See, this is a case where I am surrounded by mean girls. See, there, you've got that. Yeah,
See, Derek Talley was trying to take your world and make it his
yeah. There you go.
because he doesn't have a world other than eating like albino people.
Yeah, eating it. And the funny thing was that the fucker, you knew he was a mind control fucking asset because he couldn't remember anything he said. It was like the time that when, thank God, Selena Khan was on the call, and there probably were other people besides her were on the call with myself and Derek. It was some Skype call, obviously. And when we brought up the fact that, I says, I can't believe I showed a picture of my escort to Brendan Zoget, and his only thing, the first thing to come out of his mouth is, "She a vegetarian?" And that's when Derek Talley says, "That means he wouldn't eat her pussy out if she wasn't." And, we just let that slide. And then later on, when I brought that up, thank God Selena was on the call with me. I says, "Yeah, Derek, he said, yeah, Brendan wouldn't eat her pussy out if she wasn't a vegetarian." And he said, "I would never say anything like that." He believed it, too. And that's when Selena, called him out and said, "Yes, you did." And then he had to shut up. And then he realized, oh shit, I must have said that. But of course, it's like that's when they're crazy at that point. When they come out with something they say and then they deny it later on. I hate people like that.
Well, he's got dementia when it comes to that, but he never forgets to put a downvote on your videos.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, every time he never forgets something that he feels slighted or hurt. And that's what I said. What was the other crazy thing about him, by the way? What was the other thing that was like? There was something else I forgot.
Yeah. There was him driving with when he can barely see.
Yes, that too.
A freaking truck of hydrogen, which is highly explosive.
Yes.
I mean, holy fucking shit! The guy's basically a accident waiting to happen.
Yeah. So
I think the whatever his kidneys blowing out was the universe's way of saying, no, we don't want another 2020 on our hands.
Thank you.
Motherfucker.
Thank you.
Where everything was blowing up.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, because the fucker was like, he was lying on his stupid, what do you call it, the eye test. He would memorize the eye chart, which is like, to me, so much work. I wouldn't even bother to do it. Why didn't he just get fucking glasses? They would have let him drive with glasses. So
What's absurd is that he could do that, but he can't remember what he said.
Yeah, crazy. There you go.
I could look at an eye chart for the first time, and I wouldn't even remember what the fuck I just saw.
Thank you. How does someone even do that? I mean, I can't do that.
My short term, and I have a fantastic short term memory. So how the hell is that even possible?
Yeah, thank you. It shows this. Yeah, it's just all wrong. Everything about him is just wrong. There was one other thing about it that was some of the stupid shit. It was that, but anyhow, I'm sure I'll remember at some point in the future and share it with everybody. But it's just it's just one of these things. I remember what it was. Do you remember when that idiot Zachariah Garrett, who I always conflate with Zachariah Sitkin because they're the only two people in the world with that name, and but Zachary Garrett, he was like, remember when he first started saying shit? What was? Oh yeah, help me with this money with this home invasion. Brendan Zoget and I started shitting all over him on bandwidth, and then he started writing in. He started texting the idiot Derek Talley and saying, "Oh, don't buy into his shit. He's like saying he's the son of Hitler. Come on, you gotta know better. He turns on everybody." Now, isn't that interesting? That of all
how the hell was he even friends with?
He just started texting him just on Facebook, and you don't need to be friends with somebody on textbook to start messaging them. And so
okay.
That is true. Yeah, so he started messaging him, but why him? That's interesting. I mean, like at that time, I don't remember.
He damn sure didn't message my ass.
Thank you. Yeah, why Derek instead of you? I mean, most people would have thought at that time. Because this is what Derek.
And the odd thing about it is, I even had fucking Richard K. Cole try to message me as various pseudonyms and whatnot, and I'd be like,
"That's right."
I'd be like, "You son of a bitch." I'd be like, "You're a piece of shit. I'm not interested."
That's right. And he would text you as a black woman with a Japanese dish name, like named after a Japanese rice dish. Remember that shit? That kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. Some African, some supposed African woman.
Yes.
So here's a white ex-Marine who wants to be an African woman.
Yeah, with a name after a Japanese rice dish. Yes, that's right.
Who's married to a German man, so he wants. Oh, okay. I see. The German man's supposed to be you.
Yeah.
And so that was definitely Richard K. Cole.
Yeah.
I thought it was Stephen Outrem So it makes perfect sense that it was Richard K. Cole.
Yeah, yeah, he wants to be my black bitch. Yes, there you go. That's his fantasy. Sad. Just sad. It's just disgusting. But with Zachary Garrett, when he started, saying, "Oh, he turns on everyone," which is, of course, that's the image that Derek wanted to project when he started pulling his shit, was to make it look like I was going to turn on him because I'm just this mean guy. And so this is, of course, what they try to portray by all these losers coming up to me and volunteering their time for free and then not doing shit. And obviously, and then eventually proving themselves to be what they are, and you have to get rid of them. And in his case, the fact that Zachary Garrett contacted him, and him specifically, and kept hammering him, and of course we had to pry for him. What's he saying to you before, he showed me and I read it out loud and shit. But it's like, they know each other. The assets know each other. And in that sense, even though they're all compartmentalized and don't really know each other, they sense each other. They intuit it. And
so they got that. They got like that similar wavelength.
yeah, but you might remember one of the last things Derek did for me when I said, "Oh, could you pass this message to Lena Shea?" Remember when I was saying, "Oh, she must have responded to him scathingly before she blocked him because he went into this depressed funk after that." No, notice how she never blocked him. You notice how she never blocked Derek Talley. When she blocked me, why would she not block Derek Talley? You see, these like...
that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, these assets, they leave everything open to each other there.
But then again, she never blocked me either.
Well,
I
you blocked
her
her first. Yeah, you blocked her. So she probably would have been happy to have rendezvoused with you, but... it's one of those things where, probably for the best it didn't happen. I mean, she had suffered COVID a number of times, so you probably would have contracted it from her.
Yeah. When I thought about that, I was like, oh, shit.
Yeah. And by the way, this is not to make Lena Shea sound like somebody filthy. It's just that she has kids. And, of course, this is all that shit. The kids are they're just, conveyors of viral infection, and shit. And there you go with that. But
she certainly has a sturdy constitution to have not been hospitalized by it.
Yeah,
floored by it.
Yeah, and she had it twice. And she was pretty much floored by it when she had it, but she got over it. And she's that a lot of these people, though, have had that. Far more people than people realize. There were all kinds of, the number of people who got infected by COVID has got to be monumental. It's just they've never really tracked it.
Yeah, it's way higher than what they say it is, and this is what comes to mind every time I see a cute girl who's not wearing a mask. I'm like, it's like Woody's saying one thing, but my lungs are saying don't do it.
Yeah, but if you're pretty set, you've got the vax. You're pretty set, honestly. If you get another vax to back that up, you'll be so super immune.
Yeah, the problem is I've got the A blood type, which is the most vulnerable blood type.
I see. Okay. Still, I'm saying with 2 vaxes, you could probably swing and still be fine. Honestly,
I'd have to be screwing a woman with the wearing the 3M mask, the mask. I'll wear the big one that covers the eyes as well.
Gosh.
I mean, if she could deal with that, I'm sure. I'm sure there's plenty of women who would be able to deal with that.
That's anyhow, that's absurd. Of course you know that. And I'm sure you'll be fine, honestly. Well, anyhow, give it a few years and COVID will pass. Well, maybe it won't.
I don't think it will. I'm questioning as to whether we have a few years left on this planet.
Yeah, good points well taken. Did you hear the United Nations? What's the latest report on climate?
Yeah. They say that we've already passed the point of no return.
Yeah, we're fucked.
It's over. I mean, it's so it's like, should I really be concerned about getting COVID if I'm still like this fucking 40-year-old virgin?
Yeah.
Why don't I fucking just lose the V?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I would say that. At the same time, of course, it would be ironic if instead you got something else like some kind of STD, no
Oh
COVID,
yeah,
but you
well,
contracted this.
that would be worse. That would be infinitely worse.
Yeah, yeah, that's that would be just bad. But
Well, that'd be just as bad, depending on the STD. Because if it's something that doesn't have like a remedy like HIV or like freaking herpes, yeah, that would be horrible.
right. Well, you don't want to get HIV even with the remedies. I mean, if you told the
No,
doctor,
no, but you don't want to get herpes with the remedies either.
oh God, well, there's no real remedy for herpes. I mean, can they hide the symptoms? They can hide the symptoms.
They can probably reduce the viral load, but there's no remedy for it.
No, you can't cure it. It's like so yeah, you don't want that.
That's horrific.
Yes,
I mean, you wouldn't even want syphilis because nowadays the syphilis that's going around seems to be resistant to treatment.
Oh God.
So there's treatment resistant syphilis, and that's mostly going around in the South. So there you go. You know, all the black folks who want to bring New Africa down there, have fun. I'll stay up north. I don't want the STD fest.
Oh my
you know?
God. And holy shit. What was the other thing I was gonna say about the oh, of course, if you tell the doctor you're a slut, then you can get they got that new shit now that prevents you from getting the HIV. And this is for like, street whores and shit. And you just take it
But then
regular.
I gotta make sure that I'm not getting like freaking Hep C either.
Yeah, of course.
That's another one. And you know my liver's shot to shit already, so Hep C would be a death sentence for me.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Oh God. Well, that would be a death sentence for anyone, right? I mean, eventually. I mean, I guess some people would live with it for what, years or something. I mean, that's just awful.
Yeah, I mean, they're supposed to have like a cure for it, but it's so astronomical that insurance generally wouldn't pay for it.
Holy shit.
They
Oh, that's
don't want
bad.
to pay for it, so it's just like
Oh, that's just awful.
you know, yeah. So I mean, it's why bother? You know, I'll just live in my own mind and fantasies, and the women in my mind are hot enough. So I mean, I get to do that without having the downfall of being in an actual relationship with them. So it's like a double plus.
It's it's definitely what can I say? It's certainly an option most people are following these days. I think far more people than ever admit it. That's the point. Most people are living that fantasy life. I mean, they've got to be. There's very few options for the kind of lifestyle I lead, and my lifestyle is very rarefied. We're talking about very conscientious professionals, and my son, of course, gets the sugar daddy to pay for everything because of the situation I've explained in the past. For new listeners, I'll explain it again another time. But I do want people to understand that we do need to support me. Yes, I do need your support. And that was another thing. Oh my God, you've never, ever asked for support from my listeners as opposed to, pretty much everyone else. And that includes even Brendan at some times, of course. That poor bastard, he's just constantly... God,
trouble walks into him for some reason.
Isn't that awful? Yeah, I mean, God, really to be hit by a car like that. But it's like you said, this is why you don't drive, right? I mean, good God.
Yeah, that's why I don't drive. I mean that and seeing that kid crushed under the fucking car when I was a kid probably.
How old was this individual? That died approximately? As far as
they had to be like around the same age, 8 or maybe a little older.
That's not the guy you saw texting. Did you say there was one guy who was like, or that was something you saw online where there was footage of the guy who's like severed in half and he was basically still trying to text?
Yeah. But I've gotten so used to seeing that car accidents are what they show most of online, so I've gotten so used to seeing it online. But in real life, when I first saw it, I was a kid. So it's like
in real life, yeah, you saw that in real life where a kid
so
got.
it's like the first thing that happens is the mind just goes black, and then it's like, okay, then I realize what I'm looking at, and it's like, oh shit, and then my heart starts to race, and I'm like, okay, I don't want to be in that situation. That's fucked up.
Yeah, I hear you, and so okay, let me see now. I don't have any cocaine, but I, seem to be doing okay, a little better now than I was, and where I was falling asleep. But let me see if let me try and get my act together and see what kind of arc of narrative I can cook up from here and basically go into with our listeners. So I'll probably finish up tonight talking about Taiwan, and then go back into kind of Japan with Sunday. And of course we talk about so many other things. I haven't talked a lot about the domestic situation in a while, because I think we've covered that so extensively. Of course, I could go back again in the future, but
that's probably the most depressing subject there is, because it's just a reminder. It's just a reminder of how fucked we are.
Your point again. You're preaching to the converted. I mean, it's one reason I haven't gone back onto the subject. It's yeah. I mean, holy shit! It is depressing as hell. We live in a place that seems to be. It's so fucking stuck. Honestly, we're stuck, and we're not stuck because we're gonna probably have civil war, and then we'll move forward from there.
This is like a place where we should definitely know better, and you would definitely think from at least a naive perspective that no, it's too good to happen to us. Nope, apparently not.
Oh Jesus, yeah.
That's the shit they indoctrinate us with in school. Oh, but the United States is mighty. That'll never happen to us. Yeah, we're right smack dab in the middle of it.
Okay.
Every other first world nation is like, how the fuck did they... Well, never mind. That's America. It was just bound to happen at some point.
Yes.
It's how did it never happen earlier?
Yes, that's right. I mean, honestly, well, we came close to that point, and just different things interrupted. But honestly, the violence here is so extreme anyway, whether it's civil war or not. Let's ask if people are hearing us, because I do notice, of course, this is my internet service. I mean, basically, they've got me fucking data capped until, the new program kicks in, or what do we call it? The new policy, when my new package with Comcast kicks in, which is next month. So my internet is just, they made it slower than ever before. And I think they're doing that purposefully so that people buy the new packages where they can increase their internet speed, because they're going to have to, or they won't be able to function at all. So, who do you use? If it's not Comcast, who's your internet provider?
Spectrum.
I never even heard of them. Oh,
honestly, it was actually better when I think had Verizon, but the only problem with Verizon was, well, Verizon did have problems because it would always cut off, like my games would always just cut off for no reason.
Oh shit. Oh.
So they were actually worse than Spectrum.
Oh God. Yes.
I mean, my internet cuts off, but it's like my games won't just lose instant connection.
I noticed that. I don't know whether it's because I have some psychic link that I'm projecting into the system, but I noticed that my pornography never glitches the way all my normal services do.
I've kind of noticed that when I look at porn too. It's like the porn. That's the only time when the internet wants to keep working.
Yeah, what is that? It must be our psychic powers are somehow making it so it doesn't fail, because that would just be like we're so invested into the
yeah,
porn.
yeah, the cable boxes run off of lust.
Yes, that's it. Yes,
So whenever I'm doing my non-lust pursuits and I'm saying I am not interested in jerking off. I want to be Mr. Pure. That's when the internet's like, "Fuck you, Jameson.
Yes.
Fuck you."
Yes. Oh my God. It's like I said before, of course, everybody else, they're saying, God, I gotta stop looking for porn or cruising for porn on my work computer. Whereas, of course, with me, it's I gotta stop doing so much work on my porn computer. That's just the opposite of your average man. Yes.
Well, for me, I don't even use porn. I barely use it, because I have an imagination that's able to produce it.
Well, there you have that. I have a very vivid imagination myself, but I still prefer the visual stimulation, I assure you. It's just, comes with being, I guess, an illustrator. Just kind of have to have that visual. Of course, with men, it's all visual. We're stimulated by our eyes as much as anything else.
Well, that's the odd thing, is that my mind sort of operates more like a woman in that way, because it's better when I'm fantasizing.
Okay. By the way, there was one individual who I couldn't understand was what was his name? The blind bard. He was the guy who is. Let me look up his name. I sent him that invite, of course, that one time, and he did not respond. But that was, of course, because he probably found what I said to be. He probably took a stance against fascism and just didn't want to be identified as pro-fascist if he came on with myself. John Evans. And so John Evans is, of course, the young blind man who's very intelligent. I hope to have him on again someday, and certainly I'd join him on some other venue if he wanted that. But John Evans was, you remember one thing he said, that he was not born blind, and so he became blind fairly early in life, so he was able to adapt very well. I think that's what happened to also what's his name, that the guy I was making a joke about earlier, Ray Charles. That also happened to him, and that may have happened also to Stevie Wonder. Was he also born able to see and then went blind later? I think both of them went blind.
I don't know. I think Stevie Wonder was born blind.
Oh, okay, he was born blind, but not Ray Charles. But in terms of with John Evans, so he wasn't born blind, but later on he had a tumor. And they removed it, and enough damage was done to his brain in the removal, which they warned him of, to get the tumor out where it left him blind. So it was a hell of a price to pay, but he was alive. And honestly, at that point, it's a serious question as to whether I would have wanted to stay alive. If
I would honestly say, fuck that. I'll keep the tumor.
I hear you. It's literally that's a tough call. And so when it came to what happened with John Evans, he adapted. And but I remember he was adamant about this and actually probably put it in writing. It may have been part of his introduction, is like introducing himself on his blog. He said something to the effect of different things he liked in life. I enjoyed different things, the taste of food, and of course the company of beautiful women. And he said that, and I was like wondering, well, obviously I know blind people are sensitive with their hands, but okay, how does that work? Where obviously most people are accommodating when a blind person asks, may I feel your features? And most people in the old days would bend forward so the blind person could feel their features. But okay, this is something that most women in this day and age are, maybe with a young blind man, they would be that accommodating, but it's still like, it's still just this side of let me feel you up, right? It's so it would be, how would he determine that he's in the company of quote unquote beautiful woman? It was just Just an odd thing to
Well,
say.
yeah. I mean, he'd have to feel more than just a face to
Yeah,
tell.
yeah. I mean, now you and I got to be we got to say this really carefully because
Well,
obviously your woman would argue,
mm,
yeah, my face alone could be enough to describe beauty, right? And
I don't think so.
yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah. There's plenty
because
of,
because
yeah.
because because again, it's like I'm sure a woman is gonna see if she sees like a fat turbo troll with like a MAGA hat, but he has like the most god awful handsome face. Is she gonna fall for him just because he has a handsome face?
I hope not. Oh God. And yes, of course, there's plenty of fat chicks with baby faces. Yeah, that's you know, of course, I don't want to be. Yeah, you don't want to be cruel to the fat chicks. It's not PC or
No,
politically
well,
correct.
it's more than just fat. It's a matter of the overall body proportions. There are harmonic proportions.
Yes,
And
yes.
and each individual has different preferences for proportions.
Oh yeah. I mean,
You might bump into someone who likes boxy people.
yeah. I mean,
And you
no,
might bump into people who like figure eight people.
Right,
I mean,
right. I mean, I'm pretty eclectic. I can go for thick chicks, or or this sounds so awful, or skinny chicks. I mean, this is awful. I shouldn't even say this, but anyhow, the point is. However, there's one thing I did notice is that, you know, I have tried in the past, just in terms of their company or in terms of just overcoming some kind of internal prejudice, tried to just, you know, this has nothing to do with even sex. It's just like tried to, you know, with, I guess there's some overweight women that have been fine. It's hard for me to remember them because this is the problem. We don't remember the positive, sadly, as much as we do the negative. And some of the most negative people I have met have been fairly overweight. Yeah, now, I guess some overweight guys and women are fine. I mean, and the more I search my memory, I do dredge them up. But
unfortunately, you have a reasonable excuse.
Yeah,
because you had to be on broadcast with what's her name
yeah,
again?
Lori
Oh
and
my
Fenton.
gosh!
Oh my fucking God!
Yeah, the fucking
she was just awful.
the garbage, the walking garbage
Oh,
disposal
she was
unit.
awful. I mean, oh my God, it's like, yeah, she was just horrible. And by the way, she was, your average overweight person would be nowhere near Lorian Ann Fenton. Lorian Ann Fenton was disgustingly fat. I mean, to the point where she could not move in any normal fashion. We're talking about a person who could barely move for a very short span or space. And aside from that was just, it's amazing. And yet this one has come to dominate, apparently, the UFO community, which it goes to show you that they're at the bottom of the barrel. Oh, that's.
I mean, how's she able to wipe her ass?
Yeah, I try not to think of such things. I mean, oh my fucking God. And she has psoriasis. So I had to go to the bathroom in a pizza parlor after she had used it first. And we're talking about all of that peeling skin left on the toilet seat that is from her psoriasis. So think of someone with all that on her ass and then getting up and leaving all of that peeling skin like sunburn.
Yeah, that's not something any guy could
ever.
I'm sure she's a rapist in her own right.
No, I told you about that. You heard what I had said with Crystal River when we were talking about what she did with Max Spears. This is what was so hideous.
Yeah, so she is a rapist. You
Yeah,
know? I mean that. There you go.
Max Spears, it was beyond worse than a rapist. Max Spears, of course, the problem is that Max Spears was never emotionally developed. Certain alters of his, the real core Max Spears was never developed past a child. And so we're talking about someone 7 years of age or so. And so when he was truly vulnerable and traumatized, he would flip back into that child. That was the real him coming out. There was an adult persona that was crafted over that and grafted onto that. That was his interaction with the outside world to an extent. He truly was a rare bird. He was somebody who truly lived off the kindness of females who took him under their wing by sheer sex appeal. And he was vulnerable, and so they took him under. But it was like, other than that, you're talking about somebody who the real him was this child. And at the times that Lorian Ann Fenton wanted sex, she would just use the right code words and trigger words and bring him back into that child persona where he was just the real Max Pierce. The child in him came out, which is him.
So she's also a pedophile. Then.
Yes, that was the point Crystal River and I were making. She was a pedophile, and the worst aspect of it was the worst of it was the time that the poor fucker this was right after that convention, the first time I met him, and that was traumatic for me bemusingly so. It was funny only in hindsight, but it's not funny when it's happening to you. I mean, the guy, it was Douglas, I'm so glad to meet you. I've been dying to meet you. And I just, of course, said, oh God, another idiot and this poor bastard. And of course I realized he's a victim of Michael Aquino. That it was probably not simply a fantasy. This man was a real product of abuses, but he's collapsing on me. And that's the whole story behind that. I've said at length before, but it just, when I go back to that, you really don't get it unless it's in context. He had this beautiful woman with him who was just at that moment assigned as his handler. And this chick is like, she looks like she just walked off a runway, a modeling runway. She looks like she just walked off a catwalk. And you've got this chick who's like standing next to him. The only thing that she had that was flawed was there was some breakout on her skin, which may have been product of a STD, might have been, or stress, but she had, her skin was not flawless, but she covered it in makeup so that it was not that intrusive. But you obviously, if you paid attention to her, she had an outbreak. So it might have been herpes, might have been something else, but she covered it with makeup well. But aside from a few bits of flaw of the skin, she was at a bang-up body. I mean, like you would see on a mannequin. And the dress was draped over it, so it would accentuate the figure. And so she's with this guy who and I assume she had known him forever. Because when couples know each other and you're married or you're partnered with somebody who has seizures, then you don't freak out when they have seizures. You just kind of ride it out. But you usually take the time to assure everyone around you, okay, this is normal and don't worry about it, don't trip off it. But so I've got this guy who's collapsing on me and she's standing by and I'm looking at her. This belongs to you, right? And it's she's just kind of staring at it without really responding. So I figured this was normal, and she must have known him forever. And then I found out that that this was the first time they met, and that she was had known him only from the internet. So when you just meet somebody and the guy's covered in vomit, which he had walked from the train station or whatever up to the place where he was supposed to meet us. He was, he had vomited because he had overdosed on some pills earlier in the day and, and was wearing these sneakers covered in dirt. And, this is the way you want to meet the girl who you met on the internet. And, of course, this is him, right? That's the way he lived. And then he's collapsing on me. She just met him and she was totally nonplussed. I mean, this is fucking handler shit, if ever there was one. She was just assigned to him, so she didn't care. Because any normal woman, that would be freak out, right? I mean, you there?
Yeah.
So anyhow, then he so when that's going on, then what the fuck happens is he says, starts talking about Aquino and stuff, and I didn't get to know him that well at that time, but I got to know him a little bit well enough. And then the poor dope after that went to stay with Lorian Ann Fenton. And that night, he got so high on overdosing on some bottle of pills that he lit up a cigarette and, of course, went unconscious. And the cigarette fell on the floor or on the lazy boy chair he was reclining on. And so she woke up to all this smoke and went into the living room where, he's sitting in a chair that's on fire and shit. And so then she takes the blankets and sheets and shit or whatever's around, starts beating out the fire and shit. Probably, fuck, she's so fucking fat, all she had to do was sit on it. That would have suffocated it out right then and there. I ain't shitting. But, then, of course, she was enraged. words with him and basically drove him down to the emergency room at the hospital. And when she brought him there, then, they put him on the bed and they said, well, we don't have life support available right now. There's no emergency facilities here. And they said, you're going to have to make certain he doesn't fall asleep. If he falls asleep, he's not waking up. And so they told her, you've got to keep squeezing his hand, slapping him, whatever it takes, because you can't let him fall asleep. We don't have enough staff here to help you with that. So here she was, holding his hand, squeezing it, slapping him and shit. And finally, of course, she said to the doctor, I just can't keep doing this. I'm going to fall asleep myself, and then he's going to die. And then the doctor said, oh, we have an option, but are you the responsible adult? Is there any family members we can call? And she said, no, it's me. And then they said, well, then we can purchase system, but we have to get a sign off from a responsible adult, because this is the equivalent of torture. It's incredible pain that would be when we administer this detox agent into his system. It will purge it will counteract the drug, but it's going to be, he will feel as if he's burning alive from the inside out. And so she said, oh, give it to him. Give it to him. And then, so when the doctors administered it, and that's when he, whereas before, he's just like, we're talking like drooling and limp, like he's like flaccid, literally flaccid, like you're sliding him off of a microscope slab, from that moment, the moment they injected him, immediately thereafter, that's when he sat up straight as, just ironing board straight, stiff spinal column, screaming at the top of his lungs, just ripping at his own skin in agony. Of course, the doctors didn't stay around to see any of that shit. They went to tend to whatever they were tending to. She got off on that, and she told me how she was able to masturbate herself to climax throughout the time he was screaming, I'm on fire! I'm on fire! This is, if you can imagine that horror story, if somebody could have videographed that, that's the stuff of a horror film. A big, fat, corpulent woman who literally takes two chairs just to, one for each butt cheek. I'm not kidding. Literally, so you're talking about one taking up two chairs at least, masturbating over this young guy screaming in bed at the top of his lungs saying, I'm dying! I'm dying! I mean, this is the stuff of just comedy and nightmare combined. After that, he flipped into his child persona, at which point, she said she locked the door. Nobody even noticed. They were so busy throughout the ER wing that night. But she locked the door and just started, making him eat her out, because at that point he doesn't know to resist because he's a child and shit. So this is the monstrousness that is Lori Ann Fenton. Oh God.
Oh my God.
We're talking about the woman whose sister.
I had to Google a picture. Oh my goodness.
Lori Ann Fenton?
This is repulsive. Okay. Why did I do that?
Oh shit!
I should have just took your word for it. Oh God.
Oh my God.
I can't unsee that.
And she dominates the UFO scene now, from what I hear. It's like her word is law and shit. These people and the funny thing is that she lives off of everyone else's largesse, it's fucking incredible. And her rent is like $3,000 a month. Anyhow, her sister, like I said, is Lynn Fenton, the doctor who was responsible for the guy who was the Aurora, Colorado mass shooter, the guy who shot up the theater in Aurora, Colorado. He was the patient of Dr. Lynn Fenton, the sister of Lori and Ann Fenton. This is the kind of, talk about sinister. So there we have all of that. And I've got a wanker in my eye. I'll be right back in a second, okay? And then I'll take over for the monologue and you can drop off to sleep. If you can sleep after that. Now you're going to have visions of Lori and Ann Fenton dancing in my head.
I could bleach it. I've seen worse. I mean, it's only short of like the most horrific birth defect. And there are birth defects that look so bad that they kind of linger in your mind, and you're like, oh my gosh, if I don't unimagine this, I'm gonna wind up being reincarnated as that shit. So let me try to get this out of my head.
Oh God! And the guy she works with, the guy Perala, Robert Perala, they do these conferences, and Robert Perala's got a alien turtle growing on his back. He's got some hunchback lump that is like what they said was like benign fat, but it's not benign in the sense that it keeps growing and spreading. And it's like they said, we've got to remove it now, or by the time we remove it, it'll be so intertwined with its tendrils into your spinal nerves that if we do remove it at that time, it'll paralyze you for life. Like, you know, like we're calling like who's the guy, Superman, who fell off the horse and then, you know, paralyzed the rest of his life and shit. I can't remember his name.
Christopher Reeve.
Christopher Reeve, yeah. You'll be like Christopher Reeve or something like that. So I think he's just living with the alien turtle on his back that just keeps growing the rest of his life and shit. So he'll look like Quasimodo by the time.
So he has like scoliosis or something.
They ain't scoliosis, dude. That's some kind of fat monster that he's got, you know, growing.
Oh, it's made of fat?
Yeah, fatty tissue. I knew some other fucker who had that Asian Indian security guard who wound up, you know, stalking me for years.
What the heck is that?
It's fat. Somehow these guys get some fatty tissue that grows in a certain area. It's like all the fat they eat collects, instead of distributing around the body evenly, it like pulls in one area, like a black hole, like gravity with a black hole or something creates a pool. I mean, it's like the physiological version of that, where the fat just decides, oh, we're all going to coagulate here, all the fatty cells and shit, and then they.
Now I have to look this. Oh gosh, well, why did I have to look at images of this? How the heck does that get? How does that even happen? I mean, geez.
Shit, yeah. And you'd think that, yeah, and that Asian Indian dude I knew was still fat all the way around otherwise too. So
yeah, they call it a buffalo hump.
Yeah, buffalo hump. There you go.
How does that even happen? I mean, okay, it's a symptom of Cushing's syndrome.
Like Peter Cushing? What the fuck? It's like
no. That's like some kind of adrenal. There's something with the adrenals. They're not working properly.
Oh God. Well, there you go with that. Well, that's the guy who works with her on a lot of these. Poor bastard. You know, he was like driving through San Francisco one time, and he was going through. Well, he didn't know this. He was driving through Crack Alley, and some black guy in like a 70s go-go pimp suit, you know, threw a brick through his window, smashed it open. He thought he'd been shot, and there was some blood, so he was thinking, I've been shot. And of course they were hoping he would stop so they would swarm the car, right? But he went on like on autopilot. He kept driving, and then somehow managed to calm himself down enough to call the police. And nobody responded. He wound up like seeing a policeman somewhere in the area, which makes sense because it's a high crime zone, and you know, and managed to somehow talk to the policeman or flag him down. It was something like that, and then. You know, when the policeman got out and looked at him, and he just said, well, do you even know where you're at? And he was like, no. And then the policeman said, what I'll do is I'll give you an escort out of the city to wherever you're going. And so the policeman gave him an escort out of the city, since he was obviously not injured to any degree where he was needed hospitalization. But when he was relaying this naive story about how frightened he was and all that shit, you know, he was bringing this up on the Facebook at the time. I heard the full story from him later personally, but I wrote, as one of the comments on Facebook, I wrote, oh man, you know, Richard Perala, I think the guy's name was. I said, so basically I said, oh man, Mr. Perala, if I knew that was you, I swear I never would have thrown that brick. But okay, let me get this wanker out of my eye. I'll be right back. It's probably a busted vein, but you know, my eye's probably reddening from lack of cocaine to pin my eyes. And so let me I'll be back in a second. Then you can go to bed and prepare for your you know, your 2 p.m. appointment. Oh my god, which to you is like getting up at 2 a.m. in the morning. I totally fucking get it. And oh my god, I got 7 new messages in this business suite, and 21 new comments that I never even noticed on the DDD page. This is the one set up by Maria Grigorich. Anyhow, so let me go mute for a second. I'll be right back, okay? Thank you.
All right. So, I have an interesting article here, which is like the science stuff. I don't mean to nerd out on folks, but, you know, a take from what the crazy-ass humans is doing is sometimes needed. All right, so scientists discover a mind-blowing link between gut health and age reversal. To stave off the effects of aging, one might use retinol creams or play Sudoku. But maybe we should focus on something different altogether. Scientists have known for the past 2 decades that the metropolis home to trillions of bacteria in your belly, the gut biome, is also central to mental health, the immune system, and more. And one of the latest studies in gut health scrutinizes how our microbiome affects aging in mice using a surprising transplant. The research published Monday in the journal Nature of Aging reveals how older mice who received gut microbacteria transplants from young mice show improved brain function and behavior. This mouse model offers powerful insight into diet and what populates our stomachs affect what our brains look like in old age. Now, I guess I'm taking a guess, but if those mice received what was in my gut, they would probably be seizing uncontrollably and just drop dead right away. Researchers have found that when they transplant the microbiota of young mice into the intestines of older mice, the older mice display improved cognitive function. This is the first study that shows the correlation between transplantation of a gut microbiome from a younger mice into an older one with improved brain abilities in the older mice. In an interview with Inverse, Marcus Bohm, a neuroscientist with the University College Cork and one of the authors, was effusive in his reaction to the research. Oh shit, man, I'm starting to read messed up. Now I know I'm slipping. It was really great to see that full change in their microbiomes can really excel such effects, such as on cognitive behavior, like almost resembling the learning performance of young mice. It was pretty mind-blowing, says Bohm. Maintaining our gut health is really important for the many aspects of normal physiology, particularly as we age. And this is why, you know, if you know people who frequent McDonald's, you'll see that they look like shit a hell of a lot faster than people who, you know, take Brendan Zokit's vegan thing. But then one also has to be careful with vegan food as well, and make sure all of it's not overly processed. Because sometimes, you know, especially the soy stuff, which there's nothing wrong with soy, but the question is how they process it, you know. Now, I did it. Oh, this was fecal microbiota transplantation. That means they implanted the shit from a younger mouse into an older mouse. Okay, a poop transplant. I don't think I want a younger person's poop transplanted into me. But then I could see all these rich millionaires like farming babies so that they can like get baby shit and put it into their guts so that, you know, they could stay young forever. I'm guessing that happens a lot in the tech community because they use all kind of things to stay alive forever. Because, you know, they're so high on cocaine that they don't want to die. And when they administered behavioral tests to the older mice to measure how their brain functions have changed, notably, they conducted an experiment called the Morse water test, in which a mouse submerged in a pool of water must navigate its way to a platform. Finally, Bowman and his colleagues decapitated their mice and poked around their brains. Nice. Decapitation. What a good way to end your life. Now, particularly the hippocampus, which is the seat of spatial learning and memory, to see how the brains changed in response to the poop transplant. Now, they say there are big implications beyond just brain health. Now, that said, you don't necessarily have to just take shit transplants from healthy people to have a healthy gut biome. You could also start by eating healthy shit and taking care with what you eat. And you don't want to do what I do, which is, just snack raid junk food most of the day and somehow manage to still pull off being somewhat halfway sane. So it seems the gut and brain are constantly talking to each other. There's a reason why your gut is considered your second brain, or at least your stomach is. Most of this communication comes from the vagus nerve, a long wandering nerve that sends signals from the gastrointestinal tract up to the brain. That is the nerve in humans that's on the side of your neck, and if you hold somebody by their vagus nerve for about 10 seconds, they will pass out, which is also a good way to cast magic spells. But, if you don't want to do that with a person near you, you can always try to, exhale while squatting for a long period and put your head in like the same position that the sort of Sufis use when they're bowing to Allah. And you have to, while you're rising up really fast, do a fast inhale and just hold your breath as soon as you reach the top, and arch your arms up and tilt your head back, and you will pass out just as fast as if someone was holding your vagus nerve. Of course, if you're going to do that, you have to make sure you have a mattress or something behind you that you're falling onto. And for some people who aren't used to it, they might start spazzing as if they're having a seizure. But you're not having a seizure. That's just the blood rushing out of your brain into your lower extremities.
What is this? It just got here.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I was reading a story about poop implants and
poop implants. What the fuck?
Well, this article is called "Scientists Discover a Mind-Blowing Link Between Gut Health and Age Reversal." So they implanted poop from healthy mice, young mice, into older mice, and found that the older mice brains started to operate like younger brains.
Holy shit. So all we need is to eat young shit? What? Go on.
Well, yeah, this is something I also learned about from, my last handler, who was in the, medical field for a long time. And he said, yeah, they implant shit into because all the stuff from your healthy gut, all the stuff from a healthy gut, all that bacteria transfers over to the unhealthy gut, and they're able to
well, this is what they do with, of course, staph infections. When what happens is staph infections result when you've had so many antibiotics that your body has been purged of all of its normal bacteria to the point where you have a barren system, and therefore you get the super infections that are staph infections. And the only way they can combat them is by pumping fecal matter into your system, into your gut, so that you develop bacteria again that balances out your internal environment and then is able to fight the bacteria. They had to do this with both of my parents at different times because they had been pumped so full of antibiotics to deal with other infections they got at the hospital that they wound up with staph infections. I mean, this is what happens at hospitals. They're the most dangerous environments in the world. And,
yeah, you also go to hospitals to die, folks.
Yeah.
So if you're suicidal, remember, you just wanna come up with some fake reason to keep yourself in the hospital long enough. lick the walls.
No, they'll
lick
kill
the
you. You don't
floors.
even need to do that. You don't even need to do that. They'll kill you. Most of the time it's incredible. Like I said, my experience at Kaiser was very positive, but it was very much the exception to what I've seen the rest of my life before that experience. Yeah, you don't need to do anything extreme. They'll fuck you up. And so what is going on here though is apparently something to do. It's not staph infections. That they're just saying
Yeah,
that they're just
yeah,
taking the younger people's shit, and that this
yeah.
is good stuff.
And they were
Holy
saying
shit.
that the gut communicates to the brain using the vagus
Vagus
nerve.
nerve, right?
Yeah,
Right.
and those are those nerves inside of your sides of your neck. Think of your neck as if you were like a cobra or some shit. And I remember there's a sort of technique that was done, that was demonstrated between me and all these other guys who were hanging out, like these massive stoners who used to hang out like around Union Square, who were at like Central Park, and basically you hold someone by their vagus nerve, like the sides of their neck, for 10 seconds, and they'll just drop.
Okay, interesting.
And I was going into the fact that there's another way to do that, but it involves having the blood rush from your brain into your feet. And you would like squat like the Sufis do, and you would exhale and make sure that you reach the point where you feel like you're going to suffocate if you don't inhale. And then as you're about to, then you just stand up really, really super fast, and you inhale really fast while doing that, and then you hold your breath as soon as you're in an up position. Then you like raise your hands over your head and tilt your head back, and all that blood will rush from your head right down to your lower extremities, and you will pass the fuck out. It'll be brief. I mean, you won't pass. Well, you'll see stuff. You will enter that other realm that they talk about in the occult realm, except you do it much faster. The only problem is if you do it too much, it will spike your blood pressure to unhealthy levels. And you don't want to try to use that if you do that while trying to cast a death spell, of course, you're really going to have like high blood pressure for a while. I learned that the hard way.
Because your average person is not going to be casting any death spells while they do that. This would be their death spell, but
yeah. Well, the whole point is to mimic death while trying to pull in that essence, because it's like symbolic, that it's the petite death, because the French for a long time said the petite death is masturbation, but as Michael Aquino said, masturbating on sigils to replicate the petite death isn't going to do shit when it comes to spell casting, and he's absolutely right. And so that dispelled a lot of the shit that I learned from chaos magic that I thought was like really valid stuff, and it just threw that into the fucking wind. And I was like, yeah, that's when I knew that what you had to say and what he had to say was not bullshit, although what he had to say was half bullshit, and you just have to know how to filter them.
Yes. So back to this kind of fascinates me. I hope this doesn't take on in Silicon Valley like the blood transfusion does.
It already has.
What's going on? Tell me about this. What's going on? Holy shit.
People with a lot of money are getting poop implants so that they could sort of like shift their gut biomes, because they want to eat all the shit they want and party, and so their guts get all fat and just messed up. So to offset that, they get these poop implants so they don't have to become obese and look like Lori Ann Fenton and have the most unhealthy guts in the world.
Oh my fucking god. Well, give me a link to this. I'm hoping that Sugar Daddy never finds out about this and takes to experimenting. Oh my fucking god.
He probably already knows people who do it.
Probably.
Chances are, I mean, this stuff is all the rage with people who actually have the money to get this shit done on a regular basis.
Oh my god.
So that they could live forever,
But with the yes. Oh my god. So they actually show a picture here, people, of like pink intestinal tract. Oh my fucking god. The internals of a gut. It's like, holy shit. So there we
It's
are.
awesome. Yeah, yeah. For all the guys who like to do anal, they'll really drool over that.
Oh my god, yes, it's like a giant holy shit, with grips on it, with grips on it. Yeah, this is like, yes, I can imagine, this is what a portable fuck toy for a man would look like. It would be something with this kind of what is it, tactile sensation provided by all these little taste buds. It's like an anus with taste buds. It's disgusting.
Yeah,
This,
those are the microvilli in the intestines.
oh, delightful. Delightful. I've never seen that, and it didn't look like that when
Yeah,
the camera
well,
was going up my colon.
well, what I do know is that because of my consistent use of DXM, my microvilli are fucked up because that's what DXM does.
Okay. And,
So I'm like I should be dead by now. I should have been long dead a long time ago, but whatever.
I'm so sorry that you're addicted like that, but it's like,
Yeah, look, it could be worse. I mean, I remember I remember Max Fears, and I realize it could be worse.
yeah,
So
thank you. Yeah,
so I take hope in the fact that there is hope for me.
yeah.
And with that, folks, I shall be parting.
Yes. Well, bless you. We love you dearly, and you have a blessed day. And I'll be alone here with with my Skype call.
Yeah, well, I'll keep should I keep the Skype running?
Yeah, just keep the Skype running. I feel kind of naked without it. And just check it up when you wake up in the morning and hang it up if I haven't hung up. But I'm sure I'll hang up and the call should end when I'm done. And well, thank you. We really appreciate this. And great. Now I'll have to prepare for fecal transplants. Coming along in the near future. And let me check these messages. I'm afraid to look at them. I'm always afraid to look at this stuff on the DDD, the timeline set up by Maria Grigorich. God bless her. And oh God, what else is going on here in terms of? I'll be so glad to get a lot of these new supplements. It should help me with so much of that's going on with the my there we in. And so our man Jameson is leaving me a reminder, of course, that we do have Pete the Moon Man, who should be in by 700 hours 30 minutes later, sir. So wonderful. He's very thoughtful, very conscientious, and like he said, there was worse. Max Pierce had no control. He would see a bottle of painkillers and he would swallow the bottle. It was just it was beyond tragic. There's no other word for it. And the doctors would tell him, of course, that this is the last time you can do this. The next time you do this, you're going to die, etc. And he still really could not stop himself. Okay. Oh my fucking God! I gotta show this to. Our man Jameson. So this is like something from Emir Kozlic, and so. Let me save that image there and give that to our man Jameson. Matter of fact, this doesn't make any sense out of, I guess, so let me put this here. How do I... There we are. Emir Kozlic. And, okay, and then shut that. So odd, I still see the icon of our man Jameson, so it's just like he's with me at the moment. And in the meantime, once I get onto this, is what I dislike about the Facebook system for these like private pages. I don't know how to shut them down. So here we are. Let me see. Wonderful. Oh my God. So this guy's read my book, and he's like talking about the fact that So wonderful. Oh, that's wonderful. This individual, and I don't know if I should read his name out publicly, but he said, Sir, I saw your second electrifying interview on Penny Bradley's channel a few days ago on YouTube. Thereafter, I immediately went surfing for information about you because you seemed very sagacious and unconventional. I bought your book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, and I am dumbfounded by what I have read so far. I am currently on Chapter 5, which is entitled Communist Pedigree. My schooling seems to have lied to me because I always thought that the founding fathers were noble renegades, that the Germans and Japanese were the evil aggressors of World War II, and that the government had the people's back. Boy, was I hoodwinked. I shared your videos from your YouTube channel with a few of my Christian friends, and they thought you were a heretic and a practitioner of the dark arts. They were triggered. Question, since I'm a novice with all of this, what book should I start reading and what people should I start researching? And just to clarify, the Germans did leave Earth and magic is real. Well, the Germans left the surface world, and yes, magic is real. Yes, it can be. It can be. Oh my God, how do I answer this earnest young man? Or woman. Again, the name is kind of vague, and the flag that I'm seeing looks like an Oceanian flag, like one of the Pacific Island flags. So I will leave this up here and see if I can answer this at some point in the near future, sooner than usual. There's Frankie Stein, who I knew from the past, and I hope to send a copy of this book to Douglas soon from the UK. Okay, wonderful individual, and of course, in the case of Frankie Stein, has their own story, and that is a transgender individual, I believe, and their own story, which is rather heartbreaking in so many respects, and not a good example of the National Health Service necessarily working very well in England, which of course should be the pride of the United Kingdom, with good reason, for many reasons, and yet at the same time, has been so much a victim of budget cuts that it's just nowhere near what it should be or once was, if indeed it ever was that. But I understand it used to be really good, and so sad to see that that's changed. At any rate, I do ask of people, I want to see some activity in the chat room and some responses to me, even on my Facebook timelines. Just make certain to leave something so that I know that people are out there and listening, even though I know they're out there and listening and I can see the numbers on the screen. It just helps to communicate. I like to see the communications. Now I'm opening up the messages in the Renegade Military Historian page. And again, I always am afraid to open these things. So had one other person here, was nice, and doesn't seem to be too much new here. And had another person leave me a bunch of nice emojis. I think they're positive. Can't make sense of them. And other than that, seems to be fine. This other individual looks kind of interesting, or vaguely so. Okay, I think I spoke to this person before. Of course, he left this message back in 2020. It might as well be 1920, right? Holy shit. Oh God. At any rate, let me get back to doing my job, such as it is. Of course, this is not a job per se. All right. Do speak in the chat. Let me know you're there. Let's see, take another look at some of the other outlets we have here for on which people to speak. Thank you so much for all your upvotes in support of myself. And they far overwhelm the negative people out there. So might as well continue a little bit about my true homeland and heartland. And our man Jameson said that my graphic didn't look too poor, but I guess if I fill the screen with it, let's see how that looks. I guess it's overwhelming enough where you don't really notice the little face in the inset when the screen is large enough. So that's fine. And okay, press the escape button, get back into the normal, and try and get back into the zone where I was speaking of my true homeland and heartland in the geopolitical sense, and see if I can make that last through in the time that we have, which is an hour and a half, which I'm sure I can do. And aside from that, let me quaff some more of this tea. And you know, I was out of multivitamins. The ones I was taking were worthless anyway. Over the shelf crap that was just you know, going straight through my system, just literally pissing it out. And so we've got the new vitamins en route. Of course, a few bottles of my supplements are with my medical cosmetologist now, and then I'll be picking them up from her and see how that is. That will be on Saturday, and that should be fine. All right, now let's see what we can do here. And as I said, the now that I've got the new link from Brendan Zogit as to what to replace the NAC with when they eventually render it a controlled substance that you can only get by prescription. I mean, that's so fucked up. Honestly, that's just bullshit. And that's what they use to control Tylenol overdoses. I mean, this would prevent people from coming in. You know, this should be available in every household. They should be taking it whenever they feel they're overdosing on Tylenol to save their livers. And then they're trying to make this inaccessible to the public. It's a crime. I mean, honestly, Big Pharma is criminal. I mean, sounds like I'm contradictory, pro-vaccine though I am, which of course you notice Brendan, the vegan veggie man, is not, because he feels his vegetables will save him. Well, apparently they have. I mean, you know, if your belief is strong enough, there's a certain override factor there. Of that, there is no doubt. So it's what helps people become firewalkers, right? All right, so let me grab some of this. This is just about empty. This is the Vibes Mind and Body Function Hemp Extract, 25 milligrams. It's just about finishing this bottle, which is the strawberry lavender flavor. Having a hard time getting back into the zone, can you tell? Swallowed the last of that. Pity it doesn't make me high. It says Los Angeles, California. If it says on every bottle, I'll assume that means it's manufactured there. Vibes LA. Oh yeah. So there you go. It is. It's written in cursive, by the way. They don't teach cursive in school anymore. Fucking tragic. Makes me cry. No more cursive. Honestly, just sad. All right. Breathe. Get into the zone. So I was talking about Japan stepping up on Taiwan, which was once an integral part of Japan. And as I was making 2 points, where I was talking about why Japan is stepping up on Taiwan. And as I said, the first is Taiwan's geographic position that dominates the Taiwan Straits and can shut off all traffic to the South China Sea. So basically, something that would any kind of forced reunification of Taiwan with mainland China renders all of the southern Japanese islands immediately vulnerable. And Yonaguni, of course, is just right off the coast of Taiwan. And the Yonaguni is where we have all of the monuments from the sunken continent of Miwa. And that is where, of course, you're just left dumbfounded by the early megalithic civilizations beneath the sea that were above the waterline in the last ice age. The last really big ice age, not the little ice age, but the great ice age. Now we could only pray for a new ice age. Well, we may get that. Fuck. If the Atlantic current fails, as they feel it's got a good chance of doing, we have a new European ice age. At which point, well, the British are going to have to find a new homeland, because Britain would be essentially it would be uninhabitable, rendered uninhabitable, or everybody would be living like they were in Greenland and shit. They'd have to most of your life would be spent indoors. What farms there are in England, well, there wouldn't be any anymore. They'd all be living the Eskimo lifestyle at that point. So, as I said, back to the subject of Taiwan, though, I really should cover what's going on with the Atlantic Ocean as well. And we'll tend to that with our next transmission if I remember to do so. I do need people to remind me of these things. I'll go into that at some length, or at least somewhat in depth. May do that tonight, depending on whether I wrap up talking about Taiwan, so I'd best do that. And so in terms of the scenario of the island chain, which of course the Chinese intentions for all of the Japanese Empire's peripheral territories, these islands are what they call their first island chain, which is this series of islands that stretch from the Philippines through Taiwan, the Japanese archipelago itself, to the Sakhalin Seas. This is the line of control in the East China Sea that the communist Chinese think of as their territory. And it was even in the 1980s that the then commander of the PLAN, the Plan, the People's Liberation Army Navy, because their Navy and their Air Force are all branches of the Army, the Admiral Liu Huaqing, he explicitly mentioned command of the seas out past the first island chain as part of what he called active defense strategy, which is another way of saying offense when you say active defense. And with that first island chain that links the Okinawa prefecture, Taiwan, and the Philippines under Chinese control, then the active defense strategy stresses the importance of seeking to establish control of waters within a second island chain that stretches, that links the Oga Soara island chain, Guam, Indonesia, with the goal of ending all American military dominance in the Indo-Pacific. So any forced reunification of Taiwan with the mainland would result in the extension of Chinese maritime power by orders of magnitude in region. And of course, that would simply preclude American security commitments to Japan and the region to a great extent. And of course, while, as I said, secondly, why Japan is stepping up about Taiwan in a serious sense, because the security concerns involving Taiwan are serious, but so is its position in the technological supply chain. And that's because of the, as I said, Taiwan Semiconductor, which is their manufacturing company that makes that island the nexus point, not a vital link, but the nexus point, the pivotal point of production and export of top-tier semiconductor chips, which are just found everywhere, civilian and military-grade technologies. The semiconductors used in cutting-edge F-35 stealth fighter jets, as well as NVIDIA's AI chips, the Apple's iPhone chips, all the automobiles produced by Japanese car manufacturers. Any disruption in that chip production would, of course, destroy Japan's largest corporations, certainly negatively impact them to the point where they would be eviscerated. Now, So the semiconductor risk, as I said, was further, well, complicated by mainland China's efforts to eventually dominate the techno space. That, of course, includes AI, the quantum computing, 5G, and what will ultimately be sixth generation and more. And all of that, everything Communist China wants for its successive generations, it all requires first-tier chip-making capabilities. Not necessarily, as I said, any transparent or accountable legal system. And they just don't have the first-tier chip-making capabilities. Not even Japan has that. The only people who have it are South Korea and Taiwan, and of course California, because we've all, three of us, South Korea and Taiwan and California, which is the economic engine of the United States. Without us, you're nothing. If you're in any other part of the United States, you should goddamn well bow down to us and kowtow. We're your fucking economic engine. And so it is through us, of course, that you have any connection to this kind of world of chip making. There's only three chip making nations in the world that make chips in any amount and at any level where they are at the edge of the technological spectrum that we consider high tech, and that's Taiwan, South Korea, and California. So, but most of all, it's Taiwan. If any of these three economies and their chip-making industries were compared, Taiwan's at the top of the fucking world. So if that gets taken, you're all going to die. Understand that much. So any technology dominance, techno dominance by authoritarian communist China, that's the end of your world. So Japan needs to ensure that its industries and defense capabilities continue to have access to those top-tier semiconductors that are produced by trusted partners. And that, of course, is, whatever they want is good for you. Trust that much. They're protecting your world. And third is because the Japanese Empire is increasingly concerned about the fate that awaits Taiwan from the historic perspective. After the implementation of the Communist Chinese National Security Law, the NSL, in Hong Kong, and seeing the tightening of authoritarian power domestically on mainland China itself. I don't know how to express this. A lot of people just don't have any idea of what the Japanese think of communist China, because they never thought to ask. But think about it this way: China is the only major economy in the world that is not democratic, is not a democratically elected governance. It's that alone should frighten you. So it's going to be, how would we say it? It's something where the Japanese are on the front line. And, of course, Taiwan is in front of the front line. And in a very real sense, you could say Taiwan is behind enemy lines. But it's definitely just what it is. It's incredibly scary and confrontational time for all of us. But without my country, the Nationalist Republic of China, you're nothing. So you depend on us. And for that reason, you'd better be damn well ready to go to war for us. Because without us, your world collapses. So with what's happened with Hong Kong, you never want that to happen to Taiwan. Certainly the Taiwanese don't want that to happen. And so all of these actions by Beijing, the NSL, the National Security Law over Hong Kong, the surveillance state that has been instituted on the mainland with the very pandemic that they started being used as the excuse. Both these actions by Beijing raise very sober questions as to Red China's intentions in region and the ability of the Empire of Japan and like-minded countries to preserve their free and open Indo-Pacific vision based on a rules-based order. I mean, in just 2 years, Hong Kong's freedom of the press rating has significantly dropped. Civil gatherings and protests aimed at keeping the city governance accountable have nearly disappeared. And scholars at Hong Kong universities now self-censor or have changed their course content for fear of being charged with a violation of the NSL. Now, why this matters for I guess we would call them Taiwanese Japan or Japano-Taiwan relations, is that what happened in Hong Kong is the likely scenario for a mainland-driven reunification with Taiwan. A Taiwan that is not free and open, a Taiwan that is not wedded to a rules-based order is a serious security concern, not only for the Japanese Empire, but for all other countries on Earth, based on everything I've just articulated. The Japanese Empire's unequivocal position on Taiwan at the international and domestic level has not gone unnoticed by Beijing. In fact, on the 11th of July, which, as I've explained before, 7/11, is that very important date in Sino-Japanese history. And of course, when I mentioned that recently, let's take a look at my my own video channel here. And when I'm taking a look at some of the stuff that I've done very recently, let me take a look at. Okay, here we are. Taking a look at my own channel here and looking back on 7/11, the Japanese Second Sino-Japanese War commencement, and opening that up, and the date was, of course, 7/07, so that was the 7th day in July, and it was around the 11th when there was a bombing of the His Majesty's ship Palais, and of course the USS, the United States ship was the Panay, the His Majesty's ship was the Ladybird. So there we have that. And so this was the time after the Nanjing Massacre. That was the bombing of those ships. That was the beginning of World War II in earnest in 1937. All of this is like what is recognized in history by the mainland Chinese as a rationalization for their present-day aggression by presenting themselves in the victim seat. And it was on July 11th that the military commentary channel in mainland China, within the Communist Chinese Red Empire, Liu Jun Daoli, released a video in which the narrator calls for nuclear attacks against Japan if it attempts to defend Taiwan from a Communist Chinese attack. And this is placed under what they call the Japan exception theory, which is just, that's the acronyms for that, of course, is JET or JET in the English, and this JET stance that the Communist Chinese are assuming that would lead to a potential nuclear exchange between the Japanese and Chinese empires, the Communist Empire and the imperial domain, the Imperium of Japan. So what is clear from all of this is that my Taiwan remains the critical point of disjuncture between the Japanese Empire, all like-minded countries, and the Communist Chinese Empire of the Red Mainland. Tokyo sees my island as critical to its national and technological security. Beijing, by contrast, places my island front and center in its active defense strategy, which means its offense strategy. and maintains that my island is vital to its efforts to achieve the dream of a unified and rejuvenated China. Because if they dominate our ships, they dominate the world. So the Japanese Empire has yet to cross that Rubicon of abandoning the One China policy by formally recognizing my Taiwan as an independent nation state. It has, however, continued to deepen its relations with Taiwanese citizens, businesses, and other organizations. Taiwan's importance to the Japanese Empire's national and technological security suggests that Tokyo will continue to encourage Beijing and Taipei to maintain status quo, because too much support for my Taiwan may encourage a strengthening of an independence movement that would only bring the wrath of the current mainland government. But on the other hand, too little support will only embolden the leadership in Beijing. The questions, of course, remain as to how far the Japanese Empire will go in this regard, because Tokyo's options are limited. Yet, getting more buy-in for a free and open Indo-Pacific based on a rules-based order may help the Japanese Empire and my native Taiwan navigate an increasingly complicated relationship. So, of course, I would say the best way to raise the costs of adventurism to Red China is to recognize my Taiwan as a sovereign state and grant it full diplomatic recognition. Both the Japanese Empire and these United States need to end ambiguity over my native Taiwan in order to bolster stability in region. Taiwan, for all intents and purposes, is an independent country. Fucking deal with it. I mean, the storm clouds are continuing to gather in East Asia and the South China Sea. No one can be in any doubt now that the Communist Chinese Empire and the United States see each other as strategic rivals and are engaged in a geopolitical contest across the full spectrum of interstate relations. Whether that contest is viewed as one for primacy, parity, or a new equilibrium of shared strategic space in the Pacific, the reality is the contest has been joined. And it be just as indisputable that the political, military, economic, and even psychological balance of power has been shifting relentlessly to Red China's net benefit, and many Indo-Pacific countries have accommodated to this new normal. The most recent consolidation by Red China was in asserting control, total control, over Hong Kong. And the next item on its geopolitical agenda is Taiwan. Beijing would like reunification to be achieved and the dust settled well before the centenary celebrations to mark the establishment of the People's Republic of Communist China circa 1949. Dictator Xi Jinping would like this to happen on his watch, which he's made a lifetime watch, with no recourse for ejecting him from power in any manner other than violence. Beijing's rule over Taiwan against its will would be a major strategic setback for the American empire and its friends and allies in region, and indeed for all democracy throughout Asia. The shared commitment to democratic values, after all, is the primary justification for the quadrilateral group of the four major Indo-Pacific democracies that make up that informal grouping known as the Quad: Japan, Australia, India, and these United States. How can Red China be deterred from deploying force to conquer and absorb my native Taiwan? Well, let's look back at two notable lessons of history. Popular wisdom has it that the failure to include the Korean Peninsula in the Akasin Line contributed directly to the outbreak of the Korean War in June of 1950. in his famous address at the National Press Club on January 12th of 1950, the United States Secretary of State Dean Acheson, who took credit for what the Japanese had done to blow a line in the peninsula with their atomic landmines that obliterated, literally atomized, disintegrated the Soviet advance into radioactive dust, claimed he had sketched the U.S. defense perimeter in the Pacific against the Sino-Soviet communist threat as running from the Aleutian Islands down to the Philippines and including Okinawa and Japan, but not Korea. And of course, this Acheson line is a line on the sea rather than a line in the sand. But in that sense, he was able to avoid bringing people's attention to the Korean Peninsula and to what the Japanese had done, and thereby prevented people from realizing the Japanese had atomic bombs. And this gave rise to the common, albeit contested, belief that Acheson effectively greenlighted the attack on South Korea. Fast forward 4 decades, and we have another example of the critical importance of accuracy and clarity in strategic signaling. In an interview on the 25th of July in 1990, the U.S. Ambassador April Gillespie told the Iraqi President Saddam Hussein that Washington had no opinion on your border disagreement with Kuwait. Now, regardless of whether Gillespie was communicating, rather conveying official policy or freelancing, the result was that instead of communicating any unambiguous deterrent threat against attacking Kuwait, Gillespie mistakenly signaled there would never be any strong U.S. military response if Iraq attacked its neighbor. Now, in recent times, both the Japanese Empire and these United States have signaled a determination to come to the defense of my Taiwan if attacked. Richard Haas and David Sachs have writ in Foreign Affairs magazine that the time has come for the United States to embrace strategic clarity regarding my native Taiwan. Now, Ayumi Teraoka of the Japanese Empire has argued that the changed historical and strategic context make it imperative for both the American and Japanese empires to end ambiguity over my Taiwan in order to bolster stability in region. On the 5th of July, the Deputy Prime Minister Taro Aso, or rather in the proper Japanese, Asotaro, said that the Japanese Empire and the United States would have to help Taiwan in any serious contingency. The Japanese Empire also broke from tradition in mentioning the importance of stability around Taiwan in its latest 2021 Defense White Paper. Now, meanwhile, all persist with this surrealist one China policy that denies the empirical reality of my Taiwan's existence as an independent country. That legal fiction is buttressed with the pretense of maintaining only commercial relations with my Taiwan as a province of China and excluding it from membership in key international organizations, including the United Nations, which views it as the last of the Hitlerite powers of the Axis. Now, that legal fiction by now has passed its use-by date and become a subject to the law of diminishing returns. To start with, my Taiwan's history is one of mostly independent existence until the 15th century, followed by episodic, periodic, and extended periods of rule by a mainland dynasty interspersed in the past 400 years with the presence of Portuguese explorers, the Spanish settlers, Dutch colonizers, Japanese colonial rule from 1895 through to 1945, 1950 effectively, and independent rule. Now, in terms of the United States, it claims that in 1945, the Japanese Empire ceded sovereignty over Taiwan. Of course they did. That's because they allowed the Nationalist Republic of China to begin reestablishing on the 100 islands of Taiwan for eventual retreat from the mainland. If you ask the Americans whom the Japanese Empire ceded sovereignty over Taiwan to, it's never been clarified because, of course, the Americans lost the war. So the United States itself has always held Taiwan's status as undetermined, implying in their fantasy of victory in World War II that somehow, virtually, meaning without invasion and occupation, they placed my Taiwan under some kind of United States military government, a USMG. You can look that up. That means that the United States considers Taiwan a rogue territory, a territory that would be equivalent to Puerto Rico if it rebelled and became a rogue territory, offering its allegiance to rival powers, at which point the United States would probably feel it's within its own interest to invade and annex. In other words, that would force the hand of the United States to finally instate Puerto Rico as the 51st state of these United States. Taiwan is in that category of conceptualization within the American paradigm that is not shared with the general public. So, when it comes to the historical origins of how we got here, most importantly, the overwhelming majority of countries present for the signing of the 1951 San Francisco Peace Conference asserted that my Taiwan status was to be determined in accordance with the principles of self-determination enshrined in the United Nations Charter. Of course, Beijing has not exercised sovereignty over Taiwan in any form since the triumph of communism on the mainland back in 1949. The second important consideration is that my Taiwan fully satisfies all criteria of a sovereign, independent country with a government in effective control of territory, people, and resources. Australia's current population is around 26 million, and my Taiwan's around 24 million, when we're not counting all of the immigrants who work for us. There are around 160 United Nations countries, over 80% of total membership, with a far lower population than my Taiwan. The median population of United Nations member states is only around 6.5 million, believe it or not. Since the 1990s, Taiwan has been a vibrant democracy and an increasingly prosperous one. It always was. The IMF, the International Monetary Fund, estimates Australia's current GDP, or gross domestic product, as 1.61 trillion United States dollars, the Japanese Empire's as 5.37 trillion United States dollars, and my Taiwan's as 0.68 trillion United States dollars. Well, that may be less than 1 trillion. But it's almost 20 times the world median GDP. Using triple P, or the PPP, the purchasing power parity dollars, my Taiwan's GDP, or gross domestic product per capita, of $56,959 is more than Australia at $54,891 are the European Union at $46,888, or even the Japanese Empire at $44,585. In other words, my Taiwan is, in terms of its individual Taiwanese citizen, richer than us, your average Australian, European, who's a member in Union, or a citizen of the Empire of Japan. Now, of course, my own Taiwan may not be helping our cause by clinging to the Republic of China as our official name. Perhaps we should start formally calling ourselves Taiwan to prevent the economic punishment of vulnerable single countries. The G7 collectively should grant us formal recognition and exchange full embassies. My Taiwan also qualifies for United Nations membership, but unfortunately, a Security Council recommendation is required, and the Communist Empire of Red China would veto any such effort. This does not preclude the General Assembly from adopting an annual resolution declaring my Taiwan is fully qualified to be a member state. Anything else is a stain on the United Nations. And the longer the shameful status quo is allowed to continue, the deeper the stain seeps into the United Nations body politic. You know, the word timid is embedded within the term intimidation. Intimidation. Countries have been timid and cowardly in being intimidated into a policy of appeasement towards the Red Chinese. They worried that recognizing Taiwan would provoke an angry communist China into military action to invade and conquer my Taiwan. The hope has been that as Red China integrated into the global order, it would be socialized instead into the liberal norms and perhaps one day acknowledge my Taiwan's right to exist as an independent country if that was the people's democratic choice on my home islands, which it most obviously ever was. But far from resolving my Taiwan status, that has merely postponed the day of reckoning from the time when China was weak until it was formidably stronger. The price of any military confrontation be correspondingly higher for outsiders today. Paradoxically, however, Red China has much more to lose today from any military confrontation that would be a big setback to its economic stability and international reputation. The best way to raise the diplomatic costs of adventurism to China is to recognize my Taiwan as a sovereign state, grant it full diplomatic recognition, and open full-fledged embassies on a reciprocal basis. Enough of equivocation and legal fictions. Of course, in fair warning, I can't ask you to hold your breath. We live in a world where they'll bring us to the brink. Nancy Volker says, damn, you're still on live. Laugh out loud. Hey, honey. So glad you're back. Thank you for rejoining us. And thank you for being so active earlier in the chat, honey. Deeply appreciate your speaking up as soon as you returned. And, of course, checking our current numbers as we entered the new day. And so proud of those who have stuck with us throughout this period of time. And, of course, going around now, checking around the various sources that we have to provide myself an overview of where we stand at the moment. Let's get back to the live stream. Take a look at our concurrent viewers. And, well, a good enough number for the time being. We've got 45 minutes left. And certainly appreciate those that are with us. And hopefully someone will join in the chat room to talk with our dear Nancy Volker. Wonderful name. Love that name, Volker. Folker, it's like, because Volk means folk. So, same types of names. One anglicized. And, all right. Let me see if I can get back into the zone for the remaining 45 minutes that we have on bandwidth. And thank you for the new upvote from these wonderful people who support myself morally. Of course, I ask for fiscal help as well. Everything helps. In the last 45 minutes that we have remaining, maybe I should talk about what's going on with the Atlantic current, because that's important. I mean, we're in very perilous times. The report by the United Nations should be enough to make everybody face that fact. Of course, none of us are really facing anything. We're left in a oh my God, just a kind of how would I say it? We're all at sea, and everyone is left to. It's you know, how can I say it? We are now at that period in time where humanity is going to have to, well, undergo a societal change that only fascism can handle. That's the state of emergency where we're at. A permanent change, a state of emergency. We are in, like, what was the time of the Third Reich when my biological father Adolf Hitler declared a permanent state of emergency. We are at that now. And so the only way we're going to be able to handle that is to well, have a fascist mobilization. There is nothing else that will serve, that will do. Now, in terms of the situation in the Atlantic, let me see if there's something else I should say about China first. Get my head together a little bit more, which I never really succeeded in doing tonight. But hey, that's okay. I think we can't always have everything. It's like Peter Moon said, oh, you know, you've got some good days, some bad days. Oh, yeah. He felt my talking about the Japanese Ministry of Magic was really dry history. But the point is that everyone learn its history, that it's real history, and not some figment of the imagination like Harry Potter's Hogwarts. So let's take a look at the Japanese perspective concerning communist China. I've told you about how it feels about Japan. But communist China is more seen as, well, stable but weak. I mean, last year, the word chosen by a company that annually nominates the most popular expression in Japan was bakugai. And in English, that translates as explosive buying power, which refers to the Chinese tourists who visit Japan. If one sees young women dressed in kimonos, and often their male companions as well, in the Buddhist temples and Shinto sanctuaries of Tokyo and Kyoto, or in the street, you know, there's a really good chance they won't even be Japanese. Instead, they'll actually be Chinese tourists, that they would have rented those kimonos they're wearing by the hour simply to take photos with their partners. It's not the relationship between peoples that concerns the Japanese, many of whom view the Chinese tourists as they themselves were some decades ago when they started to venture out into the world. And they're grateful for the consumption in Japan and the fill-up it's giving to an economy that, of course, is not stagnant at all, but otherwise can always use the extra adrenaline shots. But what worries them is Communist China's internal weakness, especially that this weakness will likely induce it to throw its weight around abroad just to try and maintain its internal cohesion, which is fragile. When one wants to know something about a country, it's always good to hear what the neighbors say, particularly when the Japanese Empire has such strong economic ties with the communist Chinese mainland, and notable experts on the country, not so much to gauge the strategic challenge they're posing to the Empire of Japan and other countries in the region, but rather to find out what is going on in Beijing, although more than one analyst acknowledges that we cannot see China's future from the Japanese perspective. And unpredictable is the word that keeps on cropping up in the context of Japan's giant monolithic commu-capitalist superstate next door. The slowdown in the world economy is real, something that, according to my analysis, could induce the current leadership in Beijing to push nationalism even harder and backpedal on the Chinese dream that realistically, the dictator Xi Jinping has spracketh so much of in the past. The latter, that Chinese dream, is accumulating a concentration of power such as not been seen since the days of Mao Zedong. That's his Chinese dream, Xi Jinping's dictatorial accomplishment of rendering himself dictator for life. And although it may be that to achieve certain changes, necessary internal reforms, there be no alternative, that, of course, is something that I think is simply a rationalization by everyone else outside of his regime, by which they excuse his dastardly behavior. His great weakness, dictator Xi Jinping, is that he has to think about his successor. In fact, there have to be 2 power handovers in Beijing in the next 15 to 20 years. Now, Tetsuo Katani, the senior fellow at the Japan Institute of International Affairs, thinks he has consolidated himself, but has created enemies in the process. Xi Jinping's term of office ends in 2023, and he will be judged by his successes and failures. There is no point expecting the economic system to collapse in the short term. At least, not according to Akio Takahara, the professor at the University of Tokyo that I checked in with at the time that I was last at the estate. One of the estates. I believe someone's online now. That might be our dear Peter.
It is, and I was actually not tuning in because I was trying to finish the magic
yes
thing. And I haven't finished it. Mm-hmm. I have no idea what thread you're on now because I just tuned in. Mm-hmm. But what is interesting about, as you talk more about this magical functionary of the emperor of the Japanese, I mean, it's like they're running him, not the other way around.
For a period of time. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Well, it's very mysterious. It's very weird. I say weird, it's not criticism. It's just weird. It's just I don't know how much of this people can absorb, because and what are they doing now? Do they still carry on their function?
Well, the way that it's best expressed is that the changes that have occurred are somewhat parallel. It's somewhat analogous to the imperial system of China, where during various periods of imperial rule, the eunuchs became incredibly powerful. And of course, the eunuchs in China were basically these, of course, everyone who, to our listeners who are younger and may not even understand the term, just so people that are on the same wavelength that I'm explaining to Peter Moon, and he knows what a eunuch is, of course. But for the
I didn't know they had them in China. I didn't know they had them in China.
Oh God, yes. Oh God, did they ever? To put this into some perspective for you, the eunuchs in China were basically a way that it was the same thing as in the Arab world or the world of Islam, the Turkish world. You had these concubines for many of the important families. And any successful man in China would have a wife and then multiple concubines or multiple wives. But when you came to the imperial status, then of course you would have like an army of women at service for the emperor, and of course the way that they handled them in terms of communication with the other departments of the palace, etc., was through the eunuchs. And then what happened was because these eunuchs were able to service the queen and the various concubines in the sense that they served as kind of an in-between between the woman's interests and the imperial interests of the various men's departments, they became kind of like the people who were, well, they became definitively at certain points in Chinese history, they became the effective rulers of the empire. So with these eunuchs having this level of power, you see the remnants or the vestige of that in the movie that starred John Lone, that was called The Last Emperor of China, about Emperor Puyi. And so when they start the film with Emperor Puyi, the last emperor of China, and it goes on throughout the film, you'll see he's attended by these various people who most people probably thought of as just old Chinese men. They're really all fucking eunuchs. As a matter of fact, they do bring that up in the film, where the eunuchs are leaving the imperial palace and they're taking with them their testicles in these little earthenware jars, these porcelain this porcelain ware kind of containers. They're China basically units of what you would carry ashes in, and this is so they can be buried with their testicles, so they can die as whole men. So that is brought up at one point, but some of these eunuchs.
Didn't Spielberg do that movie?
I don't believe so. But we could look that up. The in terms of that film, I don't believe it was Spielberg. But the one thing that we can look that up. But Henry, just The Last Emperor of China was the title of the movie. At this point in history, you'll probably find a lot of let's look it up by movie. We'd have to preface it with the term movie, The Last Emperor. Get us the John Lone film. And that would be interesting if that was him. I'm sure it wasn't. Let me see. It's okay. So I've got the film up there, and it says the director was Bernardo Bertolucci. Yes, it was very much an Italian production, or at least he had the total control over that. Certainly not Spielberg. It would have been unwatchable if Spielberg had done it. It would have been just pure shit, and so it would not have stood the test of time. It would have been dated. The Last Emperor does stand. They've made different remakes of it, of course, but the one that I'm thinking of was released in 1987. It is what it is, but what they do imply throughout the film is that Henry Puyi is essentially, because he was raised by eunuchs, that he's essentially becomes effectively gay. So they show the problems that he's having trying to produce an heir with his wives, because he's not really that interested, and is not really as It's hetero. He just hasn't
This
grown
would
up.
have been a perfect movie for Spielberg to do with a theme like that.
Oh, good point. I mean, your point's well taken. Yeah, I mean, yeah, not going to argue. That, yeah, there you have it. You know, that's why you thought that. Yeah, it's like, why didn't Spielberg do this film? Good point. So when we're speaking of that history, of course.
Oh, excuse me. He did something called The Empire of the Sun.
Oh, right. Now that, I did not know was Spielberg. That is funny because that film was halfway decent, really. It was okay. It was probably...
This guy knows how to put a film together. He knows how to put a film together very well. The question is not his ability to put a film together. It's what is he conveying in the movie that makes it despicable. Like Jaws was a very entertaining film.
Yes.
It was, and so was his film E.T. It was entertaining. It holds the audience. Many of his films are, that stupid one, Close Encounters, I couldn't watch.
Oh, yeah, it's unwatchable. Go on, yeah.
But the guy has craft as a film guy. So, yeah. So anyway, that's just. But go ahead.
Oh yeah, and so the one thing that I do want people to appreciate about the parallel that the Japanese had with the eunuchs of who were effectively administering China for long spans of time. And we're in a sense in that position at the fall of the Qing dynasty. By that we mean at the time of Henry Puyi, the last emperor of China, quote unquote. You have this situation where one of the reasons where the Qing dynasty was entering a senescent phase was the fact that the eunuchs had become so all powerful, and that these are not warriors, these are not strategic thinkers, these were simply people who were good at palace politics. Now, at various times, of course, the eunuchs had earned that position of power because these were men who had been at times the most faithful of all servants to the emperor. They had nothing else in their lives but the emperor. This is why you had excellent eunuchs who excelled, like the man who became the admiral that conquered the seas, the man who sailed across the world and circumnavigated the world was a Muslim and a eunuch. He was a eunuch Muslim admiral. And you know what? To my eternal shame and disgrace, his name is escaping me at the moment. But let me look up Chinese admiral circumnavigated Earth. Zheng He. You know, I didn't even need to put anything but Chinese admiral, and he came up. This is how influential this individual is. So that's Zheng He, the Chinese mariner, the explorer, the diplomat, the fleet admiral, and a Muslim court eunuch, you know, during China's early Ming dynasty. So you have this individual who was born as Ma He in a Muslim family. He later adopted the surname Zheng, which was conferred by the Yongle emperor. And here's this individual who went out and conducted their equivalent of a space program, and literally, in the exploratory sense, conquered the world and basically said there's nothing out there worth visiting or even worth claiming tribute from. They were all just poor as paupers and nowhere near China's development. They had nothing to offer in trade. So this is what led to the Ming dynasty closing in upon itself after learning there was nothing of value in the outside world. And in terms of other examples, there were eunuch fighting units that proved themselves in the field of battle. So, you know, these eunuchs were not without merit. It was simply that at other points in history, when the court had simply become too corrupted by peace, too effete and simply decadent, then which I would have to admit, that would be the environment in which I would find myself most comfortable. Something which actually my late and sainted mother would be infuriated by. But that's something that unfortunately is like the reality of my own degeneracy. That in terms of this kind of situation, this is the one in which the Japanese Ministry of Magic would become its most onerous in terms of an over-influence. And so this happened at periods of time in Japanese history where the emperors were simply withdrawing from the world, and this is why the samurai warriors managed to gain all secular power. And when this sort of thing happened, then the real issue was the samurai really weren't using them publicly, and so therefore it was around the time when everything changed that you had the Meiji Restoration, and that is when the Ministry of Magic was brought back into the fold of the emperor and purged, and those remaining the true sorcerers were to service the emperor and only the emperor, and that took an enormous amount of energy to accomplish what they did. A great example is, to put this in some context for our listeners, I have brought up in the past before the fact that America never conquered Taiwan, never even put an effort into attempting to conquer Taiwan. And the reason why was they attempted bombing raids, and the bombing raids, of course, from a military perspective were justified. If any bombing raids were to be justified, it would be bombing raids against Taiwan, because the bulk of the Japanese aerial forces were stationed there on Taiwan. It's the equivalent of 20 unsinkable aircraft carriers. So you've got the Army Air Forces stationed in Taiwan, from where they could raid either the Chinese mainland or the Pacific. And so the Americans, whenever they bombed Taiwan, it was a miserable failure, and their crews came back deranged, in the words of the psychologists and psychiatrists who would analyze them, because they claimed they would see a woman flying through the sky capturing their bombs, which seldom, if ever, hit the ground. The damage done to Taiwan was so minimal as to be non-existent, and the end result was the Americans gave up all attempts to bomb Taiwan, and certainly any attempts to invade. Now, the same kind of experience was had over the Tokyo Imperial Palace, and which remained to all effects undamaged throughout the war. And so whenever you hear the Americans describe any attempts to bomb it, they'll simply say it was militarily impractical. Militarily impractical. What does that fucking mean, in light of their claiming that they had total impunity, total dominance of the air, from their own claims, which were always exaggerated, of course. And a great example of that, just so people understand this, is that there's a patriotic American, or certainly for all intents and purposes seems to be a normal American, who is, for all intents and purposes, no one as subversive as myself, in the sense of exposing hidden history or anything of the sort. And this individual was putting up World War II footage. And in terms of the World War II footage that he was putting up, it was about the B-25s and their air raids on the Japanese in New Guinea. And even he says, when he's putting up this footage of this aerial combat footage, he points out the fact that, all of their claims, the American claims, were extraordinarily exaggerated and had nothing to do with reality on the ground. And of course, this is the distance of history that provides some genuine perspective from anyone who's not lost in some kind of fervor to be a militant nationalist. And so in that sense, this man is to be very much admired. Matter of fact, for anybody who wants to look that up, let me see if I can find the title of that for people. And here we are, the New Guinea campaign in terms of post-war propaganda. By the way, the important thing about what he's saying is he points out that this was post-war assembled, meaning the footage was World War II, but it was all assembled post-war. Let me just read this so people get an idea.
Question.
Sure.
Like Meiji,
Yeah.
I'm looking at the etymology of it online, and it says that it has to rule. It says to rule. It gives the Japanese characters to rule, to govern, to manage, to control, to harness. It sounds to me like magic is very much, and you might have covered this, but I didn't catch it. Meiji is tied to the word magic.
Yes. Yes, I did not cover that, but that's very important. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, this is the and so the magic, they give the name of the emperor ship Meiji, but it's really what's the name you call this magic faction of the Japanese? What do you call it?
Yoji, and that would be the typical, of course, Japanese magician, and of course, I'm sorry.
Very phonetically similar to Meiji.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And again, when you let me see now. I'm going to try and get my head out of my ass with this because, of course, I don't really use these terms as often as I should. Of course, there's not many opportunities for me to use these terms, and so I'm trying to recall the exact names. But I should be able to get this out of my ass. Give me a second again here, and when as I said, I was looking up the Japanese, the New Guinea campaign. So just to read this to people first, this is what this guy says about his film, which if people look it up, is simply called Warpath Across the Pacific, Air Attack on Rabaul, 1943. Now, Rabaul was never conquered by the Americans, but he says, this is an excerpt from a USAF, United States Air Force, newsreel produced after World War II. Of course, he says that quite accurately because there was no Air Force during World War II. So if it's USAF as an official capacity, it had to be 1947 or after. So he says this segment covers an American air attack on the Japanese base at Rabaul in November of 1943. The film is propaganda with wildly exaggerated claims in terms of the stated results. And he says, however, there are good clips of B-25s and P-38s in flight, and bombing runs are shown. I've reduced the original film to cut away some edits and focus on the aircraft and flight scenes. Some cuts are staged, but the overall effect is pretty good. So he points out that American propaganda after World War II was full of shit. So after what most people perceive as World War II, obviously the war was still ongoing the way that Peter Moon and I have, of course, exposed it. And, of course, we got a response from a young gentleman or lady, and I'll show that to Peter Moon soon enough. I'll show that when we get off this live stream, and I'll show that to him personally.
Good response?
I'm sorry? A good response, yes.
Positive response?
Oh, yeah, of course. Well, most of your responses are positive about our book, right? I mean, seriously.
Yeah. Just wondered.
Oh yeah, and but in terms of the Japanese Ministry of Magic, again to when it was the Yoji, of course, that was the I'm trying to ascertain the difference between the wizards are the Onmyoji, as for the ministry itself. Let me see if I can recall the name, and these are all variants on each other. Onmyodo is the magic itself. That's the system of magic, the school of thought. And Onmyoryo, that is the Yin and Yang Bureau. That is so the Ministry of Magic was called Onmyoryo. And the O's have the line over them. So in the romanization. Onmyoryo. And by the way, it's almost impossible to find anything on this in English, so I have to look at the characters. And the way that my mother taught me to verbalize or vocalize them. So Onmyoryo, it's recorded the omens, interpreted them. I went into all of this, of course, when I was giving the history of it. But yes, the phases that it went through were initially, when they were created, the best way to describe them would be as a state office. So they were like the FBI from the beginning, And in the beginning, as I said, there were only supposed to be half a dozen of these super sorcerers. And these super sorcerers were going to be the backbone of national security. And so in the ancient Japanese perspective, national security encompassed fighting the plagues, fighting the diseases through animal sacrifice. That the blood sacrifices were very much a part of what they performed, and the Buddhists were against it. And so the Japanese went through the motions and outlawed the animal sacrifices. But the Onmyori carried them out in the same sense that the CIA would carry out assassinations. In other words, everyone legally and openly in federal government denies and would decry assassinations. They would simply say, this is illegal by international law. Everybody would acknowledge that we're making laws against this to discourage it internationally. But when the CIA carries out an assassination, this is not going to be punished by the U.S. government. So the U.S. government would, of course, give the direct orders to conduct such terminations if that was vital to U.S. government interests. This is how the Japanese felt about animal sacrifices. In other words, the sacrifice of these large mammals, the horses, the cattle that the Onmyori would carry out would be in the national interest to defeat an ongoing plague, and therefore a vital defensive security to the nation state. So the Onmyoryo was given a 007 license to kill in that regard. And of course the people feared them because no one else would dare to do such a thing. It would be antithetical to the laws of the Buddha. And so everyone feared them the way people would fear a CIA assassin. So these individuals who were originally only 6 sorcerers could never handle the ever-expanding empire, and therefore they had to recruit new people. Originally, they were only from the nobility, and because they were only from the nobility, then of course they could be trusted as in-house. But they began to have to recruit normal people. All of this was from the perspective of the state bureaucracy. So like I said, the best comparison would be to imagine the equivalent of the U.S. Post Office. And but these, instead of mailmen, they are state magicians. And they're state magicians who are not only delivering you your mail, they're instead delivering you your magic. They're delivering you your protection spells, relics, and various artifacts they would create for you to protect your home, your fields. This is done on the part of the Japanese government to keep the fields blossoming, to keep the cattle safe, and to protect people from devils and demons, which they consider to be quite real. And the world was a very different place at the time. And people need to understand that there were animals that were recorded at that time that seemed to not exist today, yet everyone said they saw them. Whether this was the time of Alexander with his dragons or the time of the Japanese with species of humans or subhumans that no longer seem to exist. What they called the ogre magi, or the super ogres that would devour horses or animals in Japan. So in terms of what the magicians were dealing with, imagine a force of post office employees who were not only delivering your mail, but also they were people who basically would provide you advice as to your correspondence, how to handle your correspondence, how to handle the writing thereof. And in other words, they would teach you how to write the letters that they would deliver for you. And so in terms of that, we're talking about a very proactive kind of post office that would educate you. So in terms of this kind of very hands-on approach to magic, the Onmyoryo were basically a part of everyone's life. Originally, they created the calendars, they kept the time, and because of this, these are people who effectively are making the trains run on time, so to speak. These are the people who, like a statistics calibration department in the modern world of trains and timekeeping and data punch cards, this is the equivalent of that in those times, working with the concepts of yin and yang, the five phases, and the magic that that it brings. So, in terms of this kind of federal service, then you can understand how because they were determined to be loyal to the emperor, then they're like agents of the emperor. They're serving the people. They're protecting the people. In essence, they're the most important backbone of Japanese society. So originally, the onmyoryo, that's the ministry. The onmyoji are the magicians, and the onmyoda, that is the craft that they're practicing. So when you're taking a look at all that they're doing for you, then you understand that just how the emperor could come to be ultimately manipulated by them. Now, they sold their services, of course, to the private people. So it would be like the mailman who gave you correspondence advice as to how to write your correspondence and make it more effective, were your job resumes or whatever you're doing. But at the same time, because you're paying them for this advice and for their services, it's like you're paying them every time they bring the mail. So that would be the way to see them, because the people had to pay them, but they're working for the state. So the state workers who are also contracting their services. And so as society collapsed from the imperial system into the warlord system, and the samurai warriors were taking over, this is where they gained this kind of rogue reputation and became mercenaries unto themselves. And that was where, the emperor lost control over them, the imperial family. But what happened with the samurai was they wound up employing them covertly. And then by the time of Emperor Meiji, when he retook secular power, he also retook all supernatural power. And that's when Emperor Meiji, who came to power with their help, with their magical assistance, said, well, we are going to, from now on, keep this completely within control of the imperial family. You will protect only the imperial family. You will serve only the imperial family. And this is why in World War II, while the rest of Tokyo burned, the imperial palace stood. And there's a reason for this. It's not just simply an emperor who does not care about his people. It's simply the fact that that was all that energy it took. Now, understand this. When the Americans generated the Tokyo firestorm, Tokyo became hotter than the surface of the sun. There was no way to stop that flame. It took all of their magical energy to prevent the imperial palace from burning within that inferno. But imagine the power they welded to do that. The imperial palace is enormous. The palace grounds are sprawling. You're talking about a estate that could swallow up Disneyland. So when you have something that large, that sprawling, that remains completely undamaged from saturation bombing that turns the ground around it into a heat that's so hot that all of the running rivers evaporated. People might ask, oh, during the firestorm, why didn't Japanese jump into the rivers to escape the heat? There were no rivers. The rivers evaporated. The ground became hotter than the surface of the sun. Yet the Tokyo Palace remained entirely untouched. That is magical power beyond comprehension. These were... Yes.
It also makes sense as to why the bombing plan I've talked about with the putting the deer ticks into the atom bombs to kill the emperor's deer never manifested.
Yes, thank you. Yes, very much so. By the way, I'll stay on the line with Peter Moon. I'm going to end the live stream because we're running out of time, but I do want people to understand how much I appreciate all of you. We have a number of playbacks already on this this live stream at 666 playbacks so far, and all of you who are concurrently viewing us, God bless you all, and do continue with your support. Obviously, I'll need your help to get through the month. I'm not doing poorly, but can use all the help that I can get. Last month was you know, we made it. I mean, we got it so that I could pay the rent, and it was this month. I'm certainly at this point doing okay, but you never know how it's going to be the way things go in the middle of the month. I will tell people